The plunge into the labyrinth's depths hits a breaking point when the party finally stands on the 98th floor. In the pouring rain, red-haired Melee wheezes and fights for air, surrounded by pure battlefield chaos. She gapes in pure horror as Wimstrauss stands on top of a colossal armored beast, towering over the waterlogged battlefield. A creepy, sinister cackle tears through the thunderstorm as a shadowy figure lurks in the dark, smirking like they're getting away with something. The story snaps back a few months, right when the party was tearing through the labyrinth's stone-carved halls. Wim's dagger flashes as he shakes in place, warning that if you chase greed instead of retreating from a floor boss, death is waiting for you, guaranteed. The proud members of Dragon's Wings are shattered, bloody and broken, dragging themselves across the stone floor after that brutal, devastating fight. Shock hits Wim like lightning as he stares at the wreckage, unable to wrap his mind around the nightmare exploding in front of his eyes. Clinging to a last shred of hope, he begs the universe that his comrades are still breathing, even after those brutal, life-threatening injuries. A thunderous crash rips through the room as that massive beast announces itself, right behind the startled adventurer. A gigantic reptile monster with jagged scales and rows of razor-sharp teeth looms over the lone survivor like a living nightmare. The beast rumbled a deep, guttural growl, and its predatory eyes snapped onto the next target like a hunter striking. Staring that nightmare straight in the face, Wim finally snaps and realizes just how brutally powerful a floor boss really is. With one explosive strike, the monster smashes through the party and wipes them all out like ragdolls. Panicked and drenched in sweat, Wim realizes one single strike has knocked everyone out, then he frantically hunts for the only way to break free. He's staring down the impossible choice: buy time for the rescue or haul 3 knocked-out allies to safety. Then he realizes both paths are basically suicide. Bracing himself for the inevitable, Wim realizes there's only one desperate move left, and he squares up to the monster head-on. Muttering the words of his secret technique, he fires up his one-of-a-kind switch, Puppenspieler, his puppeteer power. For one sickening, fleeting second, the idea of ditching everyone and escaping alone flashes through his head. Then it hits him how the Dragon's Wings took him in, and how those members forged bonds with him that lasted through countless days. Somewhere deep in the dark, a vicious presence keeps laughing, savoring every second of the tragedy with a grin full of poison. When the beast rips the air with a deafening roar, pride crashes through Wim's chest, because he chose to stand his ground and fight in the biggest moment of his life. The memory slips away, swallowed by the quiet inside the Dragon's Wing party house, back when everyone had come together there, safe and sound. In the present day, a nervous Wim creeps into his teammate's home, and the moment he steps in, he feels the air thicken with something dark and heavy. Confusion crashes over him as the Wimstammers can't make sense of the sudden, icy turn in his friend's behavior. His stomach drops when a sudden, violent shift snaps his attention and catches him completely off guard. In utter disbelief, he watches his own leader raise a massive blade straight toward his throat, eyes blazing with cold, deadly threat. Kronos, the boss of Dragon's Wings, snarls down with pure contempt and orders Wim to get lost, like he's nothing but scum. Michmelis and Priestnicker give him zero help, sneering like it's a joke that he's even trying to stay with their elite crew. They scoff at his heroic act, waving off the fact that he nailed the boss with the final blow as nothing but a lucky fluke. Kronos sneers at Wim, slams his contributions aside, and boasts that his own magic blade and Melee's magic were the real power that boxed the boss in. Cold betrayal froze Wim's stammers. He couldn't believe he'd missed how they really operated, because in his heart he still thought the win was something he and the whole team earned together. A brutal memory crashes back. Wim drops to his knees, wiped out beside the fallen beast, and still, with pure naivety, he prays his comrades will finally lift him up with a shred of praise. The party snaps at him with venomous words, saying his support buffs weren't enough, and that it was his fault they got wiped out by the creature. Bitter accusations slammed into the young man as his former friends turned ice cold and pinned every single failure in the labyrinth squarely on him. A cold, dark truth slams into Wim. He finally realizes his teammates have been hating him since day one. Wim's face twists in silent agony as the sheer weight of their total rejection crushes his spirit. Terrified he'd lose his life for good, Wim starts blurting out apologies for every failure he thinks he's caused, even though he's totally lost. He begs them to let him stay, because as just a grand tour, no other guild would ever take him on for an expedition. Sweat poured down his face as he desperately begged to stay, because it was the only place he'd ever truly belonged. Kronos stops dead in his tracks, cold as stone, then flashes a cruel idea, one brutal game to crush fate's whims once and for all. The leader yanks out his sword and throws out a mockingly impossible challenge. Wim has to beat him in a fight to earn the right to stay in the party. Wim knows deep down that a non-combatant like him has absolutely no shot against Kronos, the kind of seasoned warrior who crushes seasons. A hysterical laugh bursts out of him as the truth hits. Surviving this is going to take nothing short of another miracle. Raging at the answer, Kronos demands to know what on earth Wim could possibly find funny in a situation this dire. Before Wim can even react, Kronos explodes forward, clamps his throat, and yanks him clean off his feet. The leader snarls a storm of insults at his former comrade, calling him a worthless scumbag who's only good for beginner-level support buffs. Kronos snarls that a lowlife like Wim better not even think about defying the party leader's absolute command. Wim gasps for breath as the beating keeps going, and his desperate pleas bounce off deaf ears. With a thunderous slam, Kronos smashes the defenseless Grantor, hurls him aside like he's nothing, and spits that he's a weakling. Kronos clenches his fist, rage snapping through him, and he can't stand the idea that someone so pathetic could ever get credited with a boss kill. Wim drops to the floor, hacking his lungs out, bitterness burning, because he risked his life for people who can't stand him. His hand shakes against the floorboards as he remembers that one burning wish: he'd repay the dragon for taking him in, back when he was just an odd-job worker. Betrayal hits like a wrecking ball. When the brutal truth of his abandonment finally crashes through his shattered heart, the tears just spill. A heavy shadow swallows the room, and then, boom, mysterious high-heeled boots materialize in the doorway. Wim jerks his gaze up from the floor, vision smeared with blood and tears, desperately trying to figure out who just walked in. Wincing through brutal agony, he gasps weakly and tries to figure out who's standing over his wrecked body. Kronos introduces her as Sophia, then declares she's already been picked to join the party in Wim's stead. Sophia bows in silence while Kronos swagger, says his superior skills will effortlessly cover the entire left side after Wim storms out. Towering over his old friend, Kronos fires off one last chilling command. Wim has to leave, and he's never getting a second chance to make him repeat himself. Kronos lands the final, brutal hit and sneers that Dragon's wings are done needing Wim, then orders him to get out immediately. A sudden close-up catches Wim's face as terror and shock rip through him, then cold sweat explodes as betrayal hits out of nowhere. The scene cuts to a sprawling ancient city, packed tight with towering buildings, and a gigantic clock tower that shoots straight up into the clouds. Up above the roaring streets, birds spiral around the great clock tower's ornate spire, towering over Adventurer's hub like the place's living landmark. This tangled city feels like it was carved straight out of young dreamers, hopes built for adventurers willing to risk everything for a shot at fortune deep within the dark. Merchants rake in fortunes, selling rare treasures like high fins ripped from the 35th floor, proof that their whole city is powered by what the labyrinth gifts them. Market stalls are packed to the brim with magic stones ripped straight from the 60th floor, plus other top-tier loot, sold like rare treasures worth a fortune. Once you push past the city gates, the world opens up, endless untouched wastelands packed with rare monster materials and secret locations you'll never find anywhere above ground. In this world, your fame is earned by daring breakthroughs, and the friendships you forge when you're risking your life together are supposed to hit harder than blood family. Those wild souls who dare to risk their lives plunging into the labyrinth's deadly depths aren't just known, they're celebrated as true adventures. Left all alone, Wim staggers through the streets in total ruin, muttering through tears that he just wants to die. He's freaking out. If that adventurer's guilt can get jobs, then nobody will ever hire a Grand Tour because the role is brutally unpopular. He stands there mulling whether to hunt small fry by himself or beg for a pathetic F-rank party, because deep down, he can't shake the fear he's way overestimating his own value. From the inn, loud laughter and clinking orders drift out, making Wim's misery feel even worse by comparison. Wim glares at the tiny handful of coins left in his palm, and the truth hits hard. After the exile, he has nothing but crumbs to his name. Convinced that the only cure for deep sorrow was drowning it in a drink, he squares his shoulders and heads into the loud, lively place. A bell chimed as he shoved the door open, and right away a cheerful voice blasted out a welcoming hello. Gretty's and cheerful and busty, locks eyes with him the second he walks in and calls out his name with a bright, welcoming grin. Wim flashes Gretty's and a respectful smile and greets her back while she tells him, right to his face, that she's already heard the newest news about his party. She practically bursts with excitement, tossing out her congratulations after hearing that Dragon's Wings just wiped out the floor boss. The other patrons pile in, jeering that he's the world #1, then start firing questions like, "So are you gonna treat this whole place to celebrate?" Greta Sand is confident that once the guild officially reviews the boss skill site, his party will be bumped up to the air rank in no time. With no spark for celebration, Wim shuts down the vibe, quietly refuses, and orders up a beer and his usual sausage plate. He's alone at the bar, tearing into his meal with his knife slicing the sausage, while the loud chatter all around him drowns out every last sound. He takes a bite and instantly recoils. The food tastes bitter and wrong, like his heavy heart is poisoning his appetite. Suddenly a chilling, familiar laugh, fuahai-hai, bursts out of his throat and he jerks back, snapping his hand over his mouth in shock. He still feels that sharp sting in his chest when he remembers Kronos always snapping at him to stop laughing like that, because to him it was downright disgusting. A bolt of realization hits him. He's done with dragon's wings, and for the first time the chains of their rules finally fall away. He scans the other adventurers huddled in cheerful groups, and that's when loneliness crashes over him. His family has cut him loose. Wynn stared at the memories of their old celebrations and admitted to himself he was never really good at jumping into their conversations. Wynn stares at his empty plate and bittersweet memories of the party come crashing in. He admits to himself with a quiet grin that it really was fun. Reality crashes in as he realizes the truth. He doesn't have a home anymore and he's got nowhere left to belong. Gretty's Anne watches him from across the bar, her face soft with silent pity for the broken adventurer. Just as Wim is wallowing in his depression, a sudden doorbell blast jolts him, and a familiar voice cuts through the silence, shouting his name. In pure disbelief, the disheveled Heidi Marie bursts into the inn doorway, breathless and battered, and he snaps, demanding to know why she followed him here. Dread hits the red-haired mage's face as she stares at Wim, her eyes screaming regret she can't bring herself to say. Meanwhile, the camera swings to the Adventure Guild headquarters, massive, ornate domes towering over the whole city like they own the sky. In the master's office, an official strides up and hands over a stiff, formal report, covering the exam of the giant crocodile carcass they wiped out on the 98th floor. The guild master lanes in, hears the party's story about their combined effort, and demands the investigators' real, no-hiding assessment of how the fight truly went. He starts digging, hunting for any mismatch between the dragon's official wing report and the gritty proof they uncover right there at the scene. When they tore into the beast's dead body, they found the truth. Most of its wounds, even the fatal one, came from nothing fancy, a plain machete. The examiner says sure, magic and enchanted swords can leave nasty marks, but they don't have the bite to actually hurt a monster at that high level. The investigation slams into a shocking turning point when they confirm one brutal truth. Wim Strauss was the only one in the party gripping a machete. The officials finally land on the nearly impossible truth that this so-called non-combatant Grand Tour wiped out the floor boss, solo, using nothing but his own power. A shadowy figure leans over a massive city map, eyes locked tight on one pinpoint location as the streets blur around it. Totally confused, the girl stares at Wim's tracker crest and can't believe it. It's just ditched the Dragon's Wings headquarters and slid all the way to some cheap inn. She digs through her gear, mumbling under her breath as she hunts down her wiretap device, anything to snag even more information. A sharp ping snaps through the air as she locks onto her target, pinpointing the transmission's exact source. Through the device, she catches Kronos' cold, cruel voice as he snarls at Wim to get lost, scum, confirming every fear she's been clutching. Fury burns through her as she clenches her fist and swears she'll get payback on Kronos for talking to her beloved Wim like that. Desperation burning through her, she sprints for the crumbling inn, screaming his name as she charges up to the towering wooden walls. Inside the tavern, the door explodes open, and a gasping girl stumbles in, instantly yanking every startled eye onto her. Wim whips around, eyes huge, as Hyde Mary bursts into the doorway, panting hard and flushed from a full sprint. Greta Sand flashes the newcomer a knowing grin, but Wim can't even register what just happened. Hyde Mary has appeared out of nowhere, and the shock is still wrecking them. The waitress smirks and teases Mary, tossing out Stalker S. John like a punchline, and she absolutely revels in watching Mary's face go bright red and panicked. Hyde Mary shoots back instantly, saying her name doesn't even have an S in it, then hits Greta with a brutal cowgirl jab in return. Two women start slinging insults as the Hyde Mary chant blares, drop dead, hits over and over while Greta smirks and flaunts her chest with a loud, ridiculous boing sound effect. While the banter rages on, Hyde Mary whips her focus back to Wim and makes it crystal clear she's not here to start trouble with the waitress. She slides up to his table, panic written all over her face, and asks if he's okay, only for Wim to freeze and stammer, utterly lost. Wim panics like the whole world already heard he got fired, and he shoots nervy questions. Are you here because of Dragon's Wings? Hyde Mary flat out denies hearing any rumors, and it leaves Wim completely baffled, because if it wasn't gossip, how did she instantly know something was wrong? She drops this casual bombshell, she knows everything about him, and suddenly her unexpected arrival feels way more mysterious than before. Hidamari claims it's nothing just because they're both from the same village, but Wim can't hide it. That connection terrifies him to the core. A flashback bubble pops up and shows a younger Wim realizing her explanation clicks, and his suspicion loosens a little. Still stunned, Wim can't stop replaying it in his mind. What made her bolt over like that? He scratches his head, totally lost. Marion Gretty's ducked out of sight and she squeezed him for answers, because the way he looked so crushed told her this wasn't just bad news, it was something truly serious. Wim fumbles for the right words, nervously rubbing the back of his neck as he gears up to unleash the bombshell. He finally blurts out the truth to the whole room, straight up admitting he got fired from Dragon's Winks. The tavern explodes with shock, everyone goes still mid-bite as his confession crashes into the room. One adventurer slams his hand on the table and roars, demanding answers. Why was Wim fired just when their party was seconds away from an A-rank promotion? The patrons huddle together and whisper like, "We know the other three no problem, but Win, everyone just knows him for running errands and doing chores." Wim tells them he barely got a second to pack, then admits he still left every single bit of the necessary paperwork behind for them. He shrugs off his own importance, swearing anyone could step into his role, and acting like Sophia, his replacement, is already ready to take the wheel. The moment Sophia's name hits the air, Mary's eyes snap to her, because Sophia is about to describe the gorgeous elf who just slipped into the party. Greta snaps her tongue in disgust and rips Kronos a damn womanizer, because the second a spot opens, he swaps in a brand new girl like that's all it takes. Hidamari nods with a grim face, admitting the rumors about the leader's conduct are probably dead on. Wim slumps forward, lets out a heavy sigh, and hates that he couldn't earn enough trust to stay in the party. A familiar, jittery little laugh bursts out of Wim's lips as he scrambles to dodge the heavy tension hanging in the air. Panic hits instantly, he clamps both hands over his mouth, horrified he just fell back into the exact habit Kronos despised. Hidamari leans in with a gentle smile, and quietly calls out the fact that he still hasn't fixed that weird laugh of his. Win snaps her gaze aside, sick with shame, and asks if she thinks it's disgusting, because his old leader sure did. Hidamari gently shakes her head, reassuring him that it doesn't disgust her one bit. She props her chin on her hand and admits she's totally into the way he laughs, because it feels like him. Caught off guard by the compliment, Wim blurts that she shouldn't say stuff like that, or he'll start thinking the wrong thing. Hidamari locks eyes with him, affection blazing, and tells him coolly she doesn't care if he's getting the wrong idea. Steam blasts from Wim's ears as he frantically flails his hands, begging her to finally stop teasing him. Then the whole table goes quiet for a heartbeat as Wim scrambles to get himself together after that sudden, brutal romantic hit. Wim drops his gaze to his drink and finally admits, "I still don't get why they fired me." Hidamari takes a casual sip, then drops the obvious like it's nothing. She beat the floor boss all by herself. Wim's eyes snap shut in disbelief as she blurts, "Wait, what are you even talking about? That makes no sense." She slams her glass onto the table and declares that the rest of Dragon's Wings couldn't finish off the boss, so it all came down to him. Panicking, Wim flails his hands and insists it was all a misunderstanding, like that lucky finishing blow just happened. He insists the win didn't come from luck, it came from the party's non-stop teamwork, the total damage everyone racked up together. Hidamari snaps him shut, flat out claiming the floor boss took zero damage from anyone, except Wim. Wim lets out a jittery laugh, sure Hidamari is way overrating him as a support mage. He swore he wasn't trying to steal the spotlight, he was just desperate not to drag the others down while they showed off their skills. He rubs his neck and blurts out, "Why does she think I'm some kind of hero?" Because to him, he's nothing but a total failure. Mary's cheeks ignite with a blush, she looks away hard, wrestling for the words as her unshakable faith in him refuses to stay quiet. Greta slams the moment to a halt, eyes full of worry, and calls out to the pain across the counter. The waitress straight up tells him she's lived in this city her whole life, and she's never once heard of anyone clearing a floor boss alone. She snaps at Hidamari to quit her sick habit of inventing weird stories just to flatter the poor object she's been stalking. Greta snaps at her for crossing the line, but Hidamari shoots back that she's got the real story. She wiretapped the battle herself. The tavern stays loud and chaotic around them, but Hidamari's bombshell keeps hanging there, heavy in the air. Wim keeps his eyes locked on his cup, muttering that he didn't get fired because of what he did. He got fired because nobody trusted him. Hidamari slams her hand onto the table with a vicious thud, her face twisting in pure annoyance. She snaps at Wim, yelling for him to drop that pathetic, wimpy act right now. She whips around to the counter, snatches up a beer, and then rudely slings cowgirl at Greta like it's an insult. Greta snaps that the mage can't handle alcohol, but Heidemarie slams right through her words and orders her to pour the drink anyway. Wim awkwardly sinks into the silence as Greta's eyes locks in the deal, then Wim agrees to carry just one drink. The waitress storms back and slams a huge wooden tankard of beer right in front of the pouting girl. Heidemarie immediately stumbles into a drunken rant about cognitive dissonance, and then goes off on the fox and the grapes fable. Right as she tries to wrap up her point, her strength gives out, she face plants onto the table and drops unconscious. Moments later, she jerks upright, snapping she wants another drink, then Greta cuts her off, pointing out she's still stuck on her first jug. Wynn snaps and declares she's done for the day. Just before they head out, Mary quietly slips a business card across the table toward her friend. Wim snatches the card and reads the name Naklul, his eyes widening as confusion hits him. The card flashes a bold emblem of the strongest A-rank party, inked in full brown, famous for towering status and an unforgiving screening process. Wim remembers that Heidemarie got snapped up by this elite crew right at the start of her career, and wasted no time making her name. A flashback slams open the scene. Mary scribbles a note daring Hyde, and then invites Wim to swing by their party house the very next day. When he asks if he can just show up, she tells him to jump in and work for them for a while to get experience, and she swears she'll vouch for him. With her cheeks burning bright, she grins through the pride and declares, "I'm the 74th Sage, plus I'm aiming for the top brass. Organizing all this, piece of cake for me." Under the cold night sky, a groggy Heidemarie groans while Wim hauls her out of the inn. Win shoots Greta a grateful look for the meal, then quickly fixes the sleeping girl on his back like he can't afford a second delay. Greta asks if he needs a strengthening buff just to lift the weight, and Wim bursts out laughing like, "Nah, she's not heavy." Heidemarie mutters in her sleep that Grantor's weak, then rubs her cheek against his shoulder like she's still fighting the dream. Greta flicks her hand dismissively and tells Wim, "Mind your step, these drunk adventurers are roaming the streets at this hour." Wim stalks through the dim cobblestone streets, totally lost in thought, like that invitation is pulling his heart in. He's terrified that the other Naklibel members will judge him hard if he shows up relying only on Heidemare's recommendation. A flicker of insecurity hits his face. He's terrified that if someone of his level slips into this elite party, it'll only spell trouble. His biggest fear is simple. One day his inevitable failure will hit, and Heidemarie will turn on him, leaving him to watch her hate him grow. Suddenly a glass bottle rockets out of the dark, screaming straight toward the two of them. The bottle slams into the ground right by them, shattering in a violent burst as the visual effect flashes that ominous 100 impact score. Raucus lets loose a cruel burst of laughter from a nearby alleyway, shattering the night's silence in an instant. Wim whips around, two figures lurk in the shadows, and one taunts the thrower for completely missing the target. In the alley, one of the drunks throws his head back and gulps down the last bitter dregs from a dark bottle. With a satisfied breath, he claims his turn, then shoves the empty bottle over to his equally drunk partner. Wim barrels forward, shoving Heidemarie past the crowd, while they scream that their thrown bottle missed its target. The adventurer keeps marching without missing a beat, and one of the men snaps at him in a hostile tone. The drunk staggers forward with a blazing red face, blurting out a confused sound as he strains to make sense of the world through his spinning, smeared vision. He strides into the light and squares up to Wim on the spot, demanding the kid's attention with a venomous slur. Squinting hard at Wim's back, the man breaks into stammering panic as he tries to figure out who's actually being carried. Heidemarie dozed off cold on Wim's shoulder, and with one tiny, drunken hiccup, Wim's whole world snapped to her. Recognition hits his face as he jabs a furious finger at her, screaming, "You're the thief from the other day." Wim freezes in confusion, blurting "thief" again and again, trying to slam the accusation into his head while his friend is still fast asleep. The men belt out the same scream, swearing she grabbed every single limited edition snowball snack while they were still stuck in line. Wim gets a quick stab of pity for their tiny complaint, but in his head he shakes it off. Calling her a thief just for shopping is just plain ridiculous. They refuse reason and demand instant payoff, barking orders at Wim to wake up so she can apologize. Wim lets out a shaky sigh, eyes clouding, because he finally realizes his words won't save him this time. The drunks snap at his silence, start screaming for him to quit ignoring them, and demand he finally respond. One of the men lunges forward and yanks Heidemarie by the arm, shouting at Wim to wake her up right now. A magic crest bursts to life on Wim's chest as he slips his pump-up Zwamal ability into gear, doubling his physical stats in an instant. Wim rockets out in a flash, gone from the spot before the man can even react, while his hand lunges for nothing but empty air. Two drunk guys stagger in a deserted street, totally baffled, spinning around like, where the hell did our target go? Racing through the alleyways, Wim mutters a silent apology for Hyde, remembering how Mary once shared those exact candies with him. Back in the alley, the aggressive drunk gapes with his mouth hanging open, totally stunned by the insane speed he just watched. Wim shot out of the confrontation with a quick excuse, panicking that his sudden escape only poured more fuel on their rage. Two men stand there completely stunned, and the cold reality of what just happened finally starts to crash down on them. Panic streaks across their faces when it finally clicks. The sleeping girl is none other than the infamous Hyde Mary of Necklable. They huddle and whisper in panic, their minds racing. Could the guy who's moving at downright impossible speeds be part of that elite crew too? One of the men stares at the ground, face drained white, and whispers to his partner, "Did you see what they left behind?" Deep, jagged gouges tore into the stone pavement as Wim hurled himself forward, and that kickoff showed just how terrifying his power really was. Wim barrels through the city streets toward the clock tower, not noticing the fear he's already sparked, while Mary's hidden safely on his back. He finally skid stops at a safe distance, wheezing like crazy, and tells himself over and over that those drunks won't come chasing him. Happily tucked in, Hyde Mary groans in her sleep, totally clueless that the chaos she sparked is already spiraling out of control. Wim pauses, then feels Hyde Mary stir on his back and blurts, "Are you awake?" as he checks whether she's finally sober enough to walk on her own. She refuses to let go, clamps both arms around his neck, squeezes tight, and murmurs that he can't move yet, not even for a second. Wim's thoughts spiral back to that earlier promise. She'd personally vouch for him and pull him into her elite party, just to calm his fears. Doubt gnaws at him as he wonders if someone like him, so far beneath the rest, really even deserves a spot in a legend like Necklable. He stares at the massive gap between them, realizing she isn't just a rare sage. She's also a top-tier candidate with the power to rise straight into the guild's top brass. Guilt crashes down on him as he tells himself, "I can't add even more trouble for the one person who's been kind to me in every real way." A flash of memory hits. Hyde Mary grabs him by the heart, shouting, "Just come with me," shattering his insecurities with pure, explosive emotion. He feels her hand clamp down hard on his shoulder, grounding him in the moment while her steady support never wavers. She leans in close and whispers that the future is endless, that once he finally stands shoulder to shoulder with Necklable, he'll see his real worth for the first time. With a calm but unbreakable voice, she tells Wim to stop clamping down on himself and finally live his life the way he truly wants. A vision of her smiling face detonates in his head, pouring out warmth and pure, unconditional trust, the kind he's been starving for way too long. Wim stammers, blurts out a heartfelt thank you, overflowing with gratitude that she showed up for him when he was drowning in the blackest depths of despair. With fresh resolve blazing in his chest, he tells her, "If I'm going to live free, then you get to live free too, do whatever you want." Trying to snap back to reality, he awkwardly tells her that since she's awake and sober, she should probably slide off him now. Hyde Mary shuts him down with one sharp word, then buries her face even deeper into his coat to smother the heat rising in her cheeks. When he presses her for a reason, she just mutters that his back feels perfect and there's zero chance she's getting off. She leans in and murmurs that he's warm, that his back is broad, and for a moment, safety and peace wash over her so hard she can't bring herself to let it go. Her voice sinks into a tender, desperate plea, asking him to let her stay just like this a little longer. Blushing so hard it burned, Wim stammered out a quick yes. Then, without hesitation, he vowed to carry her for as long as she needed. As he strides into the silent night, Wim keeps his mouth shut and swears to bury his past, because tomorrow he's going all in and giving it everything. Necklable's emblem looms with pride, showing off the biggest ranked party in the land, more than 100 elite fighters under one banner. A massive mansion towers against the sky, acting as the guild's party HQ. These legends have already crushed 30% of every known floor boss. A stone-faced guard, braced in heavy armor, stands guard at the iron gates, eyes prowling the perimeter like he's hunting for trouble. Wim paces back and forth like he can't breathe, anxiety rolling off him in thick waves while the guard keeps a steady eye on him at the entrance. Sweat drenches Wim's face as he freezes on the spot, self-doubt gnawing at him while he wonders, does he truly belong in a place this prestigious? The guard squints at the twitchy kid and right on the spot, slaps the label suspicious on him. With no time to waste, the guard storms up to the trembling wreck and barks, "So what's your deal with the guild?" Wim jolts in terror at the sudden confrontation, and his words tumble out in a messy stutter as he scrambles to explain why he's even there. Panic hits him full force, and Wim accidentally blasts his creepy signature laugh right into the guard's face. The guard jolts back in panic, thinking that sudden lurch and that strange sound are a hostile move to yank out a weapon. Desperate to stop the fight, Wim scrambles for the business card Hidemari handed him and shoves it forward with hands that won't stop trembling. The guard's face snaps into total shock as he reads the card, and suddenly the suspicious boy turns out to be her friend. Wim freezes, blinking in pure confusion, thrown off by how the guard dragged the word her like it was a warning. Hidemari bursts onto the scene, beaming like a sunrise, and ushers Wim straight into the Nacht Libel headquarters. Wim slips inside and blurts out a gasp, his eyes popping wide at the insane opulence, just him and that sparkling fountain blazing in the middle of the grand hall. As Hidemari sweeps him around the giant training hall and the cafeteria, Wim can't help but stare. This place feels less like a party house and more like a royal mansion. He squirms through the grand corridors, muttering a meek excuse as he feels painfully tiny under all that towering splendor. Guard Abel shoots out an apology for his earlier hostility, but then, straight-faced, he bluntly says Wim looks absolutely nothing like the person he was told to expect. Abel's eyes widened at his own size, then he snapped into disbelief. How could he have messed up like this? The description he'd been given felt worlds apart from what was standing there in reality. Blushing hard, Hidemari gasps and screams, "Shut up," as the guard swears she described Wim as a gallant, masculine man. Mortified, Mary yanks Wim away from the guard with force and rockets him down the hallway. They burst into the main gathering hall, where a storm of high-level adventurers roars in the air, everybody talking, prepping, and readying for the next quest. Hidemari breaks in front of a seated figure, straightens up, and announces, loud and official, that she's brought the recruit just like she promised. A piercing stare snaps onto Wim as a woman with long, sleek hair steps forward and welcomes his arrival with ice-cold calm. Wim freezes in shock, staring up as he instantly recognizes the unstoppable power blasting out of the woman in front of him. He snaps to it. He's face-to-face with Camilla the Silver Hair, the legendary boss of Nactilable. Camilla scans him from head to toe, eyes sharp and judgmental, and says he's way smaller than the warrior she thought she was getting. She bursts into a hearty laugh, teasing him about that handsome, masculine hero rumor, while Hidemari's panic snaps in the background. A massive armored gauntlet lunges toward him, offering a handshake, and the sheer force behind it could crush the world. Wim's fingers grip her hand like a lifeline, and with a nervous breath he introduces himself as a former member of Dragon's Wings, stepping fully into his brand new life. Camilla breaks into a genuine smile, totally stunned by the hidden grip strength sitting under that unassuming new recruit. She gives him a proper welcome to Nactilable, and then drops the bombshell that Hidemari already spilled every detail about what he can do. Wim's voice cracks as he stammers that his mana runs low and he's just been stuck doing chores, and that's when Camilla leans in and demands to know exactly what his job was back in his old party. He tells them his role was only the non-combat stuff, sniffing out enemy locations and handling the everyday office grind. When he starts to say he got fired, Mary's panic spikes. She grabs the moment and shuts him up before he can spill any ugly details. Camilla tunes out their bickering, then coolly assigns the women to rearguard duty for their next scouting dive. Shock hits Wim hard as he stammers, totally unable to wrap his head around the fact that they're about to walk into the labyrinth right now. Camilla storms off, snapping that real-world experience beats theory every time, while Wim stumbles, still trying to wrap his head around her sudden command. Panic crashes in as he snaps that it's way too early, and that he's never once raided with a crowd this massive. Hidemari swivels toward him with a dazzling grin, then tells him, "Don't worry, everything's gonna be perfectly fine." Wim's eyes go wide with sheer terror, and that optimism of hers doesn't even make a dent against the danger. The story dives into the labyrinth's dark, stone-walled corridors, where the cold air feels like a threat. Every member of the Nactilable Guild gathers in tense silence around a blazing stone pillar right in the heart of the chamber. Ancient runes burst to life across the structure as the magical device powers up, ready to rip time open and teleport. A blinding blast of light erupts from the pillar, and you can feel it. Teleportation is fully charged and ready to snap on. That device is a teleportation circle, an essential maze lifeline hiding on certain levels, letting adventurers jump through danger like it's nothing. Crush the floor boss and boom, you unlock those magic circles, letting parties blast through several floors in an instant using secret routes. The massive party kicks off their march, and their armored footsteps thunder across the cold stone floor. Wim freezes in pure confusion when he spots Hidemari abruptly stop walking, and she does it right in front of him. The other guild members slam the brakes, whip their heads back, and feel the whole vibe snap as the procession finally grinds to a stop. A seasoned veteran stares back with a grim face, silently waiting for the leaders to finally break the deadlock. Marie stood rigid and silent, eyes set as she readied herself to trigger a security protocol meant for everyone who wasn't supposed to be there. Startled by the abrupt stop, Wim blurts to his friend, "What's going on? Why did everyone just freeze?" She pulls out a thick cloth, looks at him with a guilty smile, and begs him to wear a blindfold for just a little while. Mary bluntly tells him, "Since you're technically an outsider, you don't get access to the guild's secret teleportation line." He straps the blindfold on with zero complaints, because protecting that priceless root is Intel's golden advantage. Blinded beyond belief, he stands there helpless, until Marie finally tells him to reach out and grab her. With a tight, steady grip, Wim clasps her hand and yanks her into motion, guiding him through the dark. Silence crashes down around them as they stand hand in hand, and the whole party watches the show unfold. Marie's cheeks flare bright red as he squeals inside, absolutely buzzing because he's actually bold enough to hold her hand in public. Wim jitters and waves his hands in a full-on panic, blurting that he should grab her shoulder instead, because he can't see a thing. He pleads for Mary to stop teasing him, totally clueless that she's secretly loving every second of holding his hand. Hand in hand with his friend, the blindfolded mage stays close to the party as they tear through a chain of secret teleport circles, sprinting forward. The crew finally storms into the colossal, intimidating architecture of the 97th floor, swallowed deep inside that endless maze. Wim can't believe her eyes. An A-rank party just tore through the dungeon with ruthless efficiency, and somehow they slammed into that deep floor in no time. His heart starts thundering with panic as he convinces himself he's worthless, like he's got nothing to contribute, and somehow that knacked libel is on him. He's terrified that all he's really doing, copying everyone else, will drag this huge, powerful crew down and cost them time they can't afford. Mary shoots a quick glance back at the mumbling recruit, and she realizes his caution is just because it's his very first time with them. She doesn't snap, she smirks to herself and realizes, hey, staying cautious might be exactly what makes an adventurer great. Wim blurts a shocked yelp as he smashes into something, then freezes when he realizes it's Camilla, looming right behind him. The silver-haired leader leans over and grins at him, then tells the young boy, calm and gentle, to stop clenching up like that. She tells him, "You already crushed this floor's boss with that beer-fueled party, so quit stressing, you've got this." Camilla leans in and tells him, "Just do what you can today, our only goal is mapping the area." Her kindness blindsides him, and Wim's eyes burn with tears as he stammers out a shaky, grateful yes. Camilla leans in and reassures him one last time. Level is packed with good people, until he finally lets his guard down and relaxes. Wim's face flips from worried to razor-focused as he starts a serious, breath-holding scan of his surroundings, hunting for anything out of place. A sudden anomaly slams into his senses, and he freezes on the spot, staring up at the dungeon walls with alarm blazing in his eyes. He swallows his words, admitting to Mary that he might have heard something, but he's terrified it's all in his head. Still debating whether to report it, he can't shake the feeling that that strange sound is a bad omen, like a hidden trap is lurking nearby. Deciding to play it safe, he cranks up his magical search range, chasing that awful gut feeling that something is seriously wrong. He thrusts his hand into the dark, channels his mana, and hurls a razor-sharp detection spell straight into the shadows. A blazing magic circle ignites in front of his palm, and with a snap of will, he fires up his search ability to sweep the area. The spell blasts the corridor into view, exposing every hidden structure and dungeon secret right onto his magical sight. His eyes blow wide with shock as the scan locks in his fears and exposes a clear, deadly threat just waiting to strike. He throws himself back into the standing order. If he spots anything, he has to report it to Camilla right away using transmission magic. He steals a breath, snaps to the order, and readies himself to warn the leader about the danger closing in. The party keeps climbing that massive staircase, totally oblivious to the mechanism lurking in the shadows, already set in motion. Wim breaks formation, strides up to Camilla, and politely calls out, asking for just a moment of her time. Camilla tilts her head, spots him as Wim boy, then waits, eyes locked, for his report. He lays it out with ruthless precision. There's a rockfall trap set to snap shut on the upper left side, exactly 45 meters away. Camilla squints at the report, her sharp stare cutting straight through the tension like a blade. Wim stammers, braces himself, staying locked in place, and calmly estimates there's a 90% chance that trap will trigger late. With a casual flick of her hand, Camilla shuts it down in an instant and orders him to air his findings on the public channel the next time. Time grinds forward, Wim swallows hard, panic flashing as the idea hits that she has to speak to the whole giant party at once. He clenches his courage, fires off a transmission spell, and blasts his voice out so it ripples to every single member. He fires off an absolutely spot-on report, pinning down the rockfall's exact mass, its shape, and exactly where it's about to crash. A wave of pure confusion crashes over the vanguard as the veteran fighters freeze in stunned disbelief at the sudden announcement. Whispers of doubt tore through the ranks, and Wim's panic hit full blast as he spiraled, wondering if he'd just made a catastrophic mistake. While Wim sweats bullets, Hidamari smirks like she's won already, and Camilla stays ice calm as she steers her tank straight to deal with the threat. Abel strides forward without a shred of doubt and declares, loud and clear, that he'll handle the trap himself. The armored warrior charges straight into the blast zone, hauling his massive shield up like a wall and daring whatever's coming. He plants his feet on the trigger point and tightens up, waiting for the mechanism to click alive under his boots. A towering stone pillar comes crashing down out of the darkness, screaming toward the defender like it wants to crush them into paste. With a thunderous crash, Abel snaps his shield up and catches the falling monolith, stopping its momentum dead in its tracks. Unscathed and stone still, Abel shouts that the trap is gone as dust swirls around him. Camilla nods, grinning at the successful defense, while the rest of the party just freezes, staring in total stunned silence. The adventurer's voice cracked in disbelief as he realized the trap matched Wim's description perfectly, every tiny detail. They shoot each other disbelief-filled looks, because none of them have ever seen a scout call a trap's shape and actually hold back until the moment is right. People are going wild with theories, wondering if that god-level precision is the hidden power behind Dragon's wings. While Hidamari flashes a Cheshire grin, some panicked Wim reads the silence wrong and starts to sweat like he's about to get in serious trouble. Hidamari can't stop grinning as he declares Wim's normal is actually extraordinary, and he swears he'll prove it wasn't just dumb luck any second now. In the brief lull, the whole party freezes in awe, while Camilla locks eyes on the horizon, chewing on the bombshell she just uncovered. She jolts in realization. Wim casually fires off high-level detection magic like it's nothing, like breathing. Her thoughts slam right back to Dragon's wings. This party shot up the ranks in record time. Confusion tears at her as she grapples with one question: why was a mage with skills so game-breaking kept out of sight, and then tossed out anyway? Wim's voice suddenly rings through the transmission, demanding attention again. He spots a huge jump in humidity, and then realizes the low-flying winged insects are gone, like something watching. The veterans lean in, eyes locked on him as he explains that these wild environmental shifts can only mean one thing: there's a deadly predator lurking nearby. Wim realizes way too late that they've accidentally stumbled into the hunting grounds of a massive, hostile monster. He clocks the danger as the great tortoise, Zeratin, and right away he slams down a detour plan to slip past the beast. Camilla narrows her eyes and demands he confirm, without doubt, that his report about the monster's territory is dead certain. Wim shoots her a nervous look and blurts out that he's about 90% sure his assessment is right. Camilla lets out a sharp sigh and tells him to use the public transmission for high-probability threats, her annoyance crackling as she snaps at his hesitation. Wim slumps in shame, stammers out a small apology, convinced he's somehow ruffled the leader. Panic starts surging through his mind as he convinces himself, again, that he's just made another deadly mistake. Camilla snaps at him out of nowhere: hand the search duties to Simon and get up to the front lines. Wim's stomach drops the moment he hears the order. He reads it as a punishment and panics that he's been fired from his role. Camilla snaps at the group, vowing they won't take any detours. They're going straight into the hunt for the great tortoise. She snaps her razor-sharp stare back at the recruit and demands to see what he's got, right there in real combat, as a grand tour. A terrified Wim finally realizes the truth: if he fails right here, there's nowhere left in this world for him to run. Forcing his fear down, he clenches his fists and swears he'll give it everything to be truly useful. Camilla snaps her attention over and barks out for the other scout to hand over an enemy status report, right now. Simon checks his detection magic, then tells everyone the target is dead asleep, right about 200 meters up ahead. The leader snaps out rapid-fire orders: send the able ones up front and get Hidamari ready to unleash her spells. The elite of Nacht Level bellow their approval in one thunderous voice as they brace for battle. Camilla points straight at Wim and hands him the crucial job: pump Abel with his buffs and keep him backed up. Wim blurts out a shaky yes, steadying his nerves as the fight that could rewrite his future is about to begin. Wim shuts his eyes tight, murmurs his personal mantra, and vows to disappear from the spotlight, staying hidden just to quietly help others. He realizes his whole mission was simple: figure out how to help people quietly from the shadows. A razor-sharp stare snaps through his mind as he realizes reality has completely veered off his perfect path. A gigantic great tortoise crunches down on debris in the distance, and Wim stands there utterly frozen, face to face with the beast. Mary yanks him forward and growls. Now, they charge while the monster's too busy feasting to notice. With everyone staring, she says this is his golden shot to prove to the guild exactly why he belongs. The elite of Nacht Level, Camilla included, fix their gaze on the pair and lock in with ruthless, judgment-heavy stares. Win jerks at their collective stare, dread squeezing their chest as the legendary party's expectations bear down. His heart thunders against his ribs as he vows to fix the mistake he already made and shut down any chance of causing more trouble. Drowned in a storm of self-doubt about his own communication skills, he barely catches Hyde Mary shouting his nickname. Mary finally snaps him out of that depressing daze. She yells his name straight into his ear. She flashes him a confident grin and asks for his usual support buff, right as she prepares her ice spear strike. Wim gawked at her back as she hoisted that massive weapon, still reeling from how casually she demanded the usual. A wave of nostalgia crashes over him as he remembers their dives, and he realizes this same old dynamic is exactly what his heart's been begging for. A real smile bursts through his anxiety the moment that crushing weight finally slips off his shoulders. Pumping his fists with fresh fire, he thanks Hyde Mary and shouts that he's ready to fight. Hyde Mary's wild magical device hums to life as metal clicks, locks, and snaps into place for activation. She snaps into a confident stance, weapon raised, and declares it's finally time to prove to the guild just how powerful she truly is. Wim instantly spots the tweaks to her gear, blown away because she boosted the density 3 times while shrinking it down. He flashes a grin of pure admiration, thinking, yeah, this is exactly the kind of brilliant engineering I'd expect from her. Hidamari kicks off the generation sequence, her eyes blazing with pure excitement as she fires up the spell. Mana starts to gather in the air, sparkling like lightning while the magic finally takes shape. The legendary tortoise Zeratin suddenly stops mid-bite, jerks his massive head up, and spots the danger at last. A crushing silence smothers the battlefield as that colossal monster fixes its deadly stare on the 2 tiny adventurers. Right above them, a massive spear of solid ice erupts into existence with a thunderous crack, then it looms, ready to come crashing down. A colossal projectile hangs over the ruins like a death omen, towering past the shattered pillars and swallowing the adventurers in its shadow. Wim snaps his head up, stunned, realizing that any normal mage would have been totally lost trying to make sense of this magic's massive, jaw-dropping scale. Hidemari laughs like he owns the sky, channeling powers that go way past anything modern magic can even touch. An infographic drops the truth. Sorcerers and priests get stuck with only certain kinds of magic, but sages shatter the rules and do it their own way. The text says Hidamari's sage class is the absolute strongest, because it lets her unleash every single kind of magic that exists. Hidamari leans in and tells Wim, sages can conjure the very building blocks of magic, then they forge brand new spells from nothing. With a dramatic flourish, she publicly confirms Wim Strauss's grant and stamps it with her approval. Wim grins warmly at his friend, taps into the connection, and kicks off the enchantment process. Wim locks in his mana and slams the solid, icy enchantment straight onto the blazing magic circle. The roaring magic circle swells outward and locks into place, stitching itself to the towering ice structure hanging above the ruins. Hidemari jolts in shock. He did buff her at all. He blasted his strengthening magic straight into the spell construct itself. That giant chunk of ice suddenly transforms the moment the enchantment clicks in, locking into place into a deadly weapon with a sharper, scarier shape. Hidemari screams the order to fire as the giant tortoise lumbers straight into deadly range of them. With a thunderous roar, the massive ice spear rockets out and slams into the oncoming monster. The projectile rockets through the sky at blinding speed, slicing the atmosphere like a streak of pure blur. With a brutal crash, a catastrophic explosion detonates on impact, blasting ice shards and debris hurtling everywhere. Camilla and the Nacht Libel crew shriek in total terror as the shockwave rockets straight at them. The impact yanks the giant beast up off the ground and hurls it crashing into the ruin walls, over and over with brutal force. Adventurers threw their hands over their faces and hunkered down as gale-force winds blasted in from the impact. The great tortoise gets completely wiped out, its shell caves in, and its body is skewered through by a brutal wall of enchanted ice spikes. Shaking from the cold, Wim blurts out an apology to keep Mary safe, then panics, fearing he accidentally cranked the magic output way too high. Hidemarie grins and tells him it was flawless, then points out that he just proved his skills to the whole party. With a proud grin, she swivels to the leader and fires off the question to Camilla. What does she think of Wim's absolutely incredible performance? A sharp crack suddenly ricochets from the leader's direction, yanking everyone's eyes straight to her armor. Camilla drops her gaze to the pauldron on her shoulder, expression locked tight as she inspects the fresh damage. Wim catches a crack in her precious armor and instantly panics, sure he's messed up again, just like always. Camilla snaps out a serious warning to Vim Boy, and he jerks in shock, then blurts out a terrified stammer. She shrugs off the damage like it's nothing and snaps at him to power up the shield unit, because a wyvern attack is coming. She spins away from him and demands, right now, that he show off his defensive enchantment in action. Wimbo's nerves crash through him, but he blurts out, I get it, and instantly feels that rush like he finally still matters. Hidemarie stared at the exchange with a smug, cat-like grin, clocking that Camilla was absolutely loving what she'd just seen. Wim tightens his fist with pure determination, thinking he's been handed a second chance, and swears he'll give it everything he's got. Hidemarie lets out a heavy sigh, grumbling that at this point his cluelessness isn't just bad, it's basically an illness. The other party members huddle, stunned that a spear can move so fast it's invisible, while Hidemarie just smiles because he knows they finally get what he's worth. Two battle-scarred veterans lock eyes with the pair, sweat pouring down their faces as the insane power of this brand-new Grand Tour crushes their courage. Hidemarie whips her gaze to her friend with pure suspicion, and Wim panics so hard he blurts that he didn't say a single thing at all. A towering, armored warrior strides to the front with a calm, respectful smile and introduces himself, Abel, the squad leader. Wim just freezes, staring in shock, because this young guy is the same age as him, yet somehow he's already running an entire unit. Abel tilts his head, baffled, as he waits for the frozen recruit to finally answer his greeting. Panic slams into Wim's mind the second he realizes he has zero clue what to say to a complete stranger. As Abel leans in to ask if he's okay, Cam can only spit out a chaotic mess of panicked, incoherent noises. Wim spirals into self-hatred, sure his awkward silence is making the leader think he's absolutely disgusting. A dark, sinking fear of rejection claws into his mind, and he's convinced Abel will turn on him, just like everyone else. To his shock, Abel breaks into a blinding smile and softly tells the jittery mage, hey, breathe, relax. Wim's cheeks burn red, and a warm, fuzzy glow spreads through his chest when kindness hits him in the most unexpected way. Abel brings up defensive buffs, and Wim barely manages a meek little confession that he hasn't learned much about them yet. What? Another party member butts in. Grand Tours are insanely rare in NACT Libel, because that job is so unpopular nobody even wants it. Wim tells everyone his magic runs on consciousness, and it won't fire until the target speaks out loud and fully agrees. It lays out how buffs can crank up your physical stats like strength and speed, or level up your weapons to hit harder and work better. Right when he says the target has to be willing, a hard, stern voice slams in out of nowhere and cuts him off mid-sentence. A huge, battle-scarred man strides up and flat-out admits he hates getting hit with buffs. Wim stops dead, eyes wide in absolute shock, completely blindsided by the instant gut-punch rejection. Mark steps in, says, I'm Mark, then pushes for the details and quickly adds, sorry if I came off too blunt, I didn't mean it that way. Mark breaks it down, buffs don't just change stats, they change how your whole body feels, and then lets you in on the real reason he hates them, a brutal past run-in with a Grand Tour. He remembers the last mage cramming in attributes like it didn't matter, until it yanked control out of his own body mid-fight. Wim shoots back, panicked but sure of himself, insisting he only uses beginner-level buffs, nothing that'll cost him control of his own body. He says he pulls it off with a bunch of simple effects stacked together, but Mark's face just keeps tightening like the pressure's rising. Wim jerks back as the veteran locks eyes with him, radiating pure, terrifying aggression. Mark bares his teeth and snaps that he wants to know, does Wim really think he's an amateur just for asking a single question? Tara floods over Wim the second he convinces himself he actually managed to piss off the scary veteran. Mark quickly clears it up, he's not furious at all, he just wants the details so he can learn. Wim clocks it instantly, Mark's terrifying interrogation isn't some evil plot at all, it's just the smug, over-detailed push of a naked liberal elite. He tells the tank he'll keep every sense sharp with 0 shifts, then Mark fires back, asking if he's 100% sure. Mark leans in with a nasty, aggressive ha, and it instantly slams a fresh wave of panic into the poor mage. A tense silence slams down, and Wim scrambles to make sense of the terrifying sound coming from the veteran. Confusion slams into the shield unit, as they doubt Wim's bold claim that his buff changes absolutely nothing in how it feels. Wim begs for permission to break down how it works, because he swears the real secret of his power is how nothing in your senses gets disrupted. Mark stammered out a hesitant yes, clearly not ready for a lecture, but still choosing to listen. A bright grin explodes across Wim's face when he realizes this is the first time anyone has ever actually asked him to explain himself. He bursts into a fiery lecture, carving the difference between the rusting method and the casting method of application magic. Wim points out that because every adventurer's body and strength are totally different, a one-size-fits-all buff is doomed to miss the mark. He warns that sloppy magical upgrades can snap a user's bones in an instant, and Mark immediately blurts, "Yeah." Mark's jaw drops as he watches the recruits nail everything, then he praises Nact Lebel's ruthless elite standards for turning them into true experts. Wim keeps blasting a rapid-fire academic rant, hurling a storm of wild magical theory that zips straight over everyone's heads. Wim suddenly clocks that he's been rambling, shuts himself down mid-sentence, and flashes a sheepish grin like, "Sorry, my bad." Mark waves off the apology, but he's clearly stunned, like his brain can't process how much information just hit him. Wim tells them he stacks 7 defense enchantments and 25 sensory enchantments into one perfectly balanced spell. Mark threw his hands up to the sky and screamed for him to stop, drowning in the sheer overload of technical details. The whole squad freezes in stunned silence, all eyes locked on that tiny mage who just casually dropped a thesis on them. Wim recoils in terror, sure his way too over-the-top explanation has ruined everything again. Mark finally steadies himself, then blurts in disbelief, asking if Wim is really saying he can crank out dozens of enhancements all at once. Wim humbly admits he's got to shred the magic apart and reapply it perfectly, because his mana reserves are painfully low. Mark leans in close and checks one last time, making sure his senses will stay exactly the same, just like always. Wim gives a solid nod, saying the only thing Mark will notice is this: his body is firing on all cylinders like never before. With his eyes shut tight, Mark slaps a hand to his chest and solemnly vows, "Gran approved." The rest of the squad stares at him, stunned, and they demand to know if he's really ready to trust this newcomer for real. Mark grins ear to ear and claims Wim's massive knowledge is all the proof he needs that he's fully qualified. Wim gapes in stunned awe, his chest swelling as the truth hits. Someone finally believes in him. Tears stung the corners of his eyes as he swore he'd give it everything he had to repay that trust. A blazing, complex magic circle blooms around Mark's torso as Wim slams the spell into action. The veteran tank gapes in shock, eyes flaring as the enchantment's magic finally locks onto his body. Mark digs his fingers into his chin, humming under his breath while he studies every tiny shift in his body. Mark and Abel face off across the stone training hall, firing up to see what this new enhancement magic can really do. Mark suddenly surges forward and slams a heavy punch into Abel's shield, testing just how strong his new power really is. Two warriors slam into each other with pure, earth-shaking intensity, surging in and out like lightning, fast and smooth, despite those massive, heavy armors. Wim stands on the sidelines, trembling, wringing his hands as he nervously blurts out, "So, how does magic feel?" Mark whips his serious gaze to him and says it straight. There's nothing to explain, not a single word needed. He's awestruck as he admits his body moves even better than it ever did in his physical prime. Abel nods with wild excitement, staring like he can't believe it. Her body feels so featherlight it almost has to be a prank. Wim clutches his chest, relief crashing through him as he lets out a shaky sigh. Thank God he didn't hurt them by accident. The other shield knights surged in on the Grand Tour at once, barking for him to speed up and power them up too. Wim flashes a blazing, real smile and joyfully steps in to beef up the rest of the squad. The story slams you onto the dungeon floor, an endless pillar-studded maze where the main force gathers in full force. Wim's hands started to shake out of nowhere. His senses got slammed by a huge, hostile presence lurking nearby. Why, he mutters that the enemy is here, and his instincts scream that something major just showed up. A teammate clocks his trembling hands and asks if he's all right, but Wim snaps back that something massive is about to show up. Camilla snaps to the threat in an instant and screams, "All hands, get ready," like battle's seconds away. Wim clamps down harder on his collar, and a steely look of pure determination locks onto his face. A nightmare of a winged demon drops out of the darkness above, its skull head packed with multiple glowing eyes. That creature's cluster of eyes spasms wildly as it rips out a guttural, bone-chilling growl, like it's ready to tear into someone any second. It hangs in the dungeon's high archway, shrieking as it dives straight for the adventurers, yet they refuse to break. Energy surges and swirls in the monster's maw as it draws back, ready to blast a devastating breath attack. The shield unit surged forward in a tight, unbreakable wall, roaring a war cry as they braced for the impact. The demon spits out a gigantic orb of magical fire, and it rockets straight at the defensive line. A roaring fireball crashes into the magic-reinforced shields, instantly swallowing the vanguard in a blinding flash. To everyone's shock, the attack doesn't just get blocked, it gets violently ripped away and smashed right back into the caster. The demon screams in pure agony as its own fireball rockets back, blasts it out of the air, and smashes it hard into the ground. The crowd erupts in shock. People are screaming that the shield unit just pulled off a jaw-dropping high-level reflection move. Behind his shield, Mark freezes in stunned silence, eyes fixed forward as sweat blasts down his face. He whips around to his squadmates, voice shaking as he demands to know, "Did you really just pull off a reflection?" The other knights burst out, saying this was their very first time, so stunned they started whispering, "Is this really a miracle?" Mark locks eyes with the horizon, twisted grin blazing, and refuses to accept that something as simple as a buff could pull off a feat that huge. Camilla screams the order to open fire, pushing the long-range units to unleash their strike right now. Arrows and roaring magic spells crash down on the wyvern in a blinding storm of raw, brutal destruction. A mage erupts into the Jupiter Spear incantation, hurling a thunderous lightning bolt that smashes straight into the beast. As the smoke finally thins, Guji steps out, totally untouched, then throws a mocking growl like it's laughing at everyone. Camilla stared at the failure with ice-cold precision, and the worst part hit her, none of their attacks even left a scratch. She spots that one-of-a-kind gleam in its eyes, and realizes a slick anti-magic coating is shielding its scales. The leader snaps to the truth. This isn't just a wyvern, it's a one-of-a-kind subspecies that laughs at standard magic. Wim just stares, silent and shaking, because he can't figure out how to fight something that refuses to break. Camilla shoots her hand up and barks at the whole party to back off, clear the area right now. With a cocky smirk, she announces, "It's finally my turn to take the stage." Her cape whips through the air as she steps forward, and a crushing wave of power rolls off her like thunder. Hyde Mary flashes a grin at Camilla and declares that she's handing the rest of the battle to her capable hands. Camilla's thoughts snap back to that insane reflection maneuver the shield unit pulled off earlier, and she can't stop replaying it. She can't believe it, 5 totally different people just nailed that brutal skill in perfect sync, like they were one. She can't stop herself once she sees Wim's magic still has untapped power. Pure curiosity detonates in her chest. She can't stop wondering what kind of monster she'd turn into if that same buff hit her body instead. The mystery of what's ahead sparks a grin on her face as she pictures shattering her own physical limits. She whips around, snarls "Vim boy," and blasts the rookie to attention right now. Wim darts over, nerves sparking, and asks if she wants him to buff up before the fight. Camilla demands he unleash every single offensive buff he's got in his entire arsenal. WIM crunches the risk numbers and tells you the threefold bump is the absolute safest ceiling. Camilla squints at him, fires back that he's playing it safe, and dares him to push even further. Win spirals with panic, terrified that pushing her power any higher will shatter her body for good. Not listening to the warning, Camilla thrusts her hands up and snarls for a power boost, 10 times stronger. Wim's mind is screaming in pure confusion, because she can't wrap her head around the insanity of what she's being asked to do. He tries to warn her that this kind of power-up is pure suicide, but she slams her ears shut and refuses to hear a single word. Sweat drenches his face as the leader's dead serious about this reckless demand finally hits him. He quietly concedes it's theoretically possible, then basically locks his fate with his own words. With a sadistic grin, Haidamari lines in and says she can't wait to see the results. Wim trembles in front of the leader, trapped and forced to unleash the deadliest buff of his life. Wim snaps his hand up, and with laser-focused intensity, his magic ignites, glowing bright as he kicks off the spell sequence like a starter pistol. A glowing digital grid snaps over Camilla's silhouette as the spell, *canalize*, blitz scans her whole physical form in a single instant. Wim stares at her biology, stunned, wondering if she's even human as her freakishly strong muscles and bone density leave him speechless. His thoughts sprint through numbers, snapping into place every fulcrum and center of gravity so his magical boost hits at maximum power. He locks in the strategy for maximum efficiency with the least risk, casting and bowing down the line, drilling even the tiniest parts of her body. The enchant spell slams into Camilla, and her eyes blow wide as an ocean of power rips through her veins. A cocky smirk snaps onto her face as raw, overwhelming power surges through her enhanced body. She rips her massive blade free, faces the beast head-on, and screams the name of her weapon, ***, the Great Executioner, ***. Camilla stands rock-steady amid the wreckage and choking dust, staring straight at the terrifying wyvern with zero fear. She explodes forward in a blur of speed, sprinting straight at the airborne monster, her blade poised to smash it with one brutal hit. Her eyes lock in and she fires off her signature multiplication skill, turning one attack into a brutal amplified wave. A colossal wave of pure energy blasts out of her sword, carving the sky apart as it tears through the air like a thunderous strike. The whole pack of adventurers just froze in their tracks, staring wide-eyed at the wild spectacle erupting in front of them. They hush in pure awe as the legendary Great Executioner, sword, finally shows up in the flesh, and they witness its true power for the very first time. Seasoned veterans stared in disbelief, because they'd never once seen her multiplication skill grow that huge. Camilla taunts the colossal wyvern, sneering that it's just a little bird, while she braces to unleash the final judgment. The crowd goes silent, clutching their breath, because they can't even wrap their minds around the chaos she's about to unleash. With a thunderous roar, her blade slammed into the beast's skull, and the whole dungeon shuddered from the impact. Wim and the shield units froze in shock, jaws dropping to the floor after that one brutal hit that wiped everything out in a single blow. Camilla shuts her eyes and lets out a deep breath, her face glowing with exhilaration as she soaks up the sweet afterglow of the fight. She lets out a breathless laugh, riding the rush of that upgraded combat straight into pure, electric euphoria. The moment the silence shatters, the whole party explodes into cheers, hoisting their weapons high to toast their leader's hard-won victory. Wim lunges forward in full panic, frantically demanding, "Do you feel any pain, any wrongness in your body?" Camilla glances down at the worried boy, her face softening the moment she realizes what he's afraid for. She shoots over, grabs his hands, and beams, saying his build is insane and that her body feels completely fine. Wim let out a huge sigh of relief and blurted, "I was terrified, there was a 5% chance of side effects." Camilla tilted her head, confused, and asked how a tiny 5% risk was really the thing he was stressing over so hard. She just stares at him and he keeps going, saying that in the worst case, that buff could have torn her muscle. Wim swears those muscle tears hurt like hell, but Camilla stares at him like he's treating a paper cut as a punchline. He keeps pressing her about bodily discord, totally oblivious to the fact that she brushes those injuries off like nothing. Camilla snaps her head back and erupts in loud, unstoppable laughter at how ridiculous he is. She leans down toward the baffled recruit, flashes that huge grin, and decides on the spot that Wim Strauss is absolutely fascinating. Her mind rips through his resume and instantly clocks it. His labyrinth-level know-how, his search skills, and even his Grand Tour abilities are top tier. She locks eyes on him like a predator, telling herself she doesn't care about his past, because all she wants is naked leverage. Wim gapes in pure confusion while she keeps cackling like a madwoman, and he can't figure out why she's losing it like this. He starts sweating like crazy, panicking whether his buff is messing with her brain after all. Beneath a cold, pale moon, the naked Labelle party house rises like a spotlight for tonight's wild, loud celebration. Frothy mugs slam together with a thunderous roar as the guild cheers a bright toast to kick the festivities off. The guildmaster bursts in with the news. The labyrinth dive crushed it, massive map progress and a fresh gold vein uncovered, so everyone dives in and stuffs their faces. The hall explodes in a whirlwind of messy cheers and wild, joyful yelling. Monica the mage beams like a sunrise, fires up Wim with her praise, and declares his performance absolutely amazing. She leans in, eager to pin down the exact enchantment on Marie's spear, like there's no way you could pull that off without serious, hardcore skill. Wim turns bashful and admits he once dreamed of becoming a mage, so he pounced on that knowledge first before pushing it even farther. Monica bursts into hearty laughter, realizing that the real brains behind his technique are way more complicated than he lets on. Wim crawls into his own mind, panicked to the core about how to talk to someone he barely knows, spiraling over what he's supposed to do next. A sudden voice yells Vimson from under the table, snapping him out of his spiral like a jolt of electricity. Bettina suddenly pops in to introduce herself, claiming she's part of the search and rescue unit. Then she drags her leader, Simon, right along with her. Vim's whole body freezes when he realizes he's standing face to face with Simon San, the legendary commander of the search and rescue unit. Blown away, Wim stammers that he's read every single one of Simon's books and articles. Simon starts firing off excited ideas about a trap he's building, but Bettina snaps at him mid-sentence and shuts him down at the banquet for blabbing about studies. A huge, loud-mouthed man barges in mid-scolding, cackles at the top of his lungs, and tells everyone to stop listening and just go grab a drink instead. Bettina snaps her irritation at Mark-san, calling him out for always going way too far with the drinks. Mark shrugs it off with a laugh and shoves a drink toward the tiny masked figure, but the poor thing looks like it's about to bolt out of its skin. Bettina totally brushes aside the antique talk and snaps the conversation back to the point, calling out to Vim again. Simon leaned in and praised Vim's reflection enhancement, shocked it even worked, then asked if Vim was really trying to get that exact result. Vim quickly shuts down the praise, saying he only lent a hand, and that the party's skill is what truly earned the win. Simon bursts into laughter, slaps Vim on the shoulder, and declares with absolute confidence that this kid is destined for big things. Vim just freezes there, cheeks burning, completely stunned that his hero is praising him this hard, no clue what to do with it. Another member steps in, drenched in remorse for his screw-up earlier that morning, and then praises the upgrade like it's saving the day. He finally admits he's been messing up too, and he pushes to make things right for what he did before. Vim lets out a nervous laugh, but deep down he's spiraling, certain his awkwardness is wrecking the whole good mood for everyone. The room drops into a tense hush as everyone stares at Vim, and he bursts out an awkward laugh just to break the silence. Vim's head is a panic storm. He's begging for an off switch, praying he can vanish or end it just to outrun the crushing social pressure. The guy says Hidemaro-san told him straight up, Vim has his very own, one-of-a-kind world. Mark suddenly clamps Vim in a headlock, smiling wide as he taunts the kid, so you feel like joining Nactable. Vim gets slammed with how kind they are, but he can't hold it together. He stutters over whether he really belongs in a crew like that. He brushes off the compliments as just flattery, but the whole table is genuinely cheering him like it's the real deal. A voice rumbles that this guild is the one place where Vim can finally spread his wings and soar for real. Vim keeps his eyes on them, and the shock hits. Through all this chaos, they somehow move with pure elegance. He starts to ache with longing, wondering if this is finally the place he was meant to call home. Hidemarie chomps on a carrot at full volume, and with her mouth still stuffed, she casually tells Vim thanks for the hard work. She chomps loudly with a deadpan stare, then mumbles her thanks in that quirky, disaffected way, like she's not even trying. Everyone else watches her with amused smiles, noticing she's back at it again, because she's eating today too as she finally slides into her seat. She snaps that there's no meat left, and they tell her it's mostly gone, exactly proving what she was furious about. She teases Vim, gushing that he's got everyone swooning, and even when he tries to brush it off, he shoots back, "Stop it, cut it out." Vim shrugs and says he was just doing support while everyone else is killing it, and she presses, "So why is that enough to calm you down?" A teammate teases Vim for being oblivious, pointing out that Camilla was totally watching him, while Vim just sighs, knowing he's dense again. Between mouthfuls, she swears up and down that the guildmaster is totally, completely obsessed with him. Vim demands where Camilla is, and the answer hits hard. She's probably in the office, stuck handling the wreckage from that dive. Vim realizes this is his moment to talk to her, thanks Hidemarie, and storms off to hunt down the office. In her office, Camilla sits alone at her desk, furiously typing away on an old typewriter. She stops mid-task, checks her numbers, and worries she might not get all that paperwork done before today ends. She leaned back and let out a satisfied breath, soaking in the day's winds, because the labyrinth dive nailed it, and Vim absolutely crushed it. She knows, deep down, that his contributions supercharged the team and boosted their power in a big way. It felt so natural it was like her body upgraded itself, like wings just burst onto her back. She can't believe it, she just pulled off a performance way beyond her usual limits, stepping into that sweet spot where she feels perfectly in control, like she's finally in her prime. A shaky breath bursts from her lips as she clings to the vivid memory of that crushing, unforgettable rush. She can't stop thinking, what if remembering that enhancement so vividly could power the team to new heights, or even turn it into the perfect training plan? With his help, she feels it, like she's seconds away from smashing straight through the ceiling she's been hitting. A sudden knock on the door rips her away from her thoughts. Vim strides out of the hallway and Camilla wastes no time. She yanks him inside. Vim bursts in, totally baffled to see herself still decked out in her armor, and blurts, "Wait, what's happening?" Ignoring the awkward tension, Vim shoots over a stack of documents with hands that won't stop shaking. He tells them this is his official guild report for the whole expedition. Camilla stares at the pile, brow furrowed, and asks him what the report is even about. Vim figures that once they've struck a gold vein and brought outsiders in, he has to step up and file a report himself. Camilla buys into his logic, thanks him with real sincerity, and suddenly sees exactly how useful his documentation is. As she reads, it clicks. His report plus her smashes all her problems at once, and she's still reeling at just how much work there is. Relief hits her like a wave. She finally sees it. She can actually power through and finish her work today. She remembers him casually mentioning he used to swing by doing odd jobs for the Dragon's Wing Guild. Vim quietly admits he took care of everything he could, except the big battles, while also juggling the accounting. Camilla freezes in stunned silence, trying to process the fact that he pulled off everything. She suddenly misreads the documents and assumes he cooked them up as leverage to squeeze out a bigger salary. She's convinced he hauled the report home to prove he's got what it takes and make sure he earns his way into NAC label on the best possible terms. She studies him for a second and realizes his insecurity was just a mask, and he's been plotting this move from the very start. Refusing to be played, she steels her resolve and decides, no matter what, to pull him into her world. Vim stood there totally baffled and called out her name in a shaky, tentative voice, praying it would pull her attention back. Camilla slams right into the point and offers him a salary of 500 milk, no warning, no hesitation. Vim's eyes snap wide with total confusion, and he blurts out a shocked, bewildered ha. She snaps back on her own deal, slamming on an extra 2,000 if he joins, then makes it crystal clear. Once he's in, he can't back out of the gold deposits. Vim is still completely lost, and she blurts out straight to her, "Wait, what are you talking about?" Camilla takes one look at his confusion and decides he's playing it cool, trying to bluff his way out of sight while hunting for the absolute top price. She clenches her teeth, realizing she won't let anyone steal them from her, not even if he's a total joke of a man. She slaps down an insane offer, a 700 reward plus a special joining allowance of 3,000. She sweetens the offer with a fixed salary of 600 milk each month, just like the top-tier members, then stacks on performance allowances too. Staring him down, she demands to know what he thinks about the proposal, his final thoughts right now. Camilla hears his silence and assumes it's pure greed, so she pushes, asking if he needs even more, while Vim can't shake the feeling this whole negotiation is just a cruel setup. Clinging to her resolve, she promises to double his last wage and demands he tell her, down to the exact number, how much he was paid at Dragon's Wing. Vim stammered, scrambling to clear up her wild assumption that he was anywhere near making anything close to 200. Camilla takes his hesitation as a challenge and slams her offer up to a jaw-dropping 2,000. Vim's flustered, shaking so hard he can barely breathe, but he finally blurts out the real truth. His monthly salary is 20 merc. Camilla goes stone still, her perfect composure shatters, and she blurts, "What?" stunned by that ridiculously low number. Vin drops his gaze in shame and quietly double-checks it once more. Yep, his monthly salary is still only 20 merc. Camilla's face twists in disbelief as she spits that the price is laughably low, below what a rookie general store clerk would make, and miles beneath what an adventurer risks when they bet their life on every mission. She locks eyes on his crushed, dejected face, and horror hits her as she realizes he's dead serious about those slave-level wages. Vim keeps it humble, muttering that she doesn't need to push herself just to chase a high reward, because he'd be thrilled with whatever she hands him. He tries to slip away with a quick excuse, but Camilla suddenly cuts in, screaming at him to wait and hold on for just a moment. She hammers him with another look, stunned that the world could price his monster-level strength at just 20 merc. As he storms out, she mutters under her breath, stunned, why did they treat him like that, and why on earth did they fire him? Vim flat out admits he has no clue why, and Camilla is left standing there, drowning in pure confusion. Down in the dungeon's dark throat, the Dragon's Wing party gets slammed with a brutal truth about who they really are. They're fighting for every breath on the 35th floor of that endless labyrinth. Monstrous shadows chase them as they bolt through the dark corridor, and their heavy breaths slam through the silence. A pack of goblins lunges forward, shrieking wildly as they slam in on the fleeing adventurers. The leader clenches his jaw, convinced that the moment Vim was gone, their days as adventurers would finally turn into an easy, comfortable ride. He figured that with this new fighter in the mix, their formation would finally lock in, and their wounds would heal up fast. Delusion takes over as he swears the grind is just how it's meant to be, and right before they snag their A-rank promotion, he's convinced he'll breeze straight into the deep labyrinth. Reality slams him in the face as he yells at Nicola to heal them, right now, only to realize her healing power is dangerously low. He whips his panic to Melis and demands, "Is your Doppelani spell ready yet?" His eyes blow wide with terror when he realizes the chanting still isn't done, so he screams, "Why?" straight at his mage. Melis finally snaps, unleashing a flame veil that springs up between them and the monsters like a burning wall. The leader snaps an order, "Follow him now, get out," while the flames pin the enemy in place. The battered party drags itself up the dungeon stairs, utterly spent, with their morale shattered to the core. The leader snaps at Nicole again, barking at her like, "Why aren't you done treating our wounds yet?" Nicola gives a shaky apology, clutches her staff to steady herself, and admits she's not feeling well at all. The leader glares at her with pure disdain as she nervously apologizes, and his frustration keeps spiking higher and higher. He plastered on a fake grin, thanked her, and urged everyone to hit pause and calm down for a second. He pushes himself and the whole team to believe that if Nicola comes back strong, they'll claw their way out of this disaster and hit back harder than ever. Desperate to rescue everything, he digs in and swears they can still pull this off, even if they're in absolute shambles. He decides they've got to check where they are right now, so he asks for a landmark to help them plot a way out from the goblins. He whips around to Mellie's for answers, but she stares back with blank, frightened eyes that say she's terrified. Mellie's dammers, totally clueless, ask what landmark he even meant, and he just left him standing there, useless and lost. He blurts out to the rest of the group, panicking, "Does anyone know where we are?" But Sophia shoots back an apology, she doesn't have a clue. He whips his head toward the tank, praying it'll save him, only to be met with nothing but cold silence. It hits them all at once, without their old support, they're totally lost and drifting with no direction at all. They stop cold, eyes wide and empty, staring straight at a solid wall like it just appeared out of nowhere. The party freezes in a dead-end alley as the goblin horde's screeching stampede closes in from right behind them. The leader's face contorts with raw horror when he finally realizes, somehow, they've dragged themselves straight into a death trap. Only when it's too late does he realize they dragged their enemies right into the one place they were never meant to touch. A calm, vine-wrapped house basks in the sunlight, and right there, like a safe little stage, it becomes the hideout for the dragon's wing party. Inside, a member brings over water for her bedridden comrade, but she snaps it down, then answers that she'd rather eat. Sophia slid onto the edge of the bedside and worriedly asked Nicola if he was okay. Nicola forces a shaky smile, tells her friend, "I'm okay," and slips in a quiet, heartfelt thanks. The door blasts open, making Mellie's jump so hard she chokes out a gasp as Kronos strides into the room. Kronos strides in with a tiny plate in hand, his face set in stone as he closes in on the bed. He tells Nicola that Sophia peeled some apples for her, then hands the fruit over like a sweet little act of care. Amid the party's chaos, he softly slips her a slice, and for a rare second, real tenderness cuts through everything. Kronos tells them to slow down, catch their breath, and keep everyone's spirits up. He admits to himself that those floor boss injuries still won't heal, and he never in a million years thought the 35th floor would kick his ass this hard. Mellie storms in and fiercely defends him, swearing Kronos isn't the villain, then she takes the blame for the whole misjudgment straight onto her own shoulders. The group gets hit right in the chest by the moment, and as they open up, tears spill and their hearts lay bare. They lock into a tight group hug, squeezing out their fears, and vow to keep pushing no matter what. They huddle up and promise to grind harder again, swearing this fresh failure won't define them. Later in the living room, the air feels suffocating as the story looks back on their disastrous plunge into the labyrinth. A flashback spills the truth. Turns out their strategy was just crude brute force, wrecked by sloppy teamwork and clumsy map handling. Rage and chaos crash in all at once, and when the battle swallows them, they smash out a flashbang just to stay alive. They wail for Sophia's help, then scrabble through the dungeon in a panic, desperate to escape before it's too late. Back in the present, they squeeze out a breath of relief, clinging to the low bar that they weren't wiped out, and somehow made it back alive. Doubt slithers in the moment. They realize it's almost impossible to believe the same burn crew that crushed a floor boss could really be them. The elf girl glares at the table, and you can see her suspicion tighten, like something about their whole situation is horribly off. She glances at the chaos on her desk, papers stacked everywhere, and flashes back to Kronos, demand to sort the tasks dumped there by that useless predecessor. She still remembers him snapping that the guy running things before was useless, then turning to her and demanding she clean up the disaster. She promised to shoulder the burden, but the second she scans those documents, her face twists with sudden shock. She's totally stunned, like the party house repair plans are all laid out in full detail, the reports are stacked and thorough, and the receipts are so perfectly organized they look almost unreal. She digs up the supply delivery plans, and the paperwork is so insanely detailed, it feels like someone wrote a whole thesis just for this mission. She digs up a map of every known level, packed with monster descriptions, and it instantly shatters that useless claim because it's all a lie. Horror hits her. She realizes the predecessor had to be pulling off all that insane work by herself. She doubts the story that the predecessor never helped, and her thoughts snap straight to Vim. Rage surges through her when she finally snaps the truth into place, and she can't stop wondering what Kronos, their leader, has really been up to this whole time. A flashback rips the curtain back on Vim's training. Kronos charges in and slams him with a real sword. Chrono lands a brutal hit, and Vim gets blasted backward with a sharp, pained cry, because this training is starting to look less like practice and more like straight-up abuse. Chrono looms over the beaten boy, glaring down with icy contempt, while Vim curls on the floor, writhing in pain. He sneers that Vin can't even handle the job as a real training partner, and Vin meekly nods along, ready to obey. A healer coldly flings a healing staff at Vim and snaps that she's not doing it for him, she's just slapping a fix on him to get him patched up. She snarls that he needs to be useful to Kronos already, piling verbal cruelty onto the physical pain crushing him. Vim blurts out a desperate apology, totally shattered inside as he shrinks back and cowers in front of them. She crosses her arms, barks for him to get up the moment he's feeling better, and gives him zero empathy. Kronos looms over him, squeezing the truth out of him. No one else will hire him, and he's nothing but a replaceable cog. He roars that Vim had better be useful, or he'll be out the door, locking in the same vicious cycle of abuse that marked every second Vim worked under him. Kronos' screaming voice snaps through his head again, replaying the nightmare of his dismissal as he's told to get out and officially fired. He jolts upright as the suffocating shadow of that memory crumbles away, and his brand new world snaps into view. Up on the rooftop, Mary leans in with a telescope, watching him toss and turn, and she can't help but feel crushed for him as the nightmares about Dragon's Wing keep haunting him. Vim slid into the guest house as a temporary member, locked under a rule that bars adventurers from officially joining a brand new party for 3 long months. Mary stares at him with obsessive glee, practically vibrating, because having him close makes it so much easier for her to keep tabs on him. She looks back on how reckless she used to be, like sneaking into the Dragon's Wing base, and feels this huge wave of relief knowing she'll never have to pull that kind of stunt again. Now she can keep tabs on him for real, unleashing her whole magical toolkit, using signaling crests and eavesdropping stones to listen in. She giggles under the moonlight, savoring every single move he makes like it's a secret only she gets to witness. She tirelessly updates volume 105 of her VIMS diary, laying out every terrifying detail of his life like nothing could ever hide. Vim wakes up before the sun even dares to rise, and his day kicks off in the dead of early morning. He kicks off his day with a pounding sprint across the guild grounds, shaking out every ounce of stiffness before the real grind hits. At the Naklival restaurant, breakfast hits simple yet seriously delicious. Boiled sausages, flaky potatoes, and bacon so perfectly seasoned it practically melts in your mouth. He spends his afternoon in total peace, diving into magic practice, nerding out on his hobbies, and digging deep into monster biology like it's his favorite mystery. After getting crushed under endless duties at Dragon's Wing, he finally bursts free, and now he can carve out real time for himself. Mary sneaks into his room, crouches by his bed to watch him nap, and can't stop cooing at his cute sleeping face while she scribbles notes. She plugs in his biostats and writes down that he's 129, 260 pounds, then clocks the change as a razor-thin plus 0.21 from yesterday. Later, she sets up a random run-in in the hallway, then greets him like she's shocked it's really him, total act, but it fools him. She skips off with a grin, still buzzing from that quick moment, and wonders how many years have passed since she could finally get this close to him. She suddenly spots something off. Vim's acting way outside his usual routine, and her instincts kick in fast. She spots that he's slipped into the courtyard, and now she's freaking out, wondering if someone lured him out there. Suspicion hits hard, so she instantly slaps her eavesdropping stone to her ear and listens in on everything going on. Her face drains of color as the stone cracks into the sound of a woman's voice, apologizing for the early hour. In the courtyard, Vim faces off against Camilla on a massive training grid. Camilla stands in her armor, grips a wooden sword, and declares, "All right, let's start our session." Mary leans over the roof edge, heart thumping, and then lets out a breath of relief. It's only Camilla training, not some secret romantic meeting. Camilla slams her magic into motion, activating Enchanted and wrapping herself in a blazing, protective aura to kick off the exercise. Mary squints through her telescope, and as she watches, she clocks that Camilla's trying to drill a training method built around Vim's specific enchantment style. You charge in at full speed so your body soaks up the motions, then you hit it with a weaker version of the enchantment. Your aim is to make that lightning-fast movement feel natural, and only after it clicks, you unleash the spell to seal the muscle memory in place. Mary keeps her eyes locked on him, realizing this is the real deal, pushing the body one step at a time until it finally breaks past its old limits. Camilla whips her sword through the air at blinding speed, her eyes razor-focused as she drives the drill to perfection. With one ruthless strike, she blasts a roaring shockwave, cutting through the air like a weapon made of pure terror. Hidemari trembles with nerves as she finally realizes Camilla effortlessly kept pace with the motion in just 1 hour. Then she blurts out, "You're a monster." Vim stares at the display, frozen for a second, debating whether to step in and call out her form. He calls out how her arm swings a bit too wildly, then tells her to tweak the joint friction so her movement hits that perfect, smooth groove. He suggests a reverse enhancement, one that clamps down on movement instead of supercharging it, and they both nod, ready to try it. Camilla fires off a brutal strike with the new adjustment, her blade carving through the air with sharper precision and more crushing force. Vim stared as the dust finally settled, then leaned over and fired a question at his guild master. What did she think of the new modification? Blindsided by pure emotion and hard-earned victory, Camilla yanks Vim in and crushes him in a tight, heart-stopping hug. Hidemari peers through her telescope, spots the embrace, and lets out a silent scream of pure, stomach-dropping horror at how close they get. Camilla goes wild for Vim, screaming excellent and brilliant as she claps and beams, while Mary hangs back at a distance, watching in silence. Hidemari tries to quiet her nerves, but jealousy snaps back. She starts interrogating Camilla like, "What do you think you're doing with your Vim?" She tries to talk herself into it, just feelings, nothing more, but the moment the hug lands, she snaps and screams no, like her whole body is fighting the intimacy. Camilla crushes Vim in a warm, tight hug with a bright smile, and Hidemari watches it all with a defeated slump, calling the whole moment a miserable -10. Camilla seizes the instant and tells Vim she'll pay him, so Abel and Vim can do morning exercises together every single day. In the afternoon, Mark dives into the recruitment offensive, then sweeps up the whole crew by inviting them out for a drink, anything to keep him locked in with the guild members. Hidemari peers out her window and clocks the master plan. Camilla's luring Vim into a tight web of personal connections, locking him down before he can ever officially join. As night creeps over the city, the clock tower looms high, slicing through the dark sky. Hidemari slumps alone at her desk, scribbling notes while she watches Vim disappear to grab drinks with the guys. She crosses her arms, huffs like she's offended, and swears she's got enough common sense to respect Vim's privacy, no stalking him 24/7. The moment she lets her mind wander, it turns on her. She starts picturing the local guys and every tempting promise lurking in the nightlife. In the tavern, Vice Commander Hans lifts a frothy mug high and booms a cheerful toast, warmly inviting Vim to join the party. The tavern is buzzing nonstop, waitresses in daring outfits glide through the crowd, and every man's grin stretches wide as they soak up the wild, lively atmosphere. Mary peeks at them from the wall nearby, grinding her teeth as fury boils, because she realizes it's that asterisk kind of shop. She wedges her eavesdropping stone to her ear, fighting through the crowd's roar and seethes because Vim keeps stealing glances at the girls. At the table, Hans casually drops this bombshell. He heard Vim comes from the same city as Hidemari. Vim confirms the link and straight up admits he's from Ryer Eifelde, then adds that it's way far from here. One of the members snaps that Vim has been craving the adventure life for ages. Vim nods and tells them, "When I was little, I devoured stories of heroes, and I used to dream about standing right here." Hans remembers Monica saying it plain. Vim had his heart set on becoming a mage. He clocks it instantly. Vim clearly leans toward the fairy tale magician, not the usual hero you'd expect from an epic saga. Vim nods hard, grinning as he scrambles to remember that one story where the guy transforms into a princess. He snaps his fingers as the title clicks in his head, Cinderella all along, and he's 100% sure of it. Guild members freeze in pure shock, whispering like, "Wait, the awkward kid is actually having a normal conversation." The moment the table hits, everyone erupts into laughter and warm cheer, trading drinks and ripping through shared stories as the whole group clicks. Hidemari leans by the window, watches the sweet moment with a tender smile, and murmurs for him to go on, go enjoy himself. She gently snaps him out of it, "Don't chug too much, don't sleep in too late," and when the anger fades, it's replaced by this calm, warm affection. Soon Vim storms out of the tavern, and right then, a crew of men hiding in a stone archway suddenly stops him dead in his tracks. They steer him straight into the singles section, brushing off his confused questions like they're nothing. Vim points out that Mark's married, and the big guy shrugs it off with a lazy wave like it's nothing. One of the men freezes mid-step, like he's worried they're about to drag Vim into the wrong conversation. They corner him about Hidemari. Are they lovers, or is there something way darker brewing between them? Vim goes betrayed and panics, flailing his hands like crazy, as he swears up and down they're absolutely just friends. Mary lurks in the shadows, and when she hears him unleash that fierce denial, her heart drops straight through her chest. Vim admits that Mary's kindness isn't random. She treats him gently because she feels responsible for his safety and well-being. The men gawk past Vim, their eyes wide with pure terror as their faces drain of every last drop of color. They're frozen solid, staring in horror as a menacing figure climbs up behind the clueless boy. Mary flashes a fake smile, braces herself, and blurts, "Hey, wow, what a coincidence." Vim fires a question at her and she blurts out a shaky excuse, claiming she's just there for a girls' night out nearby. She snaps around and orders Vim to launch her forward, while the terrified men grin nervously as they shove him toward her just to save their own skins. As they move, Marie keeps replaying that intense talk, how she has to figure out what to do when Vim finally joins their guild. She nods along and right there in her own head, she admits it. Too much has happened in just one single day. Vin walks beside her and when he confesses, the words hit hard. He's never felt warmth like this before, not even back when he was in Dragon's Wing. He blushes and tells her that it felt like he'd finally stepped into a real circle of friends for the first time in his life. Mary flashes a soft smile, praises him for a job well done, and tells him he earned every bit of tonight's happiness. Vim blinks at the praise like it makes no sense, shoots back, "What are you talking about?" and keeps walking down the quiet street. Mary locks her thoughts away, convinced she's finally turned into the bright influence he's been needing. In Naklabel's lavish office, an investigator stands frozen in front of the guild master, instantly pulling every eye to him. The man slams his name down, Dominic, and announces he's a stone-faced agent from the Adventurers Guild Investigation Unit. Camilla glares at him from behind her desk, suspicious as ever, and demands to know, right now, what business he has in her sanctuary. Dominic leans in and admits they need her help. His unit has been running a secret investigation, and they want her in. Camilla leans in, eyes narrowed tight, and pushes him to spell out exactly what's going on. Dominic throws out the name Vim Strauss, calling him a former member of the famous Dragon's Wing party. Camilla takes the name in stride, cool as ice, and shuts the moment down with a clipped, no-nonsense reply. She flashes a knowing smile out of nowhere, chuckles, and basically tells the investigator not to be silly. Dominic insists her shock makes total sense, but he won't budge on what he truly believes about that boy. Camilla insists head-on that it's just logically impossible for Vim to have taken down a floormaster all by himself on the 97th floor. Dominic snaps back that the only proof they found on the boss was a cut straight from Vim's machete, blowing a hole in Chrono's whole story. He insists the VIMS report has 0 holes, even though they still can't launch a proper open investigation. Camilla snaps to attention, realizes they're not just running, they're hunting the labyrinth's secrets, and slams the truth. Only physical evidence counts. Dominic admits he can't shut the rumors down, but he spills the truth. Someone has been using them as a weapon to stall Dragon's Wing's promotion to A rank. He snorts at how 3 people who couldn't even land a scratch on the boss are suddenly being crowned as heroes in Fielbron. He finally admits he's the only one pushing the theory of a one-man defeat, and yeah, he knows how impossible it sounds. Camilla scans the reports and admits they're flawless, then she hits that one tiny detail that just won't let her go. She calls out how Vim purposely erased his own achievements from the records, all to stay unnoticed. She sizes up his down-to-earth vibe and fully buys the idea that this man would keep his real power buried. Seeing how hard the investigator is working, she finally gives in and agrees to cooperate with their assessment of her new member. She decides she's done delegating. She'll test Vim's combat chops herself because she needs to confirm what he's truly capable of. Deep in the crumbling ruins, Vim slams the brakes on the party and locks in on a pitfall trap, 50 meters off to the left. Camilla instantly ignites his warning, barking orders for the whole group to change course. No hesitation, no second thoughts. Vim moves in silence, replaying the few months he's spent with Naklabel, and can't stop wondering if he's really saying the right things. He locks in on his placement, explaining that his job lives right between the front lines and the back lines, supporting everyone as the battle surges. He realizes the teleportation array isn't hidden anymore, and he can't help but stare, like the guild actually trusts and treasures a guy like him. Gratitude crashes over him as the truth hits. He's finally being seen, and people actually need him. Camilla snaps his attention back with a sudden shout, tearing him out of his own spiral of thoughts. Vim glances at him with jittery nerves and without sugarcoating a word, demands he show off his fighting skills right then and there. She demands a one-on-one brawl, and Vim scrambles to dodge it by bragging that he's already fought plenty of battles. He stammers, admits he only ever goes after small fry, and claims he's too weak to pull off a real demonstration. Camilla locks eyes with him and demands to know exactly what he's capable of, because the next labyrinth dive is about to be massive. Vim finally relents, realizing that if he can prove he can handle a fight by himself, he'll ease her fear for his safety. He snaps to danger and calls out a huge clay doll, Golem, lurking 140 away. He tries to rally everyone, pushing the idea of taking it down together, asking Hidamari and the others to back him up. Camilla shrugs off his desperate call for backup, cheers him on like it's game time, and basically forces him to swallow the fact that he's going solo. Tension thickens in the air as a colossal enemy closes in on the reluctant adventurer. A colossal clay doll golem looms over Vim, its stone body towering above him and swallowing him in a terrifying shadow. Hidamari yanks Vim forward while he screams, shoving him straight into the monster's path. Vim panics and blurts out that he could die, while his teammate shoots back coldly, telling him to just jump in and try. Hidamari swats away Vim's panic like it's nothing, and as she clenches her knife tight, she promises him he's not dying today. Vim's nerve gets ripped away, but he jabs his blade forward with a razor-steadied glare, ready to take on that massive threat all by himself. The rest of the Nacht Libel party slips back and watches, stunned, as the towering clay doll golem looms over the little enchanter. Hans shoots Camilla a worried look, insisting that a clay doll is way too terrifying to take on by himself, no matter how special he thinks he is. He's basically saying even a hardened B-rank warrior would struggle to survive that monster solo. Hans tells everyone that Vim's power is unlike anything else. He stacks tiny weak upgrades on every muscle and bone, one by one, like he's tuning his whole body by hand. He breaks it down like a cheat code, slotting tiny boosts into exact spots like the radius bone, until the total power you get hits levels no other grantor can touch. He admits it's technically possible, but under his breath, he wonders if Camilla really thinks Vim can beat that construct. As Vim starts lining up his spell, Hans can't help but smirk to himself, because he's pretty sure their guildmaster is totally smitten with that boy. The story dives into what it really means to be an adventurer, because getting your profession isn't just paperwork, it's a ritual that reshapes your body in a flash. While most adventurers crank their bodies up to 10 times stronger than ordinary humans, the grantor profession takes a totally different route. Vim looks utterly drained as the narration hits you with the truth. Grantor's power is only a notch above normal humans, and their art is brutally hard to wield. Trying to power yourself up is seen as a waste, and it almost never makes you stronger than other combat specialists. The real edge is simple. No body changes means you're ready to fight on the spot, so that's exactly why grantors are so rare. The clay doll slams its massive stone arm down like a wrecking ball, and Vim has to dodge in a blind panic to survive. Vim slams instant enhancement Swamer, and in the blink of an eye, he gets a massive double surge in raw physical power. The golem's fist slams into the ground, blam, but Vim rockets upward, vaulting into the air just in time to dodge the blast. Self-application wipes out the lag, no more waiting to carve the approval path and no more delays in sending orders to your teammate. Vim tweaks his enhancements mid-fight, slamming boosts on twice-stacked body parts that are only supposed to handle one layer of magic. He clenches his teeth, realizing he's stuck with a quick fight. His magic runs weak, so the spell's effects won't hold for long. A shockwave tears through the air as he rockets forward at explosive speed. Vim scrambles up the golem, bracing himself for the brutal recoil pain that always hits when strong magic slams into a weak body. He freezes mid-action, eyes bulging with confusion, because this time there's zero recoil pain at all. He fires up instant enhancement Drammer for a triple burst, feeling way too confident, like, did he actually level up, or is that pain just saving itself for later? He slams in with a brutal blow that shatters the golem's rocky shell like it's made of glass. His blade tears straight through the stone defense as he hammers the massive construct with wave after wave of attacks. Vim's boosted strength slams into the golem's arm crack, shattering stone and blasting debris everywhere. As rocks rain down, Vim finally spots the magical core and snaps his eyes onto it like he's locked in for the kill. He lands the decisive hit on the core, then the massive clay doll crumbles apart and collapses like it can't hold itself together. The giant's massive body collapses into a heap of harmless rocks, and just like that, boom, he's done in seconds. Dust swirls across the ruins as the lone enchanter smashes the massive threat into rubble. Hans freezes in disbelief, stammering to Camilla that he only caught a glimpse, because it flashed so fast it barely had time to happen. The other guild members stare in pure confusion, bombarding him with, "Wait, did it end already?" like they only glanced away for a heartbeat. Hand studies Vim's feet like a detective, and it clicks, pure speed alone. Vim's already sitting among the very best in the Fieldbron. Vim throws in a rushed apology for wasting so much time, and Hans instantly panics, furiously denying it as sweat pours off him. Hans heaps praise on him, calling him insanely amazing and hard to believe, but Vim totally misreads the shock and thinks it's sarcasm. The rest of the party barrels in, and when they see what just happened, awe and pure confusion hit them all at once. Camilla locks eyes with him, staring like she's hunting answers, then blurts, "Who are you?" Right then, Hidemari strolls in, breezing out a casual hello. Hidemari tries to tell her we're from the same hometown, but Camilla cuts in fast, she's not asking about his past. The guild master locks eyes with her new recruit and immediately realizes this kid standing in front of her is straight up unstoppable. Vin bursts toward the group with a huge grin, shouting at everyone to hide Mary as he finally reconnects with his crew. He blurts out that he pushed it a bit today, got reckless on purpose, and somehow the outcome feels way better than he expected. He admits the adrenaline's finally faded, and his body suddenly turns to jelly, wobbly, and out of control. Camilla watches him with a grin, like he's a wide-eyed rookie adventurer swinging at his first monster, not a battle-hardened vanguard. She clocks his crushing low self-esteem, and it won't budge, even with all the wins he's racked up, while his real fighting power stays hidden. Camilla stares at his real smile and realizes he hasn't been hiding his true strength on purpose. The guilt did that to him. She's totally thrown off by his behavior, staring in disbelief as his confidence swings wildly from one moment to the next. Hidemari slips her calm hand onto Vim's shoulder and tells him to knock it off, because he's getting way too worked up. Vim stammers in a full-blown panic, blurting out whether he was saying weird stuff as his excitement goes absolutely out of control. He's so rattled by his own outburst that he slaps his hands over his face and rides the wave of embarrassment for losing control. Hidemari stared at him, grinning wide, and saying that wiping out a clay doll all by himself was straight-up brilliant. Vim rubs his arm like he's embarrassed, admitting he only got reckless because they're right there to back him up. He tries to explain the damage, telling her his body always pays the price after reckless moves like that. Hidemari snaps his self-diagnosis to a halt and points out the shocking truth. He doesn't look like he's in any pain whatsoever. Vim freezes in pure confusion, because after firing off a triple boost, there's no way he shouldn't be utterly exhausted and drained of magic. He gapes at his own hand in pure disbelief, stunned to realize he still has magic power left after that brutal fight. He starts wondering if he's really getting stronger, but right then the shield squad gets ready to hoist him up and cuts off his thoughts. The whole squad catapults him skyward with loud cheers of Kirv Ho, and he tumbles through the air, flailing in pure panic. Hidemari beams at the celebration, and you can practically see it click. This world is finally starting to catch on to just how great Vim truly is. The old wooden roof of the Napt Libel party house drinks in the sunlight, its shingles worn smooth by the years. In the armory, Monica stands alone by the window, eyes locked on the courtyard beyond, while swords and shields crowd every side like they're waiting for the next strike. Simon strides into the room, closes the distance to her, and lines in like, "What are you glued to?" Monica shoots her arm toward the courtyard below, practically buzzing as she begs him to come see the spectacle taking shape right in front of them. In the training grounds, Camilla and Abel explode into a brutal weapon clash, while Vim watches from the sidelines, eyes locked on every strike. Simon tells her to stop just staring and jump in with them, because these days they've been training like this every single morning. Monica stalls by the window, panicking that showing up could ruin their intense moment. Simon shrugs off her worry with a grin, teasing her that she's already loud as it is, like it wouldn't change a thing. The three figures huddle in the courtyard, grinning with satisfaction but clearly drained, the kind of exhaustion that shows after a brutal bout. The sparring match ends right as the dust swirls around them in the open training area. Camilla drops her weapon and announces, loud and clear, that they're shutting down the session for today. Abel drops to one knee, drenched in sweat and gasping for air, but stubbornly refuses to stop. He insists he can keep going. Camilla snaps at him, reminding him today is a rest day, because tomorrow they're diving headfirst into the massive exploration of the 98th floor. She snaps her focus to Vim, leaning in like, "So, how did that last enhancement adjustment feel?" Abel grins so hard it's practically glowing, shouting that this is pure, absolute wonder, and calling it awesome like he can't believe it. Camilla and Abel gush compliments at Vim nonstop, shocked that he could match their every need so perfectly. Vim's cheeks flare as praise hits him, and he shoots back that it's him who's really learning, because both of them are teaching him. Camilla breaks into heartfelt tears of gratitude, thanking him for sticking with them all this way, knowing he's only a temporary member. She clenches her fist hard, and you can tell she can't stop herself from getting fired up about what's coming next. Her cheeks heat up with anticipation as she can't stop imagining what'll happen when she finally goes all in with her newfound power. Vim stands there in silence, and he's genuinely grateful, because they always toss out compliments and somehow keep his spirits soaring. He tells them for tomorrow, stop and recharge, both of you take a real break today. He lifts a finger, hesitates for a beat, and pitches a plan to help them calm down and bounce back. He asks if they'll join him for a meal right now, just to kick back and unwind together. He brings up this insanely delicious steak spot, and both warriors instantly light up, grinning with unstoppable excitement. Vim stammers through it, double-checking one last time that his invitation truly won't be a bother. He just snaps still with a jolt of panic, because right now he's supposed to be in a study session with the reconnaissance team. Camilla's smile drops to a serious stare as she orders him to put the reconnaissance meeting first, because tomorrow is the kind of day that can't be messed with. Vim blurts out an apology with his whole heart, then realizes he has to awkwardly undo the invitation he just threw out. Abel's face falls, Camilla forces a brittle smile, and Vim clocks it instantly. He just shot them down, clean and effective. Abel whips around to save the vibe, then asks if they can push their morning training just a little longer. He shoots Camilla a quick thanks, then charges for the stairs, riding the whole training session out on pure momentum. Camilla lets out a frustrated sigh, admitting she went too hard, and deciding she needs a stronger recovery potion today. Inside the library, Vim throws himself into training with the recon team, while Camilla stands outside the window, locked on every move like she's hunting answers. The team leans in to talk scouting. Vim's pinpoint accuracy comes from pouring in tiny bursts of magic, while Simon swings with that wide-area approach. Since Vim showed up, they all agree, every single person's been totally changed for the better, and they especially call out how deadly his trap scouting skills are. They're blown away by the self-discipline it takes to pull off skills like that, and just talking to him makes them feel genuinely fired up. Camilla watches the whole scene unfold, knowing Nacht Lebel's members can't help but get inspired to level up. Her smile drops, a cold stare takes over, and she thinks, that Vim kid is seriously creepy. She strides down the corridor, staring at the walls and wondering what's really lurking behind all that unanimous praise he's getting. Two guild members crouch in a hidden corner, whisper shouting wild gossip while constantly scanning for anyone listening in. She blurts out an apology for her loose mouth, then shrugs. Yeah, she couldn't help herself and just had to spread the rumor, because she knows how bad it is when someone actually hears it. She fights back, saying that even with Heidmary's nod, it's still brutal to take a grand tour like Vim when the rest of them have already poured in so much effort. She flips the comparison to the members who still haven't jumped in, and you can feel the resentment simmering, because Vim got picked out of nowhere. The talk veers into the danger ahead, and it hints that his presence could unleash a guilt-fueled chain reaction, like one wrong step causing a ripple that won't stop. The man looks at Nacht Lebel and goes, "This place is brutal. Elite nobles and academy students are going to war with each other just to get picked." While Vim's studies keep humming nearby, the gossips thunder that anyone who got fired from another party must never step in without a real, proper check first. They're betting that after tomorrow's dive, everyone will finally see his talent up close, and their opinions will flip for real. The moment Camilla steps in, their quiet talk gets choked off on the spot. She looms over them like a warning, and silence snaps into place. A guild member rushes up to Camilla and blurts out that an adventurer's guild representative just arrived, so she immediately orders them brought in. The massive doors swing wide, and the investigator starts rifling through files, while the whole room tightens with tension, seconds before he finally speaks. Dominic reads the report out loud, zeroing in on the wild claim that Vim wiped out a mud golem all by himself. He demands Camilla's confirmation, and she shoots back, no doubts, no delay, that it really was an incredible feat. Dominic leans in, pushing harder. So, from what you saw, could Vim really have taken down the 97th floor master by herself? Camilla laces her fingers together and shuts that whole idea down, flat, final, no room to wiggle. She shuts the whole idea down fast, saying it's not likely he could have taken the boss down by himself. Even she admits his speed is top-notch, like pure muscle wrapped in motion, and he really is one of a kind, but she draws the line right there. Dominic leans in hard as she explains that Vim's fighting power is basically dead, even with their top candidate core members. She admits everything could flip in an instant if that boy is still keeping even more of his real power tucked away. Dominic can't shake the feeling that Vim's hiding something, while Camilla insists that his weirdness is about to get put through the ringer on the upcoming exploration. The investigator rises to go, demanding she report to the guild the second she figures out what the boy is hiding. He slaps a ruthless condition on the request and makes it clear. The whole report hinges on one thing, whether Vim makes it through that dive alive. The story flips to a cozy tavern and there she goes, Hyde Mary shoveling down food like she's finally off the clock, with the whole vibe feeling worlds away from that office. Between bites she can't help gushing over Vim's adorable sleeping face, and with a surge of relief she finally realizes his nightmares have stopped. The waitress watches with a weird little smile as Hyde Mary blurts out that Vim has even started talking in his sleep. The waitress looks like she's about to crack, stuck between fear and disbelief as she tries to deal with the customer's non-stop, obsessive rambling. Hyde Mary clocks the waitress's dead-eyed, sluggish vibe and without sugarcoating a thing, snaps at the cow woman, "What's really bothering you?" The tavern owner steps in fast, telling the waitress she doesn't have to push herself to serve them right now. With a grim tone, he tells you that the tavern's regulars stormed into the 98th floor last week, and now they're gone without a single trace. Hidamari freezes mid-bite, and realization hits her face like a wave the moment she fully takes in the brutal news. The story says small crews often recklessly sprint to the very front of exploration, chasing glory like their lives depend on it. Most of these wild adventures end one of two ways: either they turn into corpses, or they vanish without a trace, gulped down by the brutal, unforgiving wilderness of the unknown. The owner lets out a heavy sigh and admits the truth. Death stalks every adventurer's steps, and no one survives the road unless they're ready for that ending. Hyde Mary slams both hands on the table, snaps the vibe in half, and yells that she's buying the waitress a drink to lift her spirits. The waitress snaps her eyes wide in shock, because this stingy mage never, ever gives, and the offer feels like a miracle. Hyde Marie grandly announces this drink is a gift from a future executive candidate, then practically dares her to just take it. The tension snaps like a guitar string as the waitress slams a massive tankard of beer on the table, grinning and toasting her benefactor like it's a celebration. Hyde Mary lunges into a horrified scream the second she sees that massive glass, and realizes she's been completely outplayed. She starts tallying the cost, muttering that if it's priced like a regular drink, then yeah, fine, she guesses it's acceptable. Chaos erupts when Hidamari turns on the waitress, yelling that she's been ripped off, and the crowd erupts into laughter, teasing the cow demon and the little mage. Hidamari erupts in hearty laughter with the waitress Greta, and admits she hasn't felt this kind of joy in ages. She snaps back in fury, shouting that she's not a stalker, her name is Hyde Mary, while Greta keeps poking her with smug little nicknames. The vibe flips to pure dread. Greta confirms Hyde Mary is set to plunge into the deadly 98th layer tomorrow. Greta begs her to go back with Vim and make it home safe, while Mary Huff just scoffs. This smug, humph energy like surviving is something she's already owed. As she turns away, the story hits hard. The same person laughing today could be gone from the world by tomorrow. Down in the dungeon's depths, the party screams in pure panic when it hits them. They plunged too far, too fast, and now they're scrambling to retreat. A nightmare monster lunges in out of nowhere, smashing through their ranks as they howl the names of their comrades who are dying right there. In the pitch-black dungeon, the floor is soaked in violence as the adventurers get picked off one by one, brutally slaughtered. The lone survivor sprints through the stone corridors, gulping air in terrified, ragged bursts like every second is a trap. She crumples in a dark corner, trembling like crazy, trying to vanish from the nightmare that's closing in on her. Behind the unsuspecting girl, a grotesque, many-eyed shadow surges into view, and its eerie chirps lock her in terror. The monster crashes down on its final target, snuffing out the last flicker of hope from the doomed party. The massive clock tower looms high over the blazing sky, signaling that the city's most important day is about to explode into motion. A huge swarm of Nacht Lebel members barrels through the cobblestone streets, their banner snapping high above every tightly marching line. Townspeople spill from every doorway, hanging out of windows and packing the streets, yelling at the top of their lungs as they cheer on their heroes, Hans and Camilla, begging them to give it everything. Vimwalk slinks among the towering armored figures, shrinking by the second, praying he can disappear into the intimidating crowd without drawing a single eye. The streets are packed and roaring like a festival, because the city is going wild to mark the guild's huge investigation kicking off. Vin shoots anxious glances at the crowd, secretly panicking. Asterisk, are they all watching the same madness unfold? He halts mid-sentence, guilt stabbing his chest as he catches himself still calling his old Dragon's Wing party mates, everyone. He frets over whether their wounds have finally healed, because lately he hasn't heard a single scrap of news about them. He shakes his head hard and tells himself, no doubt about it, he's in Nacht Libel now, at least for the time being. He shuts down every useless thought about the past and locks in on the roaring cheers of the crowd closing in around him. Bystanders gawk at the sheer size of the operation, stunned that the guild has yanked all 122 members into action. In the middle of the crowd, two guys huddle close and whisper wild rumors, something about a mysterious provisional guy slipping into the elite ranks. One guy blurts out the recruit's name with a face full of shock. Turns out he's the grantor magician that Dragon's Wing just fired. People are buzzing that he's become the talk of every adventurer, and the rumor says he's absurdly skilled. He scratches his head in pure frustration, desperately trying to remember the exact name of that rumored magician, and coming up blank every time. Inside the guild hall, Camilla roars to the gathered troops, hammering into the frontline party that they're the ones who have to charge straight into danger first. She slams the warning down on them. There's a huge chance they'll run into the floor master, and those traps don't just hurt, they ruthlessly end anyone new who steps in. Her voice cuts through the air, promising that after they smash through every terrifying danger, the ultimate prize awaits, taking the labyrinth and seizing supreme honor. In that massive cathedral-like hall, armed adventurers fill the rows, standing death, still as they hang on every word from their leader. Camilla declares this mission will slice them away from every job before it, because this time, they're betting their lives on the unknown depths. She orders them to steel themselves. Every single member must drop their fears and lock their wills on her command. She screams at them to throw away everything they've built, so their honor, their treasure, and the comrades beside them can all be protected. Every guild member lifts their weapon as one in a thunderous roar, chanting Nacht Libel of Fieldbron, so loud it drowns everything out, and their resolve hits like a war drum. Vim finally bursts into the chant with a late, awkward shout, and you can tell he doesn't belong anywhere near these hardened warriors. He's drenched in sweat the second he clocks it, his timing's way off, and he can't stop feeling exposed, knowing he's hitting nowhere near the intensity the others bring. Idemarie shoots him a knowing glance, clocking every twitch of his nerves as he scrambles to steady himself. The story says the first layer of the labyrinth sits right under the guild, and they'll march in on the safest route they can find. The 98th floor bursts open like a massive, wild nature hideout, giant rocky cliffs reaching up, and strange plants creeping everywhere. Vim stared up wide-eyed, stunned by how absurdly tall the space was, like the ceiling was so far off he couldn't even spot it. He mentally runs through his part in the frontline unit, powering up his crew with enhancements and jumping in to scout the area whenever things get risky. The weight of responsibility crashes down on him as he realizes that if he slips even once, the whole operation could grind to a halt. Abel clocks the panic on the boy's face and gently asks if he's scared out of his mind about the mission. Vim insists he's fine, then immediately he vomits and Abel wastes no time going, "Yeah, no kidding, you're definitely throwing up." Abel leans in and reassures him, reminding him of that flawless training record, while Vim, jaw set, mentally fires off his tangled code just to steady his nerves. Vim blurts out that Abel should trust him too, and it totally catches the swordsman off guard. Abel's cheeks flare with a fierce blush as he proudly swears he'll protect Vim, no matter what, even if they're forced to take on a floor boss. He instantly regrets that outburst, slams his hands over his face, and begs forgiveness for saying something so painfully cheesy. Abel starts panicking inside, realizing he went too far, while Vim just stares at the sudden shift, completely stunned. He can't stop wondering, are they finally more than just partners, after all this training and those casual talks every single day? Vim snaps out of his headspace by softly shouting his own name, trying to drag himself back into the moment. Vim stammers through his words, then blurts out an invitation for Abel to grab a meal next time, face burning hot from how bold he's being. A weirdly welcoming vibe pours out of the dungeon entrance, like the stone itself is inviting you in, or maybe it's just the wind screaming through the cracks. Vin jerks back in pure fright when a bug crawls in front of him, then admits he starts hearing weird hallucinated sounds every single time he steps into the labyrinth. Abel grins, agrees to the meal, then instantly flips the switch, snapping orders for the front team to lock into the bident formation. The party strides into the massive entrance of the 98th floor, stepping straight into a weird new world of twisted plants and jagged rocky ground. Vim slaps his holographic interface to life, locks onto the enemy, and singles out a vicious Behydra head. He rips through the creature's data and figures out the brutal truth: this species can't survive without a water source nearby. Vim stares at the damp walls and those bird-like creatures, then figures there's a pretty strong chance water veins run through this whole area. Vim barks sharp tactical orders, telling Bettina to guard the left as he takes the right, and slips underground to scout the area. He grabs the map maker's attention and warns him to stay sharp, because the trail thereon keeps sinking lower and lower. The teammate nods, accepts the advice, and quickly confirms the slope as the group creeps forward with their guard up. Vim's fingers skated across the holographic interface in a blur, shredding and reshaping the data like he'd done it 1,000 times. He mutters tangled coordinates under his breath, and his mind rockets through grid calculations to pin down the whole area. Abel stares in total amazement as Vim runs wild with hypotheses and verifications, going way past everything he was even supposed to handle. Vim locks his eyes on the glowing map, dragging his finger along every line as he digs deeper into the structured data. He crunches the numbers and realizes that a map this precise can be sold for multiple times the price, because he knows exactly how much his work is worth. Panic hits out of nowhere as he overthinks every spell, spiraling into a brutal mental loop. This is bad, this is bad. The pressure in his mind turns into pure torment, his knees fold, and he drops onto all fours, vomiting violently across the dungeon floor. A teammate tells Vim to drink up, but Vim waves it off, claiming everything's running smooth and crediting everyone for the progress. Just as his self-pity spirals out of control, a notification blasts in. The leader is calling you, and it yanks him right out of the funk. Camilla nods and confirms it. His analysis was spot on, because a massive hole is right up ahead. She waves them over to a better spot, then lays out the strategy and reads the situation like a threat report. The crew huddles around the map and they all agree on one thing: that water scent can only mean a lake or a river still cutting through the land ahead. Camilla grabs Vim and demands he test the water quality, because if it's safe, they're ready to refill their supplies fast. Vim double-checks the water is safe, and when he spots a rare butterfly that only survives in spotless places, he knows it's clean. Camilla takes the report with a satisfied grin and shuts the whole thing down, declaring the briefing over, unless someone else has something to add. Vin fidgeted beside Abel, shoulders tight, silently biting back a worry he was terrified to say out loud. Abel clocks his discomfort and presses him, straight up asking if anything's still wrong. Camilla barks at him to just say it, while Vim starts counting down and stammering in full panic. Then, at last, he blurts it out. Vim spots a strange landscape glitch and points out how the road suddenly flips from downhill to a gentle uphill climb. Camilla stares at it, jaw tight, trying to figure out if this terrain is just how it is or a trap built to drown them. Vim lays out the nightmare scenario. If that uphill climb keeps going, the water could rush in and trap them. He paints this terrifying scene, trapped in a twisting labyrinth, then getting slammed by a boss while their entire back is buried underwater. The soldiers murmur with uneasy dread, and Vim's panic spikes as he blurts out a frantic apology for making it sound like that what-if scenario mattered. He stammers out an apology, terrified he's rattled everyone, and slips back into his own shell of doubt. Camilla lets out a heavy sigh and asks, dead serious, how many more times they're forced to replay this same brutal loop of self-doubt. She tells him to go all in because that quiet, introspective side of his is exactly what's going to power his growth. She flashes him a soft smile and tells him, clear as day, that he's free to live his life his way, too. Vim's face turns betrayed as she blurts out a heartfelt thank you, shaking out the words for her acceptance and those kind words. After that, the investigation runs like clockwork. Our narrator keeps updating us that the rest of the mission stays monster-free, with not a single big threat in sight. Camilla scans the situation, and it hits her. This labyrinth dive's profit is already locked in and glowing in the black. She adds that they struck even more gold veins, and that's when the mission's money win became undeniable. She points out that the progress is so smooth it practically throws up red flags, and suddenly they're all suspicious. She blurts out that things feel way too perfect, and that someone's probably dangling a trap, pulling them deeper into the labyrinth. Even with all the doubts swirling around her, she insists they've already racked up real results, and the dive is locked in for exactly 1 week from now. She flat out declares they can't turn back now, even as a nagging worry about that cursed slope hangs in the air. She refuses to backtrack just because it feels wrong, and she fires off the reminder that they're knacked Lebo. She fires off a warning: if they turn back now, they'll end up sketching dark maps of the whole area. Yet another member chimes in, admitting the harsh truth of what truly makes up Felbrun's dark side. Camilla tells them this: dark maps aren't made from magic, they're forged by adventurers who keep sending info right up until the instant they're taken down. She points out that with the cost of living so brutal, these maps get passed around for insanely high prices. She warns that if they walk away before the investigation is finished, demand for those dark maps will spike overnight. She insists that there's absolutely no way they can leave a massive investigation unfinished halfway through. She proudly declares that they refuse to fall into situations like that, making it crystal clear the guild lives for excellence. She snaps into action, announcing they're building an elite advanced team to drive the mission forward. She lays it out straight, given all the risks, this is the smartest move to cut the danger to the bare minimum. She hypes them up, telling them they're one tiny push away from finally reaching the Great Hall. Guild members huddle up in hushed whispers, frantic with curiosity, who's about to get picked for that deadly assignment. They agree, of course, only the elite of Nactolable should take on a mission like that. The screen flashes a bold announcement, 6 names are locked in for the advanced team. The countdown kicks off. Monica the Mage, Abel the Tank, and Hans the Swordsman are the first 3 to be revealed. The last 3 finally show up, Vim the Granter, Hyde Mary the Sage, and Bettina the Mage. Beneath the Nact Libel banner, a massive investigation is about to explode, right on the 98th floor, staring out from a dark, mysterious cavern. 6 members of the advance party band together, race to grab fresh water sources, and surge toward the Great Hall with their hopes blazing. Vin can't believe it, somehow he's been shoved into this elite squad, and he's freaking out, wondering why he even belongs with adventurers this deadly. A magical chant slices through the air, and the spell enchanted *** suddenly slams into action. The party members snap still in shock, whipping their heads around as the magic finally takes over. They immediately feel their bodies go weightless, and they're blown away by the sudden surge of power coursing through them. Monica tells everyone she boosted her speed to slam into the Great Hall fast, then casually promises extra combat buffs if the fight starts. Monica finally gets to use her magic, and the flood of emotion hits hard, so she grabs Vim's hands, even as he squirms and tries to brush off her heartfelt gratitude. Marie barges in, jealousy exploding in her chest, and screams at Monica to get back and stop clinging to him like that. Dazed and sweetly innocent, Monica blinks and asks what's wrong. Then she tacks on that extra cutesy Chan to Marie's name like she's teasing out the truth. Marie snaps, barking that Vim should drop the honorific and stop playing so buddy-buddy with her, right now. Monica pouts at them with a playful smirk, asking, "Aren't we friends?" while Marie glares straight daggers at her chest like she's about to start a war. Snapping them into the enemy category, Marie drags Monica into it and labels her Cowwoman B, leaving the mage reeling because he can't figure out why that insult hits so specific. The leaders shot off sarcastic thanks for them getting along, then lavished praise on the patient's right as the girls kept bickering. Diving straight into business, the leader locks in the route with Bettina and makes it clear he trusts her, because this is their very first team mission, and he's betting on her anyway. She confirms the plan, grab the shortest route, dodge fights wherever she can, and keep moving. Bettina vows to give it her all, then straight up asks Vim for recon support, if he's got the capacity. That crushing speed overwhelms Vim. He drops to the floor and vomits, while a teammate rushes in with water to help him. Watching the chaos unfold, the leader lets out a heavy sigh, because it feels less like he's commanding soldiers and more like he's herding kids like a teacher. Massive frogs sit there in total silence as the party rockets by, right through their nesting grounds. Rocketing forward at a blur, the leader can't help but wonder, did Vim's enhancement crank this insane speed all by itself? He realizes it's wild, no matter how fast they're moving, not a single one of them feels winded, so they're about to blast into the Great Hall in record time. The leader spots a shadow up ahead, yells "Monster," and rips the team into a sharp right turn. The scout slams in right away, snaps his judgment in half, and calls out the real danger. This isn't a threat, it's a trap. She unleashes the trap spotting skills she pulled straight from Vim's recon data. When he finally passed the data to her, she couldn't believe it. His mountain of information hit her all at once, and she was blown away. After crunching the trap data, she's dead sure of one thing: this fight is unavoidable, because some monster is already waiting up ahead. A gigantic scaled beast bursts from the darkness and slams straight into the leader, ripping him into a fight on the spot. The leader fully dodges the monster's lunge, slipping cleanly under its towering bulk. He swings his blade into the creature's hide, but the moment it hits, he winces. Those scales are way too tough to slice through. Monica steps up like she owns the night, orders the leader to back off, and vows the monster won't touch a soul, because she'll handle it. Vim snaps into panic, yells at everyone to hit the brakes and hold the output, terrified she'll go too far and push it way past the limit. Monica snaps into action the second she's given the command, and her staff starts cranking up a massive magical charge. A whole swarm of magical creatures swirls around her, chattering nonstop as they ready themselves to launch. Monica's eyes blaze with raw power as she gives Vim's enhancement integration her official thumbs up. Vim slams commands into the interface, tweaking the speed drop and spell range like his life depends on it, finding the safest setup before the magic bites back. With the settings locked in, Monica blasts out her enchanted spell at full power. She blasts the Dunning-Kruger electric shot straight at the beast. Magical missiles come flying in nonstop, blasting the monster and detonating with a deafening roar. The creature gets smashed to nothing by relentless blasts, and the crushing magical firepower finally brings it down in ruins. A colossal beast shrieks in pure agony as a storm of magical attacks rips through its defenses, until everything finally falls apart. One teammate blurts out that every shot landed perfectly, then the whole team goes silent, stunned by how deadly accurate it was. Monica stares at the results in awe and tells everyone she nailed it. She tweaked her spell's range to land that insane precision. Turning to Vim, the leader fires off a question, "Can you enchant a weapon?" And Vim answers instantly, like he's ready to do it right now. Swordsman Hands gives the green light at last, then points straight to battle, ready to see if Vim's enhancements can really hit like steel. Hands demands his sword get stronger and tougher without getting heavier, and Vim fires off the enchanted spell on the spot to make it happen. With his sword blazing in magical light, Hands strides forward with fresh confidence, ready to take on the last looming threat. He vows to track the enemy to the ends of the earth, fists clenched around his enchanted weapon as he charges in to strike. Hands rips into a crushing technique and whips the Najigiri with a crosscut, sealing the win for good. The strike hits with eerie ease, and Hands shoots a shocked gasp as his blade slips through the target like it's nothing. While everyone else is screaming with joy over the win, Hands freezes and glares at his weapon, drenched in sweat, still shell-shocked by what he just pulled off. He realizes the sharpness is way off, like the blade is slicing clean through thin air, thanks to Vim's enchantment. A teammate blurts out, "You earned that," and basically says it's no surprise Camilla holds Vim in such high esteem for his skill. Right then, a shout bursts through the air, screaming that another enemy is dropping down on them from straight above. A grotesque fish-like monster drops out of nowhere and crashes the party. Everyone's left staring, frozen in shock at the ambush. Reacting in a split second, the Dramer spell snaps to life, blasting a triple boost enhancement just to smash back against that surprise attack. The massive monster throws its jaws wide to swallow them whole, but Vim is already in the air, sword clenched, ready to smash into its path. Vim snapped his blade across the creature's body in one swift sweep, the enchanted edge biting deep into its scales. The monster gets split clean in half, its hulking body tears apart as Vim drops safely onto the ground. Hands turns to Vim, throws him a huge thank you, and praises his jaw-dropping performance, saying the outcome was exactly what he predicted. Vim lets out a shaky laugh, brushing off the feet like, "It's nothing, I only pulled it off because my opponent was a total nobody." Hands narrows his eyes at the description, insisting this creature is a brand new species, and absolutely not some weak thing. A brutal rumble rolls through the cavern as the wreckage from the fight finally comes to rest on the floor. In the wreckage, a locket sits shattered and gaping wide, showing a smiling portrait of a young girl trapped inside. The group snaps to it. These heartbreaking relics were dropped by the adventurer who plunged into the dungeon before them. Hands snaps that they don't have time to dig graves, but he still demands a pause so they can pray for the fallen. Vim watches the crew like a hawk, amazed that every single one of them thinks on their own and moves together perfectly, both on the road and in the middle of a fight. As they pray side by side, he can't help thinking, back when he was with Dragon's Wing, they never once managed to move this smoothly. That moment slams home the truth. He's not just tagging along anymore, he's finally landed with an awesome, rock-solid party. No more stalling, the crew kicks into gear and barrels through the rocky cavern corridors. They burst out of the tunnel and Vim lanes forward, staring into the endless open land ahead of them. The party finally reaches their destination, lugging the shield of Nacht Libel as they stare out over the sprawling landscape. They crowd the lip of a huge underground lake, staring at the water and scanning every inch of the area like something about to snap. Hands confirms it, Vim was right, because they've finally found the Great Hall, and the water's coming up clean and safe. He's back to praising Vim's work, and he points out, this exact spot is going to be the perfect relay point for the 98th floor. The whole team erupts with cheers, slaps Vim on the back, and praises him for the pivotal role that made the mission succeed. Hands tries to squeeze out a sincere thank you, but Vim starts stammering and swears he's only helping, not anything more. Marie steps in, snaps, "Why do you always act like self-deprecation is your favorite hobby?" and tells him to just take the compliment already. Vim tries to fight back, insisting, quietly but firmly, that he doesn't actually enjoy tearing himself down. Marie fires back with sharp sarcasm, basically telling him his logic is a joke, like she'd have to be an idiot to invite a fired adventurer to an A-rank party just to wreck her own organization. Vim nods hard, fully buying into what Hyde Marie just said. She's got it right. Abel swivels toward him and flashes a calm, reassuring smile, calling him Vim San with the utmost respect. On the underground shore, Abel just stands there and takes Vim's thanks with a chill. You're welcome, like it's no big deal. Vim slams on the brakes for a breath, soaking in the calm yet terrifying presence of the underground lake. Once the area was confirmed safe, the main expedition force finally charged in and hooked up with the advanced team. They look at the water levels and flat out decide it means floor traps in the Great Hall are unlikely. The commanders rally the troops and shower every single one of them with praise for a job perfectly done. They slap the Great Hall onto the map as their official relay point and set up camp for the night. Tents shoot up beneath those towering rock giants as the crew finally drops into rest under the cavern sky. Vim sits alone outside his tent, staring into the dark and can't sleep a wink because the ground itself feels wrong beneath him. He anxiously flips through his notes, trying to decode the geographical data he just scraped together. He remembers the hill's slope kept shifting, dropping once, then climbing again, until it finally carried him right up to this hole. Staring into the pitch black above, he spots a ceiling that climbs forever into the dark, like an endless wasteland hanging overhead. Panic rockets through his body when he realizes that a massive surge of water is about to slam shut their only way back, trapping them for good. He imagines the whole room lifting into the sky, trapping them with no escape as the water comes for them and drowns them for good. Breathing through sheer panic, he forces himself to remember no water traps were found and the routes were already mapped out. He tucks himself under his blanket and tries to shut his brain up, insisting that panicking over a sudden flood is pointless and makes no sense. Just as he's about to drift off, sudden wet drops splatter his face and snap him awake. He snaps his head up in pure terror because rain is blasting down from the cavern's ceiling. Panicked, he screams at everyone to wake up right now because the labyrinth is raining inside. He stares at the pounding rain in stunned silence, totally unable to wrap his mind around this shocking disaster that came out of nowhere. Dread hits the adventurers as they blurt out, "This can't be happening," ripping into the fact that it's raining inside the labyrinth and panicking that the storm is some kind of trap. Vim just stands there in the pounding rain, shaking as panic grips him, because what's happening and who in their right mind could have seen this disaster coming. As the night glared at the flooding path, the truth slammed in water was surging upward fast. Panic claws in as a soldier shouts that the road is sealed, and there's no turning back now. The commander snaps, "Stay calm, hold your ground." Even as the grim news hits him, the southern passage is already underwater. He lays out their do-or-die plan, saying that when this becomes the worst-case nightmare, they've got to hunt for an escape route and be ready to fight the floor boss head-on. Camilla surged forward with a ferocious glare, bellowing at Nacht Libel to get ready, because this crisis was the moment they had to prove they were worth it. The squad clenches their weapons like lifelines, bracing as the shock of that sudden flood finally starts to loosen its grip. When the call to action hits, every single one of them erupts in a single loud yes, and just like that, their spirits snap back stronger than ever. Vim stares wide-eyed as the change unfolds, and in that moment, he realizes this power to flip fear into raw resolve is what makes Nacht Libel truly legendary. He rallies off his own strength, slaps his cheeks, and decides, all right, he's getting fired up too and stepping in to do his part. Scouts come rushing in from every direction, shouting that the west, south, and east passages are clean right now, no anomalies anywhere. The radar operator locks eyes on his screen, sweat dripping down as he fights to decode the readings while everything around him spirals into chaos. Suddenly, he snaps his head up in pure terror and screams that something is barreling in from the north passage. He tells them he can't see the full picture yet, but he's pretty sure the floor boss is coming right now. The commander snaps into action and barks orders for the rearguard to fire at once the second Vim's enhancement magic hits. The mages and archers fall into formation with pure determination, barking that they're ready right before the volley unleashes chaos. Vim shuts out the world, clenching his focus, as he fights through the pounding rain to pull off the razor-sharp mental math for his enhancement spell. He snaps his magic into action, casting vibrate and harden to turn every incoming hit into something deadly. Magical energy surged outward, washing over the rear guard's ready spells and sharpened weapons. In the dead of night, a colossal, squirming mass finally emerges from the dark, and someone yells that the target is huge, so big and hard to spot. The mages hurl a thunderstorm Gavator spear, and Vim cranks it up by tweaking its hardness, its vibration, and the air resistance. Enhanced magical spears slice through the cavern air, crackling with electricity as they thunder straight into the dark. A blinding explosion slams into the far wall, blasting the cavern into white light with sheer, violent force. Even after the direct hit, the scout screams that the target isn't down, then he spots the readings shifting fast, and suddenly it's everywhere, a sea of tentacles. A massive shadow crashes through the smoke, and the screams cut off as everyone realizes it's barreling straight for them. With a thunderous roar, the shield squad surges to the front line, slamming their massive shields down to stop the incoming charge cold. Vim moves like lightning, yells enchanted, and slaps a defensive buff on the front line just seconds before the impact hits. The shields flare with a deadly reflect spell, and each time those massive tentacles crash in, they get blasted back by pure, crushing power. The tank commander is cackling like a madman behind his shield, goading the monster to charge them again and again. The commander barks orders at Hyde Marie to light up the targets so they can finally see what they're up against, and Hyde Marie jumps at the chance without hesitation. With a snap of magic, she hurls the flasher spell in SCREMS, I can see its body, as blinding light batters the cavern. Every adventurer gasped at once as that blinding light burst through, revealing just how monstrous and terrifying the thing looming over them really was. A gigantic, fleshy monster is latched to the ceiling, glaring down with one huge eye while writhing tentacles crash and flex like it's alive. Its grotesque limbs writhe through the air, twisting and curling as slime and water rain down onto the flood-soaked floor below. The soldiers gawk in terror, shaking as they blurt out, "Are you sure this thing isn't way too huge to even be real?" The commander whips his head toward Vim, nails down that he's the floor boss, then presses him. Does he know what this thing actually is? Vim snaps back that it doesn't look like any floor boss he's seen before, saying it's basically a tiny monster that looks way more like a sea cow. Camilla leans in and spots the passage still linked up, then clicks into place. If it's a sea cow type, fire should melt straight through it. Sensing that opening, the commander snaps orders for the rearguard to ditch their old plan and unleash fire magic, right now. Monica blasts the magic first, yelling the spell as a blazing fireball rockets straight for the hanging beast. A male mage blasts his way into the inferno, roaring through the strain as he hurls a flamethrower torrent of fire. Hyde Marie lunges into the assault, unleashing scorching wind that whips the flames higher and drives scorching heat straight into the monster's flesh. Fire magic crashes into the grotesque tangle of tentacles, blasting the monster apart in a furious storm of light and heat. The monster staggers in pure agony as the flames rip into its body, its giant eye bulging from the violent shock of the hit. When the creature jerks back, the soldiers erupt in cheers, convinced their fire-based strategy is finally working flawlessly. Camilla barks rapid orders, forcing the front line to link up with the shield squad and hold the line against the tentacles while they zero in on the main body. She orders the rear guard to link up too, roaring that they've got to intercept every attack and hit in their own lanes to keep the pressure crushing forward. The troops snap into perfect sync with a thunderous shout, then immediately lock into that tricky formation. No hesitation, just pure discipline. Camilla snaps at Vim to save his power, keep the upgrades running only for the shield squad, and put their defense first, no exceptions. The shield squad leader smirks behind his barrier, grinning like nothing can touch him, and yells at Vim that it's time to go execute their piece of the plan. Vim locks eyes with him, fury and resolve burning in his stare as he shouts back, matching his will while he channels his magic. With the rear guard's magic clearing the way, the frontline fighters explode forward, charging straight through those openings in perfect, breathtaking sync. They whip in with pinpoint hit-and-run strikes, hacking at the beast's limbs again and again, until its stamina finally starts to crumble. Vim watches the battle unfold, stunned by how perfectly every move clicks together, like witnessing a grandmaster mastermind a chess match in real time. He realizes they're miles from safety, drenched by heavy rain and enemy territory, and yet they're completely running the fight. Against all odds, Naklable takes the tactical edge and tears the floor boss apart piece by piece. Vim can barely believe his eyes. This top-tier party's real power is on a whole other level, and somehow they're slamming a boss this hard on the very first try. Just as he's lost in his own thoughts, Camilla blurts out his name, snapping his focus straight to the front. He whips around to face her, stunned by the sudden, razor-sharp focus in her eyes. Camilla yells at him to crank it up, no limits, no restraint, and says she's stepping in right now to finish this fight with her own hands. With a confident smirk, she tells him she's counting on him, just like always, to power everything she needs. Vim snaps into action and hurls his magical energy straight into the spell, pushing it to max power to grant her wish. Camilla signs it in words. She verbally approves Grantor Vim's enchantment, so the formal contract kicks in and triggers the exact ICSA protocol. The surrounding soldiers burst into shocked cheers, realizing their captain is stepping onto the battlefield, right there in person. Vim syncs his magic to Camilla's wavelength flawlessly, then fires off enchanted to supercharge her fighting style like it was built for her. Camilla raises her sword, and a colossal burst of light explodes around the blade, flooding the dark cavern as she braces to unleash her full power. Squad leaders roar at everyone to back off and stay out of the way, clearing the whole area so their captain can unleash a brutal, crushing attack. The monster senses the danger closing in, then erupts with a bone-shaking, ear-splitting roar as it braces to defend itself. Vim stares in tense silence, terrified that the bosses are sitting on some secret trump card, praying their one-hit plan actually works and ends this fast. Camilla smirks like a threat, locked in on one savage strike, because she won't let the enemy even blink before it spills its secret power. With her power blazing at full strength, she snaps that it's time to see what their training is worth, and then she rockets straight into action. A flashback cuts in years back. This lone fighter trains like crazy under the moonlight, pushing themselves with relentless grit. Camilla hauls a colossal steel roller across the stone courtyard, muscles screaming as she grinds past the point of no return. She grinds herself to the edge, proudly carving mastery over both her body and her magic, even as her limits scream at her to stop. With a strained grunt, she hauls the training gear forward, refusing to fold under the brutal weight. After finishing the 1022nd repetition, she slumps into despair, because it feels exactly the same as it did every time before. Her face contorts with anguish as the truth hits. After all that brutal effort, she's made zero progress. Frustration surges through her, and she finally curses the stuck, stagnant training that's been holding her back. She decides that if she can't level up her own blade, then she'll throw herself fully into the one thing she can master, leading the whole fight. With her warrior spirit battered and beaten, she resigns herself to the end, until one fateful moment rips the truth wide open and everything changes. Right now, the troops erupt in wild cheers as their captain strides onto the battlefield, ready to slam the final blow and end the fight. As Camilla barrels forward, she realizes that every time Vim fires off another enhancement, the magic hits her like a totally different force. She feels that power sharpen and surge, sinking deep into her muscles like it's rewriting her from the inside out. This new enhancement lights up a fresh spark of hope in her, smashing the limits she swore were untouchable. She squares up in front of the giant monster, ready to blow open its world with her brand new, unleashed power. Smiling to herself, she can't shake the truth. Vim probably has zero idea what he's truly done for her. Vim keeps watch over her, totally blind to the deep thankfulness swelling in her chest for his help. She looks back on that split second when their paths finally collided, and realizes that one spark flipped the whole future in her favor. Her eyes blaze as she realizes his magic didn't just revive her, it lit a fresh fire in her warrior soul. She fires off her ultimate technique, launches the Keijingiri, and shouts for its power to explode into existence. A brutal shockwave erupts outward the moment she unleashes her energy. Her teammate stares in sheer horror, realizing the power in the air is way bigger than anything she showed during the Wyvern battle. Vim realizes the tall, towering ceiling lets the captain unleash her abilities with zero spatial limits. Camilla rockets off the ground and blasts into the sky, streaking over the target at breakneck speed. She twists midair and yanks her sword up high, lining up a blow so devastating it feels like the end is already here. Staring in awe at how effortlessly she moves, she suddenly realizes her power is way bigger than she ever dared to imagine. Drunk on pure bliss, she steadies herself and unleashes a strike with every ounce of her strength. Soldiers were roaring for everyone to back up fast, terrified they'd get caught in the blast radius. The monster stays frozen in place, unable to follow the brutal, lightning-fast impact barreling toward it. Camilla rockets downward, roaring the first half of her technique, S-name Kyojin. She ignites the giri and carves straight down through the monster with a brutal beam of pure light. The massive beast tears cleanly into two, and Vim's jaw drops as the sheer force hits him like a punch. Camilla drops into the water with a soft splash as the monster's bisected halves slam down behind her. A deep, rattling hum rolls through the air as the giant corpse sinks and settles into the lake. The radar operator suddenly loses it and screams, "It's not over yet," and just like that, the comm gets ripped apart. He spits the warning that the target's biological response is still firing, and Simon's already on the move. The command to keep hammering those rings never stops, and the mages instantly fire off a brutal follow-up volley. A non-stop barrage of magical blasts pounds the creature's remains until there's nothing left to save. No mercy, total destruction. The operator stares at his screen, waits for any sign of movement, and when nothing hits, he slams down the verdict, no response, and declares they've won. The whole army explodes into a thunderous roar, cheering like they just clawed their victory out of the jaws of defeat. They slam into a hug and yell like they can't believe it, because they just pulled off the historic win, wiping out a floor boss on their very first dive. The soldiers go absolutely wild, roaring that they're the unstoppable NACT and already plotting a massive party for when they come back. While everyone else cheers, Vim stays rooted in the pouring rain, shaking hard as a terror he can't shake clamps down on him. Sweat gushes down his face as he blurts frantic questions. Did the fight really end, or is he somehow missing the one crucial thing? He just blanks out at the horizon, asking himself if beating a floor boss can really be this easy, while the rain hammers down like a storm. He tries to talk himself out of panic, swearing they just stomped the threat before it could move, but the truth hits him hard. It wasn't that simple. That nagging feeling won't quit. He can't shake the thought that their lightning-fast win came from pure speed, but the weird weather is still a mystery, unsolved. His focus snaps in half when he suddenly bolts into a sprint, and his teammate blurts out his name, totally thrown by what he's doing. Vim snaps to a stop and whips around as Abel barrels in, panting hard from that sudden jolt. Abel snaps that he needs to be careful, because the water is surging upward at a terrifying speed, and that awful downpour is totally unnatural. Watching Vim lock in with deadly focus on his map, Abel can't help but ask, "What's wrong, and why do you look like it matters this much?" Vim starts clicking it together, muttering that the floor boss showed up and struck them the exact moment the rain began. He blurts out, breathless, whether a floor boss can usually bend the weather and summon rain. The moment he gets the full picture, he slams the comms button and urgently calls the captain, saying who he is to Camilla right then. Vim reports that the water is rising fast, so those semi-aquatic monsters are about to get way more active and way more dangerous. With a grim nod, he says the flood has slowed the party down, but the enemy will probably be charging forward even faster. Camilla goes straight for the truth, confirming that his judgment means the crisis isn't even close to ending. She throws him an apology for going too far earlier, then lauds his razor-sharp instincts and orders an immediate retreat on the spot. She snaps a command decision and declares that if she can live long enough to report these conditions, then this expedition has already delivered what it came for. She fires a question at Vim, "You've got a retreat plan ready," trusting his navigation skills to guide them out and keep them alive. Vim snaps into action and confirms everything on the spot, then jabs his holographic map, there, a razor-thin passage stretching northwest. He admits it's a brutal detour that'll eat up time, but it's the only path that lets them sneak around the flooding. Even though the plan is set, Vim's hands won't stop shaking, and terror hits so hard he can't help but wonder what's happening to his body. In the pounding rain, the squad huddles tight, victory just vanished, and the retreat crushes their spirits like cold water. A weird, bone-deep boom suddenly crashes through the cavern, and the soldiers instantly freeze, hands clamping down on their weapons. The knights whirl in confusion, scanning the stormy downpour as they try to pinpoint where that terrifying noise is coming from. Bubbles start bursting across the water, and the soldiers' breath catches as huge shapes heave up from the deep. A gigantic, horrifying blob of flesh and tentacles bursts up out of the depths, towering over the terrified adventurers like a nightmare given legs. The creature finally drops the disguise, fully revealing its terrifying shape, slime pouring off it as it glares down at the tiny humans. In that razor-thin moment, every single member of the party locks eyes and finally realizes just how terrifying their situation really is. With crushed hopes, they realize the monster they just crushed was only a pawn, and the real floor boss is still waiting. Big, violent splashes explode everywhere as more shapes crash into view, trapping the group from every side. The party gets hemmed in by a horde of giant, worm-like monstrosities, every one of them boss-sized, and they nearly tore through them just to survive. A soldier freezes in disbelief, stuttering out that the monster from earlier was nothing, just some run-of-the-mill mob enemy. Camilla's hands shake with nerves, but she steels herself and finally admits the truth. Conquering the 98th floor is going to be brutal. The cavern floor turns into a nightmare as the water churns, and hulking, tentacled monstrosities surge up, wrapping the tiny band of adventurers from every side. A stunned adventurer chokes on a gasp, staring at the colossal threat unfolding in front of them like their mind can't keep up. Panic crashes in as they stammer, pleading, "What do we do against these odds?" A terrified scout shouts that the non-stop rain is wrecking their sight, and he can't even count how many enemies are closing in. Once they clock that the boss's power controls the weather, they have to shout over the insane roar of the rain just to be heard. A frantic report blasts in from the west flank. 2 enormous mobs are bearing down, closing in fast. The east side snaps in right away, chilling everyone as it confirms, terrifyingly, that 2 more giants are closing in from that direction too. Terapeak snaps into action as the South Guard yells that he's spotted 5 more enemies closing in on their position. Bettina shouts that the north side is absolute chaos, screaming that they're totally surrounded and clinging to the hope that someone will finally give them orders. A soldier's breathing spirals out of control as he sobs, screaming that this is hopeless and urging everyone to bolt for their lives right now. Plowing straight through the panic, Camilla fixes her gaze forward, turns ice cold and commands everyone to snap into a defensive formation right now. Her unwavering resolve jolts the panicked soldiers out of their spiraling fear, and they suddenly snap their eyes back to their captain. Camilla bellows at them to move, build the defensive circle now, before the enemy swarms in. She steels her mind and tells herself this is what leadership truly demands. She refuses to crack, even when the situation looks totally hopeless. The soldiers snap to attention, slap their shields together, and forge a rock-solid wall of steel as the towering monsters loom over them. Giant tentacles crash down, and the shield-bearers clench their grip, dripping sweat as they fight tooth and nail to hold the line against those giants. Inside the formation, the soldiers huddled close, whispering in shaking voices, because the path was blocked and retreat felt like a lie. Doubt slithers in as they wonder if even an act libel can slice through a floor boss and a swarm of mobs all at once. Vim's body shakes as sweat buckets down his face. He's scrambling through numbers, racing to figure out if they can slip away without getting chased and how long they'll survive the fight. Right in the middle of his spiral, a heavy hand thumps his back, and a teammate yells his name to drag him back. His comrade snaps at him, yelling, "Don't look down, this gloomy face doesn't fit you at all." Vim whips his gaze around and sees his teammates clenching their weapons, eyes blazing with pure determination as they brace to smash through the impossible. When the tank leader flashes that confident grin, Vim's stomach drops, because he realizes the only one losing it is him. Vim feels the shame burn away and snaps into inspiration. He slaps his own cheeks, squares up, and with a powerful "no doubt about it, yes," he answers the call. He tells himself, no, we can't promise a win, but we're not automatically doomed either. Seeing that nobody else died yet, he finally relaxes, and then realizes they've still got the power to fight back. Vim grabs his resolve and vows to read the situation flawlessly, because he's determined that everyone leaves this hell alive. He locks in hard on what he can do this very moment, and vows to nail his role to perfection. Massive worms twist and recoil, their disgusting bodies rippling as they yank back for a brutal barrage of attacks. Camilla shrieks for everyone to fight back as the tentacle-filled forest crashes down on them. Without wasting a second, Vim barks the incantation and slams down his enchanted support magic, beefing up the defense like it's armor. The shield-bearers bellow in approval, teeth clenched tight, ready to take the full, crushing hit head-on. A wild storm of tentacles smashes down from the sky, blotting everything out as they slam onto the tiny defensive circle like a furious hammer strike. A soldier stares as the shadows swallow the ground, stuttering that the sheer flood of attacks is crushing him. Camilla flashes a ferocious grin, unleashing a sharp warning as those massive limbs crash into place. The front line crumples under the impact, yet they clamp down and keep their shields up, groaning like their moments from breaking. The impact hits like a thunderclap, ground ripping and vibrating, and Vim drops into a deep crouch, gripping his weapon tight as the whole world shakes. While everything erupts in the middle of the assault, Vim whips out his dagger, eyes blazing as he cooks up a whole new plan. A fierce command cuts through the air, "Keep holding," while soldiers scream at the top of their lungs, straining with everything they've got to keep that defensive wall standing. The leader rallies everyone, "Don't break this formation, because all your survival hinges on it." Camilla's voice slices straight through the despair, blasting through the crowd as she screams for everyone to lift their spirits and fight back. Nak's legendary party is teetering on the edge of total collapse. The squad's already taking a beating. Grimly, the truth hits that most of them have been wiped out by sheer overwhelming power. Knights and mages lay shattered in the rushing floodwater, gasping and clawing upward as the non-stop onslaught refused to stop. A colossal nightmare towers over them, its hulking shadow slamming down like death itself on the survivors. Shaken defenders thrust up their shields and staves, arms trembling as they desperately fight to keep the line from cracking under the beast's assault. A flashback rips the curtain back. Turns out they'd trained for the absolute worst, convinced they could handle anything that came for them. Their training and raw strength were built to crush anything that dungeon decided to throw their way. But once the labyrinth showed its true, irrational colors, every plan they'd built and every expectation they'd clung to shattered into nothing. The brutal truth hits hard. If your party stumbles onto this floor boss before anyone else, it's basically game over, your whole group is getting wiped. In a flash of memory, Camilla whips around toward Vim, serious as stone, and yells his name over the pounding rain. She snaps at him coldly. He's not in knack level yet, and if he bolts on his own, nobody's going to fault him. Vim freezes in stunned silence as she pleads for one last favor, right before he walks out the door. Shaken by the implication, Vim stammers blurts out an apology, and then refuses to even entertain what she's suggesting. Camilla won't back down. She fights for his obedience, then forces him to swallow the truth. Her desperate plan hinges on his compliance and on casualties. She slams down her determination like a vow, says she'll take on the monster alone, and orders him to hand over every last bit of enhancement he's got. Her word is law, no ifs, no outs, so everyone else has to split into groups of 3 and vanish fast, with zero backup from her. Vim realizes she's about to be thrown into self-sacrifice, and she panics, begging for one last thing, the escape route shown to everyone. Camilla's smile turns bittersweet as she vows to shoulder full responsibility for Naklable's safety. Vin practically begs her to shut up because he can't stomach the crushing weight of her self-sacrifice. She promises that if he joins the guild, Hyde, Mary, and Abel will lock in his secure future, and that hits Vim so hard he completely breaks down. Tears shimmered in Camilla's eyes as she solemnly sealed the contract, giving Vim's enchantment one last, final approval. Vim clenched his teeth so hard his jaw ached, tears blasting down his face as he fought tooth and nail to smother the emotional pain tearing him apart. Screaming through the agony, he triggers the enchanted spell and pours all his magic straight into his captain. A blinding pillar of light explodes around Camilla the second she shouts for every member's attention. With a terrifying calm on her face, she announces that those are going to be the last words she ever says to the team. She snaps at them to run while she keeps the boss pinned and then drops the truth. She already bet their lives on Vim. With a warm smile, she turns to her comrades and pours out heartfelt thanks for everything they've fought through side by side. Right now, a soldier finally clocks what's happening, and it hits her too late, so she reels forward and shrieks in denial, like she can't believe her own eyes. Camilla stands alone in the dark, then her communication snaps off with a vicious burst of static. She can't believe it, her body feels feather-light, like someone just yanked a massive weight off her shoulders. Her eyes snap wide open, sharp as a blade, zeroing in on the massive target in front of her. The colossal worm surges upright, mouths and tentacles thrashing as it gorges itself on the thought of the kill. Camilla saunters up to the beast, calls out, "I'm Camilla," and boldly admits it runs this floor like it owns the place. With a ferocious glare, she vows, no disrespect at all, that she'll take its life right here, right now. She rockets ahead through the water, and in the blink of an eye, she's right on top of her. A brutal shockwave detonates in her wake as she cuts through the monster's defenses with crushing, catastrophic force. The cavern rips with the impact, and the beast goes wide-eyed and frozen, stunned by the tiny warrior's brutal strike. Camilla rips through those giant tentacles, and with every slash, blood erupts into the air as severed limbs go flying everywhere. She streaks in with blistering speed, and taunts the beast by flat-out asking if it's finally time for her to make her big move. Radiant with magical power, she grips a vertical tentacle and loudly swears her upgrade is the very best. Her eyes burn with pure focus as her sword carves through the monster's defenses like they're nothing. A monstrous tentacle gets sliced clean in one brutal cut, and the heavy limb whips off into the dark. She charges across the battlefield at a blur, so fast her teammates can barely keep up with her moves. Camilla realizes she can climb forever, no fatigue, no struggle, and she's stunned by how effortlessly her body glides upward. She turns on her younger self in her head like, wait, am I really the same girl who used to feel numb and bored? As she hits again and again, she can't help wondering, was that ruthless warrior now truly her real self? Her blade bites in, she carves straight through the monster's massive eye with a brutal, deep slash. A wild grin bursts across her face the moment she realizes she can take this boss on head-to-head. She charges along the creature's length, swearing she'll slash every tentacle and drive her blade straight into the heart. Grit and raw determination blaze across her face as she screams for more speed and even more power. Even with her wild burst of strength, she can't believe it, the monster still won't fall. Vim stares in awe, comparing Camilla going all out with the legendary clash of a mythical hero. He grabs onto his resolve and obeys her commands, risking everything on the precious time she's carved out for them. With his device in hand, he zeroes in and orders the retreat assistants to get ready for the rest of the party. He slams the retreat protocol, his hand shaking just a little over the controls. Vim drags his wounded comrade to safety, and the moment they limp off the battlefield, his comrade chokes out a grateful thank you. Heidemarie clocks him closing in, and the moment she spots him, relief crashes out of her as she yells his name. She stands right in front of him and confesses the truth. She's been believing in him the whole time. Vim pants hard, sweat pouring off his face, and he checks the area again like he's daring trouble to show up. He lays out the brutal state of the second recon team. Hands is safe, but the others are barely hanging on. He snaps a quick nod, spins to go, and urges Heidemarie to get out, right now. Heidemarie freezes in pure confusion, then spots it. Vim's footsteps are dragging like something's wrong. Vim's breathing turns ragged, his mouth gapes open as exhaustion slams into him. He feels his body suddenly weigh 1,000 tons, and he realizes, oh no, he's in serious trouble. It's not just tiredness anymore. His legs turn into dead weights and they refuse to move. A terrifying jolt hits him as his mind clicks. He finally pinpoints exactly what this sensation is. A brutal ghost of his abusive past boss clamps down on his skull, whispering, "You're useless." His eyes bulge with pure horror as he instantly recognizes that brutal, sickening feeling from his time in Dragon's Wing. He wrestles down the panic, demanding answers to his own mind. Why is he spiraling on this right now when he has zero time to breathe? Heidemarie shrieks his name in pure panic when he slips, loses his balance, and starts to plummet. A brutal memory of Camilla bursts into his mind, screaming that falling back won't save him. Her smile lights a fire under him, pushing him to do everything he's capable of. He remembers her praise like a spark, and it hits him hard. She said his progress was magnificent. He's blown away. Why are these memories crashing back to life right now? And no matter how hard he tries, he can't shake the thought of her kindness. Images of her slipping him food, stacking money in his hands, and praising him to the sky whirl through his head, proving just how fiercely she cared. Her voice slices through the haze, barking at him to focus and just do exactly what she orders. A countdown screams in his head, begging him to stop thinking and just launch, right as the timer slams down to 1. A chilling voice pounds through Vim's head, screaming that he must obey Camilla's orders, then forcing his feet to move one step, then another. The voice turns feral, spitting insults and barking at him to look up, not just standing there frozen like a total idiot. Vim stands frozen in the pouring rain, shaking hard as his old trauma ghosts crash in through his hallucinations. The voice sneers at his terror, laughing at just how pathetic he looks in that moment. It brutally matches his frozen smirk to the expression he wore when he publicly humiliated himself back when Kronos, the trash leader, was watching. That hallucination won't let up. It digs in, demanding to know the exact thoughts in his head while he just stands there, helpless and frozen. Hyde's voice slices through the dark. Mary roars, telling him to stop bolting and finally think things through. She presses him for answers, and suddenly he can't dodge it anymore. He has to face the hesitation in his own head. Right when everything hits the fan, the voice snaps that he's been doubting his comrades all along. Vim freezes in the pouring rain, eyes bulging with raw terror, as his own inner war pins him in place. The colossal worm monster lunges up, its grotesque head rising like a nightmare, ready to slam down and crush the tiny humans below. Camilla hurls herself at the beast, sword blazing as she hacks through a massive tentacle in one brutal slash. Vim snaps back to the team's rallying cry, sure that if their captain's leading the charge, nothing, absolutely nothing, is out of reach. The soldiers thunder together, screaming that nobody's giving up, and their courage surges even as the odds crush down on them. Camilla keeps crashing in, her blade slices through the monster's flesh with ruthless, pinpoint precision. She flips through the air like a blur, snapping out of every strike, then carving straight through the creature's thick hide. A soldier yells that the enemy's assault finally sputtered out, and he seizes the tiny opening like it's life or death. He roars at everyone to grab the moment right now, yelling that this is the perfect opening to flip the whole tide. A brutal attack detonates, and a massive shockwave rips straight through the battlefield. A battle-scarred warrior roars at the top of their lungs, dumping every last ounce of strength into one final, desperate strike. The monster slams back with a terrifying move, launching a full-on human hunt to erase every attacker in its path. A chilling voice whispers, "Good," and the trap snaps shut the moment it's sprung. Camilla's eyes blew wide with terror as the punch came crashing in, and she realized, way too late, that she had to dodge it. A gigantic limb crashes into her, shattering her armor and blasting blood through the air in a violent spray. The blast hits the surface and a violent shockwave tears across the water, slamming everything back in its path. Vim shrieks her captain's name in total panic as he watches her get ripped down in the blow. Camilla gets launched through the air like a rag doll, utterly powerless as the blow's crushing force smashes her into helplessness. Abel snaps into action, barrels forward, and roars like a war drum as he throws himself straight into the line of fire. He snaps his shield up at the last second, bracing for the catastrophic impact that's about to slam down and crush them all. Vim lunges to grab Camilla as she drops, skidding through the water and catching her tight in his arms. He jerks his head up in pure panic, screaming her name again as that monster's shadow swallows them both. Camilla gasps for breath, blood trickling from her mouth, and she still manages to praise Abel for his killer-reflect skill. Abel grunts through the strain, refuses to break, and swears he'll keep the defense up no matter what hits him. Vim frantically barrels toward his captain, screaming, "Can you hear me?" as chaos rages all around. His analysis drops the brutal truth. Her organs are wrecked, and her bones are shattered from head to toe. Camilla rips her eyes open with a shaky breath, stunned, and asks who the heck is still standing on that battlefield. She sinks into despair, then realizes it's over. They never escaped, and the whole party is still stuck in that same nightmare with her. Resignation flickers across her face as she whispers, "I see," and fully accepts how dire their situation is. She lets out a quiet laugh, points out that somehow nobody has died yet, and tells them, with a shake of her head, that they're all foolishly young. With her last ounce of strength, she screams at the young and strong to flee, leaving all these wounded burdens of hers in the dust behind them. Vim froze behind his fallen captain, jaw clenched and muttering to himself as the truth finally slammed into him. Their situation was doomed, and there was no pretending anymore. He glares down at Camilla on her knees, frozen in disbelief that the strongest warrior he knows has been brought to total defeat. Refusing to run, Vim snaps that if she still has her reinforcement magic, then he'll at least be a living shield, whatever it takes to keep her safe. Grit and pure desperation shake his voice as he balls his fist tight, swearing he absolutely, positively can't quit yet. Camilla lifts her eyes with a fragile grin, nods like it's all proper, and begs Vim to give her his reinforcement one last time. Vim's face twists with raw emotion, rain and sweat pouring off his chin as he grits his teeth and pushes straight through the terror. And with a gut punch of self-loathing, he realizes his fear and doubt are stealing the few precious seconds Camilla has left, right from under his hands. A terrifying vision slams into him, screaming that if no one steps in right now, the whole group is going to get slaughtered here and then. The warmth of that party crashes into his thoughts, and it hits him harder. He feels even more undeserving of the kindness they keep handing him, the misfit that never seems to fit. Tears prick at the edge of his eyes as he trembles, drowning in the crushing thought that he has no right to be here at a party this great. He fires off a brutal headcount of his own flaws, convinced he's awkward to the core, doomed to misery, and nothing less than an outcast who should have been kicked out ages ago. He admits the truth, no matter what, it's always been the Febron members' strength and unity that shielded him. That debt he owes them drags him under, and even after dying over and over, he still can't shake the feeling that nothing will ever prove he's not worthless. He stares at his trembling hand and can't believe it. These amazing people really took him in, embraced his flaws, and treated him with real respect. Vim snaps open a channel to the whole team and with shocking clarity declares that there's still one final shot at survival. The surviving survivors just freeze in the pouring rain, stunned and lost, as their support mage's sudden, deadly serious announcement drops like a bomb. Vim blurts out a shaky, heartfelt apology, then steadies his voice and declares he's going to directly ignore the orders. His teammates stare in pure shock, like their brains can't even catch up to what this timid enchanter is about to do. Vim admits the road he's about to take probably isn't the smartest move on the board. He insists it's his last shot, and that leaves him with no choice at all, so he has to act. He barks orders at the rest of the party, grab the opening and vanish right now, while he stays back to hold the boss in place. Vim slams the powerful hurt spell into motion and kicks off the stalemate protocol that locks the battlefield in place. Magic energy swirls around him, and he snaps at the confused team that he's about to unleash a very specific debuff. He locks onto the Lord of the Levels and announces his wild plan. He's going straight for the floor boss and taking it down solo. Camilla looks up at him, breath caught in her chest, and she finally clicks. She was right all along, because something truly special has always been buried inside him. Vim jabs his finger at the enemy, fuming, because why would he do something this wild, when he usually can't stand reckless moves? It all clicks. Camilla's words about living free hit him like a wave, and he finally gets what her advice truly meant: live your own way. A real, confident smile bursts onto his face as he fully embraces his choice, and the freedom that finally comes with it. With a wild, dramatic slash of his hand, Vim triggers his ultimate, activating Transition, Puppet Master, and kicks off his solo war. Vim stands frozen in the downpour and a voice cuts through the rain, questioning his every move as it calls him out, grave, and to young Vim. From the water, towering grotesque monsters lunge upward, and their brutal screeches tear through the air above the lone figure. Vim braced himself against the downpour, jaw clenched as he swore, defeating this enemy is his sacred duty. As he trudges toward the shore, a voice that once called his name rips through the storm and won't let him go. In his head, he double-checks the moment he's leaving, then turns to the girl behind him, her silhouette snapping into sharp focus against the light. She forces a smile through the heat and worry, then quietly accepts his choice with a tired, resigned nod. She points out that even with all his non-stop griping and doubt, the moment it's go time, he somehow still finds the nerve to act. Vim wipes away tear streaks, flashes a brave smile, and gives Haidemarie one last, crushing goodbye. She tells him you've got what it takes to win, and begs him to stop stressing about how it'll turn out. Vim rubs his cheek with a sheepish grin, insisting he's only stalling again, just like last time. He drops a cocky claim, swearing he's way stronger than the last ruler of this floor. Haidemarie freezes mid-thought because something wildly unexpected is sitting right there in his demeanor. Vim shrugs off the tension with a laugh, admits his emotions are surging, and admits he feels a little off. She slices right through his bravado and asks straight up if he's scared, because she can see his legs shaking. Vim admits it when you're wagering your life, shaking isn't weakness, it's a natural reaction. She watches him like a hawk and she realizes his shaking isn't fear at all. Vim slashes the conversation to an abrupt stop and snaps that there's no time left, then he turns and storms out. She declares she understands him better than he understands himself, like she can already tell he hasn't fully faced what he really is. As she watched his back fade into the distance, she couldn't shake the feeling that one day he'd finally understand himself, better than anyone alive. Tears spill down her face as she finally admits it. No matter what she swore, there are still parts of him she hasn't uncovered yet. She can't believe it. Why would he laugh at a time this desperate? A hulking nightmare twists into a new position, its grotesque flesh rippling and squirming in sickening waves of detail. The enemy sneers at their struggle, just as the tentacles the leader chopped down start growing back and crash back into their way. And just when things couldn't get worse, the water level shot up, reshaping the battlefield as the fight changed with it. A colossal beast towers over the flooding waters, and right in its shadow, one tiny figure refuses to back down against something that should never be faced. Vim realizes the flood is about to supercharge the monster's speed, so he panics and tears through the area, desperate to find a way to stop it. The creature thrashes the water, breathing out low, ominous groans as it coils up and readies the strike. The beast's massive bulk grinds and shifts, and suddenly the air feels weighed down by its deafening presence. Vim clenched his fist hard, steadied his breathing, and got ready to explode with power. He tightens his resolve and declares, I'm a support specialist, give me the chance, and I'll push all kinds of things to their absolute limit. A mind-born diagram bursts onto the screen, mapping out exactly how tough reinforcement gets, depending on which part of the human body you're dealing with. The easiest level just targets your bones and muscles, usually wrapped up in just 1 or 2 treatments. To push past the limit, you've got to crank up blood flow and strengthen your heart, so oxygen hits where it needs to when it counts. But beyond the heart lies a forbidden realm, a hidden core where only a chosen few are allowed to grow stronger. At the very top of the challenge sits the unknown level, the hardest upgrade of all, a power-up that directly fires up your brain. The story suddenly snaps into a memory, Vim hunched over a desk, seething with focus, burning through the night like it owes him answers. He tears through the texts in pure frustration, only to find that info on brain strengthening is shockingly hard to come by. An ancient tome drops the truth. No matter how many times they tried, they never managed to truly strengthen the brain. Boosting processing speed in the consciousness center could skyrocket combat power, but the text slams a brutal warning. The danger level is insanely high. It basically says self-fortifying won't help the weak at all, but trying to boost someone else's brain is almost impossible. Vim can't help but wonder, will anyone ever be crazy enough to stake their life just to even try a move this deadly? He locks eyes with the horizon, silent and still, like the weight of his thoughts is crushing him from the inside. A long-hidden memory crashes in. Vim gets shoved aside by a stronger warrior who dismisses him from the battlefield, then apologizes for Vim's weakness before stepping in and seizing the fight. With the room silent, Vim hunched over his desk, tearing into his research like his life depended on it, driven by a desperate hunger for power. He shoots his hand forward, stunned by the truth. This forbidden path is the last card he has left. This technique is the puppet master, a skill that tugs at the body like it's nothing but a doll in someone else's hands. A piercing sound snaps through the air as his mind kicks off the activation, deep in his skull. He weighs the terrifying risk, push his brain's processing speed too far, and it could instantly overload his system, stealing his consciousness. He turns inward and suddenly becomes painfully aware of every beat of his own consciousness. He sharpens his senses to a razor edge, firing off quick questions and answers to himself over and over until his mind clicks perfectly into place. He meticulously measures the multiplier, fine-tuning it to land right on the edge so nothing overloads. The final value gets cranked up by a tiny microscopic jump, just one times his usual capacity. He knows the side effects will probably wreck his brain, but it's the farthest he can force himself to go. His thoughts slam ahead at breakneck speed, piecing together theories that prove, yeah, in this state he can still steer himself. Reality snaps back, and a towering tentacle slams down to crush him in one brutal drop. The puppet master technique slams into full swing, and a manic, breathless laugh bursts out like a warning. Vim clamps down on his weapon the instant those deadly tendrils slam in from every direction. Giant tentacles whip through the air with terrifying speed and sheer crushing force. A storm of strikes crashes into his spot, blasting debris into the air and vanishing him from sight in an instant. With that kind of crushing speed blasting him forward, he can't help but wonder, did he die already? Suddenly his senses flip, and the terrifyingly fast landscape grinds to a crawl. Vim slumps back like it's nothing, weaving past those huge swings as his lightning-fast eyes make them look slow. He leaps onto the thrashing tentacles and sprints along them with absurd agility, like he's built for speed. Flipping through the air upside down, he threads his way through that deadly maze of flesh, stone calm the whole time. He rockets down the creature's limb in a blur, smashing closer and closer to the main body with every heartbeat. Closing in on the monster's central core, he braces and sets up the knockout blow. His focus is total as he darts through the last defenses with knife-edge precision. Everyone freezes in stunned silence, mouths hanging open as the impossible spectacle explodes right in front of their eyes. A streak of motion slices through the air as he keeps hammering forward, unleashing his relentless attack. He glides over the creature's hide, smooth as lightning, lining up his next strike like a perfect plan. He rips the curtain off what his power really is, then instantly cranks it up. His physical stats explode to 20 times their normal strength. With his senses turned up to maximum, the whole world feels frozen solid, so the enemy's moves look painfully slow. Every inch of his body snaps to life the moment he commands it, and he bursts forward like a living storm. He figures out the exact perfect route and nails the timing of his strike with computer-sharp precision. His perception collapses reality itself, and suddenly he can read every twitch of every muscle fiber in a blink, faster than thousands of heartbeats. He can't help but marvel at the relentless push of the strong train, because it makes them pull off a perfect 10 out of 10 every single time. The weak have one job: pour every ounce of their power into hunting that 1 in 100,000 moment where pure luck finally clicks. He finally gets it. Waiting around for success to magically show up just isn't enough. He claims he has to wrestle that miracle into reality himself, pushing it to happen through sheer willpower. He channels the raw power of his technique and rockets into the air just in time to dodge the final strike. Vim sprints across the shifting ground, and you can tell he's supercharged his ligaments' elasticity, so they flex and hold strong under the insane strain. Dozens of deadly spikes slam down from above, pinning him in a brutal kill box of piercing shadows. With a wild grin, he rips through the chaos, screaming in his own head to keep hunting for that 1 in 100,000 miracle. He slips beneath the crushing blow, every heartbeat screaming that one wrong move will get him killed 1,000 times, before he finally claws his way to a path that lets him live. His laughter booms eerily over the water as he glides with impossible grace, and everyone on the shore just freezes, staring in stunned silence. Camilla stares in total disbelief, her mind scrambling to understand the insane agility unfolding right in front of her. She can't even track his moves, then he rockets into the air with a force that feels impossible, like physics just gave up. She clocks it instantly. He used a brutal joint-crushing technique on purpose, slamming the backswing into the moment and killing the jump's momentum. She can't help but wonder, was this kind of feat truly one of a kind, something only his wildly supercharged body could ever pull off? Horror spreads across her face as she realizes, somehow, his movement has jumped past anything a human body should be able to do. Staring at that tiny figure trading blows with the Leviathan, she finally realizes just how far Vim's transformation has gone. Vim cackles in the jaws of death, raging out his brand new philosophy: live exactly how you want, no apologies. He celebrates beating impossible odds, turning a 1 in a million miracle into reality with pure willpower. Pure euphoria explodes, then instantly turns to crushing despair when he realizes this miracle still won't save him from death. He figures out his end with icy precision, because one tiny timing slip of just milliseconds means his body shatters into broken bones. Even with grim odds stacking up, he needles the beast anyway, grinning because his boosted speed feels like the winning move. Suddenly, the creature snaps back, raising glowing magical glyphs that spiral around its massive body. Vim's eyes balloon with terror as he realizes the beast is throwing magic, and it's a card he never saw coming. A gigantic wave of magical energy rips across the battlefield, carving the air with unstoppable power. On pure instinct, Vim slams away from the dark energy that's ready to erase him in the blink of an eye. He barely slips out of the next hit, twisting midair to dodge the crushing swing of that massive limb. He chokes on a gasp, shocked to see the monster doesn't flinch, cutting off its own tentacles just to slam the attack home. The creature's destructive magic blasts the severed limb through the air like a deadly projectile straight at him. Vim keeps dancing through the non-stop barrage, fuming because the enemy won't give him even a single breath of peace. With madness burning in his eyes, he braces for the relentless barrage and swears he'll dodge every single thing coming at him. Vim rockets through the wild network of massive bone-white tendrils, his silhouette whipping past in a blur as he charges through the deadly battlefield. With a feral roar, he lunges back, blades snapping in and out of the light as he scrambles to keep the colossal beast from crushing him. Soaring through the air with jaw-dropping acrobatics, Vim twists through danger with a kind of grace that makes fear melt away. Down below, the knights gawk in stunned disbelief, faces slick with sweat as they witness the impossible unfold right before their eyes. None of them can wrap their heads around how Vim is still alive, because the way he's moving against that monster is so impossible it fries their brains. The narration hits you with the brutal truth. Vim has to take on the mightiest of the hierarchs alone. Vim is locked in an ultra-high-speed deathmatch, and he grins like a maniac as every millisecond rips past. The crowd can only mutter in awe, utterly frozen by the sheer skill they're witnessing. Vim lashes out in a storm of strikes, hammering the beast's massive limbs with lightning-fast, deadly precision. Riding the wave of momentum, Vim surfs along those towering tentacles, grinding over the monster's own body like it's a highway. He dodges those high-pressure water jets like they're nothing, reflexes so unnatural the crowd bursts into screaming disbelief over his insane agility. Vim hangs in midair for a heartbeat, perfectly still, floating right by the towering mass of the hierarch. He whips forward again, and in the dark, all you can see is a lightning streak. A sudden snap in the battle catches him off guard, and the young fighter blurts out a sharp gasp of pure shock. Vin suddenly feels his mind and body snap out of sync, totally freaking out as he realizes he's stuck in some wild fugue state, like, what the hell am I doing? The fight rips forward at breakneck speed, and he pulls off several mind-bending maneuvers in the span of one heartbeat. When Vim finally clocks the danger, he bolts to escape right now, or that gigantic limb will smash him the instant it drops. He clings to life like it's dangling from a razor-thin thread, dancing through a 1 in tens of thousands shot just to stay a single heartbeat ahead of death. Riding the creature's hide all the way down, Vim can't help but stare. Somehow, even after the brutal strain, nothing inside him is breaking. He rides the monster's shockwave like a tidal wave, yanking himself to safety on the raw chaos. Vim clocks that his time up and scrambles to make his escape, because the impossible truth of what's happening finally hits him like a truck. He rockets away the second a colossal tentacle crashes down, smashing the exact spot where he'd been standing a blink ago. Vim touches down safely, stunned that his body pulled off every desperate move his mind dreamed up in that split second. A weird thrill ignites in him. His mind stays stone calm while his body howls in adrenaline. Vim jerks out of his battle trance, realizes he got way too hyped, and just stares in stunned disbelief at what's happening. With a grim jaw, he forces the words into his own head. Buy time right now, or the other Furberin is dead for sure. Vim smacks himself for enjoying it too much, then snaps back to the mission, refusing to let that rush steal his focus. He keeps replaying that twisted thrill he felt while he danced right on the edge of death, then he's horrified by the reaction he can't deny. The closer danger gets, the more his heart lights up, because it thrills him and scares him all at once. Vim feels like he's been craving this deadly moment for ages, and that gut-wrenching premonition finally breaks into reality. From way out in the distance, the soldiers keep whispering to each other, asking if Vim survived that catastrophic hit. A colossal higher sea blob looms in the water, its countless limbs twitching and sliding around like it's about to pounce. The soldiers stare in pure confusion as the creature's body starts twisting out of shape, and they can't help blurting, "What are you doing?" A battle-scarred knight freezes in terror when he realizes the beast is in the middle of changing, right in front of his eyes. Weird floating noises roll through the air as the creature's body bucks nature's rules like it's unstoppable. Vim gapes upward in full-on disbelief, sweat pouring down his face as the whole situation spirals out of control. A huge chunk of flesh rips free and hovers above the main body, and Vim can't stop himself from staring in disbelief at the magic behind it all. The knight snaps that the hierarchs always keep a secret ace hidden, and that's when the real horror of their enemy finally comes into focus. The veteran knight clenches his jaw and admits this horrifying transformation isn't new, it's a recurring nightmare, and the last generation tried the exact same tactic. He realizes this brutal shift isn't strength at all, it's pure desperation, like the monster has finally been shoved into a corner with nowhere left to go. Massive pale tentacles slam down across the battlefield, ripping up the ground and turning it into a brutal maze of flesh. The hierarch finally flips into its real form, a horrifying, bloated deity with writhing limbs and a bright, glowing symbol blazing at its crown. Vim slams a hand across his face, wiping the sweat away, and grins like a predator, because the second round of this deadly game is officially underway. A commander roars that the next attacks can't be seen coming, then slams the order to evacuate, no delay, for every youngster in the area. He zeroes in on Abel and snaps, "Drop your post and get out, let the veterans handle the defense." Abel shakes with terror, refuses to bolt, and blurts that he has to stay, shield commander or not, because he needs to block every stray shot. The commander locks eyes with him, stunned out of his mind, because he can't wrap his head around why that terrified boy is still standing his ground. Abel clamps his shield tight, sure that even in this crushing despair, a single spark of hope is waiting just out of reach. The battle-scarred knight flashes a reassuring grin at the boy and tells him to quit spiraling about dying, just lock in and fight. The hierarch's floating appendages start twitching and letting out faint little sounds, like the calm before the next brutal offensive. Clinging to the rock face, Vim stared down at the floating organs, dread climbing higher with every breath, and something in his gut screamed that this was about to go terribly wrong. He clocks it instantly. Those aren't random parts, they're support organs built to drop attacks from above, and that means dodging by jumping is basically out of the question. Vim clenches his teeth and decides his current speed isn't enough, so he slams down harder and dares to break past his limits. He slams the trigger and boom, his power skyrockets, blasting his physical abilities up to 50 times in a blink. His eyes balloon with an unnatural intensity as he strains to stretch his vision wide, desperate to catch every single detail of the battlefield. Vin vows to swallow up every single bit of information, scraping data even from places he can't see and locking it into his memory. The flood of information slams into him so hard that his vision blurs. He feels like he's about to pass out any second. Dozens of intricate magic circles erupted around the hierarch's limbs, crackling as they built toward a catastrophic magical bombardment. The air rips open with raw power as the beast unleashes everything it has, blasting simultaneous energy beams from every direction. Water jets roar and magical shots rain down nonstop, drowning the battlefield in a bullet hell where there's nowhere to run and death closes in. Soldiers scrambled in panic as those massive beams tore through the water and stone all around them. Vim rockets through the chaos, grinning like a lunatic, yelling in pure wonder as he threads his way through the impossible storm. He gasps with pure exhilaration as it hits. He can see everything, every flicker and chaos of the scene landing in his senses all at once. He sniffs out strikes from blind spots, follows the glittering reflections on the water, and even spots the tentacles, shadows creeping in. His mind races through the unseen, tallying 377 tentacles, 490 blades, 55 lances, and 1020 bullets, every single one counted to the exact number. With god-tier accuracy, Vim realizes he can map the exact path of every projectile flying at him. He weaves through the deadly storm, slipping between the massive blows like water, every strike missing by inches that would have turned him to dust. Vim cackles like a villain, praising the hierarch for being ruthless and cutting out all those pointless attacks. He feels omnipotent, savoring the thrill of mapping the whole battlefield in his mind from every angle degrees. A jolt of terror races down his spine as he realizes that even the tiniest slip, just a microsecond, means instant death. He can't stop wondering if that death-hunting instinct was always buried in him, because the moment he strikes a deal with the hierarch, his whole body lights up like it's thrilling as hell. Vim bursts into pure joy and declares, "I finally hit my peak performance." Deadly tendrils rocket forward at blinding speed, tearing through the air as destruction whirls around them. Wim barely slips out of the killing strike, and the moment it misses, he realizes he was seconds from taking it straight in the face. With the support fire cut off, a calm voice turns to Heidi Mari and thanks her for every bit of help. In the middle of the chaos, a desperate shout cuts through. "Hands, tell me we can get out. What are our escape chances?" The team gets slammed with a brutal choice: back Wim or shield the wounded, while stray bullets rip through the chaos and everyone scrambles to stay standing. With the fight hitting that level of brutality, the very idea of offering support gets thrown out the window. A storm of devastating punches hammers down nonstop, and the whole battlefield erupts with deafening crashes as every hit lands. Camilla realizes there's no way she could jump into a fight moving that fast, step in, and she'd just get in the way. Orders: hit the squad, lock in on defense, and fall back as far as you can, no questions, no heroics. With the Great Curtain finally kicking off, the whole crew launches into a desperate evacuation, no time to waste. A brutal shockwave tears through the air, blazing light across the leader's silhouette as the chaos erupts in front of him. As the fight rages on, Camilla flashes back to Wim's wild promise. He swore he'd beat the floor boss. She confesses she thought he was just bluffing, like he'd never actually dare take the monster down on his own. To her absolute shock, Wim isn't just trading blows with the boss, he's pushing it deeper and deeper into a tight corner. Seeing the fight go way past their limits, Camilla throws all her trust into Wim. In the zone, Wim uncovers a secret side of himself, one that chases the rush of cutting through everything, blade first, with no hesitation. He surges forward with pure rage, and his body turns into a non-stop blur of violence. Even with the attacks flying at him, Wim finally clocks the grim truth. He's stuck in a stalemate, and not one of those blows has landed on the main body. He forces his mind to stay sharp, because he knows he can't survive a battle that drags on forever. With every relentless strike crashing in, he dodges and grinds his mind past its limits, forcing himself to think even harder. He feels that brutal hard shell wrapped in the black mist and realizes, this doesn't belong in the world, something about it screams wrong. Locking onto the prize, he decides the only way to win is to smash the hidden core and crack it wide open. A brand new path snaps into his mind, some kind of math he can't fully decode, but he knows it's the straight shot to the boss. A flash of inspiration detonates inside his head, lighting up the path ahead. A strange solution snaps into place as probabilities and parallel events collide in his mind. Now it all comes down to one thing: can he stay locked on that calculated route and not mess up once? From the very first second, he can feel it, his whole body shaking with fear. Watching that miracle path to victory, it finally hits him. He's right there, one step from triumph, and he can feel it. Even with a 90% chance he won't make it, he's dead sure this version of himself can still beat the odds. He turns the crushing fear of suicide into pure adrenaline, then grins at how wildly insane this risk really is. He rockets forward at blinding speed, and the wind pressure smashes his face out of shape. The massive boss erupts, lashing tentacles through the air to cut him off mid-move. To everyone's stunned eyes, Wim suddenly disappears, like he fell off the face of the earth. Wim freezes mid-step, stunned when the rain abruptly stops out of nowhere. He realizes he didn't just stop, he blasted upward so high he can literally soar above the clouds. Realizing the enemy won't stop hunting him, even here, he barrels down the descent, using it like a launch pad to crank his speed even higher. As he rockets downward head first, every sound dies and total silence swallows him whole. In the bone-chilling silence, it feels like he's the last living thing on Earth. As he closes in on the target, a dizzying rush hits. He feels like he's seized total control of the whole space. Magic circles explode to life as he crashes toward the impact point with pure, devastating force. Wim snaps his eyes open. He realizes the enemy slammed up a barrier, desperately trying to stop his descent. Pushing himself past the edge, he vows to unleash every last ounce of strength he's got and smash right through. He burst forward, cranking up his speed until he became a living bullet, ready to punch through everything in his path. His eyes snap to the mark, zeroing in on the one hidden core buried deep inside the swirling black mist. Eyes locked on the goal, he smashes straight into the objective with a blinding burst of raw power. The world melts into blinding white static and glitches out, and suddenly Wim is left alone in a silent void. Confusion slams into him the moment he scans the empty space, and he can't figure out where he's standing. A weird, egg-shaped vessel splits open in front of him, and a thick, dark ooze splashes onto the ground. The shell shatters all at once, and pure abyssal darkness spills out from within. From the torn-up wreckage, a glitching hand shoots out, claws the air, and sends chills through the whole room. Waves of twisted noise crash through the void, like speech trying to form, but shattering before it ever finds meaning. A giant shadow swallows the room around him, and it starts talking in cryptic symbols that make his mind reel, like it's speaking a truth no human was meant to decode. Even though the words make zero sense, Wim doesn't feel an ounce of malice. He can tell the thing isn't trying to hurt him. The vision snaps shut just like it started, vanishing fast, leaving nothing behind but that simple nod. Wim snaps back to reality and crumples to the ground, gasping for breath as the exhaustion slams into him all at once. The floor boss's massive body crumbles behind him, slamming into the water with a thunderous splash. He finally understands he's protected everyone, and when he spots the sheer joy lighting up his Russian comrades' faces, he can't stop smiling. With his strength finally giving out, he topples forward and smashes face first into the water, splashing hard. Panic erupts as guild members burst into cries of alarm, screaming his name at the top of their lungs. As his awareness slips away, he clings to one last comfort. After all that relentless pounding, the rain finally lets up. The expedition ends with 106 people injured, but the final report drops a miracle, not a single casualty. They hit the entrance to the 50th floor and stare upward at a towering staircase, guarded by creepy serpent statues that send shivers down their spines. A colossal amphibian beast hangs in the distance, glaring at the intruders like it's counting down to the first brutal strike. That massive frog whips its tongue like a whip, but the vanguard slips out of the sticky blast with pure, practiced ease. With the opening in hand, Nicholas roars and swings her monstrous hammer straight at the beast. Her exploding skill hits with a brutal rush. She snaps her crush into action and slams the monster's jaw straight into the ground with terrifying force. While the beast scrambles to recover, Malice snaps a binding spell, locking its limbs to the floor so it can't move and stays wide open. A raging torrent of fire swallows the trapped monster whole as a teammate hurls down a wall of flames to blast it to cinders. The creature buckles in agony as magical flames swallow it alive, trapped in restraints it can't break or escape. A swordsman bursts through the smoke, then carves the burning beast into 3 perfect pieces with one unstoppable, fluid slash. Blood spatters across Chrono's cheek as he grins, savoring a perfectly clean kill. With the fight finally over, the party surges toward Chronos, cheering at his ice-cold execution and relentless skill. Once Nicola was fully healed, Dragonwing crashed right back into dungeon diving, moving as a tight, unstoppable team with brand new, seriously impressive coordination. Even while she's stuck juggling the map and a bunch of random chores, the ELF can't miss it. Their combat coordination has gotten noticeably better. Even with all that success, doubt still claws at her as she stares at how fast they've surged forward. She admits that tearing through this floor proves the trio isn't just lucky, they've got real, undeniable potential. Their wild bravery and reckless grit slam the odds back into their hands, proving that their raw talent isn't just luck, it's power. Still, she coldly shuts it down. No matter how skilled they are, this party is doomed with no future to speak of. That dragon wing chasing frontline glory is gone, but this mid-level party still has everything they need to muscle through and survive. She admits it could come off as rude, then realizes the truth. This crew just doesn't have the raw power needed to smash a floor boss. The story whisks us to the Dragon Wing Party house, where a steaming warm meal is waiting for them after the expedition. The group tears into their food in this brutal, awkward hush. Only the clatter of cutlery on plates fills the silence. The whole room hums with tension as they shove food in their mouths. Everyone refuses to look anyone in the eye while they chew. Shattering the quiet, Kronos fires off, "Did you cook, Nicola?" and calls her out again because she forgot to yank the carrot stems. Nicola trips over her own feet, panic takes over, and she blurts out non-stop apologies for her clumsiness while the others try to chuckle it off. Kronos urges him on, but that one guy's laughter vanishes in a blink, replaced by a stiff, awkward silence, because he flat-out refuses to eat the stem. The elf felt their insides shrink as the air turned heavy, and no one had a clue how to lift the mood. Suddenly, Kronos snaps to attention. His face lights up as he remembers the exact topic he'd been dying to bring up with everyone. With a laid-back grin, he turns to the girls and asks what they think about recruiting new members to boost their ranks. He jolts them with a reminder that they're still in a ranked party, and straight up admits he'd totally let it slip while they were getting rehabilitated. If they ever put out recruitment calls, their high status would let them slip right back to the front lines in no time. Nicola goes rigid with nerves, then blurts out, way too unsure, how many people he's actually planning to squeeze into their close-knit crew. When Kronos pitches the idea of snagging a couple dozen people, the girls lock onto him, each one glaring with a different level of worry. The elf starts fretting hard over how they'll even vet all these strangers, especially when their party is made up of nothing but women. Clueless to the tension crackling in the air, Kronos whips around to Melee's and demands her take, catching her completely off guard. He leans in with bated breath, then flashes a sweet little smile, like he's dying to hear the answer. As he watches, the elf clocks Kronos' sneaky habit. He steers the whole conversation with barely a word. Melis stammers that she'd feel safer if the new recruits were girls, but then she quickly insists she's totally okay with Kronos being the only male. The elf watches that painfully awkward moment, clocking the romantic tension like a glaring crack in their group dynamic. There's this messy love triangle brewing. Both girls are chasing Kronos, and shockingly, Kronos feels the same way back for both of them. Nicola sits there silent and shaken, terrified that once more women step into the party, Kronos will flip his attention onto the new faces. Sophia's face twists with worry, and the moment you see it, you realize, yeah, of course she looks that scared. Seeing Sophia's pain, Kronos lines in and demands to know what's wrong. Sophia blurts out her fears, money's tight, and they have zero clue how to run a roster this huge. A thick, suffocating silence crashes over the dining table as her words finally hit like a punch. Kronos shuts down her fears fast, telling her that if she truly thought the whole plan was impossible, she should have spoken up from the very beginning. With his ruthless pushback shutting her down, Sophia sputters and stumbles over her words, unable to spit out a real defense. Kronos claims the floor boss's reward is so massive that money practically stops being a problem. Panic slams into Sophia as she frantically replays her reports, terrified she somehow left out that one crucial detail. Kronos senses her hesitation and immediately offers her a private meeting in his room if she can't find the words. Sophia tells us that Wim's leftover records show one brutal truth: they don't have the proofs or the approvals needed to take down the subjugated boss. Inside, she's losing her mind, then horror hits as she realizes she's just made a massive administrative blunder. A razor-sharp voice snaps in and orders her never to say that man's name again. Sophia blurts out an apology, saying the person's records show the missing documents were supposedly already sent. The crew finally figures it out: he must have messed up the paperwork, which is why the reward money still hasn't shown up. Even with everyone pointing fingers, Sophia insists that approval should have shown up by now, mistake or not. She tries to convince them to pause the expansion, because everything about their situation is still up in the air. Tension snaps in half as Kronos rises in fury, blasting through the meal like a thunderclap. He clenched his teeth and cursed that bastard, raging that he'd messed things up for them again, just like always. He yells that Dragonwing took down the 97th floor boss, then demands to know just how long Wim's going to keep standing in their way. Sophia drops her gaze in defeat, forcing herself to accept that this twisted story is the truth, and it's not going to budge. She spits out a bitter truth: this party isn't celebrating at all, they're just bandaging their pride by pinning the villain label on Wim Strauss. The story glides into a hushed room, and a chandelier swings gently from the ceiling above. Wim blinks through a foggy haze and cracks his eyes open, only to realize he's waking up in a bed that isn't his. A girl beside his bedside snaps awake to the fact that he's conscious, then she blurts out, "You're awake." She flashes him a bright morning grin while he snarls through a fresh wave of pain. She shoots him a warning: stay still, don't talk, because his throat is wrecked and his whole body's bruised to hell. Confusion slams into Wim, and he can't even remember where he is or what the heck just happened. Memories crash into him, and before he can even breathe, he blurts out, "Is everyone okay?" The girl snaps at him for pushing himself way too hard right after she warned him not to. Wim snaps to it: he's trapped in a hospital, and he scrambles to figure out how he got there. She grabs his hand and insists on one thing: sure, the injuries are serious, but nobody's life is on the line. She drops the bombshell: he's been out cold for 5 entire days. With a warm, glowing smile, she praises him for everything he's been doing out there. Relief crashes over Wim, and he blurts his gratitude up to the heavens like a desperate prayer. Tears prick his eyes as he makes the choice: saving everyone is worth risking his life. The girl leans out the door and signals to someone waiting outside, telling them that Camilla wanted to be called the moment he wakes up. A hand nudges the door open with care, and that familiar voice cuts through the air shouting, "Wim." Camilla slips into the room and with a teasing grin, asks if he really enjoyed that reckless stunt. Blushing hard, Wim yanks his eyes away and admits, yeah, he liked it, just a tiny bit. Camilla's face lights up with a warm smile at his honest answer. Wim jolts upright in bed when the door creeps open, and a familiar figure steps right into the doorway. To his utter shock, guild leader Camilla drops into a deep bow in full armor, head dipped low like she's showing pure, unshakable respect. Wim's whole body froze as his superior suddenly got formal, so he panicked and started flailing his hands, begging her, "Please, just lift your head." A gentle voice slips through her hair as she earnestly offers her thanks, simple and sincere. She blurts that for now all she's got are words of gratitude, then admits she has zero clue how she'll ever repay him. Tears pour down her face as she keeps repeating her gratitude, and the moment relief hits, her calm finally shatters. Wim stammers stumbled over his words, totally blindsided by the stoic leader's stunning, heart-tripping emotional outburst. With his face burning, he rubs his cheek and admits, like, "Seriously, I'm just relieved everyone came back safe." Camilla locks eyes with him, stunned that after he just gambled with his life, his first thought still screams one thing: protect everyone else. Emotion floods her, and her whole body twitches as she slams right into her breaking point. Unable to restrain herself, she rockets forward screaming and slams him into a bone-crushing embrace that leaves him reeling. Wind gulped for air, but it was already too late. Being yanked into a hug by someone in metal plate armor hurt like hell. Just as Wim's face turns blue from the chokehold, a loud, boisterous laugh bursts from the doorway at the sight of him fighting for breath. The rest of the guild storms into the room, bursting in with the news. Every last member's here, and they've come to visit their hero. While he's stuck in that mess, the huge crowd barrels onto the bed, piling on top of him and crushing him even harder in their group hug. Trapped beneath a crushing pile of bodies, Wim lets out a choked scream as death slowly tightens its grip and steals his breath. The pile swells fast as more members pile in, totally ignoring the fact the patient is still healing. Wim's scream rips through the air, "I'm dying," as Abel rushes in to join the fight and the horror hits him. Even his own friends are aiming to end him. The nurse snaps into action, rages and barks at the mob to back off, while the other girls grumble that it's unfair they don't get their own turn. She storms in, snaps that they need to drop it right now, before this turns into permanent damage. As the chaos spirals out of control, she grimly realizes Wim can't possibly survive much longer if this keeps up. Suddenly, Camilla's voice slices through the chaos as she screams, ordering everyone to snap to attention. She's completely oblivious, but she still snaps the crew to keep their touch brief so the injured hero doesn't get strained. One guild member, Deadpants, just preached peace, but her last bone-crushing hug proved the exact opposite, and she flat-out denies it. To lock things down for good, they built a no-wiggle-room system. Each person gets one single chance to thank him. A line snaps into place, and one after another, the members rush forward, fighting back tears as they pour out heartfelt thanks to the one who saved them. Wim grins awkwardly through the handshake, shooting back that he was just doing what any adventurer's gotta do, nothing more. One guy tries to hang back and talk it up, but the system's brutal efficiency slams into action. Someone yells him down to keep moving. The assembly line never slows. Each member shoots off a quick thank you, then gets hurried out to make room for the next person. Chaos detonates all over again when someone tries to squeeze back into line, and a brutal rebuke snaps back, because they already had their turn. A full-blown argument erupts over what counts, and the members are so desperate for one more second with him that it practically tears them apart. Camilla slams the strict time limits into place, warning that if they drag this out any longer, their own excitement might literally end up killing their savior. A calm voice cuts through the chaos, telling them to call it quits for today. The nurse yanks Camilla away by the collar and snaps at the leader that she's no different. She's an intensive care patient who has to get back to her room. All alone in the eerie quiet that follows, Wim lets out a soft laugh, stunned by how absurd it all is, and how damn warm his comrades make it feel. The nurse comes back, tells him the storm's finally gone, and urges him to rest, and he gladly nods along. As he sinks back into the pillows, the room turns dead quiet, so the praise from earlier crashes over him in a wave of memory. He still remembers the look in their voices when they admitted they'd never seen anyone fight with that kind of jaw-dropping skill. The girl's heartfelt words, thanking him for saving her life, keep blasting through his mind like an echo he can't outrun. As he slips into sleep, the guild's tearful cries of gratitude wash over his heart and leave him at peace. Alone in the quiet after the visit, Wim smiles to himself and realizes their gratitude finally hit his heart the way it should. He grips the sheets like his life depends on it, overwhelmed by that electric feeling of helping people and getting their heartfelt thanks right back. Seeing Camilla's strength, he finally settles it in his bones. Now it's time to throw his hat in the ring and officially join the Nacht Libel Guild. His concentration shatters, voices spill outside his door, and he realizes those troublemakers have finally come knocking. He just accepts it and admits this world is packed with every kind of person imaginable. His thoughts spiral into something darker, measuring the gratitude he got today against the people he used to thank back then. Clutching his chest as sharp pain explodes, he snaps at himself in anger and tries to kill that line of thought before it takes over. Even in this moment of kindness, he crumbles. His traumatic memories won't let him breathe easy. Hit by a wave of emotion, he realizes he can't hold back that bitter truth anymore. It's spilling out of him. He fights for his life to silence the dark thoughts in his head, insisting they're not what he truly feels, clamping down on the resentment before it spills over. Standing in silence outside the door, the nurse listens with a heavy heart, sensing the hero's hidden pain underneath it all. Pain, in a glittering, lavish office, a report slams onto the desk and a top official reads it, confirming that Wimstrauss has awakened. The official drops the citywide headline about Nacht Lebel allegedly taking control of the 98th floor boss. He spots the whispers flooding through the journalists. Rumor has it a temporary grandeur member is the one who really killed the beast. A razor-sharp stare pins his subordinate in place as he growls that it's the guild's job to dig out the truth. The subordinate breaks into nervous sweat and quickly nods, along with his superior's judgment. A little amused chuckle slips out of the guildmaster and shatters his usual stone-faced calm. His aide couldn't believe it. Seeing him this fired up over just an investigation is practically unheard of. Heading to the hospital, they can't help but wonder. This lucky hero is seconds away from finally meeting the guild master face to face. As they head out, the master leans in and urges them to seize this moment to dig into the shady 97th floor incident tied to Dragon Wayne. Camilla Gaze stands in Vim with a grave face, then lines in and demands, can he promise her just one thing? A sweet smile blooms on her face as she leans in and begs him, please, remember me and think of me at least once every single day. Vim locks eyes, totally stunned, and can't even figure out what to say to a request that hits like a ton of bricks. Then the story cuts to a book excerpt. The labyrinth's floors aren't linked by hallways at all, only by teleportation circles scattered between them. Dr. Hinks pours his life into Lano's Lutz, convinced that the deeper you dive, the space around you doesn't vanish, it just turns into nothing more than a floor. Vim grips the book like it's a secret weapon, staring in awe at the cover of the infamous, controversial text, *** labyrinth freak ***. Lying on his sickbed, Vim can't believe it. No matter how many times he rereads Dr. Henke's essay, it still knocks the wind out of him. You can feel it, pure empathy and real warmth practically pouring out of the author's words. Even with how brilliant the hypothesis is, Vim can't shake this weird feeling. He never sees the doctor's work show up in any academic journal. His thoughts get ripped apart the moment Camilla bursts in and screams his name from the doorway, and he yelps in pure shock. Camilla flashes a grin and teases him like, so you've got the nerve to ignore me while I'm standing right here. She blurts out an apology in a burst of laughter, insisting it was only a joke, because he clearly looked like he was having the time of his life with that book. Vim's eyes blaze with pure excitement as he realizes he actually snagged a copy of Labyrinth Freak, something he never thought he'd be able to get his hands on. Camilla finally admits she leaned on her own connections to get it, but the trade route is still locked behind a secret. She snaps that the book came from an unapproved branch, because turning self-published manuscripts into legit peer-reviewed books takes forever. Vim grips the book with a grin, buzzing with one thought. Does anyone else in the act libel feel this crazy spark for science stuff too? Camilla snaps him out of his thoughts, announces he's got a visitor, and asks if he'll mind shifting over to the reception room. Vim nods, grits his teeth, and heaves himself out of bed. His feet slam onto the floor with a thunderous thump. He leans in and tells her, don't judge me by how I look. I've bounced back a lot since that battle. An older doctor leans in and tells Vim he can't keep tearing his body like this, because pushing himself to the breaking point on the 98th floor was just too far. The doctor snaps that the visitor must move rooms, because there's no way they'll even fit in the current one. Vim's left totally dumbfounded, because he can't wrap his head around how a visitor could possibly not fit in the room. The doctor leans in and says the guest probably won't even clear the doorway, dead in the threshold. Camilla smirks like she already knows, while Vim's nerves spike as he blurts out, so who is this visitor exactly? A bird swoops in and drops a message. The guildmaster wants to meet him and have a word right now. Outside, this colossal man sprawls beside the fountain, so heavy he lands with a bone-jarring thud. A vicious dog snarls at the giant man, who's sitting right beside a terrified kid on the bench, shaking like crazy. A bystander nervously blurts out to Guildmaster Godolph, begging him to do something about the intimidating aura that's basically suffocating him. Gut health claims are just him strolling around, barking at a dog to stop demanding the impossible. That dog instantly crumples down, whimpering in pure terror as the savage stare behind Godolph's sunglasses locks onto it. A reporter barges toward the scene, shouting, "Excuse me, to grab the giant's attention. The little guy squares up to the giant and calls him straight out, Guild Master. He shoots a question, can he ask a few things to verify the rumors swirling around Wim Strauss? Godolph shuts him down on the spot and coldly tells the reporter he's got nothing to say. The reporter won't quit, desperate to snag a quote that proves it, that this grandeur took down a floor boss all by himself. Godolph snaps his gaze to the side, his face carved from stone, and repeats, cold and clear, that he has absolutely nothing to say. The reporter leans in with a bribe, offering a massive donation to the guild, just to buy a justice statement out of him. Godolph lets out a sharp, incredulous bark at the sheer audacity of the offer. He closes the distance with crushing pressure, demanding to know if he heard right and whether this guy really thinks he can buy him off. The reporter catches his mistake, panics, and blurts out a shaky denial as the guild master's fury crashes down on him. The reporter freezes in terror as Guth's health bars tower over him, his face twisting with pure fear and utter confusion. Godolph glares down at him with pure venom, spitting that he's scum for even trying to bribe a guild master. The reporter's shriek tears through the air as he clutches his hat, realizing too late just how huge his mistake truly is, now facing that towering figure. A razor-thin silence snaps into place as the reporter freezes dead in his tracks under the guildmaster's unblinking stare. Godolph smashes his massive hands together right in front of the reporter's face, blasting a shockwave that makes the poor guy tremble uncontrollably. Wind pressure hits like a wrecking ball, shoving the reporter's face out of shape, blasting his glasses from his eyes and freezing him in stunned silence. God's health declares that before he ever becomes a guildmaster, he's first and forever a man of the cloth. As the reporter staggers back with his nose bleeding from the pressure, fist clenched, the giant priest thunders that he'll never miss a single sin committed in his sight. The reporter crumples to the floor, shaking like crazy after that brutal intimidation. Godolph demands to know why the reporter won't show backbone and cover the other big guilds, Minerva or Kitsun, then fires back like, did that clap actually knock some sense into you? Alva storms in and chews out the guildmaster, saying he made the reporter's nose bleed, and now they're definitely about to get hit with a nasty, negative article. The reporter frantically swears he never meant to cover the incident at all, shaking with fear that retaliation will come again. Refusing the offer to get healed, the reporter panics, fires off a weak excuse, and bolts from the scene without looking back. Godolph steadies himself, then rushes to thank Wim for making it all the way to the reception room, muttering an apology for the whole disturbance. Wim locks eyes with the gigantic figure across from him, stunned to the core yet shaking with fear. The giant steps forward like a boss, introduces himself as Godolph, the guild master, and with a warm, formal nod says it's a real pleasure to meet Wim. Wim shoots back a shaky greeting, struggling to introduce himself while sweat pours down under the guild master's unforgiving stare. So it turns out Godolph Notchenhauer is a living legend. He once charged into the labyrinth with a massive war hammer, paving the path like a one-man myth. He's a one-of-a-kind warrior priest, using raw brute power without any fixed class, then slamming healing magic into himself so he can tank the battle head-on. Godolph politely asks if he can call the young adventurer Yumano, and even though he's got that scary reputation, his whole vibe instantly shifts into something respectful. Wim's mind is screaming that this man is terrifying, but in front of him he stammers, "It's totally fine, I don't mind the nickname at all." Godolph erupts into hearty laughter, slaps his knee, and tells Wim there's nothing to fear. He only showed up to offer thanks and throw out the congratulations. With a sharp glint in his glasses, Godolph leans in and says he's got one more thing he needs to confirm. Wim huddles on the edge of the sofa, tongue-tied, blurting out how shocked he is that the guild master actually went out of his way just to come thank him. Godolph insists that since he wiped out the floor boss all by himself, skipping his respects would be straight-up unacceptable. He flashes a huge grin at Wim and tells him he nailed it, praising his achievement loud and clear. Wim's head spins at the wording. He can't stop questioning that one single-handed bit like it's the key to everything. He snaps back at the guild master and hammers the point home. Naklabel's whole crew defeated the floor boss together. Gott's health erupted into laughter, because Wim was exactly the kind of man Camilla had warned him about. He lays it out plainly. Getting the boss to trigger his phase change and wiping him out is basically the same as soloing him, at least when it comes to the points. Godolph straight up confirms it. Camilla and the rest of Naklebel are on the same page, so now the only thing left for Wim is to swallow the credit. Wim tries to argue there's been a mistake, but Godolph slams him with a cutoff and demands he accept the honor. He tells Wim he's heading to the award ceremony and that he'll be walking out with a reward at the upcoming Festival of Passage. Virburn's biggest party, the Festival of Passage, explodes into life the moment a floor boss gets beaten, and a brand new path to the next floor finally opens. Godolph explains that because this lands right after they clear the 97th floor, they're going to throw a totally unprecedented joint festival, celebrating both floors at once. He's already calling it, this is going to be the biggest festival Virburn has ever seen, by far. With a grim, serious look on his face, he lays it out, this situation is straight up extraordinary. Godolph tells us how Dragonwing steamrolled the 97th floor boss with just 4 people, and then months later, they crushed the 98th floor boss too. He points out the wild irony. The 98th floor boss gets wiped out by one single adventurer, the same guy who got kicked out of Dragonwing. Vim sinks into silence, crushed by the guild master's words and the massive meaning of what he just accomplished. Godolph smirks and tells everyone in Virbron it's basically common knowledge. Dragonwing just took down the 97th floor boss, so the link to Vim should be staring you in the face. He drops a bombshell. Dragonwing still hasn't gotten official approval for that exact subjugation. Godolph explains that the whole approval process got put on ice the moment his sharp-eyed subordinate, Dominic, spotted something was seriously off. Vim freezes in confusion, swearing up and down, I wrote those documents myself, there's no way they've got mistakes. Dominic checks the paperwork and declares it spotless, and that's when Vim's confusion goes from weird to bone deep, because why is everything still delayed? He says the report feels totally off, like Vim didn't just write it, but intentionally shoved himself out of the story. Dominic admits it might be the labyrinth messing with things, but the moment investigators checked the scene up close, it became clear something was seriously off. He says watching Vim's first reaction basically sealed the deal for his theory, then admits Vim left out his own deeds because he honestly thinks they don't matter. Dominic demands proof, but Vim panics and slams back, shouting that he only reported the objective truth. The subordinate digs in harder and harder, clocking that Vim is the final survivor. Then he drives through, finishing the boss the moment the other 3 go down. Dominic confesses he went undercover as a reporter just to get the real story straight from Kronos. In a flashback, Kronos grins and taunts the disguised Dominic, demanding to know if he wants to hear how the epic floor boss battle went down. Kronos swaggered in, bragging that he totally erased the monster, then he sliced it straight in half, and the sickening feeling still burned in his hands. In the present day, Dominic stares at Kronos' grand retelling and realizes it clashes with the official report completely. Vim stares down in pure disbelief, blurting out, how in the world did this story get twisted into a total fabrication? Dominic watches coldly as Vim stays humble, but Kronos, he carries himself like he's God's gift to the universe. Vim shoots a nervous laugh and tries to cover for his old boss, insisting that Kronos just likes to blow things out of proportion in front of reporters. Dominic admits Kronos could be something big, but then he tears into Kronos' character, refusing to let any official record stay standing unless there's hard physical proof. Vim's sweat pours down as the pressure crushes him, then he finally blurts out, so what does the guild actually want from me? Dominic declares that turning a blind eye to the truth about a floor boss's subjugation is a sin. Vim declares, loud and unshakable, that he's taking back every credit that's rightfully his. Vim's stomach drops as the truth hits. She's about to officially hand him the credit for clearing the 97th floor. He's fighting a war inside his head, realizing he hasn't even untangled his own messy feelings about Dragonwing yet. Vim's freaking out. If he retracts his report right now, it'll blow up everything and make life wildly awkward between him and his old party. He's torn in two, drowning in emotion as he realizes these strangers are reaching out to help him, even while he keeps pushing them away. Vim clenched his stance and declared, Dragonwing took down the boss, then they dropped me, before admitting Nacht Libel snatched him up and recognized him on the spot. He fixes them with a sudden, terrifying glare, then demands to know if they've got a problem with that version of events. Guts and Dominic go totally still, stunned by the raw pressure blasting off the young adventurer. Vim jerks out of his trance, finally clocks what he's done. He's been glaring at the guildmaster, and a terrified gasp rips out of him. He bows his head in panic, blurting out apologies and insisting that in the moment he was so desperate he barely remembers what happened. Godolph forgives him, then leans in and begs him, at least take the honor of clearing the 98th floor. Later in the hallway, Camilla corners Godolph and asks how the meeting went, and he just shrugs, hard to say. Godolph can't help but wonder if Vim will only swallow words he treats like cold, hard fact, because does the kid even realize he just dropped a floor bus? He clocked it instantly. The kid had zero presence, and he doubted he'd even be able to spot him in a crowded street. Godolph drops a grave confession. If Vim truly flips into full seriousness, even he knows he won't have a chance. Camilla snaps at him that money can't buy Vim, no matter how hard they throw cash at the problem, because Godolph is clearly pushing for him big time. She smiles like she just won, and Godolph quietly hums in agreement. Godolph warns her not to go overboard on him either, but she just laughs and shrugs it off like, no point, he'd never listen anyway. He confirms it. Turns out Vim never gave him credit for taking down the 97th floor. Godolph replayed the meeting in his head, and admitted the only time that Boy ever hit him with something real was during that one unforgettable moment. A flashback snaps into focus, and boom, there's that terrifying fire blazing in Vim's eyes as he confronts them about his past. For one split second, Godolph swears he caught a flash of the real Vim, burning underneath that shy, timid shell. He trudges off, still stuck on the same thought. Could that quiet kid really throw down with a legend like him and make it a real fight? Abel drops a fresh set of clothes on the table and asks Vim if he needs anything else before Abel walks out the room. Vim shoots him a grateful thanks from his sick bed, and as the mountain of gifts keeps piling up around him, the spot he's lying in just keeps shrinking away. Glancing at the chaos piled around him, Vim lets out a heavy sigh and finally admits this overwhelming flood of presents has him genuinely rattled. A new caption spills it all. Abel shows up to see the recovering adventurer every single day. No excuses, just loyalty. Flashbacks pop off as Abel joyfully volunteers to take care of him, even though Abel's slammed with his own busy schedule, yelling that he should just hand it over and let Abel handle it. Abel can't stop babbling, thanking Vim nonstop and insisting, over and over, that he looked insanely cool back in the middle of that battle. Vim breaks into an awkward grin and wipes his sweaty palms because yeah, Abel's being sincere, but the nonstop hype and constant praise is making him feel super embarrassed. He just has to accept it. His job now is staying stuck in bed while visitor after visitor marches in, one endless wave after another. A guest beams at him, slapping him with compliments and saying he looks way better than he did last week when they visited. Another visitor shows up with a bouquet of flowers and swears they've got a special calming power that'll help him heal faster. A smiling man thrusts a jar of olives toward you, bragging with pride that he grew every single one in his own hometown. Someone else shoves a brand new copy of the hottest novel into their hands, then points out it's being sold right around the corner. A woman bows so deeply her tears spill over, thanking Vim for watching over her husband through the deadly expedition. A proud father shoves the baby toward the bed, cooing that she's an angel, then orders Vim to hold her right now. Finally alone at last, Vim lets out a shaky, long breath of relief, looking small, worn out, and completely buried in the chaos of stacked gifts. He grabs a wrapped box, eyes go blank, and he desperately tries to remember which visitor in all this chaos shoved it into his hands. Vin spirals over his face blindness, panicking that Nacht Level has 122 members, and if he can't memorize their names, he's going to be in real trouble. A weird dude with a monocle strides up and introduces himself as Gregor, part of the Brother Branch Party, Libra Rob. Gregor tells them count every branch party's members, and the associate count shoots to 1,000 minimum. He scoots in close with a grin and tells Vim that his win over the floor boss was so wild it even reached the secondary parties. Vim watches the man like a hawk, convinced Gregor doesn't give off the same hard-hitting, high-intensity vibes as the main Nacht Libel crew. Gregor rubbed the back of his head, mortified, and confessed that even though he's the leader now, he was only appointed there just recently. Vim exhales in sheer relief, a rush of kinship hitting him as he realizes this awkward, unthreatening guy is unmistakably one of his own. Gregor flashes a humble smile and hands Vim a white box, begging him to take it as their way of saying hello. Vim tears open the gift and yanks back in pure shock because the box is crammed to the brim with gold coins. Gregor misreads the whole situation and blurts out, "Isn't this enough?" while Vim panics, snapping back that he'd never take such a ridiculous bribe. Vim snaps that taking the cash will drag Camilla into trouble, but Gregor won't back down. He swears it's only a small token of thanks. Gregor's eyes widen the moment he realizes he messed up, and he bursts into an awkward laugh, then quickly apologizes for giving that totally inappropriate gift. His focus drifts to the bedside table, and his eyes snag on a certain book sitting there, like it's calling his name. Gregor leans in with sharp interest and snatches the volume up right away, spotting the cover of the notorious academic book, *Labyrinth Freak. He whips around to Vim and demands, "So you read too?" And Vim, all nerves, finally admits he's only got time to read a little. Vim lunges in and snaps at him to read it with caution, telling him the guild never approved it and that the whole thing reeks of questionable content. Gregor is stunned to spot that rare book here, and he shoots Vim a question like, "Tell me you've actually read it," because he knows just how impossible it is to get. Gregory blushes and finally admits the truth. He's not just part of the story, he's a contributor too, and he even wrote the article about fluorescent paint. Vim's eyes flare with pure excitement as he confirms he's never read the other works, yet he's still fully aware of that one article. Gregor grins from ear to ear, blurting that his pen name is Jelon, and practically bursting with pride because Vim finally knows about his work. He stares at Vim with brand new respect, stunned to realize he never thought he'd find a brother in a place like this. They gab for hours about their shared obsession, until Gregor finally leaned in and begged Vim to keep their hobby locked tight, secret from Camilla. Vim flashes a warm smile as the talk wraps up, feeling that tight, comforting relief, because he finally knows there are others in the organization just like him. Sunlight blazes over the guild hall as Vim's triumphant discharge from the infirmary finally arrives. Camilla shot the hospital staff a quick goodbye, then reminded Vim to look after himself as he stepped out of the infirmary door, only to stop dead, stunned by how fast he recovered, because he honestly didn't think he'd be discharged this soon after everything he just fought. Vim bursts out into the open air, forcing himself to adjust after being locked up for a whole week. Camilla catches him with a cool, confident smile, congratulating him on his discharge while she leans casually against the wall. She rushes to apologize for dragging him all the way out instead of going to him in his room, and Vim quickly cuts in, no worries at all, because he's just thrilled to be moving toward her. Vim slams to a halt, frozen in place, staring at Camilla like he just saw the impossible, because this is the very first time he's ever seen her in plain civilian clothes. Camilla catches him locked on her with that intense stare, and her face flames red as she blurts out that if he keeps looking at her like that, even she's gonna start feeling painfully embarrassed. Vim bluntly tells her straight to her face that the outfit looks amazing on her, and then he shuts down any doubts, saying the casual vibe isn't weird at all, it fits her perfectly. Camilla fidgets with her face, looking self-conscious as she admits it. She still feels a bit off, like she's completely exposed without her usual heavy plate mail. She confesses that for the past few years, she's worn nothing but her armor, day after day, no exceptions, and Vim finally snaps and demands to know what on earth happened to her normal gear. Camilla swelled with sighs and then dropped the bombshell. Her beloved armor is sitting in the shop right now, getting crushed-up damage repaired from the inside out. A flashback rips open the brutal brawl, her armor getting hammered, but it shielded her while the floor boss slammed down, and she finally admits the fight on the 98th floor cracked her rig's structure wide open. She hears that brutal screech of metal tearing apart, and the horror hits instantly. Her defense is crumbling right when it matters most. Her face turns grim as she presses her fingers to the cracked spot in the armor, and the terror of dying hits her again like it just happened. Camilla finally admits it, this armor is the reason she's still alive, the one wall standing between her and certain death. If she hadn't been wearing that exact high-grade set, she's dead certain she would have been wiped out instantly. Vim listens, wearing a grim look, because he knows just how brutal that fight was, and how damn close he came to losing her forever. Camilla snaps out of that heavy gloom in an instant, forcing a bright, unbeatable smile back into the conversation. She snaps enough with all this doom about death and armor, then urges them to get moving. As they head down the street, she leans in and tells him she's got something major to discuss with him about the city. She tells him to come walk with her for a minute so she can spill everything clearly, without anyone else overhearing. They stroll through Verbron's buzzing streets, soaking in the non-stop energy from every corner and every crowd. Camilla kicks off her explanation and points out that Verbron is a gigantic hotspot where adventurers from every corner of the world pour in. Since it sits at the heart of exploration, people swarm here from every corner of the world, chasing fame, fortune, and pure glory. She warns that where the light and wealth shine brightest, deep shadows always lurk underneath. She points out that behind the scenes, countless parties are clawing for resources, territory, and prestige, and when they don't get their way, violence erupts fast. This competition turns nasty in a heartbeat, and the guild gets slammed with brawls it can't control fast enough. Camilla whips around to Vim with a deadly serious stare, warning him that now he's drawing attention, he's got to be careful or everything could blow up. Out of nowhere, she halts dead in her tracks, snaps her head over her shoulder, and instantly feels someone right there in her midst. Vim catches the sudden tension in her and snaps, "What's wrong?" as she spins around, totally thrown. Camilla lets out a slow breath, her nerves still twitching. Was it just her mind messing with her, or was someone really watching her right now? Picking up right where they left off, she snaps into a warning. Verbron's got a shadowy underbelly most people pretend not to see, and she points straight at the deadly parties that trade in black maps. She calls black maps illegal because they're made by tossing expendable people into the labyrinth, baiting the traps and charting the route with their bodies. She rattles off even more nightmares, like the demons behind the demi-human slave trade and the crew pushing illegal magic drugs through the streets. Camilla hammers the point: deeper darkness is buried in the city's massive structure, giving these evils room to rot in silence, undetected. She finally leans in and asks him straight, "Have you ever heard of a party called Minerva Akaya?" Vim freezes for a split second and the name hits, like a memory jolting back to life. He leans in, tells them, "Yeah, I've heard of you," and nods slow as the name claps into his memory. Camilla's face tightens into a grim stare as she braces herself to finally spill the reason she dragged them into this. She lets it slip that sure, they're a top-tier guild, but whispers say they're tangled deep in the city's darkest underworld. The scene slams to an imposing building in the distance, setting up the clash that's about to explode. Camilla finally admits she was paranoid to believe the enemy would strike Vim the second he got discharged, but she still had to stay on guard. Vim trudges through the city's silent outskirts, and the name Minerva Akaya rattles inside his head like a warning he can't quite decode. In a loud, packed tavern, Chrono twirls his wine like it's nothing and shoots Nicola a casual question. What does he think about the girl everyone's calling number 15? Nicholas rubs his cheek, replaying the red-haired warrior in his mind. Sure, she's adorable, but her fighting power just doesn't hit. Chronos flashes a smooth, silver-toothed grin, like just her showing up could instantly light up the whole party. An elven mage slices into the moment with ice-cold pragmatism, shuts the girl down by her stare alone, and tells her to fixate on number 6 instead. Nicholas lets out a quiet internal sigh, panicking that recruiting people on silly whims could wreck the party's coordination. The mage glares at Chronos, hanging on his every breath, because one slip of a word could trigger a snapback, wiping all their progress clean to nothing. Her focus snaps away as a loud nearby table erupts in talk about Knack Label's latest win. The patrons gawk in disbelief as Knack Label rockets through the 98th floor, and their praise turns into a loud reminder that they're elite. Chronos snaps mid-drink his rival guild's name into a frozen stillness, cutting right through the tavern's roaring chaos. He snaps to his feet, towers over the bickering adventurers, and demands to know, straight up, whether that story is actually true. The adventurers froze, stammering in disbelief, because there it was, the leader of Dragonwing, staring them down, and pure terror hit like a wave. Chronos locks eyes with them, a chilling glare that dares them to talk, then he barks at them to spill everything they know about the rumor. The guy stammers that Knack Label supposedly slammed right into the floor boss during a massive expedition, and went straight for the fight. And the wildest part, the rumor says they beat that monster on the spot, no retreat, no backing off. Another patron snaps that the tale sounds fake, because it took 3 whole years just to reach the 97th floor. Gossip spreads like wildfire, people whisper that Vim's caught in naked libel, and Chronos snaps into furious action, listening like his life depends on it. They relive that brutal Chronos tantrum, the moment he learned his old baggage carrier was pulling it off without them. Chronos scrambles to steady himself, sneering that a dragon wing won't stand down to the likes of them, but before he can finish, the man cuts in with even more devastating news. The adventurer stalls for a heartbeat before dropping a weird little secret. People whisper that Camilla wasn't the one who actually landed the killing blow. He tells them the rumor going around the party, that this temporary adventurer was the one who took it down. The whole crowd is left scratching their heads. How in the world would a top guild let some outsider swoop in and snatch the glory? Chronos slams his fist down and roars at the man to quit the riddles and just say it straight. The man trembles, then drops the bombshell. Turns out the temporary member already crushed the floor boss Solo. Chrono just freezes, staring blankly, because Solo doesn't even click in his head as a real option. The man insists that this one temporary member reportedly took care of the whole threat solo. Chronos' mind snapped at the idea, rage surged because there was no way anyone could take down a floor boss alone. A ghostly image of Vim grinning at him flashes in his head, and denial hits him like a crashing wave. Rage shakes through him as he spits out, "No way, this is real," then growls at them, warning, "Don't mess with me." His party members stare in pure terror as, right in the middle of the packed tavern, his composure finally shatters. Chronos yanks the adventurer by the collar, hauls him into the air, and roars that nobody, no one can take down a floor boss alone. He crashes the terrified man into the wall, spits that the rumor is pure trash, and the whole tavern instantly goes dead silent. The elven maid shrieks at him to stop, then slams a finger at him like, "Look, everyone's staring at your disgraceful show." Chronos suddenly lets the man go, the red haze fading as he blurts an apology and swears he has no idea what took over him. He rubs his hands through his hair, shoots out a flimsy excuse, and admits he's been on edge lately. At the table nearby, a rugged man cuts in and says Kronos is right. This rumor really sounds too crazy to be believable. He drives in a sharp jab, saying he can't buy it, that a crew of 4 somehow cleared the 97th floor. The stranger grinds the blade in deeper, shouting why Dragonwing's upgrade to A rank is taking forever to get approved. Kronos' crew flinches at the insult, then someone spots the heckler and blurts out that it's Daz, the B-rank adventurer, Iron Fist. Kronos snorts at the rumors, insisting Vim only, one, because their old chore boy botched something along the way. Then he laughs off the idea that anyone could take down a golem with nothing but their bare fists. Des bug sich voran grins spurtisch, der Angeblich chore boy left in Naklu richtig gut, den Frotzelt Kronos, in dem Imen Biotet, die neuesten Gerucht über seinen ehemaligen Teamkollegen zu teilen. Kronos demands to know what that man is even implying with that tone. Daz just shrugs it off, saying Vim probably got into the guild through connections, not skill. Daz fires insults straight at Dragonwing's faces, sneering mopey-dopey, saying they don't look anything like an A-rank party, then rubs salt in their fall and laughs that all the hype around them is totally gone. Chrono locks eyes with that cold, dead stare and snaps that he's only been on edge lately, then basically asks the guy if he's deaf or just plain stupid for blowing off the warning the first time. Tension snaps the moment Daz rises, looming over Kronos and throwing down the signal that a fight-'s about to explode. Then the whole tavern erupts in cheers, hungry for the first punch. Des Grins Bedrohung per direkt vor Kronos gesicht, alzer seinen Senpai wertwertlich nachdrossen zert, und mit einer Herausforderung die Autorität herrent, die Kronos einfach nicht ignorieren kann. Kronos lifts his gaze calmly and smirks that this brute must be fresh meat around here if he thinks that's a smart move. Then he promises to deliver him a brutal lesson about when to keep his mouth shut. The crowd erupts with anticipation as the two fighters shove the fight outside, and one guy yells for Daz to beat the hell out of him, making it crystal clear the whole place is brimming with hate for Kronos. Kronos' party members fidget nervously, terrified that this public brawl could wreck their shot at an A-rank promotion. Yet the moment the risk hits, bets start flying fast, and everyone's throwing money their way with DAZ. Moonlit Tavern air shakes with loud impacts while everyone roars with laughter, saying Kronos bit off more than he can chew, and this is just another classic case of a guy forgetting exactly where he belongs. Daz rockets through the air, blood bursting out, his jaw smashed by a blast he never saw coming. Then it hits him, way too late, that the rumors about Kronos' weakness were dead wrong and it costs him. Kronos slams a perfectly aimed fist into Daz's face, steamrolling right past the man's choking plea to surrender. Then he keeps the attack coming, ruthless and unstoppable. Rage swallows Kronos whole. He starts pounding the defenseless man and yells that he should have shut his mouth, eyes wide and unhinged as he dumps every ounce of frustration on the B-rank adventure. Nicola lunges in, yanks Kronos by the arm and screams that it's over, while Kronos strains like he's about to smash the guy into the ground. Kronos' heavy panting finally dies down as Daz crumples to the ground, unconscious and shattered, and just like that, the brutality stops, leaving an eerie, crushing silence behind. Spectators gasp in stunned silence, finally realizing this is the real muscle of a party leader who hunted down a floor bus. Kronos steps in, fires a challenge at everyone, and demands, "So who's the one that said I'm not strong?" What? He instantly flips into a grin-heavy, sorry, my bad mode, apologizing to everyone for that little moment he lost control, then shrugs off the savage beating like it was nothing more than a petty slip-up in temper. Kronos whips around to his party, grinning that this spotlight only proves they're blowing up, and he tells them to shut out the idiots spreading those dumb rumors. The elven mage stares at him with gut-wrenching worry, urging them to slow down for now, and she tries to calm the storm, because she can feel his instability bubbling right under the surface. She figures they're not done yet. By pushing into the last untouched corners of the 98th floor, they can still prove themselves, and she insists that catching their breath now is the smartest play for what comes next. She squeezes out a bright, forced smile and tells him, straight up, they've got to recruit new members first. Then she begs him to roll up his sleeves and get the party back on its feet. Kronos flashes a smile and nods along like he's actually buying her logic, and for one wild second, the tension finally loosens its grip. The instant he turns away, his face hardens, and it's clear he's not slowing for anyone, because the agreement was just a trick to shut her up and smother her concerns. He mumbles that they've got dragon wings, and that they belong charging the front lines of the labyrinth, because his pride won't let them sink into the background. With a wild grin, Kronos screams that the world is about to learn what happens when you make Dragon Wing angry, and he snaps his terrified crew into action, ordering them to rush to the 99th floor right now. As the mage stares in horror while he storms out, a mysterious hooded figure slips into view from the shadows, looming over everything from the alley, silent, unseen, and impossible to read. Abel beams crackled with pure power, begging Vim to jump back into his morning training, just for a few hours if that's all they could get. Hyde Mary pulls up his hood, flashes a smug grin at Vim, and tells him, "Guess what, you're getting the Labyrinth Freak book study session next week, and I've been picked to speak." A burly adventurer flashes a huge grin and tells him, "Come on, grab a drink with me. We're celebrating your recovery." Three pumped-up guys link arms and practically beg Vin to join their shopping mission, because they want matching outfits all together. Vim chuckles nervously, getting crushed by the sudden, non-stop spotlight of everyone staring at him. A wild montage of eager faces crashes into his vision, cheering his name, shoving gifts at him from every angle like the whole crowd can't wait to get to him. In the quiet of her study, Hyde Mary sits surrounded by books and maps, hunched over her desk like every word depends on her. She locks eyes on the magical map laid on the table, and as the blinking light flickers, the whole city grid comes alive. Her eyes narrowed as she clocked it. Vim's tracking signal was crawling through the streets in a wild, off-the-map pattern. Verbran City is buzzing non-stop, all charged up by whispers of the 98th floor subjugation and the wild chances that could come with it. A diagram spills the truth. Tons of guilds are already lining up to recruit Vim before the official guild statement even drops. Hyde Mary studied the map, tracking the route step by step, and realized Vim had been slipping into coffee shops and bars while she was tied up dealing with the Sages Association. She mutters through her teeth, side-eyeing everything, trying to figure out who he's really meeting in all these strange places. Her calm shatters, and she screams that his behavior is way too suspicious to brush off. A hooded shadow slinks around a brick corner like it's hunted, desperate to stay unseen. Hyde Mary watches from the shadows as Vim's in a disguise, and he's ripped off the tracking device. She tracks him as he slinks through the streets, certain his every move is hiding a scandalous secret she can't wait to expose. Her mind fires on all cylinders, and she's instantly convinced he's sneaking off to meet another woman. She flashes the thought that he could be with Abel for a second, then snaps it away, because she's convinced Vim has no friends at all. Jealousy and fury blaze through her as she clamps her spyglass with enough force that it looks like it might snap in her hands. She tells herself it has to be a recruitment meeting, because his plain clothes are way too dull to be for a date. Doubt gnaws at her as she starts to wonder, maybe his fashion sense is so bad that those really are just his dating clothes. A sudden racket from the street below yanks her out of her own thoughts and snaps her attention in an instant. Vim slinks through the jam-packed market, eyes darting back over his shoulder, with every inch of his posture screaming, "Don't trust me." An unsuspecting stranger tails him just a few steps behind, slipping right into the crowd like they belong there. Hyde Mary's eyes widen as the truth hits. Someone's been stalking Vim through the streets this whole time. She whips her gaze across the crowd and catches the hooded pursuer. He's copying Vim's every move like it's a countdown. The stalker doggedly trails Vim around the corner, right into a quiet alley, still clueless that something is tracking them back. He hid the marriage chances spell, then unleashed ice magic, straight up binding the pursuer and freezing them in their tracks. An enormous pillar of ice rockets up from the ground, pinning the stalker in place, while Hyde Mary drops down and yells at them. The hooded figure slammed onto the cobblestones with a brutal thud, trapped solid and frozen by the spell. Hyde Mary towers over the captive, her face twisted into pure menace as she snarls, demanding to know who sent them. She leans in so close her glare could cut, and she rips into the stranger, calling him a creep for stalking people. The stalker panics and fiercely denies it, then whips off his cover, and you realize the face staring back is none other than Abel. Abel jerks his head up in pure panic and blurts out who he is to the stunned mage. Hyde Mary freezes in stunned silence. The name slips out of her mouth as the rush of adrenaline finally fades away. Abel freezes in the alley, trapped in place as Hyde Mary looms over him, demanding he explain exactly what he was doing. She crosses her arms, glares him down, and demands a real answer. Why was he lurking behind Vim in the first place? Abel drops his gaze in shame and mutters that he only wanted to copy Vim's style. He rubs his cheek, turns red, and breaks into a nervous laugh, because ever since their fight, Vim won't leave his head. Abel clasps his hands in pure awe, practically gushing that Vim is so badass he wants to become exactly like him. He hypes up the adventurer's focus and basically says, when Vim hits the zone, he turns into a whole different person. Hyde Mary glares coldly and demands, what does your hero worship have to do with stalking Vim through these streets? Abel tells them that even with their different classes, he's sure that copying Vim's moves is the only way he can climb to the same level. Heidemarie props her chin on her hand and squints like she's not buying a single word of his sketchy logic. Sweat beads roll down Abel's face as he bursts out a nervous laugh, then blurts, "So, you finally get my reasoning, don't you?" Heidemarie snaps, calls him a stalker to his face, then whirls away, warning she'll drag him to the authorities if he doesn't stop. Abel lunges for her in full panic, begging for mercy, swearing this is his very first time defending like this. Heidemarie grinds to a halt, whips around, and snaps at him with a hard stare, making it crystal clear where the line is. She shrugs and says she's fine with him drawing strength from Vim, or clinging to him like inspiration. She slams into the wall, issuing a sharp warning, mess with Vim's privacy, and he'll hit the one line he's never allowed to cross. Abel drops into a crouch, spits out a creepy, rasping laugh, and throws his full agreement behind her, like she's 100% right. Heidemarie recoils in disgust, snaps at him, and demands to know what's wrong with him, while that unsettling laughter keeps crawling out of him. Abel blurts out that he's trying to nail Vim's laugh, and right on the spot, Heidemarie shuts the imitation down. Dead-eyed, she freezes him in place and snaps, "Stop," horrified that the details are wrong. She shrieks in total rejection, demanding he stop right now, and Abel quickly scrambles to agree. Heidemarie snaps that she'll let him off just this once, but if he blows it, that's it, no second chance. She waves him off like he's nothing, shooing him away and barking at him to hurry home already. Abel stops mid-step before he leaves, then flips the script and demands to know why she was stalking Vim in the first place. Heidemarie flushes, then stammers that she stopped other parties from trying to poach him, because Camilla ordered her to. She whips her face away to mask her blush, swearing it's nothing, while Abel stands there, eyes locked, filled with crushing doubt. Blindsided by the fact that Vim vanished from her sight, Heidemarie lets out a blood-curdling scream and blames it all on him, while Abel just watches in silence. Vim slumps alone in a quiet cafe, eyes going blank as he waits for his appointment. He jolts up, eyes snapping to the sound as a voice rushes out an apology for the wait, then his guest finally arrives. Vim jumps up with a polite smile, greeting the visitor, insisting he just got here and that he hasn't been waiting for long. Abel cranes his neck toward the window, and when he clocks who Vim's about to meet, his jaw hits the floor in pure shock. He starts trembling uncontrollably, and his mind just can't take in what he's seeing, because it's too impossible to be real. Abel's heart drops when he learns Vim's hooking up with a woman, and not just any woman, a stunning beauty, completely shattering the image he had of this adventurer. He yanks Heidemarie around violently, yelling, "What do we do about this sudden mess?" Heidemarie is totally stuck in place, silent and wide-eyed as her mind races to catch up with what's happening inside the cafe. Her shock explodes into fury when she spots Vim downing his coffee black, yelling that he always slams in milk and sugar. Abel tries to quiet her down while she snaps at Vim, begging him to stop acting so cool and pretending he's an adult. He tells her to at least try denying her jealousy, then admits he always figured Vim was just a late bloomer. Abel's gaze snaps to the table, and right between the two of them, he spots a mysterious paper bag just sitting there, waiting to be opened. Through the window, you can see the two talking face to face, while the bag sits center stage like it's the real reason they're meeting. The woman carefully drags the paper bag across the table, pushing it straight toward Vim like it mattered more than anything. Heidemarie gasps in shock, and her eyes flare wide the moment recognition hits. Behind the window panes, the woman is finally revealed, an elf wearing glasses, stone-faced and dead serious. Heidemarie snaps that she's seen this woman before, and her mind goes into overdrive trying to lock that face in place. She slams her hand on the ledge and snaps, "That's the mage from Chrono's party." Vim sinks into a cafe seat, staring into the distance as the sting of his dragonwing expulsion hits again, especially since the accountant they shoved in his place can't go past her limits without someone guiding her. He's slumped across from Sophia, the elf accountant, grumbling that every chaotic handover rips their privacy apart, so they're stuck meeting in secret like this, over and over. Vim blurts out an apology, dragging her into all this, and admits that after everything he's done, and being shoved out, she definitely didn't sign up to be tied to him. He remembers that chat with the guild receptionist, and it hits him hard. Sophia isn't just some ordinary face, she's way smarter than he ever gave her credit for. Vim takes a sip of his tea and admits he was wrong. She didn't join the party just because she'd fallen for Chronos. He clocks that her no-nonsense approach just split the party's gold, or even the veins behind it, with an entirely different crowd. Sophia smiles and nods, confirming his hunch, because with this new setup, the recovery medicine turns into something way more powerful. Vim's totally thrown off by how fast she gets his explanations, and she can't stop remembering how his old teammates used to grumble that he was impossible to follow. He glances at the documents in his hand, bracing himself as he locks in the final details of the transfer. Vim tells her to just give it one more meeting, swearing that once that's done, everything will finally click into place. Sophia lowers her head with respect, apologizing for stealing his precious time with all these matters. Vim shoots her a look of pure relief, thinking, "It's you, so I can finally slip out and this party's in good hands." He abruptly stops, cursing under his breath as the truth hits. He's still obsessing over Dragon Wing even after he got kicked out. Just as Sophia rises to leave, Vim suddenly blurts her name and stops her cold right before the door. He pauses for a second, then awkwardly tugs the conversation straight into the minefield of the 97th floor boss. Vin freezes, suddenly terrified. He just set off a landmine just by mentioning it to a live, current member. He reassures her that even with all those nasty rumors swirling around, he's sure the subjugation approval will get approved, eventually. With a worried smile, he tells her to slow down, because that prize money is supposed to keep them afloat for a while. Seeing he crossed the line, Vim drops his gaze, blurts out an apology, and admits he has no right to interfere in their affairs anymore. He admits that for a while Dragonwing was his home, and even with all its flaws, he still can't help clinging to that idea. He asks her to pass a message to the rest of the members for him. Right away, he yanks back his request, panicking that it's safer if she never even mentions a word about what he said. Sophia lets out a mischievous giggle, then swears up and down that her lips are staying sealed about what we're talking. Vim jolts upward in surprise, thrown off balance by how the elf lights up, playful, warm, and totally not what he expected. Sophia flashes him a warm smile and admits she can handle the work, but she'll never, ever be able to replace him. She waves goodbye and vanishes, promise stuck in the air, while Vim is left alone, trapped with nothing but his thoughts. Outside, Mary keeps her worries on a tight leash, wondering if it's truly safe to leave them alone. Then she steadies herself, convinced Sophia is Chrono's woman. She tells herself that if something illegal really went down, they can still settle it, physically, within 3 hours. Abel locks eyes with her, totally baffled as he tries, and fails, to decode what her oddly specific time estimate even means. Mary Hyde nods like she just solved everything, and Abel immediately tries to dodge the topic and change the subject. Abel leans in and asks if she's close with Vim, and she lights up, proudly saying they're best buddies, same town, same roots. He can't wrap his head around it. Why is she stalking him like a shadow instead of just sitting down and talking to him face to face, especially since they're supposed to be such close friends? Hyde-Marie's face twists into a heavy frown, and you can tell right then, this mess runs deeper than anyone wants to admit. Fed up, Abel yells a greeting to Vim from the street and blows their cover wide open. Hyde-Marie goes stone, still when Abel calls her out, then admits in a low voice that her bond with Vim is seriously complicated. The story snaps back to the cafe. Vim shouts Sophia one final time before she walks out the door. He pleads for secrecy about their meeting, and she nods yes, nervous words tumbling out of her stammering mouth. All alone at the table, Vim glares at his empty cup and swears, no more talk about Dragonwing ever. He decides that from here on out, the furthest he'll go is praying for their success from a distance. Vim draws a line in the sand. He quits overthinking everything else and commits to his own path, finally putting himself first. He stares down his future and admits, with no hesitation, that there's basically no other way left. With a steely stare, he declares he belongs there at last, nacked libel. Camilla leans in and asks Vim if he's finally bounced back even a little from those brutal injuries. Vim exhales a shaky, bone-deep breath of relief as he stands right in front of her. Camilla says he must be totally wiped out, but Vim stumbles over his words and awkwardly swears it's not true. She snaps at him for hiding his power with humility, then orders him to rewrite his report so it finally screams that he wiped out the floor boss. A thick report slumped on the desk, packed with tangled text and mind-bending diagrams. Camilla pivots the conversation and demands his answer, the one to her question from earlier. Vim's nerves hit him hard, he's sweating a little, trying to steady himself as he absorbs just how heavy this request really is. He catches his own thoughts and locks in the exact words he needs to say, crystal clear. But something strange crawls in his chest, and hesitation grips him tight, stopping him cold. Camilla pleads earnestly for him to join the nacked libel, making it crystal clear this isn't just some casual proposal. She tells him he doesn't have to be fully ready. He can walk out anytime the moment he hates the terms. She pushes him to take that first tiny step, the one that kicks off the decision. Her armored hand shoots out toward him, inviting him in like a warm welcome. Vin snaps out of it and admits he's sick of second-guessing himself. He's done waiting and ready to finally change. He tells himself with steel in his voice that he can change and that he must. When he thinks back to his friend's smiles, a fierce need sparks in him. He has to untangle his twisted nature so he can laugh with them for real. He realizes this is his one shot, and his words tangle as he starts to stammer out an answer. He fumbles for the right words, convinced his first try is totally off. He finally shuts down the overthinking and just blurts everything out in one go. Vim grips Camilla's hand hard, then leans in and orders her to look after him from now on. Camilla breaks into a huge grin, brimming with joy because he actually chose to do it. Vim storms out of the room, totally thrown off by how fast everything flipped. He strides into the Guild Hall, and the second he's in, everyone erupts into claps and cheers like they've been waiting for him all along. The members clap him in like a victory parade, and Camilla looms in the doorway, watching his every move. A guild member shoves him forward and pushes him to speak up to the crowd, like he can't afford to hesitate. Vim's heart thunders as he tells himself, "Don't trip, move like you belong here." He steps up and introduces himself as Vim Strauss, then swears he'll give it everything he's got, no limits, no regrets. The crowd explodes into cheers, shouting congratulations and welcoming them in like heroes. They hoist him up into the air, and the whole crowd erupts in celebration. Vim gets launched skyward by his brand new guildmates like they just can't wait to show him off. Camilla leans in and watches the festivities unfold, smiling like she's finally getting exactly what she wanted. Nachtleibel naturally reaped the rewards after mowing down the floor boss. The guild slams out an official "We won" declaration, and just like that, full-scale exploration kicks off. The camera sweeps over the 98th floor, where jagged rocks and twisted, uneven ground claw at every step. They pull together a bunch of tiny squads, then spread out to blow the map wide open fast. Vin can't stop stressing, will he even click with a partner he's never laid eyes on. He tries to pump himself up, chanting that he's a member of Nachtleibel now. He steps up to his new partner, introduces himself, and tells him he can't wait to team up. He shoots into a sharp bow, yells his name at the top of his lungs, and swears he won't slow anyone down. Vim practically bursts inside with relief, glad he nailed his words without tripping up even once. Vim freezes in a weird, crushing silence while the beanie-wearing guy steps in close and flat out, orders him to stop acting like they've never met. The stranger snaps the mystery open, she's Bettina, and she reminds him they literally teamed up just last time, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Bettina lets out a heavy sigh, basically conceding, "I'm plain anyway," while Vim panics and blurts out non-stop apologies, horrified he forgot her completely. Vim's stomach drops, he knows he blew it, even after all those study sessions, and he scrambles to claim he was only distracted by other things. Camilla stands on a jagged rocky ledge, guns the guild up, and snaps that everyone keeps their guard up and stays in constant contact. The exploration team barrels through the massive tunnels, and their footsteps thunder back off the stone walls. Vim comes to a screeching stop, his boots blasting sparks as he senses danger lurking just ahead. He snaps open his magical map and shouts that something massive is lurking right by the fork in the road, then the whole team braces for impact. Vim shakes off that earlier embarrassment and steels himself to lock in, only the mission matters now. He fires himself up and reminds himself, being part of the high-mobility map-making unit matters, and he'll make it up to Bettina later with snacks. Vim clocks the threat in a split second and locks on right there, 25 meters in front of them, a Type D wyvern. The team captain freezes in shock at how fast and how perfectly the novices' report comes together. Vim's eyes snap to a strange visual overlay, and the moment it lights up, a familiar, brutal surge of intensity hits him like a punch. He rockets forward as the wyvern peeks from behind the rock, his eyes glued to the target. Vim snaps out the math in an instant. 3 jumps from that loose rock will drop him right onto its neck. He braces to unleash the move, absolutely certain this plan will hit just right. A flashback slams into the boss fight, his manic grin flashes as the odds keep mocking him, and every improbable win makes his heart explode with adrenaline. Right as the memory hits, Camilla's voice slices through his wrist communication system, calling his name like she's pulling him back. Vim tells everyone about the wyvern sighting and demands permission to strike the target right now. Camilla shoots him a cold look, then commands, "Stay out of the fight, if there's any way at all." Vim freezes mid-step, whips his head over his shoulder, and stares at the order to stand down like it just doesn't make sense. He gives in, grudgingly admitting running from the fight is the smartest move, yet his shoulders sag like he's already lost. He lets out a heavy sigh, and the adrenaline drains out of him like the air got sucked right out of his lungs. Vim can't shake the sting of disappointment, so confused, he realizes his heart still wants one last fight. The captain yanks the cork off a bottle, shoves some dried meat into Vim's hands, and thanks him for blasting their exploration forward so fast. As the captain digs in, he realizes Vim's insane versatility makes one thing impossible: figuring out the perfect way to use him. Back at the guild office, Camilla leans in and demands that the brand new Vim break down his enchantment techniques, especially how they'll help during the floor boss fight. Vim finally agrees to explain, and Camilla reassures him that he doesn't have to say a thing beyond what he's truly comfortable with. Camilla leans in, eyes sharp and locked on him, sure his explanation is about to prove her suspicions right about what his powers are really made of. Vim breaks out his template enchanting method with ready-made codes, and Camilla's eyes widen as she finally realizes he's the real deal, a legit genius. She grills her about the danger of using it on other people, and when she confirms it's basically safe, it always lands you only with muscle fatigue and pain. Camilla pushes harder and then drops the real gut punch. What happens to him if the casting fails? Vim bluntly explains that the exact body part he targets gets wrecked by the attack. Camilla's eyes narrow with worry because she can tell this isn't a minor slip, it's a serious crack in his technique. Vim admits that during the floor boss fight he went straight for it, casting enhancement right on his own brain to slam his stats higher. Camilla stares at him with pure horror, blurting, what would have happened if that exact enchantment had failed? Vim shrugs and admits he might have passed out, or even ended up with brain damage, then brushes it off like it's no big deal. He laughs and admits he only lived because the world threw him a few lucky breaks, while Camilla is left staring, shocked by the terrifying risks he chose to face. Camilla locks eyes with him, won't buy that it was just luck, and realizes he's probably lowballing how often he actually wins. She glares at the boy as he keeps throwing himself into deathly danger, right as the captain blasts out that it's an emergency. Bettina suddenly clocks it, doom is closing in, and she yanks everyone back right now, panic blazing in her eyes. She suggests we drop back and link up with the main group before the beasts swarm in and shut us down. Camilla crunches the odds, betting Vim can take one or two beasts, then her stomach drops when she spots the three huge ones watching from the shadows. She snaps into action, makes a split-second call, and orders Vim, straight up, to hit the enemy now. A wyvern screams in pure agony as a sudden, dead-silent burst of silver confetti rips straight through its hide. The massive beast slams into the ground with a brutal thud, then it's instantly gone, like the noise got cut out of existence. Camilla confirms the first kill, then snaps a warning to Vim. A second wyvern and a chimera are still out there, wrecking the area. She hits him with a straight-up question: can he handle the rest of the threats by himself? Vim answers with a steady one-word yes, even as the odds crush down on him. He rips his doubt into pieces and rockets forward, intercepting the next monster before it can strike. Camilla freezes in disbelief as Vim blurts that he's swapping his suit into Puppet Master mode. He flips the switch and the device erupts into an instant power surge, blasting his abilities to a mind-blowing 20x strength. Vim rockets through the battlefield at inhuman speed, shredding everything in a violent storm of attacks while he screams like a monster released. Through the chaos, he can't help but question whether he's gone insane for daring to use the deadly Puppet Master mode. He snaps to the truth: if he truly cared about safety, he never would have used it, because even last time it was already too much. A colossal lion beast explodes forward, and Vim realizes this is it. He's balancing on the razor edge of death. He can't shake the thought that he's dragging himself this far just to meet everyone else's expectations. With blood-slick hands clamped around his dagger, he shoves the doubt aside with a hard, unshakable certainty. He shuts his mind off and locks in on one thing: surviving the carnage blasting right in front of him. Vim rises in the haze, standing over the shattered remains of the beast he just crushed. The whole guild explodes with cheers, chanting his name while he gasps for air in the chaos right after it all. Camilla closes in with a grim face, and when she sees it, she realizes that risky move is the exact one he pulled back when he fought the floor boss. Vim grabs the reins and promises her he's got it under control, way better than he even expected. Camilla warns him, don't burn yourself out, and you can hear the worry cracking through her polished act. Vim flashes a grin through all that grime, nodding like she gets the warning loud and clear. The story swings over to Verburn's sun-soaked streets, where victory banners snap high in the sky. Townspeople are whispering in pure disbelief, how in the world did some kid take down a floor boss? They stared at Vim, small and unimpressive, then at Abel, all bulk and power, and couldn't make the rumor match what they were seeing. Skeptical eyes track Vim, and they peg the hunched figure as nothing but a gloomy loner. Vim grits his teeth, straightens his back like it's a vow, and pushes to reshape his image now that he's a night dragonfly. He snaps out of his thoughts when a warm, friendly tap lands on his shoulder. Mary bursts in with a bright grin, laughing as she greets him and teases him right away. She steps in, greets him like a real teammate, and cheers him on for finally joining the guild. Vim shot her a grateful smile, but the moment the words left his mouth, she snapped at him, telling him off for rushing his hospital discharge just to dodge the visitors. She spills the truth. She figured out he used the Puppet Master app to crank his pituitary gland, turbocharging his healing. She shoots him a sharp glare with a pout, basically daring him to get it together, because that reckless stunt is not okay. Her face softens as she leans in and asks, "So, do you really like the people in Night Dragonfly?" Vim jolts at the question, then cracks a gentle smile and answers with total honesty. Mary shoots him a grin, visibly relieved that bringing him in was the perfect call. She sits with a bitter ache, knowing she can't truly hear what's churning in his heart. The official guild notice drops the word. The 97th floor boss is conquered, making the victory an unforgettable part of history. Inside the guild house, the leftover Dragon's Wing crew huddles around the table, scrambling to make sense of the finally arrived news. The swordsman leans back and snaps that the bureaucracy took its sweet time, and everyone else exhales like, "Thank God, we can finally kick back." Sophia grips the notice with a worried face, because lately the air around Dragon's Wing has turned nasty, thanks to the non-stop gossip. Ever since Vim got kicked out, she says people have started openly questioning just how strong that party really is. Behind her glasses, her eyes sharpen and she admits straight to herself that the critics were right. This party doesn't stand a chance against the floor boss. She swallows the brutal truth and admits their current formation just isn't strong enough to hold. Sophia can't stop thinking about it. Even without all the details, she's certain Vim was a massive reason they crushed the floor boss. Kronos slams a document on the table and roars a massive 500,000 bounty for their subjugation, aimed to throw everyone off. He says they need the leader's magic seal to cash that check, then whips his gaze to Sophia. With a casual flick of his wrist, he hurls the sealed key across the table straight into her hands. Sophia scrambles to snatch the key out of midair, shocked by his reckless, no-care-in-the-world toss. She locks eyes on the key, realizing it's a total act of trust to hand something this important to a stranger, but a sick feeling crawls in her chest. A cold jolt slithers down her spine as she trembles, terrified of the reckless future Kronos is definitely plotting. Kronos smirks and announces they're officially an A-rank party now, no shortcuts, not just in name, but on paper too. A flashback cuts in. Vim leans in and asks if she's really not planning to quit, his worry screaming through every word. Vim smirks in her memory, telling them to chill. No need to pull anything wild, because the reward is going to keep them living comfortably for a while. Desperate to claw her way onto that safer road, Sophia speaks up and slams back against her leader's deadly ambitions. She urges them to slam into the 98th floor early, now that they finally have a little breathing space. She's dead sure that if they strike now, they'll lock in a solid, steady profit. No wild risk, no gamble. Kronos shuts it down on the spot, declaring no debate, no doubt, that they're going straight for the 99th floor. Sophia drops her gaze in defeat, sweat pouring down her face because her attempt to inject logic into the conversation just totally blows up. Kronos steps up and roars at everyone. While others chase quick wins, Dragon's Wing has to surge forward and hold the front line. He throws his arms wide and shouts that this unbreakable hunger to push forward is what their whole party truly is. The fresh female recruits squeal and practically melt over his cool swagger, and Sophia can't help but wonder if that bravery is just pure desperation wearing a grin. She clocks it instantly. This guy isn't just angry, he's desperate, burning to wipe out every humiliating rumor haunting the city. A flashback hits and the party members are losing it, screaming in denial, refusing to believe that Vim wiped out a floor boss all by himself. Sophia locks eyes with Kronos, determined grin, and instantly realizes he's desperate to prove his real power on the 99th floor. A towering stone entrance to the labyrinth looms ahead, daring the adventurer's tiny hole to be swallowed whole. A thunderous marching rhythm fills the air as the newly reborn dragon unfurls its wing, dragging 48 fierce female recruits right behind it. A ruthless mob of 52 surges forward, stacking bodies and chasing sheer numbers because they'll do anything to grab power. Zipping between the transfer gates fast isn't just important, it's the only way to hit the front lines before time runs out. The massive, well-run parties of NAC level have scouted every route, marked the safest paths, and kept them maintained so travel stays smooth. The Dragon's Wing doesn't give them that edge, so they have to blast through the labyrinth using brutal secret gates, dangerous ones that could get them killed. So they're shoved into one brutal scrape after another, clawing their way through sheer misery just to inch ahead. That brutal pace crushes them. Half the new recruits bail out from sheer exhaustion before they even reach the 98th floor. A sharp clap slices through the air, and the grueling march comes to a sudden stop. Chrono stands in front of his worn-out troops, grinning like a spark in the dark, and declares, "This is where the Real challenge kicks off." The recruits gasp in loud, ragged bursts, faces drained to bone white as they tremble and stare into the cave's black nothingness. Sophia scrutinizes the group with sharp eyes. Sure, most are below par, but a few battle-tested adventurers are still standing right there in the crowd. Chrono steps up in front of the recruits, throws them a proud welcome as brand new members of Dragon's Wing, and announces they've finally reached the labyrinth's real front lines, where their true mission begins. Eyes blazing and voice raw, he screams to the terrified group, "I'm with you," and orders them, "Don't be afraid." Recruits swivel their eyes around, sweat pouring down their faces, panic humming in every breath, while Kronos roars at them to lock their hearts together as one. He starts preaching about the glory and honor waiting for them after this dive, and swears he can already see their victory crystal clear in his mind. Kronos thrusts forward with wild confidence, declares that the 99th floor is waiting, and barks at everyone to move out right now. They plunge into a thick primordial forest where giant trees choke the sky and wild, brutal overgrowth covers the ground, nothing like the floors they've faced so far. They slog through the choking plants, their footsteps swallowed by the jungle's dense undergrowth. Kronos and his core crew stride forward with pure confidence, while the fresh recruits stand there, bewildered and jittery, staring around at the weird, unfamiliar world. A fresh recruit wiped sweat off his brow, squinting at the suffocating heat, while wondering why the whole place felt so alien. Another recruit stares up, absolutely stunned. Can this really be a labyrinth, or are they staring at a sky that doesn't belong underground? Wind claws through the treetops overhead, and you can't miss it. This floor is nothing like the stone corridors they're used to. Kronos flashes a grin so wide it's downright terrifying, his eyes dark and unhinged as he fully realizes where they are. The party's footsteps crunch through the brush, and those echoing sounds fade under Kronos' praise as he mutters, "Very good," to himself. He bursts into uncontrollable laughter, soaking up the thrill like, "I've finally made it to a floor nobody's ever stepped on before." Standing on a jagged rocky outcrop, Kronos roars down at the crowd below, saying they've finally clawed their way to the labyrinth's front lines. He roars that this feat is going down in history, then orders them to keep talking, stay locked in, and trust each other if they want to pull this off. A voice from the crowd slams into his grand speech, shouting at him to pause, "Just a minute, hold up the whole moment." Kronos halts mid-breath, whips his head toward the interrupter, and asks Rebecca what she wants. Rebecca demands to know why they aren't using communication magic, because coordinating a group this huge without it is flat-out impossible. Kronos brushes off the worry on the spot, claiming they've always just called to each other, and saying they don't need any magic in their crew. Rebecca pushes back hard, frustration blazing as she snaps that small party life is why constant talking worked in the first place. She's adamant that charging into uncharted land with a giant crowd only works if they've got a solid plan, built for how everyone moves and coordinates. Kronos brushes off her valid concerns completely, turns his back on her, and shouts for Miley, claiming he's got a plan. With a stone-cold stare that gave nothing away, he commands the mage to torch the entire forest to the ground. Miley starts chanting and spits the incantation. Those twin lines will never fade, and they're about to unleash a brutal, devastating spell. A colossal magical circle blossoms across the sky, crackling with raw power as she unleashes her top-tier spell, *** Inferno Torrent ***. A towering pillar of white-hot fire slams out of the sky and annihilates a huge chunk of the forest in a thunderous blast. The recruits throw up their arms to block the blinding flash and brutal heat as the shockwave crashes over them. The forest goes up in roaring flames, fire devours ancient trees, and blazing heat carves a brutal path straight through the thick, tangled undergrowth. Miley pushes through the smoke and ash and declares, "We can finally move on, there's nothing left alive to stop us." The recruits gawk at the wreckage, whispering in awe that only an A-rank party could pull off a magic-proof dragon wing on this scale. Kronos explains that down on the lower levels they have to tiptoe around fire because oxygen runs out, but up here the open sky gives them the green light to unleash pure hell. He shoots his hand up and barks an order, "Everyone follow Miley's lead and torch the rest of the forest." With his arms flung wide, he roars that beasts fear fire, then orders them to torch the monsters until they're nothing but ash. An old-school adventurer with an eye patch whips around to Sophia, cuts her off mid-sentence and storms out, straight up saying he's done. He strides off without a glance, barking at her to tell the boss he doesn't even want his payment. As he walks away, he can't help thinking, Kronos is a total fool to assume magical monsters are just ordinary animals. He figures that when weak monsters see flames, they panic, but the strong ones don't flinch, they adapt and get tougher, and Sophia finally realizes she can't debate that logic. A terrifying screech rips through the sky above, and you just know something huge has come crashing in, pulled straight toward the flames. The veteran adventurer grabs Sophia's attention and warns her to slip out of the party right now, because the real monsters are here, and his grim tone says they're done waiting. Sophia freezes for a beat, ripped between the urge to bolt and the brutal truth that staying alive has to come first. From the roiling smoke, a shadow surges forward, and the recruits freeze in terror because they're not facing a beast at all, it's something far worse, a terrifying monster. As it creeps closer, horror snaps through them when they realize it's a humanoid creature, nothing like any beast they've ever survived before. Thick smoke from the flames swallows their sight whole, and panic erupts as they shriek, "We can't see the enemy." Agonized screams explode out of the darkness as the unseen threat rips through their ranks, knocking fresh recruits crashing down one after another. A girl lets out a terrified shriek as the others whip their heads around in panic, demanding to know what the hell is going on. Panic crashes over the group as they scream about where the enemy is, begging for orders that never show up. An eyewitness stares at the chaos exploding all around them and realizes the party is racing toward total destruction because nobody's in charge. The commander snarls over the chaos, screaming for everyone to lock arms, form a defensive line, and back up together, because only staying united will keep them alive. He vows to shield them all, roaring at the terrified recruits to stay calm, dig in, and hold the line. Screams rip through the air from every side as the enemy slams in again, and the recruits shake with pure, unstoppable terror. With sinking hearts, they realize retreat is impossible, because they're completely boxed in, surrounded on every side. Creepy noises crawl out of the jungle, and the terror in their hearts only tightens with every second. A hand bursts out of the bushes and Kronos snaps into action, declaring it a brand new species of monkey-type monster. The monkeys slam their hands into the dirt together, bang bang, bang bang, like they're chanting some wild ritual right through the ground. The recruits can't stop staring, split between is this music, and is this a ceremony, because they just can't wrap their heads around monsters being smart enough to pull off moves this obvious. Kronos flashes a sick grin, all thrilled and unhinged, and declares they're the first explorers to ever reach this spot. A thunderous blast erupts out of nowhere, and the shockwave slams into the adventurers like a wrecking ball, rattling them to the bone. The boss snaps its eyes open, and a blinding, terrifying glare crashes down, freezing everyone who dares to look. A thunderous thud hits the ground as one of them collapses, and his teammate instantly barrels over, panicking, demanding, "Are you okay?" A man grips his chest, choking on breath as the boss's crushing pressure pins him down, stealing every inhale. Sophia freezes with wide-open eyes, drowning in the crushing weight of the entity looming right in front of her. Tara clamps onto the group, and they all burst into screams as the truth hits. This isn't just any monster, it's the floor boss. A reckless adventurer roars, "I don't need Kronos," and barrels ahead, blasting a windcutter spell just to show everyone how strong he really is. The boss slips the attack like it's nothing at all, and the attackers freeze, gaping in stunned disbelief. The boy jerks back, gasping in pure disbelief, still unable to wrap his head around how his attack missed the target completely. The boss coils up a deadly finger flick and spits a warning, "Don't you dare underestimate this." Kronos stares with eyes wide as the monster snaps back and launches its counterattack in the blink of an eye. With a gut-wrenching crack, the adventurer gets cut clean in half, and a brutal fountain of blood erupts from his body. A headless body smashes into the ground with a brutal thud, and Sophia just stands there, utterly frozen in terror at what she's witnessed. Sophia realizes her gut instinct was right all along, because beating this fight feels like a straight-up impossible wall. She admits to herself, taking on a floor boss here is basically a death sentence. Her legs suddenly crumple beneath her and panic slams in as she blurts out, "Why can't I stand? Why can't I move?" Monkeys perched in the branches taunted the helpless adventurers, flailing their hands and jeering like it was all a joke. They flash these creepy, toothy grins, and the sight alone sends shivers crawling down every spine in the crowd. Out of nowhere, the monsters surge forward and lunge in, right as the final slaughter finally kicks off. Sophia clenches her teeth and pushes herself into action, because she realizes she has to do something, anything, right now to save them. Monkeys swarm in fast, teeth gleaming with a savage snarl, death practically staring back from their faces. Sophia blasts out, "Get behind me," as she desperately tries to shield everyone, only to watch it all fail. Monsters crash down on them, and the whole scene shatters into a brutal storm of screams and blood. Chrono's eyes snap open with a sharp asterisk crack as consciousness slams back into him in a room he's never seen before. He bolts upright in bed, stares at the fancy room in stunned confusion, and can't stop asking himself, where in the world is he? A voice snaps out asking if Lord Kronos is finally awake, making his whole body jolt as he realizes there's someone standing close by. Kronos locks his one visible eye on the stranger, gritting through a bandaged face, demanding to know exactly who they are. The hooded figure tells him they brought him here, and Kronos blurts, "Wait, are we in a hospital?" The stranger drops a brutal bombshell. He got wiped out by the 99th floormaster, and half his team is either dead or vanished without a trace. Kronos rips into a scream of denial, clutching his chest as reality's sharp pain slams into him like a punch. He drops into a crouch on the bed, stunned out of his mind, replaying that nightmare and demanding answers. What the hell just happened? Panic hits hard as he blurts out their party members' names at full volume, desperate to find out if Sophia and the rest survived. Under a hood, the figure stays unnervingly calm and reassures him that, good news, those exact three are still alive. The stranger kicks off a deep philosophical rant in a slow, careful voice, so slow and strange that it completely fries the bedridden adventurer's brain. He talks about the brutal fate awaiting anyone who rushes into battle first, grieving the terrible luck that hit a warrior as formidable as Kronos. Yelling at Kronos to get his head back in the game, the figure insists that yeah, they took brutal losses, but his push still drove the conquest of the 99th floor forward, no question. Kronos just stares at the hooded man in silence, demanding, again, who the hell he really is standing in front of him. They sink into a deep bow at the bedside, praising Lord Kronos like he's royalty, and swearing that serving him is the greatest honor of all. Kronos freezes in total disbelief, because he can't make sense of the way this mysterious stranger suddenly drops in full-on reverence. Even the most unbelievable talent can get crushed if the wrong circumstances hit, or if nobody gives the info the hero needs. He throws it in the face of everyone who stumbled into success by pure luck, and says this moment proves the brutal truth about how unfair the world really is. Kronos stares in grim silence as the stranger leans in and asks if that exact line sounds familiar to him. Kronos spots the logic, mutters a right, and shoves the mysterious man onward to keep talking. The figure finally drops his hood, flashes a creepy grin and a monocle, and introduces himself as Jirian, then rushes to apologize for keeping everyone waiting. Jirian cackles in that creepy, high-pitched way, then demands Kronos begs, remember me, right as a brand new alliance sparks into life. Trudging through the grim streets, the air feels like it's crushing them, while the survivors sift through the wreckage of their devastating failure. As people pass by, they hiss cruel whispers the moment they spot the cloaked woman, snapping her identity with disgust as a member of the disgraced Dragon's Wing Guild. Verbal abuse sparks into full-on physical rage as the furious local roars, "Liar," and hurls something at her. A bottle smashed into the wall just inches from her, the crash snapping through the room like a brutal refusal to let her breathe. Gripping her groceries like they were lifelines, she bolts from the scene as the mob keeps heckling her, shouting, "Where'd you go?" That hatred traces back to the Dragon's Wing's brutal collapse on the 99th floor, one disaster that cost lives and shattered their name forever. Cowering under her hood, her nerves are shot, because ever since the 97th floor boss got taken down, the whole world's eyes have only gotten sharper. A worried voice cuts through her panic, speaking softly as it asks, "Are you okay?" Back at their base, the surviving crew can't stop fuming. Public backlash is so brutal they barely dare to step out to grab supplies. The door slams open with a brutal thud, and there's Kronos, bandaged up, standing upright, but utterly drained to the bone. The women in the room sucked in a breath, completely stunned by how suddenly he showed up, haggard, drawn, and wrecked. Shock hit them for a second, then they barreled toward him, yelling his name and blasting him with one question: was he really discharged from the hospital? Seeing Kronos like that, the narrator knew this newest loss had crushed his spirit into the ground. Tears flood their eyes as they stare at their leader, whispering his name through a broken, aching heart. Kronos dips his head in apology and whispers, "Did my sudden arrival scare you?" With a grim nod, he admits the floor boss revealed a crushing gap in power, one that wiped the floor with them completely. He speaks to the whole group, heart heavy, admitting he's sorry for everyone who died, and that their training simply wasn't enough to stand against that kind of power. The mage cringes in terror as Kronos shrugs everything off, insisting the whole collapse happened just because of bad luck, not because his magic lacked skill. Desperate to lift everyone's spirits, Kronos declares that surviving all this disaster is a win all by itself. He rants like a maniac, insisting their survival proves they've truly got what it takes, totally ignoring the fact it's their first time even facing the 99th floor boss. The mage gapes at him in shock, horrified by how hard he's clinging to a lie, and she can't help wondering why he's willing to delude himself. Unhinged Kronos erupts, insisting that if they can finally unleash their real power next time, victory is theirs for sure. Consumed by a dangerous, desperate ambition, he lunges for one more shot at the command, promising with every breath that he'll finally pull it off. He ignores the horror on his teammate's face, slaps on a forced grin, and pushes them to team up and work hard again. Somewhere else, a cloaked stranger hauls a crushing load through the dark, and a sinister, high laugh bubbles in the shadows. Footsteps thunder through the dungeon as a brand new crew closes in on a pitch-black cave entrance. A squad of armored soldiers charges ahead in perfect lockstep, every step snapping in sync as they surge forward at blistering speed. The soldiers stare in awe at Vim's running boost, then admit they can barely keep up without his magic pushing them forward. A warning scream rips through the air. There's a giant monster waiting ahead, so the squad tightens up and refuses to let their guard down. A subordinate snaps toward the captain, demanding immediate orders on how to strike the threat right now. Camilla, the silver-haired one, barks that they must push two people ahead, while magic circles ignite around them like lightning. Vim barrels into the chaos with a wild grin, shouting for everyone to hide Mary, then he signals the moment they're ready to strike. Hidamari fires back with pure adrenaline, slamming her spell into place as she screams that she's ready. With a surge of magic, she hurls a brutal water spear straight into the enemy. The spell slammed into its mark with brutal force, and the target vanished in a thunderous blast of water and flying rubble. Vim and Hidamari beam like they just pulled off the impossible, slapping high fives right in the middle of the dust. The surrounding soldiers erupted in praise, calling their teamwork flawless, saying that kind of wild synergy is exactly what childhood friends are built to have. Ever since the 98th floor boss went down, Hidamari can't stop smiling and teases Vim about what comes next, like they already know they're an unstoppable duo. The story snaps back to the present. Now the investigation of the 98th floor is finally in its last, crunch-time stretch. The expedition crew strides into the cave's crushing darkness, braced for whatever monster waits in the dungeon's depths. As the whole crew climbs deeper into the earth, they stare in awe at the dungeon's brutal depth, because they've finally reached the very heart of it. Vim locks onto his digital map, brow knotted tight as he fights to decode the tangled maze of lines crawling across his screen. He breaks the silence and blurts out half-idly, "How deep could you really dig into a labyrinth floor?" And his companion just stares back, totally baffled. The veteran soldier locks eyes with him, utterly stunned, like he can't believe someone would even dare ask something that weird. Vim blinks, totally confused, and then realizes, way too late, that his casual curiosity has left his teammate completely stumped. With a roaring laugh, the soldier tells Vim that chewing on the labyrinth's logic won't solve a thing, then grins and declares him straight-up hilarious. Flushing with embarrassment, Vim awkwardly scratches his cheek and blurts out that he probably said something weird. The soldier grins and shakes his head like, "Yeah, most adventurers don't care one bit about how the dungeon's built." Right when their conversation starts to spark, they hit their destination, and the second they step into that huge crystalline chamber, the whole mood changes instantly. Gigantic crystals spear up from the ground and crawl along the walls, shimmering in the dim glow and carving out a straight-up, otherworldly nightmare landscape. The road ahead glows with these towering formations, guiding the expedition straight toward the floor's very heart. A massive pathway unfurls ahead of them, razor crystal cliffs towering on both sides, funneling them straight toward a looming, pitch-dark entrance. As soon as they clock where they are, the squad locks in on the truth. This spot is the legendary treasure vault, and the teleportation orbs are waiting here. A surge of pure triumph hits the crew, and they scream in joy, finally relishing the moment they've clawed their way to the very end of the road. The narrator leans in and reveals this. The treasure vault is a hidden location that won't show up until the floor boss is finally defeated. Inside this vault isn't just the labyrinth's biggest treasure, there's also a teleportation orb that blasts you straight to the 99th floor. Vim's eyes go wide as he stares around in straight-up awe. The massive vault nearly blows his mind, because he's admitting it's the first time he's ever seen something this grand. He whips around to his childhood friend and softly asks Hidamari, "Do you think the view is beautiful?" Mary's face suddenly bursts into a bright, childlike grin as she drinks in the breathtaking view. Vim locks eyes on her, and his heart stutters when he sees that pure joy and wide-eyed wonder light up her face. The soldiers start needling their leader, Camilla, and even the supposedly stoic boss is glowing with excitement, like a kid on the edge of opening presents. Blushing under the accusation, Camilla stammers out a denial, swearing she's behaving exactly the way she always has. Vim can't help but grin at Hidamari, and the thought hits him. She's always had that wild, fearless adventurer spirit in her bones. Camilla stands at the edge of a crystal pool, her cape snapping in the wind as she scans everything around her, then braces to fire off her next command. Just as Camilla yells for Vim to move, a brutal screech snaps her words shut because Hidamari forces Vim to move. Vim blurts out a confused gasp when someone suddenly yanks him off guard, smashing his balance with pure unexpected force. A long, terrified scream tears through the cavern as Vim is yanked off the ledge and dragged away, against every fiber of his will. Hidamari rockets into the void without a shred of fear, yanking a screeching Vim with her as she barks at him to look. As they plunge down the cliff, the oars burst with bright, sparkling light, turning their fall into a wild, glittering spectacle. They slam into the water with a thunderous splash, and Vim surges up from the depths, panting hard. Yeah, the view really is breathtaking. Gasping water and coughing hard, Vim fought to steady himself after that brutal, sudden dive. He whips around to scold Hidamari and yells that they've got zero time for sightseeing mid-mission. Even with rage boiling in his veins, Hidamari just bursts into a laugh, points up, and dares him to ignore the mission for a heartbeat and take in the view. Above them, the cavern's ceiling blazed like a starry night, glittering with bioluminescent glow and crystal brilliance that stole their breath. Hidamari flashes him a smile so blinding it steals the scenery, and her joy spreads like wildfire. Seeing her smile in that breathtaking view, Vim's face softens instantly, and he quietly tells her, "Yeah, it's really that amazing." Just as the moment hits, another body slams into the water beside them, and a fresh wave detonates over Vim. Abel the massive warrior slams down hard, snarling "move," and barking at the idiot standing in his way. Up high, another teammate dives off the ledge with a playful shout, then freezes midair when they finally clock just how terrifying that drop really is. She shrieks for someone to grab her, then slams into the water with a loud, brutal splash that shakes everything. Vim slumps on the damp earth, shaking out his soaking clothes, while Monica chirps an eager apology to Yui right beside him. Vim snaps back fast, staring in awe at the towering crystals around them, and realizes that dazzling glow is none other than valuable adamant. Hidamari skitters through the cavern, practically bouncing with joy as she points out shimmering mithril deposits like it's the coolest thing in the world. As he watches her glow with pure joy, Vim smiles. He hasn't seen Mary this carefree in ages. Suddenly, she lunges in way too close, fierce blush blazing, and Vim's completely thrown off by how intense she is. She gasps out that the way she's acting isn't random. Her wildest dream is finally coming true, right this second. Vim freezes at her words and she immediately presses, "Wait, do you really not get what I'm saying?" With a radiant smile, she reminds him that they're living the adventure they've always dreamed of, together, right now. It hits Vim like a bolt and he murmurs a quiet "yeah" just as her words fully land. He remembers that he once saw the world the exact same way, and even though time passed, he never really lost that feeling. He just put it in the wrong place. It's like he dropped that spark of wonder somewhere far behind, swallowed up by the non-stop grind of responsibilities. Seeing her beaming smile, it hits him. This fearless spirit is the same one that lit the fire in him to begin with, and it proves she's never really changed. Meanwhile, the artifact analysis clicks into place. One orb is tied to the 27th floor, and the other blasts straight to the 99th. The whole crew locks in on one rule: keep that treasure vault hidden, because this secret shortcut is pure strategic gold. Vim gapes at the glowing circle, throat tight as the truth slams him. Those deadly halls of the 99th floor are right past that light. He shakes the dread off his shoulders, forcing himself to stay locked on his work instead of getting frozen by the terror of what's coming next. Believing the jittery dread was just exhaustion, he snaps back to reality when a rustling sound erupts nearby. A shadowy stranger bursts out of the darkness and lines in close to greet him, straight as young Vim. The man beams with gratitude and tells Vim, "You got us this far so fast, thank you," but Vim instantly tries to brush the praise off. The stranger won't let it go. He insists on the compliment, saying it'd be plain rude to pretend everyone didn't appreciate Vim's work. With his heart still racing, Vim swallows his pride and promises he'll keep grinding, so he can help the guild keep winning. The man clamps down on Vim's shoulder, blurting out that he's the ace of the knacked libel, and making it crystal clear he's got his sights set on him. Vim feels a hand slam onto his shoulder, and right then he swallows the responsibility, steady, heavy, and absolutely unavoidable. His eyes darken with steel resolve as it clicks in his head. The night dragonfly is his home, and he's ready to shoulder that burden. He tightens his resolve, pulls himself together, and vows to become the kind of person everyone can truly trust and count on. Then doubt crawls in, and he can't stop wondering whether those whispering voices of validation are actually worth trusting. As Vim slips away, a lone cloaked stranger stays put in the crystal cavern's hush, and the moment a magic circle snaps to life, the whole place lights up with power. A shadowy, mysterious figure freezes in place, staring at the teleportation device as its faint glow flickers in the darkness. Racing back through the dark corridor, the whole party kicks off their return trip from the treasure vault. Vim strides beside the knights, eyes locked on his glowing holographic map as he rips through the dungeon data, reading every last detail. On the way back, a teammate raved that Vim never once lowered his guard, and honestly said he was straight up amazing. Vim grins and flat out denies he's anxious, even as he admits the ride back feels way easier than the trip out. Deep down, he tells himself to lock in, refocus his energy, and keep his guard up, no exceptions, not even for a second. A sudden beep snaps him to attention, and before anyone can question him, he shoots back that he's only checking the gold veins. Camilla whips around and fires off a razor-sharp question, demanding to know exactly what he's staring at. Out of nowhere, the silver-haired leader goes rigid, her instincts blaring like an alarm because something is terribly wrong. She snaps to attention and tells the group she's caught a trap up ahead, then shoots a sharp look like, did we really miss it on the way in? The holographic display flashes a warning. Right in the dead center of their path sits a deadly pitfall trap. Vim suddenly clocks it. The trap had to be planted while they were still in the treasure vault, because they'd already slipped past this spot safely before. He tilts his head up and demands confirmation that this is, without a doubt, a man-made trap. This was his first time ever in a dungeon running into a trap built by humans. He'd never seen anything like it before. Camilla lays it out. These traps usually pop up when party rivals turn savage, or when someone sabotages the scene to seize control of the territory. She says this kind of interference usually pops up between mid-tier teams down on the lower ranks. Still not sure why this is happening, she turns to young Vim and asks him what he thinks about it. Vim suspects the trap setter beat everyone to the vault and tried to stash it away, but then he spots the treasure untouched. Camilla challenges that theory on the spot, piecing it together fast. This trap wasn't random, it was set with them in mind. She muses that grudges are everywhere, and admits it's been way too long since she last had to deal with one. A terrifying thought flickers across her mind, and she slams it shut, convincing herself it can't possibly be true. Camilla barks at everyone to freeze, everyone except the leaders, and then she drops the bombshell. A rival crew likely laid this trap. The mage stares at it all, utterly crushed by the sheer chaos of everything that's happening at once. The crew finally sees the ugly truth. This enemy isn't just stalling them, they're hunting them, and they're trying to kill every last one of them. Vim zooms in on the schematic, and you can tell this trap was built by someone with a truly vicious personality. He spots a poisoned needle sitting right where someone would instinctively reach, right in the kill zone of the trap, waiting to strike. It's an assassin's masterpiece, built to predict any skilled fighter's move and kill them the second they try to disarm it. Vim locks eyes with the dark, forcing his mind to hunt like the enemy, questioning what he'd do if he were the one setting the trap. A horrifying thought hits him like a punch, and his eyes snap wide as the truth finally clicks. He yells at Zyman to look up on the wall, admitting he can't scan that stretch himself. Zyman confirms it on the spot. He spots the trap jammed with a delayed trigger, just waiting to drop a boulder. Vim flashes a nervous grin, realizing the enemy has snapped way past reason to pull off a move nobody in their right mind would ever see coming. Even with the danger looming, he whips his head toward Camilla and boldly swears he's got that trap under control. He stands locked in, fear nowhere on his face, as he gets ready to unleash his plan. Camilla grins like she just won, sensing he finally gets it, then she presses, so, do you see what it really means to be the ace now? She lets him move first and Vim snaps to it instantly, taking her command with unwavering resolve. VIMS rockets forward and launches into the air, vaulting right over the magical floor triggers. The ground explodes under his feet, ripping open a giant pit exactly the moment he predicted. He drops into the black void, wind howling past his ears as he plunges downward. Twisting midair, he snaps his blade up and lines up a brutal strike. He launches a brutal maneuver off the wall, blasting upward to dodge the death waiting for him below. Hanging onto the cliff like it's the only thing holding him up, Vim prays his move actually matters while his teammates stare from afar. He slams his blade into the rock wall to lock himself in place, and sparks explode as steel grinds against stone. Vim seethed at the trap setter's rotten personality, realizing he'd spotted the mechanism, but still completely missed the evil they meant to unleash. The enemy knew he'd glance back at his teammates, so right in that tiny heartbeat of distraction, he sprang the real trap. Suddenly, a massive shadow crashes over them as the shield unit lunges into interception position. The party freezes in pure terror as a colossal boulder crashes down out of the darkness above them. Vin screams a desperate warning, throwing everyone into action as they scramble to brace for the brutal impact. The tank smirks with brutal confidence, lifts his shield, and squares up to crush the death head as it drops from above. Magic circles crackle to life as the mage slams an enhancement spell into the defense, hardening it like armor. As a boulder crashes in, the support yells for Abel, betting everything on his power to keep the party safe. Vim's stomach drops as horror hits. This boulder isn't the real threat, it's a decoy meant to tie up the shield unit. He whips his eyes around, panicking hard, because he knows the real threat is creeping in right when their defenses are completely down. A razor-shot projectile tears through the air, locking onto its exact target and vanishing past the enemy group like a death sentence. Vim studies the trajectory and prays Haidemarie can spot it in time, before it hits, so she can jerk it off course. A jolt of doubt slams into him as he wonders, could his read on the whole situation really be wrong? He can't shake the sick, twisted vibe of the trap setter, and he's convinced there's a hidden layer still lurking, just out of sight. Panic claws up his chest as the thought hits, what if that boulder hides an explosive trap, and he realizes there's no time left. Snatching back his resolve, he decides to crush the threat right here, right now, alone. He can still feel that fist bump and the trust his team handed him as the Night Dragon's ace took to the skies. He vows to crush every expectation and win, no matter what chaos tries to stop him. Without warning, a sickly, complex magic circle ignites under his feet, and a low, ominous hum crawls through the air. Camilla screams his name in pure terror when she sees a teleportation circle ignite beneath him. Vim dashes out of the cave and reappears high above the world, then drops like a meteor straight through the clouds. Flailing through the air as debris crashes down around him, he finally snaps into it. He's been ripped clean away from his team. As gravity slams down, it clicks. He realizes that teleportation trap just nailed him. The grim truth hits hard. This is a one-way trip, and there's no easy escape back. He shoves the panic aside and locks in on the only thing that matters right now, how to survive the fall. He lets out a strained grunt, fighting for control as he thrashes his way down faster and faster. He blasts through the canopy, yanks himself onto the branches to smash his momentum, and only then slams down onto the ground. He hits the ground with a brutal thud, groaning like the impact just shook his bones to the core. Dazed and sprawled on the forest floor, he snaps his head around, totally lost, and can't stop wondering how the hell he ended up here. He stares at the sky and realizes the open ground fooled him. He's still trapped inside the labyrinth. With dread tightening his chest, he wonders, did they really send him all the way up to the 99th floor? A cold sweat erupts as he realizes he's hopelessly lost on the labyrinth's lethal front line. He knows the Night Dragonfly party has no clue where he is, which means his rescue mission suddenly turns into a nightmare he can't pull off. Then it hits him, maybe they don't even realize he's vanished already, ripped away by teleportation. He can't help but wonder if that trap was built to fracture the whole party. Then, out of nowhere, he clings to a small mercy. He's the only one who got caught. Striding through the alien wasteland, he sets his jaw and hunts for a teleportation orb, because that's the only way he can get back home. He freezes mid-step, senses something watching, then snaps his gaze up at the towering trees looming all around him. An owl perches on a branch, glaring down at the lost adventurer, and lets out one sharp, simple hoot like it's guiding them. Half a day vanishes in the blink of an eye as Vim treks alone through unfamiliar territory, completely on his own. He sprints through the thick, dark forest, gulping air in ragged gasps as he claws for any path that leads out. A buzzing snaps his focus. He slams on the brakes, skids to a stop, and throws his gaze upward. Crouched low in the underbrush, he peered through the leaves at a strange winged creature, and his earlier theories snapped into place like they'd just been proven right. His research instincts kick into overdrive as he can't help wondering, could this be a brand new species of winged insect he's never seen before? For a split second, danger vanishes, he blushes hard, and real excitement takes over as he spots it. He snaps out of his trance in a heartbeat, cursing himself for being such an idiot, and for getting distracted right when danger is closing in. He forces the thought into his head, his life is hanging by a thread, so he has to race back to Camilla and the rest right now. Panicking that he's been lost for half a day, he snaps back into focus and hammers his way toward finding a teleportation orb. Suddenly his eyes lock on movement far off, and his breath catches as he spots twisting shadows slipping between the trees. Peering through the leaves, he finally spots them, an adventuring crew, and relief hits him like a wave. A wave of doubt slams into him, freezing him in place as he remembers the rumors, monkeys on this floor that mimic humans. He halts mid-step and starts studying everything, hunting for clues to see if what's in front of him truly matches monster behavior. Hunched behind cover, he wrestles with the question, should he step out and risk everything or stay hidden? Realizing he's got no choice, he shoves through the bushes and keeps whispering to himself, stay sharp, stay alert. He shakes off his paranoia, snaps at himself for spiraling over nothing. He storms into the clearing and immediately knows it. Those movements are unmistakably human. Vim bursts out of the tree line, hollering to grab their attention, and announces he's right there. He drops right in front of a pack of heavily armed maniacs, way more terrifying than any normal explorer. Two strangers, one hiding behind a plague mask, the other with a piercing stare, lock eyes on him and glare like they're one step away from calling him out. Vim shot his hands up in surrender, stammering, I'm lost, please, I need to regroup with your party. He tells you he got yanked away by a trap, then flashes his name, Vim Strauss, from the Night Dragonfly Guild. The second his name gets dropped, the whole group gasps, then their faces flip so fast you can practically see the shift. They huddle together in hushed whispers, feeling his presence hit like a shockwave, and wondering if it's truly him standing there. One of them speaks to him with respect, confirming that, yep, he's the lost adventurer they found. Vim stood frozen, completely thrown off by that reaction, and couldn't figure out what to say next. He steadied himself, announced who he was, and shot back, are you the leader? A woman strides into the spotlight with a confident grin and introduces herself, Rita Hanks. She perks up and calls him by name, then tells him straight, they're a survey team sent by guilt. She leans in with a creepy smile and tells Vim, in a voice dripping with confidence, that she knows him better than anyone. Rita Hanks, cheerful, young, and wearing glasses, steps forward, flashes a bright grin, and introduces herself like you're already her best friend. Vim freezes when she blurts out his name on the spot, insisting she knows Mr. Vim Strauss better than anyone. He gapes in disbelief, trying to mash this bubbly woman into the picture of a serious expedition team leader. Rita instantly snaps out of her focus, blurting in pure excitement the moment she spots a gigantic silver stag beetle right nearby. Chaos erupts as the giant bald man jabs a finger at a rainbow beetle, and Vim S. left totally baffled by how unprofessional they're acting. All right, back to business. He thrusts a handheld guild card forward to officially confirm who everyone is. Vim starts to wonder if all these wild antics really mean they're a real team, while Rita keeps hunting bugs like it's pure kid-fueled fun. The bald man leans in and tells him, don't freak out, this chaos is normal for our unique members. Another guy stares at the dirt like it's priceless, calling the whole spot a treasure chest while Rita crawls over the ground, hunting something. Rita lays it out, this expedition team doesn't play like a regular party built only for fighting, they run on a totally different mission plan. As he watches them trade jabs and jokes, Vim can't shake this weird feeling like he's seen their dynamic 1,000 times before. With a respectful nod, he tells her it's truly an honor to finally meet someone this prominent and famous. Rita apologizes fast, saying she can't go with him yet because she's got more research to finish. She admits he could probably slip back through the secret route on his own, but then she flashes her plan, because she's got a better way. She insists he tag along for now, and blurts out an apology for putting him out. Rita calls him over and demands he watch their investigation unfold as they keep digging deeper in the dungeon. She grins and says that the moment anyone steps onto a new floor, the whole place instantly lights up with excitement. Vim gets it instantly, there's always too much to see and never enough time to see it all. He bursts into laughter, admits with a bashful grin that even he can't help getting sidetracked by every amazing wonder the labyrinth throws at him. Rita flashes a huge grin and tells him straight up, I knew you'd say it just like that. The huge cloaked stranger strides up and demands a moment from Mr. Strauss, like it's his right. Vim snapped his gaze upward in full-on intimidation, and realized the guy was as massive as Camilla with the silver hair. Rita points to the giant and calls him Petrus, then hypes his research up as wildly fascinating. She tells him she's tracking down the very first creatures, the ones that later spiraled into the monsters we know. Petrus leans in and explains that even though monsters are animals steeped in magic, they still stay unmistakably biological, no matter how grotesque they look. He pitches a wild paradox, what if the monsters lost their magic, who would they even become? Petrus drops the bombshell. He cross-checked Vim's report on the 98th floor boss against every known sea slug relative and still came up empty for an exact match. Vim leans in hard, eyes locked as the researcher starts laying out his razor-sharp deductions. Petrus couldn't stop wondering if this creature came from a species that had vanished long ago. He grins and proudly reveals the match he hunted down, the Amatora, right from a fishing port east of Fieldbrunn. Petrus is practically vibrating with excitement, and he bursts out that this discovery lands squarely in the world of paleontology. Vim is blown away by the theory, and he's thinking, yep, this is exactly the kind of brain I expect from someone on an expedition. Petrus whips around to Vim and demands his take, because out of everyone here, Vim actually tangled with the floor boss. He pushes for an opinion, and Vim smiles politely as he says the theory is absolutely wonderful. Vim hesitates for a beat, looking a little awkward as he braces to step in and correct the expert. Vim argues the antennae weren't useless leftovers at all. They moved with the force fields, like living instruments tuned to the pressure. The truth slams into Petrus like a punch to the chest, and he's left completely stunned. Petrus trembles in pure despair as Rita bursts into loud, ruthless laughter over his major blunder. The theory says those long-dead creatures from the past didn't vanish at all. They evolved somehow and now they're alive, hiding in the labyrinth. Vim jerks hard in surprise as a brutal tremor rips through his arm. A gigantic striped beast explodes out of the bushes, roaring so hard it rattles the whole forest like thunder. Vim spots the creature as a brand new species, tiger-like at heart, as it slams through the undergrowth, closing the distance in a charge. Panicked, Vim blurts out why nobody's scouting, but Rita shuts him down with a careless wave. She just stares, and then the truth clicks. No, security wasn't a mistake at all. It was a calculated move. Footsteps hit like thunder as the team bolts into place, ready to cut off the beast before it can reach them. A woman surges forward, slamming a massive forked spear straight for the tiger's paw with deadly precision. The weapon connects perfectly, and with a bone-jarring metallic crunch, it pins the beast's limb to the ground. The tiger screams in pure agony as the trap snaps shut, and Vim freezes in shock at the brutal impact. As he watches the magical restraint lock into place, Vim can't stop wondering, does this look like some rare, one-of-a-kind magic he's never seen before? No hesitation, he clamps his bare hands onto the tiger's jaws and rips them apart. He throws down with the beast calmly snapping orders for it to keep its mouth open, while he completely ignores its frantic thrashing. He grumbles that he finally grabbed it, yet the others still crowd around it first. Then he blows up, calling them idiots for barking like maniacs. Rita spots the woman with bangs and calls her Vanessa, then clocks the man in the hat as Kevin, while the two of them pin down the creature. She tells him that both of them are monster magic specialists, so they can take on beasts this dangerous without flinching. Vim goes pale with shock, realizing they've been baiting monsters on purpose, just so they can study them. Rita frowns and admits her research papers are all over the place, then she suddenly snaps. So, does Mr. Strauss specialize in any specific field? Vim blurts out that if he had to pick just one specialty, it'd be enchantment. Rita snaps to a stop, eyes narrowing as she spots a clue from her own work hiding in his response. She lets out a quiet chuckle, secretly pleased that the link she just made actually clicks. She whips around to face him and hits him with it. She told him from the start that she knows him better than anyone. She tells him she actually reads the papers he writes, just as a hobby, because he never submits a single one to her magazine anyway. Rita leans in and asks if her last name rings a bell, basically daring you to clock who the editor-in-chief of the Labyrinth Fanatics really is. It hits Vim like lightning. He blurts out, Hanks, and suddenly he's linking her to that legendary publication. She grins and playfully says, yep, I'm Professor Hanks, the editor-in-chief, then flashes a peace sign like it's no big deal. She admits that even though she looks young as ever, she's the same age as Camilla, and it instantly leaves Vim utterly stunned. Right then, one of the team barges in with a report, and Rita blurts, speak of the devil. Rita lets out a huge breath of relief the moment she hears they finally made contact with Camilla. She whips around to Vim and hypes him up, urging him to watch the wild experiment they're about to start. With eyes full of hope, she presses him for a clear promise, tell her you're coming with them. They burst into a clearing where the rest of the team is hard at work, cranking up a gigantic hot air balloon like their lives depend on it. Rita shoots a question at him about their goal, and Vim hesitantly points to the object like, you mean that, like a balloon? He studies the gear and suddenly gets it, then blurts out, wait, are you really testing the sky? Rita snaps that his guess is spot on, then immediately digs deeper, demanding to know why they'd pull something like this in the first place. Vim hesitates, convinced it'll score 50 points for anything that looks like digging into the ground. She leans in and prods him to dig deeper, demanding what aiming for the sky even reveals about what kind of dungeon this really is. Vim swallows hard and the answer starts to crystallize in his head. He cautiously hints that this experiment is all about uncovering the labyrinth's real location. Rita grins like she just won, finally confirming that he reached the exact right conclusion. She lays it out: the labyrinth has two big theories behind where it sits, the dimension theory and the underground theory. She tilts her head to the sky and declares it all, because the very fact that there's a sky above completely smashes the underground theory to pieces. Rita yanks out a creased piece of paper with a sharp rustle, flipping it toward Vim so he can finally see what they're building. She slaps out a giant map and points to a bunch of strange continents and wild new landmasses she's never seen before. Vim squints at the weird map-like geography, totally baffled, and blurts out, "Wait, what am I even looking at?" She grins and tells you this isn't just any map, it's the labyrinth's real location, already predicted. Rita lights up and insists the labyrinth isn't just somewhere else, it's on a whole different continent. She calls out the link between the floors, right there in plain sight. The exact same kind of wyvern shows up on level 26 and again on level 97. You start solving a wild puzzle, pairing plants, animals, weather, and soil in each layer, until the pattern finally clicks into place. By stripping away the magic and stacking each floor to match the local climate, they uncovered links that perfectly line up with a so-called continent in theory. She snaps her gaze on him, asking if he really gets what that means, and Vim just stammers out a shaky yes. The theory says they're not digging underground at all. They're jumping to different spots across the continent using teleportation orbs. Rita bursts out that she'll prove there's another continent beyond the one they live on, then she names it the continent hypothesis. Buzzing with excitement, she declares that proving this theory is their team's top priority right now. Vim gulped hard, stunned by how wild the hypothesis sounded, and how fearless the expedition team's ambition really was. Rita shuts down the small talk and blasts enough, declaring it's finally time to kick off the experiment. A hot air balloon climbs higher and higher, while someone reads out the pressure dropping right before their eyes. A crew member screams that the oxygen is plummeting, then yells to crank in more heat, now. Rita tells them, "We already tried this, balloons on the 98th floor, but every single time that membrane-like barrier slammed the door shut." This time they're hunting proof that the barrier is real, then snatching data like trophies so they can crack exactly how it works. A roaring voice screams at them to slow the ascent as the balloon barrels toward the dangerous altitude. Someone yells to the crowd that the impact is almost here, right on the edge of happening. The balloon keeps clawing higher and higher, and the basket swings wildly under that huge, floating envelope. Suddenly, the sky starts warping and bending out of nowhere, and everyone on the ground is left staring in pure shock. A shout slices through the air, record it fast, because the balloon slams into resistance. When they realize nothing's getting higher, the team yells for more output, crank it up and slam into that barrier. The order to detonate hits the air, then, right on its heels, comes a crisp snap that signals everything is about to blow. Rita snaps at Vim to keep his eyes locked on it, because this barrier isn't just a wall, it's the skeleton holding the whole labyrinth together. The balloon detonates high in the sky, ripping apart in a violent blast and showering the air with debris. Rita snaps the order, nobody hides, and demands they stare at the sky's aftermath like their lives depend on it. A weird, warping roar hangs in the air as the explosion finally starts to clear. The clouds tore apart, peeling back to reveal the exact spot where the blast went off high above. Vim jolts back in shock as he watches the sky rip open, and then stitch itself back together in the next breath. Rita blurts out, panicking, "Did you get the recording and the data from the event?" The whole team erupted in cheers, shouting that they finally cracked it and hauled in the exact data they needed. Rita's face explodes with pure, unfiltered joy the moment their experiment works. Vim locks onto her face, and when her real emotions finally break through, his heart stutters like it can't keep up. The whole team bursts into laughter, congratulates each other nonstop, and throws a full-on celebration for a job that came out perfectly. Vim clocks it instantly. Every single teammate is wearing that fresh, wide-eyed look of pure kid-level excitement. He realizes they didn't just stumble into this, they studied and prepped so hard, all for this one day of victory. While most adventuring spirits are huge, tough, and bulldoze through life, this crew is totally different and won't let the small stuff slide. Vim realizes that this kind of non-stop curiosity isn't just intelligence, it's pure, no excuses adventure spirit. A thick, crushing silence blankets the overgrown ruins of the 72nd floor, signaling the investigation team is about to step into their hidden sanctuary. Vim skids down the tunnel with a vicious screech, then slams to a dead stop at the very bottom. Rita yanks off his blindfold, throws out an apology, and admits the secrecy is just how the investigation team's base stays protected. Vim spun around, baffled. He'd memorized the whole 72nd floor map, yet somehow he'd never even heard this place existed. A voice shouted for the leader from behind, and Rita snapped her attention to it instantly. She whips her head around at the summons, and with one sharp nod, she instantly gets what's going on. He snapped a few gestures, beckoning Vim closer, and addressed him with stiff respect as Mr. Strauss. She shoves the device into his hands, and Vim's eyes blow wide as he gasps, because he's holding a rare magic tool. Rita cuts in and warns him the audio's terrible, but she quickly assures him he can still use it to talk straight to Camilla. Most of the devices ripped out of that labyrinth, packed with magical mechanisms, run on rules nobody understands. Vim rips a shout through the static, Camilla, and the instant she answers, she calls him Young Vim. Camilla can't believe it. Right inside the trap, someone's got a teleportation circle hidden there, and the interference makes it impossible to ignore. She leans in, reassures him, and pours out her thanks, then gives him the credit for keeping everyone safe. Vim exhales like she's been holding her breath, and tells her she's just happy everything turned out okay. Camilla spills the truth. Rita begged him to show up at the upcoming research meeting too. Vim pulls Rita aside, asking if it's really okay, and Rita grins, telling him to go for it. She's sure it'll end up being an awesome experience. Camilla's voice slices through the static once more, and she reassures him with total confidence that he's going to learn a ton. Vim nods and agrees to join, then quietly admits, almost apologetically, that he's praying he won't end up getting in the way. He gapes at the device in his hand, stunned that this magic tool can carry conversations between totally different floors. Rita lines in and demands he keep the tool secret, saying they've got special permission from above to use it. She waves him closer and urges him to step inside now that the call's finally over. Vim's jaw drops when he finds out the Labyrinth Fanatic magazine is officially being published by his own group. Rita straight up says it's an unofficial, unauthorized guild magazine, because when she tangled with the Sages Association before, it didn't end well. She smirks at his reaction as Vim gapes in awe, totally blown away by how wildly rebellious they are. With a sharp click of the latch, Rita swings the door open and beckons him into the main room. Inside, chaos erupts. Members are screaming at each other, one side swearing by symbolic chanting, while the others slam down their own theories. The argument spirals into brutal personal jabs, where the researchers start hurling insults like trash and dropout at each other. While some people throw punches at each other in the back, the rest just sit there, calm as ever, and keep reading like the brawl isn't even happening. Rita snaps a warning to him. If he steps in, it's on him, because a giant knife is being waved right there in his face. The room turns into a blur of brutal brawling and frantic scribbles, while dust clouds explode upward from the non-stop fighting. Vim's staring in terror, panicking over one brutal question. Do they really have the right to fight, or has everyone just decided to pretend they don't exist? He lets out a nervous laugh, sweat dripping down his face as his brain scrambles to make sense of the bass-level insanity. Suddenly, the brawling screeches to a halt, and every head snaps toward the newcomer, all of them staring like, "Wait, who are you?" The group finally clocks who he is, Strauss, and then the whole crew erupts in a shock-filled shout. Researchers scrambled to yank up the documents, shouting his name as they dug out that knacked libel. One guy lifts a 2-year-old paper and points at his breakthrough, 5 insect species that act like warning beacons for massive monsters. Vim's jaw drops because someone actually read it. He'd been sure only Hidamari knew it even existed. Right as the beat drops, a researcher snaps, screaming and jabbing a finger in furious protest. The second they hear his theory, they explode into an argument. Are those tiny things maggots crawling on his skin, or is it just heat from fire magic burning him from the inside? Their raw intensity crushes Vim, but he grits out a smile anyway, and outright lies, insisting he thought both theories were awesome. A violent roar explodes from the researchers, rattling the room's walls as they slam into the statement with raw shock. Rage boiled in his veins as he screamed that he'd never let them shove him in the same box as some academy dropout trash. Then he spat that everyone else was just paper-thin delusions. Veins bulging, he snaps at his rival and demands, "What the hell are you talking about?" while he hurls insults and calls him a bastard. A deafening clap rips through the chaos as Rita slams her hands together and barks for everyone's attention right now. The whole room snaps to a sudden standstill, researchers mid-brawl, weapons held high and fists clenched, all stuck in a tense, awkward silence. Rita points at the blackboard like a commander, declaring that the image up there is the exact photo of that earlier tear in the sky. She points up at the sky and says the shapes tearing through the clouds match the exact teleportation circle formula. The researchers just freeze, mouths hanging open, and all their anger evaporates the moment this revelation hits. Rita's eyes flash with razor-sharp intelligence as she snaps, "All right, officially, the research meeting starts now." She flings her arms wide and barks for their theories, and the whole group erupts in fresh, non-stop chaos. Theories rocket through the air as the members shriek, slinging around repulsion magic, restoration magic, and even duplicate magic. A man in a hat blares out an objection, snapping that even if restoration magic works, the mystery of where the barrier truly came from still isn't answered. Vim stands there drowned in an intellectual hurricane, eyes wide as the mind-blown shock hits, and he can barely get the words out. He freezes in dread. This isn't some beginner briefing, it's the top-tier investigation team, and the debate is so far above his level he can barely keep up. The shouting match rages on. One researcher swears the barrier is getting patched up, while the other loses it and yells that none of it explains how the repair is even happening. Violence explodes again as a scream tears through the air, die, and the thud of beating and the clash of fighting slam back in. Petra's towering form glides in beside a terrified Vim, then he leans close and demands Vim's take on what's happening. Patras leans in, stares him down, and demands to know, right then, what he really thought of that discussion they just heard. Vim shoots back a shaky, impressive, and Petras clocks it as proof he's tracking the whole idea. Petras pushes him again, towers over him, and demands he spell out exactly what he really thinks. The giant glares like a warning light, pushing him to talk, and inside Vim's head, panic detonates. He can't fake it anymore because he realizes he understands nothing. Petras's anger cooled a notch as he leaned in and asked Vim if there was anything about the debate he couldn't grasp. Vim hesitates, then asks if they're talking about building a barrier with magic, something like the flame barrier, but using restoration magic. Rita nods and agrees, then admits she's no expert and this whole topic is way above her leg. She flashes a calm smile, tells him they've slammed into a dead end, and insists it's totally fine if he can't make sense of all those complicated details. She admits that after all that digging, their research still can't uncover the one crucial magic mechanism powering the barrier. Vim stands in total silence before the blackboard, eyes locked on the tangled diagrams and photos pinned up like clues. He can't stop wondering if there's some secret mechanism behind it, like a magical tool designed built specifically to forge barriers. He studies the patterns all over again, and the more he stares, the more it clicks. Those shapes don't look like some random trick at all. They look eerily like a magic tool. Vim mumbles, "You look familiar," and Rita snaps her head toward him, curiosity sparking as she takes in his words. A strange smile crawls across Rita's face as she leans in and demands Mr. Strauss explain what's truly wrong. Vim stalls for a second, then blurts out that this whole thing might actually be enchantment magic. The whole room goes dead silent, every researcher stiffens in an instant, faces frozen in pure confusion and shock. Vim lifts a hand and, with a quick flick of his fingers, shapes an idea in the air to make the baffled crowd finally get it. He lifts a tiny round device to the light and declares, loud and certain, that its pattern is enchantment magic. He tells them you can't spot it in the picture, but there's one crucial detail you're missing. He blurts out, if you reshape the pattern, wouldn't that basically turn it into a trust magic formula, and throws out a whole new way to look at it. Vim jabs a finger at the photo and explains, look, it's enchantment magic, so the shape isn't random at all, it's gear-shaped. He figures out there's no fancy inner mechanism hiding inside the barrier at all, so the whole mystery suddenly gets way simpler. The researchers stare in total shock as Rita's face bursts into a dangerous blend of pure exhilaration and bone-deep realization. A sudden voice snaps out, "Mr. Strauss," and it hits him like a punch while he's standing there by the blackboard. The researchers got so locked onto advanced magic that they totally missed the magic right in front of them, enchantment magic. Fueled by fresh energy, the crew slams into a sprint, using Vim's insights as their go-to blueprint for the research. A researcher loomed over Jin, jaw clenched, and demanded he hand over that knowledge right now, no questions. Vim is left speechless when he finds out Kevin stabbed himself on purpose just to see if he could heal the wound. Flashbacks rip open a total madhouse, shouting, brawling, and getting yelled at for ignorance happening every single day. Vim screams that they wrung every last scrap of knowledge out of him, until he snaps and yells right back. He's standing there, panting hard, breath stuttering in sharp gasps, as the nightmare of that ordeal hits him all over again. A wild, intricate diagram erupts with light, exposing the hidden truth, turning the enchanted structure into proof. Vim and Rita stared up in total awe as the ceiling split open to reveal a colossal web of magical gears. They slumped against the wall, drained to the bone, yet grinning like they'd just pulled off the impossible, because their enchantment magic had forged a real barrier. Rita suggests we ditch the usual explanations and describe the phenomenon in symbolic terms so we can finally get a real grip on what it truly is. She tells him the labyrinth sky wasn't just up there, it had a spell-sealed barrier stitched right into it. She says this breakthrough is the spark that kicks off a whole brand new research paradigm. She whips around to the rookie and fires a question at Mr. Strauss. How did he survive the sheer pressure of that investigation team? Vim slumps his shoulders and admits, right to your face, that he's totally wiped out. Rita flashes a knowing grin and needles him. Did he end up liking them after all that rough treatment? Vim admits they're rougher than night dragonfly, but he's obsessed with how their passion completely swallows them whole. He lifts his gaze with a real, glowing smile and says, "Yeah, I loved it, a lot." Rita flashes a secret smile as she leans in and tells him she's thrilled to finally hear that. Right in the middle of their talk, they're stuck on the floor. Then someone yells for their leader, cutting everything off. They whip around in pure shock, stunned that everyone else has already crushed their tasks so fast. Vim blurts under his breath, totally stunned, like, what kind of magic did they just use to move that fast? He scratches his head and sighs up the moment, realizing these people run on a different set of rules, because normal logic doesn't stand a chance here. Rita shoots up from her seat and calls out to Mr. Strauss, asking him to come with her for a quick moment. She flashes a grin full of anticipation and tells him, "There's something I need asterisk to show you." Vim shoots a confused look, then quickly gears up and follows her deeper into the facility. They haul up to this gigantic wooden stronghold packed with mine carts and tracks stretching through it. Rita points out they're inside the testing grounds, and while the light barely holds, Vim frantically tries to find his footing. Vim keeps repeating the place's name, drilling down on what those tracks are really for. Rita spots a silhouette, blurts out Laura's name, and says she knew she'd find her here. A hooded girl with pointy ear flaps spins around and snaps into an obedient answer for her teacher. Vim freezes in pure shock as the truth hits him. She's a demi-human. A tight close-up on her hand shows off the wild fur and hooked claws that mark her species instantly. Rita steps in, grabs the moment, and orders Laura to walk up and greet Mr. Vim Strauss, like, right now. Laura bows politely, introduces herself, and radiates pure gentleness like she's putting everyone at ease. Rita whips around to Vim and instead of slowing down, points out the massive infrastructure all around them. She leans in and asks if he's finally figured out what this massive hole they've dug is meant for. Vim stares at the tunnel and the gear, and in seconds he's putting the team's mission together piece by piece. He leans in and asks if they're trying to smash through the maze's walls, like that sky experiment back then. Rita backs up Vim's deduction about the boundary with a flawless 100-point perfect score. She whips around to Laura and tells the demi-human, "I'm counting on you, take the next step from here." Laura's body starts to twist, crackle with raw energy, and her hidden power finally erupts. Vim drops into a crouch in full panic as Laura unleashes a spine-chilling roar and rips into a beast-like form. She rockets into the wall at blinding speed, and her claws rip straight through the stone with a brutal, earth-shaking impact. Rita tells them straight up, most adventurers can't even dent this bedrock because it's on a whole other level. Blood splashes across the rock as Laura pounds the wall again and again, grinding through the pain and ignoring the brutal damage to her own hands. Vim shouts that she's bleeding and insists they need to stop, but Rita just stays calm and tells her she's fine. Stunned by the leader's icy heart, Vim snaps, demanding to know how she can look at that girl and still claim she's fine. Rita jabs a finger at the wall, swearing Laura's trained for this exact moment and that she'll be just fine. With a violent crack, the hole finally rips open, plunging everything into a dark, mysterious layer hiding under the rock. Inside the opening, you can spot a weird, slithering chain of magical gears, throbbing and pulsing as the darkness swallows everything. Rita peers into the deep labyrinth and goes, "So this is what it really looks like," and then she compares it to the sky barrier they saw before. She figures that if these barriers work the same way, then this wall is way better for watching everything up close. Vim shrugs off the lecture, sprints straight to Laura, and blurts out if she's okay as he starts healing her. Laura just stares at him, face blank, like she's already lost the will to care about anyone noticing her injuries. He reads her sighs and spirals into worry, insisting, again and again, that Laura's going to be perfectly fine. Laura fidgets like crazy while Vim carefully tends to her hand, and you can see the uncertainty hit him. He doesn't know what to do next. Rita digs in, swears that studying enchantment magic is non-negotiable, and turns to Vim like, "What do you think?" She cheers him on, praising his mind like it's 1 in 10,000, and says enchanters like him are practically unheard of. Vim slips the final bandage on Laura's hand and leans back, dead sure the worst danger is finally over. Rita rubs the back of her head and bluntly asks, does he realize she's trying to recruit him? She flashes a wicked grin and insists he's got the same fearless spirit of adventure and that he'll crack open the labyrinth's mysteries. Vim takes a step back and points it out, this isn't at all like what they agreed on. Rita snaps into fake confusion, tilts her head, and plays dumb like she has no clue about his suspicions. Vim insists the whole thing feels off no matter how he turns it over in his mind. He locks eyes with her and bluntly demands to know if she's been keeping something from him. Rita rips off the act, sighs, and admits right there that her whole deception was a mistake. She tells him he moved way faster than she thought, and it lit a fire under her. She had no time, and her hand was forced. She's choking on regret, admitting she was way too sloppy, and her best story still couldn't win him over. Rita flicks her gaze to the wall and declares it, his escort is finally here. The wall detonates as Camilla bursts through, fists flying, screaming for young Vim to run away from that person. She glares like a storm, snarling that this is the base of Minerva of Ikea, and they've only come here to drag him back from the clutches of danger. Vim blurts Minerva of Ikea, in stunned disbelief, his head spinning as this new bombshell hits. Rita steadies her nerves, then walks up to Mr. Strauss and introduces herself the right way. With a chilling grin, she drops the truth. She's Rita Hanks, the one calling the shots as the leader of Minerva of Ikea. Camilla glares at her old acquaintance with ice in her stare, calling Rita out like she hasn't changed a single bit, still the same scoundrel as always. Rita shoots her a smirk and tells her that servant of a bencha sounds way better than slave or scoundrel. Shoving past the chatter, Camilla snaps for silence, then orders Vim's immediate release from her custody. Rita nonchalantly scratches her head, like she's totally unfazed by the fact that her crimes are going to catch up to her. Twisting back to Vim, Camilla erupts into a scream. He's being played, and he has to hear the truth right now. She spills the truth. This whole fancy trap was built just to snatch him, and she flat-out labels Rita a master manipulator. Rita shrugs and admits the truth. Yeah, she exaggerated some of it, but if you call it all lies, suddenly she sounds like the villain. She lets out a heavy sigh, realizing she completely messed up her execution this time. Just as the talks collapse, a brutal strike rockets through the air and turns the whole negotiation into chaos. Rita hides behind her subordinate and barks at Laura to protect her, because that's exactly what she's built to do. Metal screams against metal as Laura snaps into the line and intercepts the incoming strike. Peeking from behind the girl, Rita leans in and snaps at Laura to act as the shield, because the woman staring them down is downright terrifying. Camilla locks eyes on the pair, her face tightening with judgment and pure, unshakable resolve. Rita throws in the towel, demands to know how they tracked the base, and then decides she'll hand Mr. Strauss over the normal way since she messed up. She insists their barrier was up and locked tight, so there's no way a tracking device could have found them. Camilla glares in disgust and fires back. How could you even dream up something so underhanded, a tracking device? Rita looked totally baffled, then asked if anyone really wouldn't assume a tracking device was the most reasonable move. Camilla fires back that they're nothing like Rita, because with the wisdom of Hyde Mary backing them up, they've got the edge. She declares that righteous justice will always crush evil, and warns she'll make Rita learn her lesson. A flashback slams in. Hyde Mary is frantic at the console, racing through the data and realizing Vim isn't on the floor they expected. The sage threw herself into the hunt with terrifying intensity, jaw clenched and eyes blazing as she tore through everything to find their missing member. Camilla praises her, saying she fought like a possessed woman, smashing through Rita's defenses. Rita lets out a shaky laugh, realizing she just made a fatal mistake by totally underestimating the 74th stage. She lets out a tired sigh and admits she can't deny the sage's skill, but her face still screams that she doesn't buy his little morality sermon. Defeated and drained, Rita tells Mr. Strauss to go on ahead, then grants him the okay to leave with his friends. Vim powerwalks back toward the Night Dragonfly team, stepping across the line from his captors to the people who finally come to save him. Camilla watches him come back, then snaps back and orders everyone to pull away because the mission is officially over. Vim freezes for a beat and whips his eyes back to that strange crew, the ones who just cracked his world open and showed him brand new possibilities. He gives a laid-back wave goodbye, then steps away from the eccentric leader and her whole crew. Deep in his chest, he admits it, meeting Minerva of Ikea, and he knows that moment won't be leaving his mind anytime soon. Back on the surface at party headquarters, his teammates swarmed around him, faces tight with worry. Vim just shrugs it off with a laugh, admitting he was this close to getting brainwashed during those 2 days he was gone. He finally admits their plan was a nightmare, proving Camilla was right all along about just how dangerous it really was. Even though he saw all the ugliness, it still hit him how much skill and passion they carried, and that left him genuinely impressed. He stares at the gear-like carvings in the labyrinth wall, and it clicks. Rita's theory about the continent has to be real. On a rooftop with the whole city spread out beneath them, Camilla slaps a hand onto his shoulder and declares, "You're the ace of the night dragonfly." She swears this title is the truth and makes it crystal clear they trust him with everything. She challenges him to prove he's got what it takes to shoulder that crushing burden. Vim catches a whisper riding the wind, and it quietly seals his resolve like a promise. While his teammates crack up around him at dinner, Vim suddenly realizes he doesn't just want to join them, he wants to spend every day with the night dragonfly. Vim locks eyes with the swirling darkness inside his head, wondering why his mind is screaming for answers when the world outside hasn't changed a single thing. A week slips by and the day of the 99th floor expedition finally lands, then Vim gets hit with an order to take a day off out of nowhere. Birds scream and chirp overhead, while the night dragonfly team braces themselves deep inside the ancient forest, surrounded by massive old trees. One of the team members snaps their head up in pure awe, staring at the sky and confirming it's exactly as the report promised. Blue, no doubt. VIMS scans the area and realizes their run at the 99th floor is already paying off, steady progress, and it's looking promising. He snaps to it. The floor is shaped like a giant dome, and beyond the endless jungle there's a wall waiting. A female teammate strides up to Vim, staff in hand, and tells him there's something urgent she needs to check with him. She presses him on the barrier details and Vim calmly assures her, yeah, he's all ears and fully locked in. Suddenly she carelessly spots a tiny bug nearby and boom, the whole conversation gets yanked in a totally different direction. Vim lets out a breath of relief, stunned that, after all the chaos he caused with Minerva of Ikea, they're still ready to treat him like normal. He takes a long look at all the kindness around him and sinks into a wave of deep gratitude, thankful they welcomed him with open arms. From far away I can't help but smile. Those hideous merry notes are proof Vim's doing just fine. Camilla tells the crew, "I'll take the scouting and intel from here. Stay ready, because I'm saving you for an emergency." A peaceful calm shatters in an instant as dark rustling and piercing shrieks rip out of the thick bushes. A rugged adventurer sweating bullets as he mutters, "Man, the floor boss is almost guaranteed to show up around here." As they march on, one cheerful member fires them up and tells everyone, "This time we're all coming back alive, got it?" Another member grumbles that the heat is brutal, begging for a water source before everyone collapses. Vim steps in with the rest, and the moment he does, he realizes the scout job people expect from him is way more than simple recon. He clocks the fighters all around him, and the way they're standing makes it crystal clear they're guarding his back. Crows screech overhead like they're chanting a warning for the inevitable moment about to hit. A stream of numbers suddenly bursts onto the screen, tagging coordinates or ticking down like a countdown to disaster. Vim squints at his device's screen, trying to figure out whether that blue patch is really a lake. He stares at the scenery, and bam, jolts hit him as he realizes his first guess was dead wrong. He stares at the wreckage in front of him and realizes it's all the ugly fallout from a spell called Inferno Torrent. Vim's breath catches in pure terror when he realizes the whole area has been wiped out, burned to ash. His mind snaps back a few months, all the way to when Dragon's Wing kicked off their reckless dungeon expedition, one that was doomed to end in fatal tragedy. He can't shut his mind off, he keeps replaying it, terrified that the tragedy happened because he couldn't stop Chronos in time. While guilt chews him up inside, he admits Dragon's Wing's stunning victory over the 99th floor feels almost unreal. He admits that from an adventurer's viewpoint, they were the very first to risk it all and put everything on the line. He realizes the townspeople still look down on them, but the intel they've pulled together is insanely valuable. And when he thinks back, especially about the floor bus, he realizes some parties have even started shifting their stance on the group. Suddenly, a searing shock jolts him, ripping his focus back to the danger right in front of him. A teammate leans in, worried out of their mind, and asks what's wrong as he crouches on the path. Vim shoots a glance up at Camilla, slaps on a quick smile, and insists it's nothing at all. He studies the danger up close, and once the clues click, he's certain these are the exact monsters Dragon's Wing warned about. He blasts the alarm to the team. This forest just woke up, and a huge swarm of monkeys is closing in from every side. Two savage apes rocket out on a branch, screaming as their eyes lock hard on the intruders. More monkeys burst out from the shadows, their ripped bodies and sharp, knowing eyes screaming that this fight won't be easy. One teammate snaps a warning, there are tons of them, and each one is smart, sharp, and deadly on their own. Camilla snaps orders for everyone to hunt for an opening first, warning that a sloppy retreat will only shovel the trouble deeper. A massive hand crashes onto the wooden floor with a thunderous bang. The team catches that steady, rhythmic thump rolling through the forest, and they can't help wondering if it's the very same beat they heard earlier. Camilla shrieks, grabbing everyone's attention like a thunderclap and cutting straight through their confusion. She boldly declares that the very front lines of this dungeon floor are where the night dragonfly was meant to land. Clenched with fierce resolve, she commands them to gamble with their lives to rescue their comrades, and then makes sure every single one returns alive. The whole crew snaps into their battle stance together and erupts in shouts, all agreeing with the captain at the same time. One of the team grins and says her speech lights a fire under him. Vim freezes in place, staring at the world like, wait, I'm the only one who hears that weird sound. It feels dead wrong the second he hears it, like someone just played a forbidden voice he never had any right to hear. Shaking like crazy, he finally understands it. This crushing presence can only belong to the floor boss. He forces himself to breathe, drops into a ready stance, and fights to steady his nerves. Vim fights tooth and nail to keep his emotions locked down, because his heart is pounding like it's trying to break out of his chest. Suddenly, the monkeys explode into motion, darting every which way as they flee from something truly terrifying. The whole team is left scratching their heads as the monsters bolt and flee like they've just seen a ghost. An adventurer blurts out in shock, wait, we're actually retreating. Camilla feels the danger flash in her bones and yells at everyone to brace themselves, right now. Vim screams that a massive attack is about to crash in, just as the trees around them start snapping like matchsticks. Camilla jerks her head up in stunned disbelief, because the sheer scale of the attack hits her like a wave. This isn't just a small fight anymore. Huge trees get obliterated like flimsy twigs as a projectile rips straight through the forest. A giant, colossal tree rockets through the sky, blasting a massive shadow right over the team. Boom, turns out the projectile is a massive tree, hurled with earth-shaking force. It slams into the ground, blasting debris everywhere and ripping the air apart with a thunderous shockwave. The beast smashes down into a cloud of dust, slaps its hands together, and unleashes a weird, spine-tingling cry. A colossal figure stomps out of the dust cloud, each heavy footfall rattling the very earth. Camilla barrels in on the enemy, her face turning stone-cold the moment the boss shows up. She panics, blurting if everyone's okay, and frantically scans her squad's status to make sure no one got left behind. A squad member yells that a dozen people are pinned under the trees, and they've got to buy time to regroup right now. The enemy closes in, and those heavy footsteps thunder louder with every step. With a report from Dragon's Wing in hand, they pinpoint the monster and call it the floor boss. Then bam, the creature fully reveals itself as the horned ape, a towering nightmare with a face so terrifying it practically dares you to blink. Camilla clicks her tongue and realizes, oh no, this situation is way worse than they thought. The horned ape flashes a grinning snarl, and its terrifying aura blasts straight into your bones with raw, gut-punch fear. Camilla steps up to jump in, her voice trembling as she blurts out that she's going in. She orders young Vim to grab them some time to regroup, then snaps a warning, don't overdo it. Vim clenches his device with white-knuckle force, his hand trembling as he takes on the crushing weight of responsibility. He finally swallows his fear and admits it, this is his fight, and he knows only he can take on what's coming. The horned ape lowers its head and stares the tiny adventurer straight in the eyes, daring them to stand their ground. Vim clenches his resolve, announces that the puppet master is switching modes, and the fight is about to explode. A colossal tree stump towers over the snow like a fallen giant, with scattered wreckage still spitting from the impact's violence. Camilla dashes to her fallen soldiers, gripping the wounded men's hope as she promises she's here, right now, to get them saved. She snaps out orders to push rescue first, then drills her squad to stay sharp and keep a wary eye on the monkeys closing in. Panic and confusion ripple through the troops as they struggle to understand what's happening, but one soldier finds his footing long enough to shoot a heartfelt thanks to his commander. A soldier shouts that the floor boss just unleashed a totally insane, world-shaking assault on them, pure chaos from start to finish. Camilla swallows the grim numbers of the dead, admits they'll need time to regroup, and then fires back at her men to stay ice calm. She blurts that Vim is standing his ground by himself, giving them the precious seconds to breathe, regroup, and recover. Vim grins like a lunatic, eyes blazing wide with laser focus as he squares up to the monstrous threat. He realizes he's gotten weirdly used to living on the edge like this. Even though they kept warning Vim that this enhancement could end him every time he activates it, he refuses to doubt his own power anymore. He's standing on a low-probability tightrope and somehow feels rock solid, like this time is different at the deepest level. Vim realizes this enchantment isn't just about squeezing out some tiny win in any situation. It's got a deeper core. Still scolding himself for overthinking during the fight, he slams Bump Up and blasts his power, instantly multiplying it by 50. The massive ape boss just stares, stunned, as Vim rockets away in a blur of pure speed. Vim spins midair at the last second, barely dodging the monster's claws before they slice him to pieces. Without missing a beat, he rockets past the beast and carves into its arm with a brutal slash. He drops in lightly, then rockets through the forest like a streak of lightning to stay out of reach. Sweat beads on Vim's focused face as he readies himself and sizes up every detail of the situation. The massive giant ape towers over its tiny opponent, staring like it's reading their soul, expression carved from pure mystery. Suddenly the beast starts flexing and hooting like it's thrilled by the challenge, loving every second of it. It unleashes a bone-rattling roar and pounds its chest like it's claiming the whole world with raw, primal dominance. The soldiers stare in pure terror, terrified the whole display is just there to break them without mercy. Vim clocks that the floor boss is practically buzzing, and that's when the rumors hit. This creature is a full-blown battle maniac. The ape flashes a huge grin, practically buzzing with excitement as it finally locks horns with someone just like them. Vim seizes the opening and lunges forward, weapon fully drawn. He tears through the branches and flings himself upward, using the trees as springboards for a full-throttle aerial strike on the giant. The ape snaps into action with jaw-dropping speed, darting along the tree trunk to cut him off. With a wild, ferocious glare, the beast yanks back its massive jaws and snaps them shut to meet the strike coming right at it. Vim lunges forward and swings his blade with everything he's got, desperate to land a brutal hit before it's too late. The sword slammed into the monster's neck with a brutal, bone-jarring impact. The ape's eyes bulge with shock as the attack finally hits. Vim commits to the slash, and his full momentum whips him cleanly past the target. He's stunned when he realizes the monster's skin is rock hard, and his blade can't sink in. The ape throws out mocking kissing noises, taunting him that this kind of momentum won't put it down. Vim screeches to a stop on the ground, bracing himself after that attack utterly fails. Vim realizes he can move and strike with full force, but his power level still isn't strong enough to seal the win. Bossman keeps badgering Vim to crank out even more, and Vim starts wondering if he can squeeze his brain's processing speed multiplier even higher, because he still feels like there's some mental wiggle room left. He's convinced he can take a tiny boost, like multiplying everything by just one, no big deal. Fear crashes over him as he wonders, if this reckless shove keeps going, will he black out? Teeth clenched, Vim steels himself and takes the risk, because everyone's life is hanging by a thread. Vim fights a brutal battle inside his own head, then realizes he can't just save himself while his squad's lives hang in the balance. He finally accepts that this fight has only one outcome, survival, and he steels himself for the brutal, no-choice measures he'll have to take. He starts by trying to explain a tiny power boost, then he snaps, throws caution aside, and goes full throttle with a brutal escalation. His mind's gears grind like a wrecking ball as the bump-up ability kicks in, and steam blasts out of his overheating brain. A tidal wave of power crashes through his system, pounding the same dizzying sensation in his head until the upgrade clicks in and locks for good. Vim recklessly slams the instant enhancement at a suicidal X100 multiplier. Reality warps around him as his processing speed explodes, and that massive ape monster gets stuck in his perfect slow-motion vision. Panic hits instantly as his brain goes into overdrive, spinning so violently it feels like his consciousness is about to splinter right there in midair. He knows that if his mental code breaks, his body will splinter, and his mind will be swallowed by the void. Screams batter his mind as Vim forces razor-sharp focus, because one single slip, just for a heartbeat, means death. The giant ape lets out a deep, ominous rumble, sensing the whole atmosphere twist as it readies to strike. The floor boss lifts a gargantuan boulder over its head with horrifying ease, aiming to smash its tiny opponent into nothing. Vim clenches his weapon, stomach twisting with nerves, while the beast flashes a devilish grin like it can't wait to break him. A huge slab of rock gets blasted out with raw explosive power, screaming through the air straight at Vim. The ape lunges with a savage swipe, but Vim just watches it unfold, cool as ice, smirking like he's already won. With smooth, deadly grace, Vim sprints over the jagged ground and the rush hits him. This beast isn't just fighting, it's reading the rhythm of combat. As their speed spikes, the danger turns deadly, but Vim can't stop grinning, drunk on the lethal rush of battle. He rips out a primal scream and fully gives in as adrenaline surges wild through his veins. A wild grin snaps across his face the second he realizes he's still got a shot. He drinks in the chaos like it's the real deal. That guaranteed tomorrow suddenly feels disgusting and dull, because this moment right here is pure electricity. He scraps a safe life as pure boredom and lunges ahead, trading comfort for the razor edge of death. Vim can't hold back his dark joy anymore, and a twisted grin claws its way across his face. He finally can't lie to himself anymore. He's been starving for company, and the moment his skills started turning normal fights into boring safety, he craved danger like it was the only real thing left. Laughing like he's finally awake, he sprints across the metaphorical tightrope of death, mocking his own stupidity as he goes. Pure ecstasy crashes over him as he shouts this is the best moment of his life, and in that rush he completely forgets his comrades, and the retreat is gone from his mind. A sudden shout slams him out of his battle trance, and he jerks to a confused stop. Camilla steps between the duelists and slams up a gigantic wall of light, blasting the fight to a forced stop. Her voice crashes like thunder as she barks at Vim to calm himself down and quit being reckless. She cheers him on, then suddenly yells that he has to stop pushing his power higher, because if he keeps going, he'll die, and that death will doom the whole squad. The frantic fire vanishes from Vim's face, and the moment her words land, shock hollows him out, stunned, empty-eyed, and unable to react. Horror crashes in like a wave, and as he questions his own sanity, he can't believe what he was thinking just moments ago. Camilla blasts the news that the retreat is fully ready, so nobody has to go slay the monster. Her fierce voice cracks into a desperate plea, begging him to hand the rest to them. Vim's eyes sharpen as he finally admits Camilla's right, and he slams the brakes on his fight. His logical mind snaps back into place, screaming that a real raid needs numbers and planning, not some lone suicide dash. He fires a quick reminder in his own head this is a retreat mission, and then tells his leader, "Don't worry, I'm still able to move." The floor boss pinches its ear like it's fed up, shooting a look of crushing disappointment, because the moment the prey stops fighting, the fun is officially gone. A command snaps through the air, and the squad blasts a storm of magic, so hard they can slip away before anyone even catches their breath. The ape springs out of the explosion like it's nothing, then bolts into the forest the moment the battle is over. Using the trees like his playground, the beast whips through the branches with insane agility, and the humans get left in the dust. The creature whips one last glance over the battlefield, then slips into the shadows and disappears. The beast's brutal crash through the canopy dwindles into the far distance, and you can finally tell the danger is over. Vim freezes in place, eyes locked on the forest, and as the adrenaline dies out, a crushing emptiness settles over him. A scout spots it instantly. The floor boss and all its minions are pulling back, and the whole place finally exhales. Relief hits the squad like a tidal wave, and they erupt into wild cheers, celebrating as they manage to drive the monster back. Soldiers close in on Vim, shouting praises for his heroics, and then gear up to toss him into the air like he's part of the biggest celebration ever. The forest suddenly erupts with the bright, laughing voices of survivors, and to Vim it feels totally unreal, like he's hearing joy from some far-off world. Dark trees loom in eerie silence, and that quiet screams louder than the loud victory cheers all around. A shadow slashes across Vim's eyes, and he chokes out a quiet, pained plea, begging them to stop. The soldiers erupt in cheers as they toss their savior into the air, totally ignoring the storm brewing in his mood. While the squad keeps rising and calming down, the gap only widens between their relief and Vim's crushing inner emptiness. Vim shuts his eyes and pleads for death to stop luring him with that sweet, seductive thrill. A soldier leans in, eyes blazing with awe, and cheers Vim like a legend after his insane showdown with the floor boss. After they crush the 499th floor victory, the team finally exhales, and Heidemarie closes in on Vim, delivering his own heartfelt congratulations. Heidemarie can't stop gushing. He's blown away that Vim can stand toe-to-toe with that monster and stay calm the whole time. Vim forces a smile on his face, clamps down on his words, and feels the weight of having to carry himself with the dignity everyone expects, even if it's under some naked libel. Hand strides in and scolds Heidemarie right on the spot, then snaps at the vice captain that he's being way too loud and smothering the boy with all that pressure. Realizing he'd messed up, Heidemarie blurts a rapid apology to Vim, admitting his wild excitement is what dragged him into all that trouble. Vim shoots off the apology with a quick wave, saying he could stay calm and fight only because Abel had his back. Mary's eyes soften, her humble answer hits him hard, and he can't shake the worry that maybe he didn't thank her loudly enough. Switching gears mid-stress, Mary leans in and asks Vim if his body is truly okay after that brutal battle. Vim nods like I'm good, and thankfully, this time he doesn't have to set foot in the hospital. Mary swings an invite for a celebratory meal, but he hesitates, worried Vim is too wiped out to come. Vim grins and accepts the invitation on the spot, snapping away Mary's worry that he might actually say no. Mary confessed to Hans that it would have been downright rude to not invite their newest member. Hans nods along, pointing out that nobody can really say no when the vice captain comes asking. Vim reassures everyone he's totally fine, brushing off the fatigue like it's just another regular dungeon dive. Grinning after getting accepted, Mary leans in and asks if Vim has a go-to restaurant he always likes to hit. Vim freezes mid-step, racking his brain to remember the perfect place he always hits up. He locks eyes with Sue in a wordless moment, and they both instantly agree on where they're headed. The crew finally reaches a plain little shop, and out front a sign hangs there, an eerie bird trapped in a cage. As the door swings open, a warm voice booms from inside the shop, greeting the customers the moment they step in. Vim and Sue stroll in side by side, and with a casual, familiar vibe, they greet the staff like they own the place. A waitress juggling a tankard freezes mid-step, eyes wide, because there, right through the door, are her familiar regulars. Her eyes flare with joy the second she spots Vim and Sue standing right there at the entrance. She greets them like old friends, then laughs at Vim, dead serious for a second, like she thought he'd gotten so famous he wouldn't come back at all. Vim rubs the back of his head with a sheepish grin and admits, I've just been swamped with a bunch of stuff. The waitress spots the glow on his face and beams, thrilled that he brought Sue along. Her eyes flew open with pure shock the moment she finally clocked the towering figures looming in the doorway behind them. Vim steps up and introduces the crew, his fellow colleagues from that napped libel, who have joined him for the meal. The top-tier crew from the strongest party strolls in like they own the place, casually nodding at the staff as they pack into that tiny entrance. The waitress snaps to stillness, her brain scrambling to make sense of the legendary legends standing right in front of her. She panics on the spot, spins around, and blasts out a desperate scream for the master like her life depends on it. From the kitchen, the master snaps back, yelling, "What's with all this noise?" He figures it's just Mary again, whipping up another scene, and he can't help wondering why she's making such a huge fuss. Every elite fighter in the squad stands perfectly still in the doorway, and the staff can only freeze in pure, breathless terror. The master's jaw slams open when he finally sees the wild crowd of customers packed on his doorstep. He stammers in disbelief because the instant the heat haze hits, he instantly recognizes those legendary haunts. His eyes snap to the next figure, and right there he recognizes the legendary Abel of the Iron Wall. The waitress can't hold it in, she shakes with pure excitement the second she spots famous Monica of the Thunderbolt. The master and the waitress freaked out so hard they nearly lost it, getting swamped by the sight of a totally star-studded lineup crowding their shop. Sweat pouring down his face, the master snaps at his daughter to cool off and bring out professional, steady hospitality. No change, no nerves. Flustered and breathless, the waitress leads that legendary crew to their seats, her voice shaking with pure, electric excitement. A dazzling feast materializes out of nowhere, smashing down on the table in an instant, piled high with juicy meats and crisp, colorful salads. The next-level crew barges in like they own the place, booming their way through the tiny restaurant until the whole room feels their weight. Vim says he drops by this shop now and then because it feels cozy, and somehow it just has that irresistible charm that keeps pulling him back. Hans snatches a huge wooden tankard, grinning like trouble, and basically announces he's totally taken with the place. He swings in and declares the whole meal is on him, then dares the squad to eat, drink, and keep going until they drop. The soldiers erupted in cheers, tearing into the feast like it was treasure, finally breathing easy after that brutal dungeon dive. Laughter bursts and chatter swirls in the air as the elite warriors finally let loose, digging into food and draining ale like it's celebration time. Vim leans in to confirm Lawrence and Carl's identities, stunned out of his mind that he's actually sharing dinner with names this legendary. He jolts to a realization he's surrounded by the real nobility, with high-ranking elites standing right around him. Vim realizes that nearly everyone in the NACT label either came from a top-notch academy or had private tutors molding them behind the scenes. A sharp wave of loneliness hits him hard, and he can't help but assume he's the only poor little bumpkin stuck in that squad. A painful memory crashes back. He got shouted at for chugging too much milk because his family was so broke it hurt. His face hardens as the shadow of his impoverished past crashes into the brightness of the celebration. Hans asks if Vim learned on his own, and when Vim admits he grew up so broke he couldn't afford school, it hits hard. To Vim's shock, Hans spills that he didn't start with power either, just the grit in his muscles and a burning ambition, straight from the sticks. Vim's jaw drops. He even admits he'd totally assumed the vice captain came from some way more elite background. Hans tells everyone he's the third son of a struggling landowner, and he barely got any money at all, just a tiny bit of help. Vim freezes on the spot when aid gets mentioned, because they just realized, holy hell, poverty means two totally different things in their world. Hans fumes that he had to slog for months just to swap out his worn gear for top-tier, high-quality equipment. Vim's sweating buckets, convinced that any cash support, or even just buying the gear, makes Hans feel rich compared to everyone else. Hans spills the tale of how the captain tracked him down and snatched him into a secret suborganization, then drags us through his early days, pure living hell. The other members wept as they showered Hans with praise, so shaken by his hardships that they couldn't stop their tears. Vim just stares at the group, stunned out of his mind. How in the world do they think a landowner's son is poor? The squad breaks into laughter as Hans brags about his wife's support, totally clueless that Vim's mind is spinning with confusion. Vim goes totally silent, expression blank as the cultural gap between him and the elites sinks in. The drunk soldiers keep the party roaring, lifting their mugs high and cheering like there's no tomorrow. A throbbing vein on Vim's forehead screams his irritation as he tries to swallow their smug, privileged worldview. Hans raises his glass again, grinning like he owns the night as he steers the celebration forward. Vim glares up at the vice captain, and when he finally grasps the rules of survival, his patience snaps, forcing him to adapt or get crushed. He flicks his gaze downward for a split second, showing the truth he can't hide, just to keep the team's peace from shattering. Clenching his mug so hard his knuckles went white, he yanked his mind back into gear to match the moment. With a desperate shout, Vim thrusts two mugs up and bellows, K, trying to blend right into the festivities. Far off in a lavish office, a serious negotiation unfolds, right under the calm, shadowy night sky. Captain Anselm of the Palm Mouse is daring to hand over his whole commando unit, just to get Vim all by himself. Camilla sinks into her chair behind the desk and shuts down the proposal on the spot, flat out declaring the trade is impossible. Anselm lets out a chilling chuckle and challenges her, would she really turn down a request from another captain? Camilla tells him that Vim is basically a model soldier. He keeps scouting and training nonstop, like he's been set on autopilot. She straight up says his combat power can match a floor boss, and that the team can't replace him, not even close. Then she shuts it down fast, saying Vim's presence is his decision. She won't be the one to trade him away. Anselm can't let it go. He blasts the question hard. Was the Minerva Archive asterisk really the Twilight Owl's target? And the worry in his gut turns into full-on fear for everyone's safety. Camilla tells him not to worry, everything's in hand, but Anselm snaps back that big parties are magnets for spies, especially the ones the Fox sends from rival crews. The old captain scowls and tells her, don't let our newest asset slip away, warning her that handing that kind of fighting power to the enemy is anything but a joke. Camilla waves off the worry with calm, unshakable confidence, insisting she knows money alone can't keep a man like him tied down. She stares up at the towering monster of a structure and suddenly drops a life-bending thought. Nothing can truly hold you in place like the bonds you build with other people. Vim bursts up to the reception desk, grins bright as he hands over the battered label's income and expenditure report. The receptionist snatches the documents, scans them once, and nods like, yep, everything checks out, paperwork's all in order. She snatches the files with perfect politeness, then leans in and tells Vim to keep up the good work, because the guilt is still chasing him. With a soft, reassuring smile, the receptionist tells Vim he looks way brighter and happier than he did before. Vim's face flares pink with stunned surprise, and he finally admits it. He's honestly, genuinely happy to know he's changed. With a spring in his step, Vim finally walks off feeling this huge wave of relief, because for the first time, he knows he actually fits in. He rushes up to the commander's office door and shouts for Camilla as he gets ready to report in. Vim declares his errand is done, then stops dead when he looks up and realizes the room is totally empty. He shoves the door wider and slips into the silent hallway, and straight away he feels it. Something's seriously wrong. A weird chill sinks into his gut the moment he notices. This mansion is way too quiet, like something's holding its breath. He stares down the empty corridor, baffled that a place this packed is totally devoid of humans. Sweat dripped down his forehead as he frantically stared around, thinking, where the hell did all my teammates go? Silence slams down on the hallway as Vim stands alone in the pitch-dark stretch of emptiness. Convinced someone's in the great hall, he swallows his nerves and shoves the massive double doors open. From the dark, a colossal gasp of shock explodes into the night, so loud it nearly knocks Vim right off his feet. Vim freezes in the doorway, eyes popping wide as confetti explodes from above and blankets him. Camilla fumbled forward to apologize, admitting that the whole surprise thing got dragged out because they'd been slammed with work. Hans jabs at his commander for killing the vibe with an apology, and Camilla grumbles when it clicks that she's the one who messed up. Vim freezes in the doorway, his mind scrambling as quiet explodes into celebration. Camilla snaps back into action, lifts her voice, and orders the whole squad to kick off the festivities right now. The Nacht Libel members erupted into wild cheering, rushing forward with open arms and shining smiles to welcome their newest comrade. Vim's face burns with furious embarrassment as he stares at the crowd, stunned that all these incredible people came together just for someone like him. The squad flashes big, warm grins at him, and you can practically feel the real brotherhood in their faces, like they've truly got him. Tears start to burn in Vim's eyes as the wave of emotion crashes so hard it looks like it'll spill over any second. He blasts out a heartfelt thank you to everyone, and for the very first time he drops his guard for good. A battered banner bearing the mark of the Nacht Libel hangs high over the hall as the party finally slams into full gear. The hall erupts with loud chatter and non-stop laughter as the soldiers feast on food and drinks, toasting their savior like he just saved them all over again. Vin slams back a mug of ale with pure gusto, totally swept up by the celebration's electric energy. He drops the mug down with a satisfied sigh, cheeks flushed as joy and booze hit him hard. One of the squad members tells you, real confident, that welcoming the new recruits with a surprise party is a tradition their team has kept alive for ages. Camilla glides up with a soft, smiling calm, praying he's truly enjoying the welcome they put together just for him. She presses a hand to her chest and, with total sincerity, formally thanks him for saving their lives, declaring him their benefactor. With a hard, serious stare, she challenges him to keep fighting beside her, if he's truly willing. Vim shoots them an eager yes, but his voice shakes as he fights to stop the tears from spilling. When their hands lock in a hard handshake, Vim feels that wild, overwhelming warmth hit him, and he finally understands what it really means to be moved. Vim shuts his eyes and, with a heart bursting wide open, knows he's finally landed in the one place he's been chasing for his entire life. Beneath the proud banner of that reckless lie, the soldiers lift their heavy mugs and cheer to their brand new comrade and the home they'll defend together. A fresh-faced recruit trembles as he closes in on the hero of the hour, then blurts out Vim, in a shaky, nervous voice. Vin whips around mid-sip, eyes wide in confusion, and fires a question at the young man. What's going on in your head? The recruits stammer and turn betread, fumbling for words as they struggle to say how much they admire him. With his courage snapping into place, he blurts out a demand. Vim will be his personal goal, his rival, and nothing less. Vim tilts his head, dead serious, and asks the young man what he's even talking about, like he can't believe those words just landed. The recruit lines in and admits he's been thinking it through, realizing staring at Vim from a distance just doesn't cut it anymore. With burning determination, he vows to chase Vim's footsteps and one day tear past him. Vin flashes a bright, encouraging grin and happily nods. He's totally in, ready to keep training together with his brand new rival. As Hans pumps his hand with a proud grin, Vim swallows his secret and admits quietly to himself that if they ever actually spar, he's still going to get wrecked. Vim scans the crowd of smiling faces, sure the knocked-out lie is an absolute banger of a party. He can't help but admire how their blazing fighting skill and noble character were carved from righteous effort in a blessed place. He realizes their kindness isn't random at all. It's forged from the same frustration and suffering they've all been through before. Pure bliss lights up his face as he realizes he can go anywhere with these people. Zero doubt, not a single shred of hesitation. The story slams into a deserted hallway. Vim staggers through it by himself, blurting in his head that there's no party anywhere better than this. Raging nausea hits him out of nowhere, and the sharp sound of retching slices through the quiet corridor. Vim drops hard over a stone drain in the dark, retching violently as the night's brutal toll finally smashes into his body. His breath comes in ragged gasps, his face drained to bone white, and he wipes his mouth with shaking hands as the hallway's silence swallows him whole. Vim stands under the banner of the Nacht Libel and proudly declares he's the 14-year-old ace of the greatest party in the world. He straight up admits the weight on his shoulders is brutal, yet his face still glows with the pride of carrying everyone's expectations. With a bright, cheerful grin, he decides to kick things off and show you what a normal 24 hours in his life looks like. The sun bursts over the far-off mountains as a rooster screams out, like it's flipping the switch for morning. Vim jolted upright in bed, stretched out his stiff limbs, and let out a brutal groan just to wake his whole body up. He flashes a fresh grin at the window and can't help but gush about how unbelievably beautiful this morning feels. A tiny bird flutters onto the windowsill, and it snaps Vim's attention the second he leans in to greet it. He greets the little creature with a warm good morning, kicking off its day with a soft, friendly touch. Determination surges through him as he psychs himself up, determined to go all in on whatever tomorrow throws his way. Vim stands alone in the heart of the massive stone courtyard, staring it down as he's about to kick off his daily routine. He sucks in a deep breath, letting the crisp morning air and biting chill slice right into his lungs. Pure bliss lights up his face as the calm around him washes his heart clean. Then boom, sharp headache and ringing ears smash into his senses, and he winces hard, even with the silence all around. He brushes off the symptoms and convinces himself it's nothing, just the seasons shifting or the air pressure playing tricks. Camilla marches up to him to apologize for calling him out before breakfast, then quickly reassures him, because if she's right, it's his job as a member. She drops her head in a respectful bow and begs him to start the session, and he shoots back with an excited yes, snapping into a sharp salute. Vim explains that this morning's training session with Camilla turned into an unshakable daily routine. He realizes the sessions have blown up, now it's not just Abel anymore, loads of members are lining up to jump in. Vim flashes a grateful grin as he realizes Camilla is actively dialing down the number of participants just to keep him from getting overwhelmed. Guilt hits him in the chest because it's basically treating him like royalty and even forks over extra money for every one of these morning practice sessions. The story snaps to the cafeteria, where a steaming buffet of sausages and hot meals sits there like a reward, calling to the starving soldiers. Vim heads to a table with two older folks already sitting there, then politely asks if he can join them. They greet him like family, wrapping him up in open arms and firing off. So, did you already finish your morning training? Vim lights up and greets Eckenhart and Lawrence by name, proudly showing he hasn't forgotten the rearguard, even if he almost never talks to them. He cheers himself on in his head, convinced that all that hard study is finally cashing in during social situations. One guy bursts out laughing and tells them, straight up, that talking to people is the only way to dodge all that pointless team drama. Vim nods along, realizing that if you want peace to stick, you've got to talk things through the right way. The sun hits its scorching peak right as the day flips into a full-blown rush of busy afternoon hours. In the library, Vim slips in quietly with the other staff, hammering through a towering pile of documents. A female coworker jolts in shock, then blurts out, "Wait, did you seriously crush your entire workload already?" Vim even offers to help with her documents, and that's when panic hits. She blurts out that she feels awful for putting him through it. She thanks him for taking on half the work, and Vim can't help but think his experience with the Drachenflug is paying off. He's stunned to realize he's secretly great at paperwork, and people are counting on him more than he ever expected. A warm rush spreads through his chest as he finally admits, being useful to others truly makes him feel genuinely happy. The moon climbs high above the skyline, and with its glow, night crashes over the loud, non-stop city. A bunch of girls on the street explode into ear-splitting screams of pure excitement. Girls swarmed around the tall stranger, gasped in recognition of his ability to unleash naked libel, and begged him for a handshake. An older guy grins as Abel gets totally engulfed by his screaming, adoring fans. Reinhardt and Mark clock it instantly. Yep, they're on the radar too, sweating hard as they brace for the mob that's about to crash in. Vim watches from afar, convinced that with that naked libel hanging over him, even a simple dinner is about to explode into pure chaos. A pack of girls bursts out screaming Vim's name with pure adoration, and the poor young ace instantly freezes, completely thrown by the sudden wave of attention. A huge teammate cracks up, bumps Vim with his shoulder, and tells him straight up that waving at the fans is part of his job. Vim fumbles a shaky wave of his hand, and boom, an even louder storm of shrieks erupts from the totally thrilled girls. Even with Vim grateful for the support, a brutal screech slices through the air, and his pounding headache only gets worse. The story cuts to a bustling tavern dinner where a plate of bright red, deathly-looking sausages hits the table. The whole squad demands to know which idiot ordered those super spicy sausages, because everyone's already bracing for the burn. Everyone's pointing at Mark and he squirms, because yeah, he totally ordered all that stuff just because the menu promised a specialty. A thick, heavy silence slams onto the table as everyone holds their breath, praying they're not the one who will be forced to swallow that fiery dish. Mark breaks into a cold sweat, throws his hands up at his fate, then flat out declares, "All right, I'll take responsibility, and I'm going to eat them." Vim slips up, raises his hand to halt Mark, and steps in fast to keep him from getting hurt. Right in front of the whole table, Vim volunteers to eat the sausages himself, swearing he just wants to try them. He tells me he's been pushing his limits lately, mashing through spicy food after spicy food, and somehow he discovered he can actually take that brutal heat. The whole squad stares at him like he's out of his mind. Are you really gonna do this, and are you even okay? A teammate panics that he's pushing himself too hard, but Vim flashes a confident grin and reassures them he's totally fine. The second the soldiers start roaring his name, the energy flips, cheers crashing in as they shove him to go for it. Vim bites into the spicy sausage, chewing it down with total calm while everyone else stares, holding their breath. He swallows hard, cheeks flushing, and with a smug little grin he admits it's actually damn delicious. The whole squad gasps in disbelief, shouting, "Are you serious?" And Vim just grins, confirming he's got it and it'll be easy. Vim's reaction fires everyone up, and now the others are like, "Should we go for it?" While Mark grabs his courage and steps in. Mark and Vim hit the countdown together, fists tight, ready to sink their teeth into the sausages at the exact same second. Mark clamps down with pure resolve, sure he can handle whatever spice hits next, because Vim's reaction says this won't be too brutal. Instant regret crashes over Mark as he howls in agony at the brutal heat, while Vim plays dumb like he's done nothing wrong. The table erupts in laughter at Mark's misery, cheers roll in for Vim's flawless poker face, and everyone lifts their drinks to toast. Vim slams his tankard back with pure gusto, face flushing red as he gulps the whole drink in one single hit. A teammate blurts out that Vim is getting absolutely wasted tonight, shocked by how wild his usual restraint has suddenly turned. Vim's face is blazing red as he insists it's nothing serious, he's just itching to cut loose and have the time of his life. He mutters that the alcohol will drown out the non-stop throb pounding in his head. A bright, lively melody erupts through the tavern, and everyone knows music time is here. The soldiers join in with the bell of Vilbrun, their voices ringing out as they toast the lives of brave adventurers. They scream out battle anthems, chasing a legend with every breath, daring fate itself, because they won't look back, even when death is waiting. Vim hears that tune and instantly knows it. It's the old adventurer's song, straight out of legend. A teammate grins and yells for Vim to jump into the singing, and Vim lights up instantly, eager as can be. They chant together, promising to meet again in the grave, bound by one wild, fearless spirit that refuses to sit still. Right when the song fades, a teammate flashes a gentle smile and says, "Vim's gotten so much brighter lately, you can feel it." He compares Vim to the moment they first met, and you can tell, this is a totally different person than the one from back then. Right after they slide away from the table, Vim suddenly stumbles, and a teammate's worry spikes as they quickly ask, "Are you okay?" The teammate figures Vim must have had one too many, but Vim snaps his hand up right away, swears he's totally fine, and won't hear otherwise. Desperate to dodge the awkward moment, Vim stammers out a question, trying to yank everyone's focus off his condition. With a fake grin glued to his face, he pushes the idea on them. "Come on, let's hit a second bar and keep the night going." His teammate gapes at him in total disbelief, shocked that reserved Vim is actually demanding like, "Let's keep partying." His teammate balks at hauling him to the second bar, but Vim shoots back with total confidence. He's totally fine, so they're going. Grinning at the reply, his teammate practically drags him into the next round of festivities. The whole city is wrapped in starlight, and up on the rooftops everything is still, while down below, the nightlife roars like it never sleeps. Later on, Vim strolls home with a flushed face, shaking off joy with a big happy sigh, still buzzing about how awesome the night was. He stomps down the stone steps by himself, smugly convinced that great food, sharp drinks, and the best crew are all you need for the perfect day. A sneaky grin spreads across his lips as he reassures himself he's got everything he needs and nothing can touch his satisfaction. His face hardens as he pounds the mantra over and over, no doubt about it, he's truly, undeniably happy. A sudden ugly screech snaps into his ear, and suddenly, alien glyphs crawl across his vision like they're trying to take over. The distortion cranks up, warping into this vicious, gnawing screech that tears at his sanity. Darkness crawls over his sight as that insane auditory hallucination suddenly blasts even harder. Vim snaps his head up and roars into the empty street, begging that unending noise to finally leave him alone. He whips his head around in full panic, clinging to one thought: I'm outside the labyrinth, just to steady himself. The pain crashes into him all at once. He drops to his knees and hurls onto the pavement. Clutching his head, he sobs uncontrollably and begs the unseen whispers to finally shut up and leave him alone. High above the suffering boy, a crescent moon glares down with a cold, uncaring light. While Camilla comes back to the mansion, a maid rushes up to greet her and blurts out her gratitude, thanking the commander for all the hard work he's been doing. The maid drops the bombshell: Vim and the others are out drinking, and Camilla just nods like she already saw it coming. She smiles like sunshine, thrilled to hear their new ace is sliding right into the team and somehow shining even brighter. Camilla can't help but think, wow, Vim nailed it, because he carries himself with real humility while still owning the right amount of pride in how strong he is. As she stares out into the calm night, a sharp doubt creeps in: what if this is too perfect to be real? A hulking, horned ape smashes through the foliage, and the dense forest instantly turns deadly, because whatever's coming next is trouble. A monstrous creature looms beside a twisted giant tree, and its shadow crushes the smaller plants as it prowls, hunting its next meal. A horned ape bears a menacing grin, flexes like a weapon, and its demonic eyes sweep the area for any sign of intruders. A pack of tiny apes suddenly bursts into a wild frenzy, screeching with laughter and tearing through the woods, silence with their sharp, mocking cries. Alpha 8 halts mid-stride, ears twitching as a faint disturbance ripples through the calm forest air. In a split second, his pupil snaps tight with killer focus, zeroing in on a target with terrifying pinpoint precision. Saliva drips from its bared fangs as the beast locks in on fresh blood, hunger surging like wildfire. It lets out a thick, steamy breath, like it's gearing up that giant frame for a brutal explosion. Meanwhile, Vim and the Nakaribra clan push through the thick undergrowth, totally oblivious, while something watches them from the shadows. Vim freezes on the spot, a cold jolt slicing down his spine as his instincts blare. Something's seriously off in these quiet woods. The expedition team keeps marching in one tight line, shoulders locked as they push through the brutal, dangerous terrain. Vim skidded to a stop, stared at the giant butterfly perched on the bloom, then nodded to the armored leader like, "See, my analysis was right." Sweat beads streamed down his face as he locked eyes on the insect, another brand new species only found in the deep. A party member groans in pure disbelief, snapping that this is already the fifth brand new species they've stumbled on in just this one run. Vim lights up and says the creature looks like a Majero Ajiha, only now it's ballooned into something massive, all thanks to what the 99th floor does to everything. His wild scientific curiosity surges forward so hard that it drowns out the nasty tinnitus and pounding headaches the second he dives into discovery. Lawrence fired up the team, praising how this labyrinth dive is already paying off big time with amazing results. While the rival Dragon's Wings party is blazing on, he reveals the Nakaribra clan is gunning to claim the one spot, right for the 99th floor's top contribution. Vim stays silent as the talk snaps to his old party's brutal comeback, the Dragon's Wings soaring ahead with terrifying momentum. Rumors are blazing that Kronos is finally cracking open as the real leader, steering his rival group to heights nobody thought were possible. People swear he's got godlike intuition, a supernatural gut feeling that lets him slice through even the bleakest, most hopeless messes like it's nothing. Vin's chest tightens with real joy, because after everything went messy during their split, they still managed to thrive. He realizes that if both sides keep winning and finally find peace, the old bitterness haunting them will slowly drain away. Camilla throws her head back and laughs like she's finally free, saying she's done with drama and just wants to dive into the unknown, side by side with the best companions. Vim thought the exact same thing, totally clueless that those sweet little hopes were moments from getting crushed to pieces. Vim snaps back into the real world and blasts a magic communication to the group. Horned apes are closing in fast. The calm evaporates in an instant as the party yanks out their weapons and snaps into a tight defensive formation. 3 hulking apes burst from the tree line, screaming like banshees and glaring straight at the intruders. Monica, the female knight, barks for everyone to take their stances, her eyes nailed to the oncoming threat. Vim slams his back to the tree, breath snagging in his throat as the ghosts of past battles rise up and threaten to crush him. He violently shakes his head, forcing his breathing to slow and crushing that creeping panic before it freezes him in place. The apes hunker down on a fallen log, muscles bunching tight as they gear up to unleash a synchronized assault. A brutal, tense silence smothers the battlefield, until the only sound left is the vanguard gulping air like they're bracing for impact. Right at the edge of chaos, everything goes still for a heartbeat, like the world is holding its breath, packed tight with the promise of violence. A Vanguard guy gives a jittery grin and tells Lawrence, "I'm counting on you," and Lawrence answers with a cold, stoic nod that shuts all doubts down. One more ally shouts, urging him to jump in and do his part, because morale can't crumble while the enemy keeps closing the gap. Vim fires off rapid battle orders to Monica. Right after he hits the flank, she's told to smash the opposite side. He tightens his grip on his weapon, and right as battle erupts into chaos, every ounce of fear gets stolen from his chest. Suddenly, a colossal alpha-horned ape plummets from the treetops, slamming the ground so hard the earth itself shakes. Vim's eyes blow wide with pure terror as he locks eyes with a monster that's basically spelled doom right into its face. Lawrence orders Vim to take the floor boss by himself, then lets the minions stay with the rest of the party as they tear across the battlefield. The view swings out as Vim locks eyes with a towering horned ape in a brutal standoff, while chaos erupts behind them in non-stop skirmishes. Lawrence locks eyes with the boy and declares, full confidence in his voice, Vim is the keystone holding this entire operation together. He grabs Vim's attention and tells him, "We move as a team, don't go charging in recklessly, trust our combined strength." The leader barks one last command. Vim has to put the lessons from their last failure to work, no excuses. The horned ape twists its lips into a sickening, tooth-bared grin, like it's genuinely entertained by the human's frantic, doomed plans. Vim jerks back in panic, his mind roaring that the pressure has to stop as everything spirals out of control. He grumbles inside himself, furious that he never asked for this, feeling absolutely crushed by the heavy, unwanted responsibility. The monster locks eyes with him, smirking like it knows, like it's been daring Vim to snap right here into this exact moment of violence. Snapping into battle mode, Vim hurls Heaven's Spieler into play, swaps in a puppeteer, and shifts his stance like he's ready to go to war. The moment he used the skill, the brutal tinnitus and pounding headache that just moments ago were wrecking him went dead silent. Vim lets out a shaky breath of relief, realizing this intense combat flow isn't messing with him at all. It actually feels weirdly comforting. The horned ape snaps its massive hands together out of nowhere, ready to slam the boy with a brutal physical blow. Vim jukes and twists with supernatural speed, snaps back instantly with a counter, and hurls a blazing magic fire circle that catches the beast completely off guard. He unleashes scorching Seth warmth, blasting the creature's flank at point-blank range with a searing magic explosion. The monster snarls as the flames scorch its fur, while Camilla throws down with a cyclops-like beast right behind it. Vim checks the numbers and cheers that the strike hit perfectly, then vows to run that same coordination pattern over and over until the enemy finally gets shoved back. He pumps himself up with one steady thought, finish the mission, then he's breaking back to the surface for dinner. Suddenly a terrified report blasts in. Someone has smashed straight through the rear left flank of their formation. A pack of smaller apes surges on the knights, vaulting over their shields and ripping the defensive line to shreds in total chaos. Camilla yells her apology to Vim, confessing that a friendly fire misfire blew a dangerous hole in their defenses. Vim's stomach drops as he realizes, horrifyingly, that a simple human mistake just detonated at the worst moment, putting the whole plan in danger. A party member shouts that Vim's performance is unreal, then practically begs him, keep the boss's focus just a bit longer. The horned ape casually scratches its shoulder, looking totally bored by the interruption, as if it's just waiting for the real fight to kick back off. Vim's eyes bulge with shock as he watches the monster flaunt its intelligence and wait with arrogant, godlike patience. The beast lifts a clawed finger, beckons Vim in with a grin, and dares him to restart their duel. A shadow of steel determination drops onto Vim's face as he grabs the challenge, muttering that he knows exactly what he has to do. The air snaps with tension as Vim gulps in a deep breath, ready to shove his body past every limit. He roars at the top of his lungs, triggers instant augmentation, and slams on a 100x multiplier to blast his body full of explosive power. The horned ape's grin stretches into full-blown madness, and the instant it feels its opponent's power spike, its bloodlust skyrockets. Vim rockets into the air like a bullet, slamming straight into the beast mid-leap as they kick off a wild, gravity-bending dogfight. The whole world smears into speed lines as Vim locks onto the enemy, his senses snapping into a razor-sharp focus. The monster roars in perfect sync with Vim's lightning speed, and they slam into each other with brutal ferocity high above the forest floor. They ricochet off the tree trunks at breakneck speed, slicing through the canopy like nothing but wild blurs. Vim clutches his daggers like lifelines, snapping his eyes around for one crack in the beast's brutal, unshakable defense. The ape lurches forward and swings that massive claw, trying to knock the enchanted boy out of the air like he's nothing but a buzzing fly. The moment their attacks slam together, a brutal shockwave rips through the branches and obliterates the foliage around them. Right before the final clash, time feels like it halts for a breath as the two fighters lock eyes, staring each other down. They slam into each other midair in a violent blur, slicing past in a lightning-fast aerial maneuver. The horned ape slams onto a branch, grin still locked in place, and you can practically feel it loving every second of this worthy fight. Vim recoiled in disgust, practically pleading with the creature to stop staring at him like they were bonded by something twisted. The horned ape bears a hideous grin and goads Vim, claiming their clash was so perfectly synchronized that every move matched like it was choreographed. Vim flinched hard, horrified by the idea that he and that monster were driven by the same bloodthirsty instincts. He rockets away through the trees, biting back curses as the terrifying truth claws at him. There's no denying it. A twisted joy surged through him as he realized the weightless feeling was amazing, and that the swordplay was straight-up exhilarating. He realizes the rush is turned up to a whole new level, because in this deadly exchange, his life is literally dangling by a thread. Vim's face twists into a wild, manic grin as he dares the beast to strike him, ordering it to aim for his life, no mercy, no mistake. Vim and his opponent slam together in the air again, and Vim's already convinced that anything short of a deathmatch would be painfully dull. He roars at the monster, demanding to know if it's feeling the same sharp rush of adrenaline as he is. With a thunderous roar, Vim calls out his opponent and locks gazes with the horned ape as they brace for the final, earth-shaking collision. Vim and the beast collide with a thunderous impact, and Vim's blade bites deep as they tear past each other. Searing heat and stabbing pain rip through Vim's body, yet somehow that agony only supercharges his wild exhilaration. He realizes this isn't regular exhaustion at all. It's a rare, battle-scorched feeling you can only find when the fight is raging. As he stumbles back, Vim smirks like a daydreamer, chasing that addictive rush of throwing it all on the line. He soaks up that suffocating tension, knowing one single processing slip means instant death. Right then, a burst of magical signal yanks him out of his trance, telling him the minions are wiped out and he can finally come back. The battle spell snaps instantly, and Vim just freezes, staring blankly as the truth slams back into place. He blinks, stunned, as the adrenaline crashes, and he scrambles to understand why the fight just ended out of nowhere. The horned ape goes stone still, totally baffled that the deathmatch just cuts off out of nowhere. A thick, suffocating silence slams down between the man and the monster as the battle's momentum vanishes into thin air. They lock eyes, and just like that, the bloodlust drains away as the whole fight suddenly feels different. To Vim's shock, the horned ape shrugs like it's nothing, waves him off, and turns its back as if he isn't even worth a second glance. The beast strides off without a single look back, because once the party's objective is done, the truce is sealed. Then he stares as the creature vanishes into the forest, and the deadly clash fades out, not with a roar, but with a pathetic whimper. The horned ape gives one last silent stare, like it's recognizing a fellow kindred soul, then slips off into the dungeon's dark depths. Lawrence barrels ahead with the party, frantic to make sure everyone got out alive and totally unharmed. A party member erupts with relief, shouting that everyone's safe, thanks to Vim's insane hard work. Vim flashes a smile and nods along, but beneath it all, a wild storm of emotions is pounding like thunder. Lawrence thrusts his weapon up in victory, grinning as he hammers the news to the group. They've done it again, they just survived the dungeon. Vim locks eyes on his shaking hand, fighting tooth and nail to lie to himself that he doesn't crave the rush of every kill. The story kicks up to the city streets, where the Nakaribra flag snaps high above the chaos. A wave of adoring fans explodes into cheers as Vim finally steps into view, and he's immediately met with non-stop screams of his name in pure admiration. Vim slips on his famous adventurer mask, grins, and waves like he owns the whole scene as the girls in the crowd scream their hearts out. A local throws a familiar greeting at him, asks if he's leaving again, and Vim fires back with practiced, ready-for-anyone enthusiasm. The party huddles over dinner ideas, and then someone blurts out, "Let's hit that chorizo shop we went to last time." Then another member fires it down, saying that spot is basically sealed off now. Those long lines make it impossible to get in. Outside the restaurant, a massive line snakes down the street. One visit from Nakaribra and boom, the place instantly blows up in fame. Even Tamari GI can't stop the craze. Tavern is blowing up into a full-on hotspot, packed with people desperate to snag a glimpse of the heroes. The roaring city presses in all around them, and it's a brutal clash with the dungeon's bone-deep silence. Vim suggests they head somewhere else, praying a stiff drink will finally dull the fight's lingering burn in his veins. A pale moon hangs in the night sky, bathing the drifting clouds in a soft, eerie glow. Vim shoved open the heavy door to his room, still murmuring with a tired grin like, "Man, I had the best time." He steps inside with a shaky grin, but the second he does, a sharp groan of pain rips straight out of his throat. The room feels empty and dim, and right beside the bed sits a metal bucket, just waiting like trouble is about to strike. Hit by a wave of sudden nausea, he crumples to his knees and vomits violently into the bucket. A wet guttural scream snaps through the silence as his body jerks and convulses under brutal pain. He wipes his mouth with a shaking hand, completely baffled, like he can't make sense of why his body is suddenly vomiting. Clinging to his own delusion like its lifeline, he keeps telling himself, day after day, that he's happy. He imagines himself standing tall right there with the heroes of the Drachenflug, exactly where he's always dreamed of being, surrounded by the people he's worshipped from afar. Tears pour down his face as he shovels food. He chokes on every bite, gasping, "Why is this happening if I'm so happy?" He just glares into the bucket, totally stunned, like, what kind of disaster makes your body scream, "I'm about to puke"? Shaking his head like it could stop the truth, he blurts that there's no way anything is actually wrong. He keeps forcing a smile on his thoughts, insisting everything's fine, right as another wave of sickness comes crashing back to grab him. Vim lies slumped on the cold floor by his bed, and the room stays deadly quiet, only his ragged breaths break the silence. He thinks about heading to Greta's shop to get drunk and drown his thoughts, then the crushing long line pops into his mind and stops him cold. He refuses to break his routine, slides to his desk, and starts scribbling in his journal to keep the pain from spilling over. Hunched over the book on his bed, he snaps into writing with manic, laser-focused intensity. The pen screeches across the paper as he rages through every thought he can barely contain. He sketches vivid portraits of his crew, calling out Reinhardt and the guy named Barthold. He keeps adding to the list, staring hard at every person around him, clinging to their details like an anchor to steady his nerves. With his entry done, he shuts the book hard like the story has been sealed for good. Vim crashes onto his back on the bed and lets out a huge breath, like he just ripped a mountain off his chest. He drags on a forced, empty smile and insists he's finally calmed down, like today was just another win. He shuts his eyes tight, telling the world good night as he tries to finally drift off. Darkness crashes down on him, and glitching, scrambled words claw at his senses like they don't belong in the real world. Then the silence shatters as voices creep back into his head, whispering nightmares he desperately wants to forget. The second he drops his guard, the intrusion crashes right back in. The voices slam into a garbled blur, and he fights tooth and nail just to make any sense of the impossible noise. He fights a constant inner storm, shouting questions into the noise. What does it want, and how does it sound so damn sure, no matter how hard he tries to shut it up? His body turns weightless as he drifts in a void. Reality starts to peel away, and everything blurs into nothing. Desperate for any shred of peace, he pleads with the voices to go quiet, and when they demand control, he agrees to whatever they want just to make the madness stop. His mind's world cracks into pure chaos as he screams no, then a furious voice snaps Vim and yanks him out of that delusion. A brutal slap cracks across his face and his companion yells, "Wake up, stop acting like a total idiot." Vim's eyes fly wide open, and the hit leaves him reeling, stunned, dumbstruck, and unable to speak. The girl in the beret looms over him, wheezing hard, her face twisted with fierce worry. Confusion crashes over him as he stares at nothing, and a completely bewildered noise rips out of his mouth. She screams at him, pushing the question through clenched teeth. Does he even know where he is right now? She jabs her finger at him, demanding to know why he honestly thinks he's safe when he's still trapped in his own room. Vim whips his head around, sweating buckets as the illusion of his bedroom starts to shatter and disappear. He's frozen in total shock because they're not just near it, they're standing right at the terrifying entrance of a labyrinth. Hyde Mary screams in his face, demanding to know if he even has the slightest clue where he is right now. Vim glares back with a blank, hollow stare, and for a split second his brain just stalls. Reality crashes over him as he scans the towering architecture, and then it hits. He's standing right at the mouth of the labyrinth. When Hidemari grills him about what he's doing out in the dead of night, Vim just shrugs and playfully swears he was only trying to sleep like a normal person. She slices straight through his delusion by pointing at the weapon he's clenching in his own hand. Vim stares at his blade in pure shock like it just betrayed him, and he can't believe what he's seeing. A horrifying realization slams into him. His body is moving to slip into the labyrinth all on its own. To steady himself, he leans in and asks her for her name. She looks him in the eye and says, "I'm Hidemari." She snaps back on the spot, demanding his name, where they are, and the exact time right now. Vim fires off, "I'm Vim Strauss," as they stand at the Adventure Guild's labyrinth entrance, pretty sure it's past midnight. Seeing that he's actually coherent, Hyde Mary declares, "You're sane," and he shoots back a quick nod to match her words. She urges them to rush home right now, then whips around and starts leading the way. Vim slams on the brakes and stops dead, and Mary whips around to call his name, her worry shooting higher by the second. Dead expression on his face, Vim declares, "I'm heading into the labyrinth right now." Mary panics and blurts out that he's definitely not sane after all. She snaps that he hasn't slept, and when he fights back, he shuts his eyes in bed, then she yells, "That doesn't count." She refuses to let him spiral, grabs his attention, and demands they go home, because she's not letting him face it alone, not tonight. Vim stares at her with hollow eyes and demands, "So, where exactly am I supposed to come back to?" She drags him to the mansion and demands he lies there so she can watch him sleep, right in front of her eyes. Vim lets out a chilling laugh and leans in, asking if she honestly thinks he'll ever fall asleep. Right before she can cut in, he drops the terrifying question, what happens to him after he wakes up? Mary freezes on the spot, her face contorting in pure agony as she finally understands. She has no answer. Vim catches her silence and realizes her throat's tight because she finally knows the truth. He blurts it out since she knows him inside and out. She finally gets why he has to do this. His eyes lock in with pure intensity as he declares, "I'm going," like there's no turning back. Mary freezes, staring at him like her body forgot how to move, because the sheer determination in his voice hits like a punch. Vim finally admits to himself that his words were unfair, because he knew she wouldn't be able to fight back once his will was set. He turns his back on her, strides into the dark, and insists the darkness is calling, like it's dragging him there and he has to answer. Murray lunges after him, but he slips away just out of reach. She screams his name in pure desperation as he turns and walks away. Tears spill into her eyes as she watches him walk away, powerless to stop him. She's left trembling in that empty hall, crushed by grief and burning with frustration. Vim launches into a sprint, his boots hammering the stone floor as he tears down the corridor. He marches up to the glowing transport pedestal, and he doesn't waste a single second. A glowing magic circle snaps to life under his feet, and it starts pulling him into a deeper warp. He barrels straight into the light, mentally apologizing to protect Mary, all the while swearing he's only diving because he wants to. As he drops, he throws himself back into the moment, pushing forward on his own power by his own choice. A manic grin erupts across his face as he blurts out to the voices that, finally, everything clicks. He slams down hard, then bolts ahead at full speed, smashing through the dungeon walls like they're nothing. Vim bolts forward with reckless joy, like someone just yanked the plug from his brain and freed him at last. Vim suddenly realizes his senses are sharper than ever, and his body feels unnaturally light as that usual headache finally disappears. He crouches by a glowing monument inside the bioluminescent forest, planting his feet and getting ready for the storm that's about to hit. A loud, jarring crash bursts from overhead, yanking his attention straight to those towering trees. Vim tilts his chin up, and determination hardens his face into a sharp, laser-focused glare. He shouts into the dead silent void, demanding to know, straight up, if the thing he feels is real or just in his head. A flock of birds explodes upward, their panic screeches tearing through the forest's heavy silence. Vim yells at the top of his lungs that he's here by himself, no backup, no company. A quick flash of doubt hits his expression as he wrestles with whether he's about to spill such raw, vulnerable truths. He swats the worry away on the spot, then shuts it down completely, because he's already left everything behind. He blasts his voice into the dark, roaring that nothing stands in his way and nothing will dare interrupt him. A wild, cracked grin snaps across his face as adrenaline crashes through him, taking the wheel. He clamps a hand over his mouth, too late, the words are already out of his lips. Guilt crashes over him for a split second, but he forces himself to admit it, there's no turning back anymore. Despite the risk, he blurted out to himself that he couldn't stand it, he desperately needed to claim his loneliness. He can't help wondering, did the voice guiding him come from the floor boss, or is the labyrinth itself talking straight to him? But even while everything spirals into chaos and voices crash around him, one truth stays locked in his head. A giant, shaggy foot slams into the forest floor, shaking the ground like an earthquake. Vim admits he couldn't resist the voice that lured him from the deep, pulling him in like fate. He jerks his gaze upward, eyes blazing with terrifying intensity, and blurts that he's been dying to meet this creature. The towering horned boss leers down at him, laughing like he's stunned by how bold that tiny human is. The monster clocks it instantly. No allies are sneaking around for either of you tonight. It flat out declares a real face-to-face death match, no backups, no interruptions, just you and me. Vim snaps the tension with a casual grin, then tells the monster to hold up just for a second. He snaps on his skill, asterisk puppeteer asterisk asterisk, and gears up to flip his whole state before the fight explodes. He taps his head in total disbelief, stunned that nothing inside him has shifted at all. The moment it clicks, realization hits him like a lightning bolt, snapping everything into place. He chuckles nervously, stunned to realize that power was working the whole time, he just didn't see it. He tightens his focus and cranks the magnification all the way to its absolute limit. He figures he can go all out reckless right now, because even if he dies, nobody else gets caught in the blast. The moment he's freed from worrying about his own survival, pure relief crashes through him like a wave. His pupils blow wide, his sight bends and warps as that raw power rockets straight into his brain. Camilla and his friends flash through his mind, then he snaps it shut, crushing those unauthorized memories, because all he cares about is the kill. The horned boss towers over everything, radiating pure dominance through the ancient forest like it owns the night. The beast huffs out a cloud of steam, ready to obliterate the tiny insect that dares to stand in front of it. Vim freezes on the spot, his whole body rattling under the crushing weight of the pressure. The boss sneers, thinking the trembling is fear, like prey animals shaking before they get caught. It's like Vim already clocked the danger coming. He's trembling with the wild rush of knowing death is about to hit. Vim jerks his head up with a demonic grin, and while his eyes burn with pure madness, he mouths an apology for keeping you waiting. For one split second, the boss's smile slips, thrown off by the prey's twisted, hungry grin. Vim rockets into the sky and collides with the monster in a savage burst of shattering impact. Vim smashes headfirst into the horned boss, cackling wildly as his dagger bites against the monster's iron defense. A colossal shockwave detonates on impact, blasts debris flying in every direction, and rattles the forest like it's about to split in half. Ancient trees shriek as they snap like brittle twigs, crushed under the brutal force of the impact. As the dust finally fades, the boss stands untouched, and Vim drops into a crouch in the clearing, breathing hard but still ready to strike. Two fighters lock eyes, the boss sneers like he already owns the fight, and Vim stares back, dead focused and ready to explode. Vim bursts into action and rockets sideways, slashing in to flank the massive creature at blinding speed. He unleashes a storm of slashes, but the boss slips through every strike with terrifying, lightning-fast precision. The monster unleashes a lightning-fast kick and catches Vim totally off guard. With his body blasted through the air, Vim erupts in wild laughter, yelling that nearly dying is insanely fun. His consciousness starts to buckle under the strain, but he clamps down on the fear and orders himself, "Don't worry, focus on getting through this." He rockets back into the chaos and it hits him. What he's really scared of is the fight ending. He clenches through the pain, scribbles his name in midair, and swears he can keep smashing past his limits. A warm memory hits him, his smiling guildmates beckoning him to pull up a seat at their table for a drink. He can't deny those moments were truly fun, but the memory slashes him with a sharp wave of regret. With a violent jerk away from the past, he roars that their so-called kindness was unbearably irritating. He catches himself and blurts out in a whisper that he only wanted the memory to stay locked away, pure, bright, and happy. He snaps at his own memories, daring them to explain what's so terrible about going on with his self-deprecation. He brushes it off as just a habit, like tearing himself down somehow makes life easier. Tears streamed down his face as he sneered at how servile he'd been, then swore he'd fight through it all, dragging their pride like a crushing weight. A brutal fist whips past his face by inches, and it yanks him right back into the deadly truth of the duel. He leaps off the tree trunks, and the closer he gets to death's door, the more his spirit catches fire. That phantom voice of a friend slithers through his mind again, daring him to hit the bar for drinks one more time. He yells at the hallucinations to back off, then starts slashing wildly at the empty air like it's right in front of him. He rages that even without force, that suffocating pressure to act proper was still there, always pressing down. He snatches away their acceptance, furious as they try to tolerate his unsettling laugh and that creepy personality of his. In his head, he crumples in despair, realizing he and those brilliant people aren't just different, they're different species. He finally admits that the social circle he worshipped was brutal to live through and dead silent boring to hear about. He quickly backpedals, leaning in to whisper that he never meant to mock them. He remembers the roar of the crowd and admits that one taste of success totally hooked him, making him believe he truly belonged. He clears them of every last bit of blame, straight up admitting they were good, genuine people who treated him with real heart. He's staring at the past, regretting that if he'd just had more courage and patience, everything could have turned out totally different. Choking back tears, he finally understands that fitting in is just something normal people pull off without even thinking. He unleashes his envy at anyone with an honest heart, then braces for his next move. A cold memory snaps back. He remembers someone calling him creepy, and it confirms the one fear he can't shake. He blurts out a gut-wrenching apology, finally admitting the truth. He's fundamentally broken and nothing like the others. Right when the boss's breakdown hits its peak, he lashes out with a brutal, sweeping kick that clips him right out of midair. He crashes into the ground like a meteor. The impact steals the breath from his lungs and drags him through the dirt. With that massive beast looming over him, Vim lowers his voice and mutters that he's truly the absolute lowest of the low. He pushes himself up out of the dirt, and a heavy, grim calm sinks in as he finally realizes this kind of solitude fits him perfectly. A twisted, choking laugh tears out of him, and he instantly understands nothing can hold back his true nature anymore. Scrambling through the thick jungle, a tiny figure clawed and scrambled up that brutal, jagged slope like every second mattered. Still wheezing, she glances at her coordinates and spots a massive rocket flashing 0:35 as she fights to keep her bearings. A cold voice snapped orders for the data, and she had to lock in, even as exhaustion tried to drag her under. Her foot skids on the loose dirt, and she blurts out the measurement in a stammer, fighting to steady herself before she goes down. Gravity slams into her, and she gasps as she helplessly slips and slides down the slope. The operator coldly demands she repeats the report, insisting he can't hear her panic through the comms. She hauls herself upright, calls out a 2-degree climb as the voice barks at her to keep full speed heading south-southwest. Terrified to the bone, she still obeys, acknowledging the command with a voice that shakes as it leaves her lips. Frozen in place, she stares in pure horror as shadowy figures crawl out of the surrounding trees. A bunch of monkeys crowd in and leer at her, their loud chatter cackling through the air like a threat. Panic explodes in her chest when she finally sees it. She's trapped, ringed in by hostile beasts from every side. The handler on the other end just calmly tells her, "Yeah, I know exactly how dire things are for you." Tears blur her vision as she screams that there's no escape left because the pack is closing in fast. Without a shred of pity, the voice snaps at her to keep moving forward and bars her from retreating, no matter what scares her. The handler dangles a replacement scent in her place, and the cruel question slams straight into a nerve she didn't know could hurt that much. A monkey snaps forward and hammers her with a vicious kick, blasting her through the air as she lets out a sharp, pained grunt. She crashes to the ground, and when she looks up, those grinning beasts are laughing at her like she's powerless. That creepy transmission plunges into darkness, forcing Laura to answer, despite the pain tearing at her body. Clutching her injured side, Laura lets out a sharp cry, screaming that it hurts. The handler shuts out her screams and barks for a report on the enemy's traits. No comfort, just answers. Shaking hard, she points them out as tiny black creatures, smaller than she is, like they don't even belong in the same world. The order hits jump into the fight right now. Only after you smash through can you fall back to point 113. A vicious monkey lunges again, and Tara rips a scream straight out of her throat. With a sudden twist and razor-fast agility, Laura snaps out of the way, leaving the beast staring in pure confusion. Desperation twists her fury as she howls that she's already done enough, mapping the area all by herself. Tears pour down her cheeks as she pushes through her panic, certain that if she pulls this off, they'll never dare send a replacement. A memory bursts up from the deepest part of her mind, and a soft voice calls her name like it never let go. She remembers her mom cheering her on, telling her, "Laura runs like the wind," and that reminder still hits hard. Laura grabs onto that lost identity and without hesitation trusts the memory, then rockets into action, sprinting hard. Even after years of pain and terror, she finally gets it back, like the truth clawing its way to the surface. She rockets past the rampaging monkey, and for the first time in forever, her body finally moves with purpose again. As she sprints for her life, she can't shake the memory that she used to love running. Suddenly, the forest rips apart. Something massive crashes through the trees with pure, brutal force. A blade streaks through the mayhem and snaps out, cutting down the monkey in midair with deadly pinpoint accuracy. The beast's face goes rigid with shock the moment the strike lands. With one clean slash, the blade carves straight through the monster and rips into the timber around it, all in a single, unstoppable swing. As the creature's eyes go blank, the life drains out of it, and it coughs out one last pathetic little whimper. Vim stands amid the wreckage, weapon drawn and his face hidden, arriving just in the nick of time. Looking back, you can't believe what fear makes people blurt out. Sometimes it's even the stuff they can't take back. The moment the truth finally lands, the heart feels weirdly light, like a weight just got lifted. The beast's face flips into a calm, deadly menace, and it mutters a low reservation like this showdown doesn't even matter. Clutching his blade with white knuckles, Vim blurts out whether the creature is lonely, his voice trembling with pure tension. A sudden, brutal realization hits him like a punch, and he goes rigid as the monster's whole aura shifts. The creature flings a severed limb into the water, and right away its whole body balloons with a terrifying, swelling power. Vim just stares in shock as the creature's face twists violently, and then huge horns smash up out of its skull. A wild blast of hair and pure energy erupts outward, and Vim has to brace himself against the crushing pressure. The moment the transformation hits, the air feels like it cracks under a brutal, terrifying aura, then the ground starts shaking like something monstrous just woke up. Muscles bulge and surge, ripping past what the creature's body could ever handle as it rewrites its own physiology. When the transformation finishes, a towering, horned demon bursts into view, overflowing with unstoppable, wreck-everything power. Vim's eyes go wide with terror as he realizes he's staring down a transformation that breaks every rule of nature. The demon lifts one clawed finger, and with chilling, razor-sharp intent, it locks right onto its target. With a casual flick of its arm, the beast rips the darkness open with an invisible slash and drives it straight at Vim. Your eyes snap wide with sudden understanding, too late to stop the incoming destruction as the attack's full scale hits. A massive geyser of water and earth erupts, cutting straight through the land like an invisible blade. The forest gets ripped clean in half, giant trees get hurled down as the shockwave slams through with unstoppable force. Silence crashes over the clearing as Vim stands there, stone still, tiny against the brutal wreckage left by that one devastating strike. A jittery, manic grin split across Vim's face, and a tiny squeak of terror burst out of his mouth. Sweat lashes down his face as he finally gets it, one single hit from this monster, and it's instant death. The demon snaps out of sight and rockets forward with an explosive burst of speed, so fast your eyes can barely catch it. Vim barely even registers the strike, he slips aside by a breath, and the demon's claw rips through the air where he was standing a second ago. Panic blasts through his eyes as he scrambles wildly to dodge the relentless, lightning-fast onslaught. He darts through the deadly rain of attacks, weaving past demons that unleash a non-stop storm of blades. Vim slams a guard in time, but as the impact crushes him, he lets out a savage scream. His strength is slipping fast under that brutal weight. Horror hits him as he realizes the enemy's body is getting physically powered up by a massive surge of magic. With every demon tear through the trees, Vim realizes the ferocity isn't magic at all. It's the straight-up result of its biological transformation. The beast lunges once more, snapping its hands into a spear tip meant to skewer him to the core. Vim gets shoved into full defense as the demon's speed whips into a lethal blur of motion. Panicking because he's totally outmatched, Vim slams his cult technique into motion, hardening his weapon and bracing himself for the impact. The blast slams into them and sends them flying through the forest, smashing tree trunks to splinters like they're nothing but matchsticks. Vim gets blasted backward with brutal force, smashing hard into a boulder as his defense finally caves in. He tumbles across the dirt, scrambling just to breathe, as the demon closes in with zero mercy. A demon looms over him, flashing a sadistic grin like it's savoring every second of the chase, and Vim can barely suck in air. Suddenly, Vim's fear snaps into pure euphoria, and he bursts into a scream that this battle is the most awesome, fun ride he's ever had. He feels the plug in his brain snap loose, and his cerebrospinal fluid whirls wildly, flooding him with pure adrenaline. Memories slam back into his mind, and suddenly his whole life erupts on screen like a brutal, full-blown movie playing in his eyes. With death looming, he finally shuts his eyes, and wonders that if there's a next life waiting, he's begging for a whole new road. He dreams of being reborn as a truer, kinder boy, one who can actually smile at everyday joys and live a normal life. For now, he shrugs it off. This chaos is fine as long as nobody's dropped dead yet, because if the moment is fun, he tells himself nothing else matters, and deep down he never even had something he could have truly held onto. He's smiling through the mayhem, wondering if he ever really wanted to build anything at all. A flashback slams into his head, some girl calling him a boring guy, smashing straight through the battlefield chaos. Vim starts doubting his own memories, wondering if Hyde Mary ever really said those exact words to him at all. The scene snaps into a declaration. He's out there saying he wanted to rise higher than who he'd been. He calls out the hypocrisy. How can they say they've quit their dreams, then still drown in stories like nothing ever happened? Admitting he only stopped because it was impossible, he pleads with the voice in his head, begging it not to hit his core insecurities. Vim snaps back into the fight, slams into the beast, and decides right there, dying in this peak moment is the only ending he'll accept. He twists out of the lethal strike, and with a wild, manic grin, he realizes this life-or-death rush might be the exact thrill he's been craving his whole life. He yells at the horned ape, daring the beast to look him in the eye and prove it feels that same wild rush. A demon looms in pure terror, snarling, "Can you keep up, Vim, and are you really ready to die?" Vim barrels straight into the danger, shouting that death's risk is the fuel that ignites him. His senses start to sharpen like blades, because the more he embraces the danger, the quicker he moves and the more deadly he becomes. Vim unleashes everything he's got, lining up a real, lethal strike to smash this duel to an end. Right when the fight is roaring, everything suddenly halts. Both fighters snap to stillness as a mysterious presence crashes into the battlefield. Vim freezes, baffled, and for a split second he thinks he's seeing Hyde Mary, then he catches it, something's seriously off. He feels it the moment the intruder steps in. This one's barely holding on, their breath is thin, and their life force is draining fast. Caught with no way out, Vim fumbles up to the demon, blurts out for a timeout, and throws out an apology like, "Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt." He smashes the ground to kick up a diversion, yells one last apology, and bolts out of the duel. A tiny, battered girl lies still on the forest floor, broken, motionless, and staring the darkness straight in the face. Vim rockets toward the fallen body, his breath catching as the intruder comes into focus, and it's just a kid. He refuses to look back at the monster closing in, drops to his knees beside the girl, and frantically demands to know if she's okay. The girl can only gasp ragged, shallow breaths while she grips a dark object in her trembling hand, like she's holding on for dear life. As Vim scrutinizes her gear, a cold sweat bursts down his face, because he instantly spots the Twilight's Nest insignia, Minerva Akaya. Drenched in her own blood, the battered girl fights to stay awake, sucking in ragged, shallow breaths that barely keep her conscious. Vim freezes when he spots the insignia stitched on her hood, because that's Minerva Akaya, the kid from the Twilight's Nest. Kneeling beside her shaking body, he blurts whether she can hear him, or somehow find the strength to stand up. The girl won't respond, her body hangs limp and wrecked, until it hits everyone that gravity isn't just pulling her down, it's crushing her. Vim's heart drops as the truth hits. These injuries will kill him if he doesn't get help right now. Desperation hits, and he fires up his analysis magic, scanning her body for any internal damage. Powerful magic circles blaze around the girl, wiping out every mystery and laying bare the brutal truth of what's really happening to her. The diagnosis lands like a gut punch. Her thigh is torn with deep lacerations, and her back has suffered just as brutally. And the magical scan doubles down. Her neural pathways are severed, and every signal to her legs is cut off for good. Vim shoots her an apology for the brutal necessity, then slams her with the truth. He has to tie off her leg right now to stop the life-threatening bleeding. She offers no fight, staring blankly while the brutal shock of her injuries crashes through her senses. Vim brushed her leg, and horror hit instantly when she realized her lower body had zero motor function left. He realizes that even if he seals the bleeding and strengthens her body, she'll never be able to crawl away on her own. Panic claws in as he scrambles through his mind, desperately hunting for any spell or technique that could still save him from this impossible mess. A wild spark of inspiration suddenly hits his mind, fueled by that adrenaline-charged rush that's making his brain race. He realizes he can hijack his puppeteer's spell, Heavenspieler ***, and force her muscles to move again from the outside by steering around her severed nerves. A perfect answer bursts into his mind, and his sharper-than-ever intellect lines everything up, like the road to salvation just cleared in front of him. He starts rewriting the spells in his head, plotting how to snap her upper body motion straight onto her frozen, paralyzed legs. You've got to rework the contraction and relaxation rhythm of over 100 separate muscles on the fly, in real time. It's a jaw-dropping feat of magical engineering. Someone just rewired almost 500,000 lines of spell code. Normally this would drag on for days, but Vim slams into the calculations anyway, grinning, because his accelerated mind says he can finish it right now. He lifts a hand to her hood, eyes blazing with relentless focus, as he gets ready to upload that massive, mind-bending magical structure. With a calm, reassuring smile, he tells her not to worry. His voice stays steady even as the chaos barrels toward them. He doesn't just say it, he declares it with ironclad certainty. He came here only to save her life. Before the trip even starts, he blurts an apology for the bumpy ride, and then warns her right to her face that things are about to turn violent. A horned ape crashes the moment, slamming down a brutal strike that blows the ground apart right beneath them. Debris blasts through the air as the shockwave rips through the forest, signaling their deadly duel is back on, and it's starting with a bang. Vim sprints through the wreckage with the girl cradled in his arms, barely slipping out of the monster's deadly grasp. The demon glares after the fleeing prey, spitting rage because this rescue mission just yanked its duel out from under it. Teeth clenched through the crushing strain, Vim realizes he can't outrun the beast anymore, especially with the girl's extra weight dragging him down. He blurts out a rapid set of instructions and tells her that, for a brief time, he's going to force her body to sprint. He tells her to swing her arms like normal, and her legs will fall right into step with the rhythm on their own. The girl gapes at him in pure confusion, like her brain can't process the magical impossibility he's throwing at her. Vin snaps the spell construction into place, and she reads Vin's work with a weird, silent calm like she's secretly signing on. He slams down the twin spells, Darien and Widdershins, and flips on the magical bypass system he just cooked up. A weird, electric rush floods her the moment the magic clicks into place. Her body feels unfamiliar, but it's all awake and ready to move. She feels cut off from her own body, like something out there is steering her limbs, then everything snaps and locks into place. The demon rockets into the air, pumping its body full of raw magic energy for a brutal finishing strike. Vim snaps his blade up to block the strike, and for a split second, the hit steals his courage right as his desperate gamble hangs in the balance. Sparks erupt as Vim slams the strike aside with his grinder, then he roars at the girl to tell him, right now, if his magic is working and if she can still stand. Yanked back into the moment, Vim locks eyes with the girl and demands to know if she can stand, because they've got zero time to waste. He tears through the trees, dodging the horned apes, crushing hits as he shields the injured child with everything he's got. Vim jabs a finger straight ahead and orders her to march south-southwest until she smashes right into the main road. He vows he'll come running the moment he's done with the monster, and he shoves her to stay put at the transfer formation, begging her to hold on until rescue hits. Vim tells her that monster can't cross the transfer formation barrier, so the second you touch it, you'll be safe. Panting from the sprint, he stops and blurts out, "Was that too hard to follow for you?" The girl forces out a shaky, trusting smile, like she's got the whole plan perfectly figured out. Magic circles snap to life around her legs, locking in tight to the reinforced muscle structure Vim built. He tells her she's going to make it, his voice roaring with unshakable confidence. Rage and resolve flash in her eyes as she braces herself to hand the spell full control of her body. A surge of pure speed kicks in, her legs move on instinct, blasting her away from the battlefield while Vim holds the line. She rips across the terrain at impossible speed, and that puppeteer magic puppeteers every locked-up limb like it was built for it. Vim stares as she vanishes into the forest, then checks his code, making sure it chews through that rough terrain without a single glitch. Relief hits him like a wave as he checks the reinforcement spell, and it's working perfectly, just like he planned. The horned ape lunges again, seething because its prey is slipping away, but Vim is already in motion. Vim shoots a quick apology to the monster, and in the blink of an eye his fierce warrior aura slips away, like he's suddenly late for some appointment. He tells the beast he can't keep putting their duel first anymore, even as its rage roars in his face. Spitting in the face of danger, Vim turns his back on the deadly opponent and drops his guard like it's nothing. He throws out a truce, slipping in a real apology, owning up to how selfish it was to cut the fight off so suddenly. With one last wave, he vows, "We're settling this another time." Vim rockets into the forest, and behind him the monster, baffled and blazing with fury, keeps roaring as he disappears. The horned ape huddles alone in the clearing, teeth grinding with raw fury as its target slips away into nothing. High above the forest, the sky stays crystal clear, like it's completely ignoring the chaos tearing through everything below. Vim ambushes Hidamari in the woods and demands to know why she's risking her life in a place this dangerous. He admits the truth, he sprinted here to find her, but instead he stumbled on the injured girl. Vim tells everyone that he's managed to stabilize her with healing magic, but her blood loss is too severe now, and she needs surgery fast. Hidamari panics and blurts out, "Is there anything I can do to help?" Vim snaps to attention and tells her to get the girl to the mansion infirmary, because it's the nearest place stocked with the medical supplies they need. Hidamari nods and blurts that they've got to rush, but Vim slams a hand up and tells her to hold on for just a second. He locks eyes with her, grilling her, "Are you physically okay? Can you really handle this run?" She freezes for a heartbeat, then nods, promising she can keep pace. Vim gives a quick nod, buys her answer with trust, and braces himself, then he's ready to sprint. A dark shadow slashes across his face as the full weight of the situation crashes down on him. In that exact moment, he basically cut off any thought of his own safety. While the moon blazed overhead, a sudden roar of commotion erupted across the base and shattered the night's silence. Soldiers scatter in panic when an emergency summon hits at the most absurd hour. Camilla storms out in full armor, snaps "State of Emergency," and orders the first wave to hit the field right now. Back in the forest, Vim and Hyde sprint side by side, crashing through the underbrush like their lives depend on it. Vim hoists the girl onto his back, teeth clenched, and roars, "We're almost there." His eyes flare wide the second he spots their destination, and salvation hits him like a sunrise on the horizon. With the injured girl slung on his back, Vim charges across the mansion grounds and demands Hyde, "What's going on? Why all this chaos?" Hyde ripped into it, saying the whole uproar started the moment she reported that he'd vanished into the labyrinth while he was half asleep in a dream state. Vim jolts with raw shock as it finally hits him. He's unleashed something way bigger than he ever meant to. Camilla spots him in the chaos, lets out a desperate cry, and rushes to him with the kind of relief that hits like a wave. Vim shoots her a quick apology, then blurts the real news. He's hauled back a critically injured person who needs help right now. Camilla's face contorts with real shock as the devastating casualty news hits her like a punch. She snaps back to full control, barks orders to her crew, and they answer her with one thunderous shout of obedience. Hyde sprints to the building to seize control of the treatment, and she leaves Vim with one command: trust her. As she disappears from view, Vim steadies himself and thinks, with Hyde on the medical side, we're going to be okay. Camilla closes in on him, her voice trembling with emotion as she calls out his name. She yanks him into a crushing hug, shaking like a leaf as she whispers, voice breaking, how unbelievably glad she is that he's back. Tears start to sting her eyes as she keeps repeating over and over that he really came back alive. Vim is totally frozen in her arms, speechless as that wild, unexpected burst of affection hits her like a shockwave. Camilla yanks the truth back into the light and demands answers, because that report swore he plunged into the labyrinth completely alone. Vim drops his head in shame, crushed by guilt for dragging so many people into trouble. Camilla presses about the injured girl, and Vim fumbles for the right words, trapped in a sticky mess of explanation. He swears he found her on the 99th floor, then panics, thinking she's a demi-human and someone's been using her as a weapon. Camilla freezes and the word demi-human hits like a curse, igniting a dark, chilling realization in her eyes. She snaps the girl into place and points her straight to the Twilight's Nest hideout, then it clicks like a lightning strike. This has to be Laura, the demi-human. Vim confirms her gut failing. He swears it's the exact same girl he rescued. Camilla's face tightens the moment she realizes everything about the politics has just flipped hard and fast. She screams at everyone to freeze, then makes it clear nobody steps into that mansion unless she personally says so. She slams down the lockdown order and commands that anyone who tries to creep toward the infirmary without permission gets detained. Mary bursts out of the infirmary, wiping sweat off her brow, grumbling that she's wiped out. Vim demands to know how the patient's doing, and Hyde snaps back. The transfusion's finished, but the treatment is still in full swing. Throwing a quick look at the guards, Hyde murmurs that the air outside has turned weirdly tense. Vim fires back asking if she truly gets what's going on, and she guesses the girl's situation is tangled up in something way bigger than anyone realizes. Her gaze tightens as she whispers that this doesn't feel like a coincidence. It reeks of spies and a full-on conspiracy. Vim demands answers, and she snaps back that Camilla didn't call everyone. She only summoned her oldest, most trusted priests. She clocks that the whole security crew isn't fresh muscle at all. It's packed entirely with Camilla's old acquaintances. Hyde figures out that anyone who's joined the order in recent years got booted, because they're being filtered out to stop possible traitors. She drops yet another jaw-dropper, claiming the girl swallowed a slow-acting poison. Vim's jaw drops at the shocking reveal, while Hyde, cool as ice, casually tells him she already neutralized the toxin. She clenches her jaw and declares, cold and certain, that the girl was set up to die before anyone could even reach her. Camilla cuts into their conversation, breathless with an apology for the delay, then gets ready to spill the whole story. Vim opens his mouth to talk, but Camilla slams the brakes, snapping that they've got zero time, so he better keep it short. She says she has to deal with Vim's mess first, even if somehow it's the one that should have waited. Her eyes lock onto him, burning with intensity, and she blurts out that there's one question she has to ask, right now. Staring straight into his eyes, Camilla asks, when you were down there, did you actually hear that voice? Camilla slices through the tension with a brutal question. She demands to know if Vim heard that voice while he was trapped inside the dungeon. Vim's face drains of color as shock hits, because Camilla already knows the secret he was terrified to finally confess. Camilla's face hardens, and in one breath she confirms his worst fear. She identifies it as the labyrinth's call. She admits it's a tightly guarded secret, because just sharing the idea is downright dangerous. Now that Vim has slipped into the labyrinth on her own, she figures there's no point in keeping the truth from him anymore. Camilla's voice turns ice cold as she lays out the only two endings waiting for anyone who hears it. Two paths, both brutal, and neither one brings salvation. The first outcome is a lonely plunge into the labyrinth. Either you vanish without a trace, or they find you as a corpse. The second fate is brutal. Minerva Akaya swallows it whole, and the Twilight's nest assimilates it. Camilla slams down a brutal punishment. She bans Vim from diving into the labyrinth for who knows how long. She makes it crystal clear, this isn't a punishment at all, it's a tactical move they need to shut down the call's influence. She snaps the warning to him, Rita's gonna claw her way in contact no matter what, and orders him to blast his strengthening magic and run for his life, no matter what it costs. Now that Vim's safety is handled, the talk snaps straight to the dire trouble with the demi-human girl, Laura. Camilla shoots back that Laura's life is in instant peril, and once the last preparations are done, they're evacuating her from Valebrun, no delays. Vim stares, baffled beyond words. Why in the world is that rescued patient still teetering on death's edge? Heidemarie steps in with a sharp stare and snaps, don't mistake this for medicine, this danger is political. Camilla rips the truth wide open. Laura has been trapped as a target of the Dark Map Project, a heartless scheme that weaponizes demihumans for profit. She's a demihuman pulled from the front lines, and she obeyed Rita, so yeah, it's hard not to see her as a throwaway pawn. Vim's breath catches as the truth hits. Laura was raised to be a sacrifice, right down to the moment she's used to forge that map. Confused, he blurts out why her life is still on the line, since she was just rescued from the dungeon. Camilla's expression contorts with disgust as she braces to spill the truly nauseating truth of what's going on. Vim gulps hard, pushes herself forward, and steels her nerves to face the dark truth hiding behind the conspiracy. Suddenly, the whole group slams to a stop in the hallway. Camilla feels it instantly, like something's horribly wrong in the air. She tells Vim and Heidemarie to stay put, then charges off to investigate the disturbance herself. Vim stands in the hallway, dread slamming into his chest as he can't stop thinking about what fresh threat just slipped into the mansion. A sudden commotion erupted, and a brutal struggle cracked through the air nearby. Vim snapped upright in pure shock. Hand snaps that they've caught a spy, and his voice comes out razor-tight with the urgency of the breach. Spotting the intruder as a cleaner, he calls on Marion for backup and moves in to deal with the threat. Camilla storms back, admits the mansion is compromised, and orders them to keep talking. Then she moves them out. As they move, she tells him the truth. Dark maps are carved by sacrificing people to map the deadly depths. The whole scheme hinges on one brutal thing. The mappers have to die, because if any survivor flips and defects to the creators, the entire operation gets exposed in an instant. Once they trace the connection, they'll uncover the big-shot clients who bought those maps too. Vim feels a chilling truth sink in. This organization can't risk a disposable tool slipping through and vanishing. He snaps everything together and realizes it. Demihuman kids, one-of-a-kind beastification ability, makes them the perfect target for this kind of cruelty. Camilla breaks it down. Beastification lets a kid temporarily tap into combat power that can rival even an adult adventurer. Even a kid can turn into a terrifying weapon, just long enough to grab the data, then pay the ultimate price. They're the perfect throwaway weapons, fast and efficient for the job, but doomed to be erased before they ever become a problem. A special-grade demihuman's map, that's pure luxury, and it gets sold for an insane, astronomical price. Because this was a top-tier client's command, the Twilight's nest will stop at nothing to bury that loose end. They hit the courtyard and find a carriage lurking in the dark, primed for a secret getaway. Camilla snaps that they have to move Laura to a sanctuary that their enemies can't ever touch. Vim clenches up, nods like he's locked in, and the second the night swallows the road, the whole crew gears up to leave. Carriage wheels thud and rattle as they slip into a secret escape, tearing across the road and slipping out of the mansion grounds. In that cramped vehicle, the air feels suffocating, and Heidemarie shoots frantic gestures at Vim to finally break the silence. She hisses a razor-sharp command at him to comfort the traumatized girl, and it blindsides Vim so hard he doesn't even know what hit him. Vim awkwardly lurches forward and blurts her name, scrambling to see if the girl's awake and actually listening. His voice cracks as he wrestles for the perfect words, trying to comfort someone while everything is going terribly wrong. A wave of self-hatred crashes over him the moment he realizes he can't sell hope, because he can't even find any within himself. He can feel their enemy closing in, soaked in pure malice, and every step is aimed at ending this child's life. Even though panic crushed him from the inside, he swore he wouldn't let his fear spread to her. Locking eyes with her fear-struck gaze, Vim shoves his way into a steady voice, one he doesn't even fully believe. He leans in and swears to her straight up, "We're saving you, no matter what hits us." Laura locks eyes with him, wide-eyed and laser-focused, hunting for any crack in his promise. Vim flashes a gentle smile and swears up and down that every person around her is tough, dependable, and ready to keep her safe. A tiny hand rockets forward and clamps onto his finger for dear life, her trembling screaming just how badly she needs safety. Vim jolts the instant they touch, and it hits her. She's way more terrified than she ever wanted to admit. The carriage grinds to a stop in the woods, and Camilla snaps, "No more rides, we're walking from here." They jump off the transport and push into the thick forest, where the silence feels like a hunter stalking just out of sight. Camilla lays out the plan to blast downriver to a safe house, then hands Laura off to an acquaintance who will take her in. Suddenly, Camilla slams on the brakes, her senses explode, and she senses something is seriously wrong. Vin clocks the tension in her immediately and calls out to her, because before she even opens her mouth, he knows something's seriously wrong. Camilla's eyes harden as she admits the awful truth. They walk straight into a trap, and they're already surrounded. Hidemary snaps at Vim to set Laura down right now, because they're about to gear up for a fight. Vim slashes his gaze through the darkness, and his instincts scream a warning even though he can't see a thing. A magical sensor sweeps the area and finds nothing, but the sense that someone's watching just keeps getting louder. Vim finally clocks the truth. The enemy is slipping through with jaw-dropping stealth that sails right past every normal detection trick. A shiver rips through him as a prickling heat crawls over his skin, proof that something's there, even if his eyes can't spot it. A cheerful, mocking voice suddenly slices through the silence, greeting them like they're old buddies. Rita bursts out of the trees with arms wide open, and behind her a squad of scary owl-masked figures flanks her from both sides. The defenders stiffen on the spot, faces tightening as they finally clock the deadly threat looming in front of them. Rita locks eyes on the adults and, like it's nothing, asks how Strauss and the sage have been doing. Her grin shifts as she locks eyes on the trembling girl, then cheerfully blurts that she definitely hasn't forgotten Laura either. Laura jolts back in pure terror, yanking her cloak tight like it can shield her from that voice. Tears spill down her cheeks as she blurts out frantic apologies to the girl who kept tormenting her. Rita tilts her head with that crooked grin, insisting she's not angry at all, like it's a complete joke. She leans in close, eyes glittering with cruelty, and hisses that she only ever hoped Laura would come back to school, alive. As Laura thrashes on the ground, Rita just shrugs and says it's only because she was such an insanely great student. Vim and Camilla snap into battle stances, and the air starts buzzing with raw, crackling magic. Fingers twitch with pure readiness, Vim fires up his puppeteer spell, ready to burst into combat the moment it's time. He drops into a defensive crouch over Laura, throwing his body between her and the people tormenting her. As Laura keeps crying out apologies into the dirt, Vim clenches his resolve, bracing himself for the violence headed his way. Vim locks eyes with the terrified girl and swears, without a single doubt, that he'll protect her no matter what. Tears flooded Laura's eyes as his promise finally smashed through the fear she'd been hiding behind. Vim moves like lightning, clamps a hand to her neck, and unleashes the halt suppression spell, then she freezes instantly in stasis. A surge of magic floods through her body, and he tightly controls the flow, punching in every safeguard to keep her safe. He explains he's casting a light reverse strengthening curse, turning it into a magical sedative that calms everything down. He knows what that fight will do to her, so he makes a brutal choice. She stays knocked out, safe and out of it, until the danger finally blows over. Laura's eyes roll back the second the spell sinks in, and her body goes dead limp as she slips into a deep, dreamless sleep. Rita threw her head back in a dramatic pout, fuming that Strauss was being wildly rude for cooking up their reunion, and then bolting away the second it ended. Camilla snaps, warning Vim to shut out the provocation, then she plants herself and holds the line as he runs. Rita flicks a casual signal to her subordinate, Petrus, and tells him to bring their guests over and show off what they've brought. A towering masked giant grunts at the command and strides out of the darkness like it's about to unleash trouble. With a brutal thud, Petrus slams 4 bound, bruised hostages onto the forest floor, hard enough to make the whole place go still. Camilla snaps, she loses it and shrieks Rita's name at the top of her lungs, rage blazing as she finally realizes just how cruel her enemy really is. One of the blindfolded captives lets out a painful groan, then keeps begging for forgiveness to Camilla, week after week, swearing it's their fault. Rita grins and tells them she spotted tiny mice hiding by the river, just waiting for someone to come pick them up. Vim gapes in terror at the bruised bodies, then blurts out to Camilla, "Who are these people?" Sweat streams down Camilla's face as she snaps through clenched teeth that these were the carriers she'd lined up for their escape. Vim fires off a trembling question to Camilla about the bound figures, and as it hits him, the horror of something terribly wrong starts to claw at his voice. Sweat slicks her face as Camilla clenches her teeth and finally admits, yeah, these are the carriers she personally arranged. Petrus pinches a blade to the hostage's neck, and Rita erupts into loud, cheerful yet cruel laughter. Vim locks in with razor-sharp intensity and declares he's completely rewritten everything he thought he knew about Rita Hanks. Rita erupts into hysterical laughter, stunned that their crude, basic threat is actually working on them. Vim snaps that he needs to know what she wants, his voice slicing through her laughter to rip out the price of the hostage's safety. She storms in and demands Laura right now, claiming it's only natural, because that girl's sitting on valuable information. Camilla strides forward and snaps, demanding a guarantee. If they give in, will the girl's life really be spared? Rita waves the question away and snaps that stalling is pointless, because she's got hostages to burn through. Camilla snaps at her like the monster she thinks she is, her face contorting with disgust as Rita shrugs off human life like it means nothing. With her arms stretched wide, Rita taunts them, so viciously it's like she's daring them to throw away a win over something this painfully trivial. With a sharp finger in the air, Rita grins and calls out a quiz, one meant just for Strasser to crack and save them from this mess. She snaps, "Why are we in total chaos when we've got all the cards, and the power advantage is crushing us?" Vim freezes in stunned silence, his thoughts sprinting as he finally clicks with the twisted truth behind her question. Rita flashes a bright smile and drops the truth, saying their real weakness is messing up important humans for disposable ones. Petrus doesn't even blink. He yanks his blade around and brutally executes one of the bound hostages without warning. Camilla and Vim lock up in terror as the corpse slams the ground, the brutal impact ripping every shred of composure away from them. Rita looms over the body and coldly snaps that this hostage was never important to them in the first place. She tells them to ditch those useless losers and haul themselves to her hideout, where they can drag Laura into an interrogation and take their sweet time. She whips her gaze straight to Vim and practically dares him to agree, like the two of them are plotting something wicked together. Camilla yells at Vim to ignore it, but Rita throws a pouty fit and complains that they won't even let her finish her pitch. Camilla clenches her fist and vows loud and clear that Vim is on their side, and nothing, not even these nasty tactics, will ever shake her resolve. Rita pouts all over again, whining that she just wants a chat, then blasts them as stingy for shutting her down. She taps her chin, biting her worry, because what if her client blows up if she drags this out too long? A hungry, predatory grin blooms across her face the moment she locks in a decision that's all about feeding her own advantage. She drops a fresh offer. She'll free the remaining hostages, but only if Camilla lets her speak to them alone, face to face. Rita insists she's already making a massive concession. She even promises that if they say yes, they can keep Laura too. She winks playfully and tells him the final call is up to Vim, but the truth slips out. She's just hoping he picks her. Camilla snaps, "What do you mean by that?" and suspicion ignites in her the second that weird offer hits the air. Rita just grins and tells him she means every word she said, her smile rock steady while she waits for him to bite. Vim starts to step forward and take the deal, but Camilla snaps, barks at him to hold up, and lunges to stop him. She glares daggers at Rita and snaps that she'd better not try to lure Vim over with sweet talk and empty promises. Camilla snaps, demanding to know, down to the last detail, what Rita will do to him the second he says yes to that mysterious talk. Rita bursts into delighted laughter, thrilled that the tables have turned. Now it's the cornered knight looming over her. She leans in with that sweet, innocent look and swears, hands down, that she's not here for anything shady, she just wants to talk to him. Vim stands there in terror, sweat streaming down his face, torn between saving the hostage and the deadly price of the deal. Camilla screams for him to stop, but Vim bulldozes right over her and fires one cold, serious question at Rita. With deadly seriousness, he demands to know if Rita is the kind of person who actually keeps her promises. Vim strides forward and declares he'll check the terms himself, brushing off Camilla's stunned silence. He pushes for one solid confirmation, no games, no tricks. She promises she'll never get tangled up with Laura again. Rita tells him she's not here to hunt loopholes in their deal, and she pushes him to take her words exactly the way they are. Vim nods in agreement, but then slams his terms down hard. The hostages have to be freed and treated right away, and only then will he lift a finger. Vim whips around to his allies, blurts out an apology to buy Mary time as she's frozen in shock at the sudden chaos. Rita grins and snaps to Kevin, ordering him to start the medical treatment on the captives right now. Relief crashes over the hostages' faces as the enemy medics rush in and start patching up their wounds right under the truce. Camilla drops to the moment Vim's forgiveness matters most, apologizing with deep regret and insisting her own helplessness is what trapped him in this fight. She demands he come back to them alive, no exceptions, and Vim, face grim, swears he'll make it happen. Rita barrels in with a bright smile and tells them to scoot to a quieter corner so they can talk. As they disappear into the trees, Rita shoots a look over her shoulder and spots Hyde Mary slipping after them, straight into the woods. Hyde Mary shoots a quick question, can I tag along just to watch from way over there where it's safe? Rita gives the go-ahead, but she barks a strict order at the sage, stay at least 10 steps away. As he watches her move, Vim can't shake the thought that her terrifying ease must come from a place of pure, unstoppable confidence. A cold shiver ripped down his spine when he realized every single thing was unfolding exactly like her script. He can't shake the question, how did she track them down when Camilla never told a soul where Laura was? It slams into him like lightning. One split-second deduction tells him there's a tracking seal out there. Vim snaps the truth at him. Hyde Mary must have been compromised, and Rita grins, practically begging, so, did you finally notice? He admits he didn't exactly see it happen. He just suddenly realized it had to be the only logical explanation. Rita laughs with giddy delight, confirming he nailed it. She's been hiding tracking seals on both him and Laura. Vim is horrified by her total lack of legal ethics, blasting her for privately keeping tracking seals, because that's a serious crime. He makes it crystal clear, swiping and using those controlled magic seals from public institutions is a serious felony, no excuses. Rita just laughs off the accusation, saying there's no way she's going to waste tools this perfectly convenient. Vim gapes in disbelief and blurts out that if things keep going like this, she's basically got wiretaps hidden everywhere already. She scans the situation and grumbles that shrinking wiretaps down small enough is a brutal technical mountain she still hasn't conquered. She shrugs and admits she tried to swipe the legendary listening stone, abhorrent, but when it started shifting, she couldn't get a thing. Vim.S left utterly speechless after that brazen confession. She tried to steal the nation's treasures. Rita shoots back that these wild, overpowered tools aren't just weapons, they're basically communication devices, and they should be used for that. Vim's eyes catch Hyde Mary crumpling to the ground, so he blurts out, what's wrong with you? Rita ignores the sage, strides to the cliff above the river, and declares, this is it. She whips around to Vim and, like it's no big deal, apologizes for the rough way she acted earlier. She swears that if Laura hadn't kicked off everything, she would have begged for a way slower conversation. A thick, heavy silence drops out of nowhere as the air instantly turns sharp, tense, and deadly. The two of them square up on the edge, face to face, while Hyde Mary hangs back in the shadows, watching. The air thickens with this impossible, crushing pressure, like it's warping the space around them right in front of their eyes. Hyde Mary shakes in the far distance, terrified by the sudden, crushing tension blasting off the two of them. Perched on the ledge, Rita lines in and tells them this isn't some magic barrier, it's something totally different at its core. She shrugs and admits she's still clueless about the whole thing's principles too. Rita flashes that cryptic smile and basically tells him, yeah, I'm totally working with you, sort of. Vim freezes, staring at her like she's speaking another language, completely baffled by every word she says. Rita clears her throat with a rough cough, then stops wasting time and finally dives straight into the main topic. Then he freezes, eyes flying open in pure shock, as a terrifying realization slams into him like a physical blow. Color drains from his face the moment he hears it. He panics, gasps, and blurts out that it's the labyrinth calling him. Rita lounges on the cliff edge and admits she isn't a native speaker at all. She just copied the words she heard. She flashes a grin and admits that, yeah, she just copied the audio, but somehow recreating it exactly was way harder than it sounds. Rita shows them this trick. If she pours magic into the sound, her people can almost understand the meaning even when they don't know a single word of the grammar. Trusting her gut, she tells him this call can mean only one thing, welcome home. Vim snaps the clues together. He realizes that answering the call and getting pulled into the Twilight Nest aren't random at all. They're tied by the same deep understanding. Rita beams and says it means together with us, basically confirming that Vim is one of the same species as them at the core. She steps in close and hisses that he can't keep shutting her down like that, because his real feelings are screaming the opposite of his denial. Rita swings in with the final nail in the coffin, saying the labyrinth's call only reaches people who truly want it from deep down in their hearts. Vim freezes in place, his breath catching hard as her words slam into his mind and won't let go. Cold sweat erupts across his face as he realizes this is about to spiral into something deadlier than he ever imagined. He fights with everything in him, begging his own thoughts to shut up, just let the words slide right off and resist the temptation. The explanation hits him way too close, and horror floods his face when he realizes her words mirror the truth tearing through his own mind. Rita clamps his face in her hands and yanks him close, barking at Strauscher to stop brushing her off. She locks eyes with him like it's hypnotism, then pushes him to say yes. Vim feels her pull him straight into an abyss, the labyrinth snapping into sync with his body as the temptation to give up starts to swallow him whole. Rita snaps right to the heart of it with one blunt question: does he really hate those guys? Panic detonates in Vim's eyes as he erupts in a denial scream, desperately clawing at the accusation to shut it down. Rita smirks like a predator and points out that she never once said which guys she meant. Vim freezes on the spot, his face going pale the second he realizes he walked right into her verbal trap. With the upper hand, Rita pushes it home and tells him, "I know you don't belong here either." Vim clutches his face in agony, sweat pouring down as he spits out weakly that she's wrong. Rita locks eyes on him and snaps, "You're not wrong, you're just seeing it wrong," because she insists everything's been messed up from the very beginning since everyone else simply can't understand. Vim shakes so hard he can barely speak, blurting out that he has no clue what she's talking about. Rita snaps back, saying she gets it perfectly. This call is like a mirror for the soul, the kind that speaks up the moment you feel like you don't belong. Vim clamps a hand over his mouth and yells that he has no idea, like he can silence the truth by sheer force. Rita declares denial is pointless, then vows that he'll come to the labyrinth and they'll be waiting right there. Her stare locks onto his terrified face as she casually drops the bombshell. She calls this bond compatriots. A sudden, sharp clap detonates the hypnotic trance, jolting Vim back into reality as the suffocating atmosphere fractures. Heidemarie strides in, slams the moment to a halt, and declares the conversation officially over, like, that's it, no more. She flicks her hand and brushes Rita off with a casual wave, thanking her for trekking all the way here. Rita's eyes snap open in shock, then the spell shatters the moment something interrupts her out of nowhere. Heidemarie wrenches Vim away with a bright smile, waving goodbye as they spin their backs on the enemy. Rita blurts out one final detail, lifting a finger like she just remembered something she couldn't leave unsaid. She asks them to look after Laura, and just like that, her voice swings from serious back into warm, casual friendliness. Heidemarie blasts out, "We're done," to Camilla, and Vim just stands there, stunned and frozen by how fast everything flips. Vim gapes at the ground, dread slamming him, as he finally realizes he got totally swallowed by the enemy's words. Heidemarie jolts him back to reality, snapping him out of his spiraling thoughts with a sharp call. She probes him about the compatriot jab Rita threw out, and Vim stalls for a beat before finally admitting it. Heidemarie tries to break the tension by blurting out that Rita even calls her a compatriot too, and that casual comparison absolutely shocks Vim. She swears she lives a clean, upright life on the outside, then she stumbles and trails off the moment she tries to compare her world to Vim's rough road right now. She shrugs off the enemy's mind games and tells him, straight up, not to take that nonsense to heart. It doesn't hold a shred of real power. Heidemarie admits the Night Dragonfly Squad runs on a totally different wavelength when he struggles to grasp, but he doesn't have to live by their rules. She whirls away from him and declares, stone-cold certain, that he has no reason, none at all, to become a monster. She whips around with a razor-sharp glare, demanding he back her up. Vim just stays silent and nods, fully getting it. Camilla finally exhales, rushing to ask if he's okay. Like the second the standoff cracks, that tension just evaporates. She tells them Rita grows her crew by flooding Valebrun with spies, choking the military police into paralysis through her web of infiltration. Camilla compares Rita's charisma to real spellcraft, then shoots him a firm look and tells him not to stress over the second he almost buckled. She makes it crystal clear, all that matters is the real world. He fought off the darkness, came back to them, and proved it's real. Camilla boldly declares that by coming back, he didn't just return, he crushed the enemy and proved he's right, no doubt. A heavy silence crashes in as Camilla stops, and her expression shifts, softening into something suddenly way more personal. She leans over, locks eyes with him, and softly says his name, shattering that stiff, professional wall between a night boss and a subordinate. She says the ones who hear the labyrinth calling are chosen. They're just people who feel like they don't belong anywhere in this world. Vim yanks his gaze aside, mutters that he has no clue what she's talking about, and tries to weasel out of that crushing truth. Camilla leans in and asks straight up if the night dragonfly's environment is so suffocating, he can't take it anymore. Vim stays locked in silence, sweat pouring off his face as he fights with everything in him to smother the emotions surging up. Camilla steps in with her full support, telling him straight up that she and the others are ready to listen, no matter what, even if he feels he needs a little distance from them. When she sees the storm in his eyes, she leans in and tells him, "Don't jump to conclusions yet, wait right now." She tells him to slow down and heal his heart first, then reassures him they'll wait, because they have all the time they need for his answer. A blur of that wild day crashes through his head, fighting, bargaining, chaos, until it all slams into his senses like a tidal wave. Exhaustion crashes over him the second he realizes there's just no way he can process all of it at once. Rita's final words echoed in his head, "Take care of Laura Echo," and somehow they cut through the haze of his exhaustion like a blade. Staring down at the sleeping girl, Vim can't stop thinking about it, why that one casual jab from the enemy is the only thing he can't shake. In a flashback, a warm voice gushes over Laura, praising her as an insanely fast runner. Laura's face lights up with pure, innocent joy as she takes the compliment, and then she grins, declaring she absolutely loves running. Fresh off the playground, Laura slips back inside, swings the door open, and shouts, "I'm home," but the house answers with an eerie, dead quiet. She slips into the room, sure her mother will be there, but the silence hits like a punch, screaming that something is horribly wrong. A mysterious stranger shows up, wearing that famous kind of sympathy, and tells her the horrible truth. Her parents have vanished off to some faraway place, and they'll never come back. Slapping on a fake smile, he pulls her along to a school he claims will take care of her, if only she believes his act. He sweet-talks her, promising that if she obeys, she'll never have to fear where she'll sleep or whether she'll get something to eat. Laura admits it with a heavy sigh. She honestly didn't have another choice, and confirms the facility really did deliver on its promise, feeding her and giving her a bed. But the truth was brutal. She got dragged into relentless training, day and night, with no escape. She slammed back into the bleak, suffocating atmosphere of that place, the kind that didn't just surround her, it swallowed her whole world. Even in that brutal place, the older boys and girls still treated her with real, heartfelt kindness. But that comfort didn't last. She watched her friends vanish one after another, never to come back. Laura watches the older kids get hauled away, and the group shrinks fast until it's just her, stuck there with no one left. Rita pops in with a bright, cheerful grin, then asks the remaining kids if any of them are ready to tackle a huge job. The older kids crouching close, calming the terrified younger ones as they try to block them from the scary reality of what's being demanded. Rita locks eyes with Laura, grinning as she asks, "So are you the one helping out this time?" Shaking like a leaf but refusing to back down, Laura throws herself into the choice and pleads with Rita, "Don't let the other kids take that role." Rita tells her survival rides on how hard she works, and Laura swears she'll give it everything, even if it means paying with her life. Right now, Laura's sprawled on her hospital bed, staring at the ceiling and worrying sick. Are the friends she left behind really safe? The door creaks as Vim lines in, just one quick peek, checking on his patient as they recover. Laura's face instantly bursts with joy, her tail going wild as she shouts Vim's name. Vim fumbles in the handoff, awkwardly shoving Chillo over to her, the book she begged for, and she immediately thanks him for bringing the wizard's story to her. He asks how she's doing, and she beams back, telling him she absolutely crushed a huge plate of rice for breakfast this morning. Vim lets out a shaky smile with real relief, and then fumbles to keep the conversation alive with her blazing energy. He can't stand the mystery, so he leans in and asks her straight up what she just ate in that hospital. Laura gushes about it like it's a gooey white mush, and it leaves Vim totally, painfully baffled. While they wrestle over whether it's rice pudding or porridge, Laura can't help but grin, because Vim shows up every single day. She looks at him with bright warmth, thanking him because even with her injuries keeping her from standing, he still fights to lift her spirits. Vim suddenly halts, brow furrowed, scrambling to remember what he ate for breakfast that morning. He realizes, no, this wasn't that gooey mess at all, it was bread and cheese, and he quickly corrects his own memory. His face hardens as he locks eyes with her, and the whole vibe flips from chill to something raw and heartfelt. He murmurs her name under his breath to catch her attention, and Laura tilts her gaze up at him with trusting, warm eyes. Vim just tells her, "I hope you heal fast," and the second Laura hears it, her face lights up. His daily visits are exactly what make her feel strong. Vim lets out a soft smile, finally breathing easy because his help is actually speeding up her recovery. Laura's thoughts spiral straight back into the forest, where she lies there powerless, just waiting to die. She's trapped in pure horror, legs dead to the world, mouth dry, unable to even faint, just lying there, screaming inside while she can't escape the agony. In the middle of pure heartbreak, she screamed for her mother, because in that instant, she realized she didn't want to die yet. Then a voice sliced through the dark, promising she'd be okay, because he was here and he'd come to save her. She can still picture it, how that stranger materialized out of nowhere and flipped her entire fate in the blink of an eye. To Laura, Vim isn't just some stranger. He's a fairy tale wizard who pulled off a miracle and handed her life back. Mary's flinch snaps into a weird look and Vim blurts, "What's wrong?" But she shuts him down fast, brushing off his worry before it can sink in. Vim snaps the conversation to the courtyard, and suddenly he's remembering how he once went through his own rehabilitation right here. Laura fires, asking if he got hospitalized too. Then Vim confesses he shoved himself way too hard during that labyrinth dive. Life has her fretting over his health, but Vim grins at her worries and tells her he's totally healed now. Camilla strides up to the group with a bright, warm greeting, and suddenly all eyes snap to her. She tells Laura that Vim's injury isn't a mistake, it's an honorable badge, carved from beating a floor boss. Camilla smirks and tells him, "Yeah, you look plain, but trust me, Vim is way bigger than you think." Laura stared at him with fresh respect as Vim fumbled, blurting at Camilla to quit ramping up the exaggerations. Hans jumps in with praise, gushing that Vim is straight up amazing, and that he's arguably Veilbrun's top adventurer. Vin panics and begs for them to stop, but Laura's eyes light up, convinced he's the kind of hero everyone needs. The whole group bursts into laughter as Vim can't fix the misunderstanding, and the air turns warm with shared joy. They lean in and wave Laura goodbye, and as the visit winds down, she's left smiling like the whole moment was warm and perfect. As Vim turns to leave, she jokes that Camilla looks better, but Camilla's smile snaps into seriousness when she demands the real medical truth. A thick, crushing silence drops on the whole group, and that cheerful facade shatters on the spot. Hidamari checks Laura up close and confirms it. She's fully healthy, and the tissue is fully regenerated. She swears that advanced magic made the treatment flawless, but there's still one thing gnawing at her: will she be able to walk? Hidamari flat out admits she can't predict when Laura will walk, because she insists it all depends on getting her through proper functional rehabilitation. Vim gives a sharp nod and jumps in to help with her rehab, determined to get her back to full recovery. Hidamari freezes mid-step, her face twisting as an emotion finally breaks through her control. Vim feels it in his bones, an ugly truth hits, and the silence between them starts to scream. Whipping around to Camilla, Hidamari blurts out that they can't keep the truth from him anymore. Camilla gives a heavy nod, fully admitting it. No more hiding secrets now. Vin stares at them, utterly lost, and Camilla blurts an apology before diving in and dropping the truth. Hidamari strides up and declares, "I'll explain it, because I'm the one who made that diagnosis." Vim fires back, asking if the diagnosis is final, and Hidamari nods, confirming it as a top expert in regenerative medicine. Totally thrown off by the contradiction, Vim blurts out, "If I'm healed, then what's the real problem?" He keeps pushing for answers, demanding to know if her physical treatment is finally done. Hidamari doesn't even blink. She confirms the medical procedures are 100% finished. Vim's frustration spikes the moment he demands, "If she's cured, why won't she move?" He demands answers, staring at her like he can't make the facts fit, even as she just won't move. Hidamari cuts him off with a chilling distinction. She doesn't just stand still, she's saying it's not that she doesn't move. She locks eyes with him and drops the brutal truth: Laura can't move. Vim freezes in terror, her mind scrambling to catch up with what she just heard. Hidamari reveals it like a victory speech. Every muscle is fixed, and every nerve is reconnected, without a single one missed. She lets the terrifying medical anomaly hang there, weighing down the whole moment. She admits that even after all the repairs, the orders from her brain still can't reach her legs. Vim asks if it's all in her head, but Hidamari snaps her head back with a grim shake and shuts that down. She says the neural pathway is totally gone, no route left for the signals to even reach their destination. Hidamari lays it out: Laura's brain has literally erased her legs' function from existence. To spare her heart from that brutal pain and fear, she snapped the connection herself without even realizing it. Hidamari bursts into the room, panicking and shouting Vim's name at the top of her lungs, begging him to stop before he does something reckless. Hovering by Laura's bedside, Vim snaps his gaze up as Hidamari barks, "Get outside now," demanding they talk privately about what's going on. Hidamari snaps back with full authority. She's the one who diagnosed this, and she reminds him she was the one who kept Laura's condition stable before the transfer. She tells them straight that when they found Laura, she was already collapsed. Then Vim finally cracks and admits he made her sprint by forcing her body to move with his enhancement magic. Flustered, Hidamari admits Laura could have moved back then, but she's convinced it was just a lucky fluke. Vim slashes his gaze at her and snaps, revealing he just brewed a brand new spell on the spot to magically hijack her muscles and force them to obey. He explains it's basically the same as normal training, except he constantly tweaks the muscle's properties to mimic movement over and over. Hidamari insists the theory checks out and says he could totally recreate the same effect, he'd just crank up the spell's intensity again. While everyone argued, Vim snapped his focus onto his spell, *** Heaven's Healer, Transition, Puppeteer ***, and poured every ounce of his attention into building the magic. Mary's breath catches as shock hits. He's calling the forbidden technique right there in the hospital room, and he doesn't even hesitate. Vim swings the door open, and Laura jolts up in bed, staring at him with a shaky, uncertain voice as she calls his name. He shoots an apology for the interruption, fist clenched tight, and braces to unleash his plan to get her moving again. With Analyze active, Vim plunges into the magical structure, hunting for the exact feel and the code he'd used to pull off that desperate escape. He forces his mind to lock onto that exact spell formula from that moment, chasing the rush of bone and muscle control like it's still burning in his veins. Magical energy erupts through the room, slamming into Laura's senses as the air itself shifts under Vim's crushing power. Laura's eyes go wide as she feels the heat rising, while Hidamari stays locked in the doorway, frozen, just staring as everything unfolds. Vim leans in close to Laura, eyes locked on hers, ready to drop the one instruction that'll flip her life forever. He leans in and tells her she only has to do one thing, take the enchantment and blurt, "I accept the buff." Laura freezes, staring up at him, totally baffled, yet Vim leans in and begs her to trust him, no questions asked. Tears shimmer in Laura's eyes as she nods hard and declares, "I accept the enchantment." Vim lets out a breath of relief, grins at Laura, and tells her she's done. His whole plan is finally rolling. He whips around to find Mary, shouting her name to signal that the procedure is finally done. Hidamari stammers, totally stunned that his off-the-cuff procedure actually worked, and blown away by how reckless his methods are. Camilla leans around the corner, catching the chaos in the air, and can't help but wonder what's exploding inside the patient's room. Laura pushed herself upright from the bed, and a surge of magic snapped through her body as the puppeteer's spell locked in and held her steady. Camilla freezes in pure shock, eyes bulging as she watches that paralyzed girl stand up on her own. Vim flashes a wild grin at his crushing success, while Camilla just stands there, utterly stunned by how ridiculously impossible it all is. A few days later, the mansion erupts into a formal conference. Laura's attending doctors face the Night Dragonfly research team in the same room. Hospital director Pietro Muller bursts out that this is a major invention, stunned that enchantment magic can pull off something this revolutionary. He pitches using Laura as the first case study, swearing that once this treatment clicks, it'll birth a whole new class of enchanter doctors. Vim is blown away by how it worked, while another doctor starts asking, can a technique this complex really be handled so easily? Vim tells him that because it doesn't rely on elemental enchantments, it's basically just as easy as a beginner's textbook, if you stretch the chant time out. The doctors huddled and mapped out the mess, warning that the patient would need an enchanter glued to their side at all times, unless they trained a dedicated team to handle it. Camilla cuts right through the buzz about the future and snaps everyone's attention back to the harsh reality Vim has to face right now. She snaps that under the current system, Vim's stuck with Laura nonstop because he has to keep the spell alive. Camilla realizes Vim plans to do it exactly, but she snaps at him. He's giving up too much of himself. She snaps at him for burning the whole night building spell formulas, warning that chasing a permanent cure might drag on for years. Vim lets out a tired sigh, but you can see it. He's worn down and still determined to push through, while Hidamari watches from right behind him. Hidamari cuts through the gloom and grins, insisting the whole mess has an obvious, simple fix. She tells Laura, stop overthinking it, just become an enchanter yourself because you've got magical power. The doctors stare in shock at how ridiculously simple it is, realizing they totally missed it in their own medical talks. A doctor snaps back, saying the job acquisition ritual for this year is already over, and only the sage can carry it out. He rages that they'll be forced to wait a whole year, and Vim's face instantly crumples with shock. The doctor frets that Laura's legs will weaken badly within a year, and he pushes them to petition the Sage Association for a special exception. Mary's eyes blaze. She's furious that they're even talking about asking someone else, when the sage is sitting right there. She seethes as she finally clocks the brutal truth. She's got the title, but nobody in her own organization treats her like she matters. Rage exploding through her, Hidamari jabs a finger at herself and howls that she's the missing 74th generation sage they've been hunting for. Every doctor freezes right there in the room's stunned silence because it finally clicks. The woman on that table is someone they never expected.